Chapter 1. Qian Gu Yue. In the realm of Douluo continent, the capital of the Spirit Hall is known as Spirit City. This city is established around a hill, strategically located at the confluence of two great empires, neither of which claims dominion over it. Within Spirit City lies the revered halls of the Spirit Hall, including the Papal Palace, the Douluo Hall, and the Elders Hall. Notably, this city has been constructed with the Spirit Hall's own resources. The position of the Pope within the Spirit Hall has long been held by the Qian family. Typically, the Pope is chosen from the members of the Qian lineage. While it is not unheard of for individuals from other families to ascend to this prestigious role, such occurrences are exceedingly rare. Qian Gu Yue, indeed, is a traveler from another realm. Her predicament is one of bewilderment, as she found herself transported while merely waiting at a traffic light. A large cargo truck careened towards her, prompting her to hastily retreat. Little did she expect to be singled out amidst the throng of passers-by, as if fate had conspired against her. Resigned to her situation, Qian Gu Yue was subsequently brought into this new world. Unlike her peers who often faced dismal beginnings with inferior martial spirits, her own spirit is a remarkable variant of the six-winged angel, having transformed from a light attribute to an ice attributian ascendance to the pinnacle of the martial spirit realm. One might ponder if divine-level martial spirits are indeed capable of mutation. Perhaps the system at play had orchestrated some subtle manipulation. Like many other travelers, Qian Gu Yue is also equipped with a system. However, after bestowing upon her a novice gift pack, the system fell silent, leaving her to wonder if it had abandoned her entirely. Had it not been for the ability to view her status panel, she might have believed it had ceased to function. Upon familiarizing herself with the intricacies of this world, Qian Gu Yue discerned the nature of her existence. It is a world often derided by numerous online commentators as a fantastical quagmire. Indeed, it is the realm of love Douluo, or rather, the illustrious Douluo continent featuring the legendary Tang San. Although she had never perused the original work, the ubiquity of the internet allowed her to glean snippets of information through various videos. Qian Gu Yue is familiar with several famous quotes from this continent, a few of which linger in her memory, such as "Revive, my beloved, behold my mother's entanglement, and you have chosen the path of death." Initially, Qian Gu Yue believed that with the backing of the Qian family, her life would be one of ease, filled with indulgence and the prospect of marrying several wives to bear many children. However, this notion was shattered when the system, upon its silence, ominously informed her of the eventual demise of the Spirit Hall in this world. The revelation left her utterly stunned. The gravity of the situation struck her. This realm was starkly different from her previous world, where mere change of appearance could allow one to persist. Here, martial spirits serve as an irreplaceable form of identity, one that cannot be forged or faked. Once one awakens their martial soul, it becomes apparent to others that they belong to a particular lineage, for while there are countless martial souls in the continent, only a handful are renowned, leaving no room for deception. What is to be done? After laboriously living a second life, striving to distance oneself from the endless toils of the previous existence, one cannot bear the thought of facing the guillotine in the future. Qian Gu Yue does not wish to contemplate the dire consequences that may await her. Thus, in a fervent attempt to preserve her existence, Qian Gu Yue devoted herself to an intense regimen of reading prior to the awakening of her martial soul, and even more so after its manifestation, engaging in relentless training. With a divine martial soul, the six-winged ice angel, an innate soul power at the remarkable level of 20, she possessed the potential to ascend to divinity. Heaven knows the excitement that surged through Douluo, the reclusive elder of the Hall of Spirits, upon hearing the news of Qian Gu Yue. Although her martial soul had undergone a mutation, she remained a member of the Qian family. With Douluo, the esteemed leader of the Hall of Spirits, vouching for her, Qian Gu Yue was empowered to harness the vast resources of the Hall for her training. Thus, amidst the accumulation of resources from the Hall of Spirits and her fear of future peril, Qian Gu Yue led an exceptionally disciplined life. Apart from essential commitments, her time was predominantly devoted to training and studying. As the saying goes, necessity breeds ingenuity. Under her stringent self-discipline, Qian Gu Yue attained the rank of title Douluo by the age of 20. Yet, Qian Gu Yue found this achievement insufficient. Having spent so many years within the Hall of Spirits, she understood that true genius competition only commenced upon reaching the pinnacle of title Douluo at level 90. Consequently, Qian Gu Yue intensified her efforts, striving to reach the esteemed realm of Grand Elder Qian Douluo, after which she could seek the path to divinity. Once she attained divinity, everything would fall into place. However, the system did not inform Qian Gu Yue that the true trials would only commence upon achieving divinity. She naively believed that once she became divine, her existence would be secured. It remains to be seen whether the realization of this truth will lead to her emotional collapse, with her heart wailing in despair. How pitiful. Yet, as Qian Gumo's strength grew, she no longer pursued mere speed, but began to refine her soul power with patience. Though her soul power was inherently pure, she diligently polished it repeatedly. Simultaneously, while honing her soul power, Qian Gumo pondered how to cultivate her own inner core within her body. After all, many characters in the cultivation novels of her past life possess their unique inner cores. However, it appeared that such a phenomenon was absent in this realm, as she had previously inquired with Elder Qian, who claimed to have never heard of such a thing. Perhaps this world simply did not adhere to such concepts. Yet, Qian Gumo remained at a loss regarding how to proceed. Until the awakening of the system, she could only engage in slow, repeated attempts. If she succeeded, it would be splendid. If not, she would have to await the system's arrival. Chapter 2. The Passing of the Pope. In the year 10086 of the Douluo calendar, several events transpired that sent shockwaves across the continent. Firstly, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Qian Renxue, has passed away, while Tang Hao of the Haian Sect has ascended to the rank of title Douluo, becoming the youngest title Douluo on the continent. Secondly, following the Pope's demise, the Spirit Hall dispatched the Angel Legion to attack the Haian Sect. The current Sect master, Tang Zhun, was slain, resulting in heavy casualties within the sect. Only his son, Tang Shao, and a mere 100 others survived, leaving the Haiyan sect with only a couple of large cats. Furthermore, they publicly declared that Tang Hao was no longer a disciple of the Haiyan sect. The 4 affiliated sects of the Haiyan sect, Min, and Yu surrendered to the Spirit Hall under the leadership of their clan heads, while the Li clan experienced a schism, with their leader, Titan, departing with a faction of followers. Thirdly, Qian Gu Yue from the Qian family has been appointed as the new Pope of the Spirit Hall. In the worship hall, Qian Gu Yue sat upon a stone bed, her lavender eyes briefly flashing with a hint of red. Is it still not working? She furrowed her brow as she sensed the conditions within her body. What exactly is the issue? Ever since Qian Gu Yue discovered that the concept of inner elixirs did not exist in this world, she had been diligently researching on her own, yet to no avail. Was it a faulty method, or was there another reason? With this thought, she couldn't help but glance up at the sky. A genius of the Qian family, Qian Gu Yue had access to all confidential documents of the Spirit Hall. In contrast to the atheism of her previous life, this world was inhabited by divine beings. Not to mention, her 6-winged ice angel was modeled after the 6-winged angels, who were also the deities worshipped by the entire Qian family in the Spirit Hall. Although she had read in ancient texts that deities should not interfere with the mortal realm, Qian Gu Yue merely smiled at this notion. After all, deities were once humans. Surely, upon becoming divine, humanity's inherent flaws would not simply vanish, would they? The so-called rule of non-interference was merely a constraint imposed on the weak. The strong established the rules and were not bound by them. If the interests of these so-called deities were compromised in the mortal realm, Qian Gu Yue did not believe that such a statement could truly restrain them. Never mind. I shall take a stroll. Qian Gu Yue shook her head. I wonder when this system will awaken. It has already been 20 years, after all 20 whole years. Do you know how I have spent these 20 years? Waiter, bring me a pot of tea and a plate of edamame. Qian Gu Yue called from her stall. Certainly. Please wait a moment. Hey, have you heard? A mysterious passerby at the next table chimed in. Yes, what have you heard? The others at the table looked over with curiosity. I heard that Tang Hao from the Haiyan sect has broken through to become a title Douluo, the passerby announced. What? A title Douluo? Is that true? The others exclaimed in astonishment. Come on, brother, tell us more. Another urged, quickly pouring a drink for the passerby, who graciously accepted. Though they might not have met the notable figures on the continent, they were certainly aware of them to some extent, especially since the Spirit Hall was located at the heart of the continent, with numerous merchant caravans passing through daily and the peripheral regions of Soulmaster City. There exists a designated area catering to the needs of merchant caravans. Here, a title Douluo lurks in the shadows. Tang Hao. Upon hearing this, Qian Gu Yue, who was sipping tea at a nearby table, brightened with interest. He was well aware of this contemporary genius of the Haiyan sect. Aside from Tang Chun, he was regarded as the most exceptional talent, with some even asserting that Tang Hao's future achievements might rival those of his grandfather, Tang Chen. Oh, he has already ascended to the rank of title Douluo. If I recall correctly, Tang Hao is only in his 40s this year, exclaimed someone. My heavens, a title Douluo? Another gasped. Isn't he only in his 40s? Yet another voice echoed in astonishment. This must surely make him the youngest title Douluo on the continent. Indeed, the youngest title Douluo, the youngest title Douluo? At this, Qian Gu Yue scoffed lightly. Tang Hao is likely around 43 or 44 years old. Indeed, at this age, his title Douluo cultivation is the youngest in the continent. However, if he were to be compared to the Spirit Hall, even Bibi Dong, who is considerably younger than him, has already reached the pinnacle of level 90. This is truly a case of envy leading to despair. Here I am, still a mere soul zone. The tone of the speaker was laced with growing envy and jealousy, yet he dared not express hatred. After all, Tang Hao had the backing of the illustrious Haian Sect, while they were merely ordinary soul masters. To be by the way, I heard that 6 months ago, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, for reasons unknown, left with several title elders. I wonder what they were up to? Qian Gu Yue pondered. Qian Renxue had ventured out, accompanied by several elders? Was there some significant event occurring? After all, it was unusual for both the Pope and the elders to be mobilized. However, Qian Gu Yue merely shrugged, indicating his ignorance. At that time, he had seemingly retreated into seclusion. That moment, a woman clad in red entered the room, immediately capturing the attention of all the men present. After all, female soul masters were a rarity on the continent, and powerful ones were even rarer. Yet, no one dared approach her. Where were they? Soul Master City. Should anyone cause a disturbance here, the enforcement personnel of the Spirit Hall would swiftly demonstrate the meaning of cruelty. Upon entering, Yining surveyed the surroundings before directly approaching Qian Gu Yue and taking a seat before him. You seem rather at leisure, she remarked, pouring herself a cup of tea and taking a sip. What brings you here? Qian Gu Yue asked, momentarily taken aback by Yin Ying's presence, but quickly realizing that something significant must be afoot. Coupled with the recent news of the Pope's departure and Tang Hao's ascension, could these events be intertwined? Although he was a member of the Qian family, his grandfather rarely sought him out unless it was of utmost importance. Yining had come to convey critical news. The Pope, Qian Renxue, has passed away. Yin Ying's voice resonated in Qian Guiyue's ears. When Qian Douluo had relayed the message to her, she too had been astonished. After all, the current Pope, Qian Renxue, was still relatively young, merely in his 50s, making an untimely death seem improbable. Qian Gu Yue's brow furrowed momentarily, though. She quickly regained her composure. Observing the lively conversations around her, it was evident that Yining had communicated with her through soul power. This method of transmitting sound consumes soul power and is quite practical. However, it has its drawbacks. The distance between the two individuals must not be great, and if a formidable entity is present, they may intercept the information. Let us proceed to find the old man, Qian Gu Yue surmised inwardly. Rising, she placed a silver soul coin on the table, and the two departed towards the worship hall. Along the way, Yining briefly recounted the situation to Qian Gu Yue. Approximately half a year prior, shortly after Qian Gu Yue entered seclusion, Qian Renxue received a report claiming that a transformed 10th ascending soul beast had been discovered in the human realm. Upon hearing this news, Qian Renxue promptly dispatched a specter from the Elder Hall to investigate. Regardless of the veracity of the news, a 10th ascending soul beast is certain to yield soul bones. The Soul Hall possesses numerous soul bones, yet most are of lower rank, with higher-tier soul bones being exceedingly rare. Previously, a ranking of Soul Master's most coveted items placed soul bones and 10th ascending soul rings at the pinnacle. A 10th ascending soul ring grants a Soul Master 2 soul skills, allowing them to possess an additional skill in battle, which is crucial. Conversely, soul bones, unlike soul rings, can be shed. Soul bones may fall from another's body, making them usable by others. This implies that when one possesses a soul bone, it will automatically detach upon their passing, remaining available for their descendants. Ultimately, the information confirmed that a transformed 10th ascending soul beast was indeed present beside Tang Hao of the Haian Sect. Elated, Qian Renxue immediately contemplated taking action. Even if he could not utilize it himself, acquiring an additional soul bone would enrich the treasury of the Soul Hall. Originally intending to invite Qian Gu Yue to join, he found her in seclusion at that time. Thus, he proceeded alone. Chapter 3. A Conversation with Qian Douluo. The two continued their journey until they arrived at the worship hall. Upon entering, Qian Gu Yue beheld the solemn visage of Qian Douluo, the current Grand Worshipper of the Soul Hall. Qian Douluo's strength had ascended to the pinnacle of this world. The only individuals comparable to him were the legendary Tang Chun of the Haian Sect and Poseidon from Sea God Island, all three being limit Douluos of their era. Among them, Qian Douluo reigns supreme in the sky, Tang Chun dominates the earth, and Poseidon commands the oceans. Upon seeing Qian Gu Yue and her companion, Qian Douluo's expression softened slightly, and he nodded in acknowledgement. Xiao Xue, why don't you join your aunt Yining outside for a while? Grandfather wishes to speak with your elder brother, Qian Douluo said, smiling at the golden-haired little girl cradling a black bear. What could have gone wrong with his unfortunate son? Despite being accompanied by so many, he had failed and was even counterattacked, leaving his precious granddaughter in such sorrow. Alas, elder brother, little Shui no longer has a father. Upon encountering Qian Gu Yue, the young girl Qian Renxue immediately dashed into his embrace, weeping profusely. 555. Listening to the lamentations of the small child, Qian Gu Yue gently patted Qian Renxue's back, offering solace. Their little Shui still has an elder brother, does she not? Elder brother will stay by little Shui's side. Qian Gu Yue, unfamiliar with the ways of comforting children, endeavored nonetheless to, is that truly the case? Qian Renxue lifted her gaze to meet Qian Gu Yue's. Indeed, it is absolutely true, he replied, playfully pinching her cherubic cheek. Elder brother would never abandon little Shui. Really? Truly? Then, shall we make a pinky promise? Qian Renxue, now ceasing her tears, timidly proposed. All right, let us seal our promise, Qian Gu Yue chuckled. Come, let us make a pact. If anyone breaks it, they shall be a little dog for 100 years. Very well, Qian Renxue replied, extending her hand to join Qian Gu Yue in this whimsical vow. Now, go and enjoy some time with your Aunt Yining outside. This evening, your elder brother will prepare a delightful meal for you, Qian Gu Yue said, affectionately ruffling Qian Renxue's hair. Ah, the texture is quite pleasant indeed. Come now, little Shui, let your sister take you to play. At that moment, Yining interjected, aware that the forthcoming conversation was not suitable for Qian Renxue's ears. Goodbye, Grandpa. Goodbye, brother. Qian Renxue waved her hand in farewell to Qian Douluo and his companion. The reason she addressed Qian Gu Yue as brother stems from Qian Gu Yue's past life, where he had longed for a younger sister, a wish that remained unfulfilled. After the birth of Qian Renxue, Qian Gu Yue came to visit her and frequently took her out to play. As for old Qian, he had no objections to this situation. After all, both were members of the Qian family, and by that time, Qian Gu Yue had already become a title de law. In old Qian's eyes, if his granddaughter could pass the divine examination, then Qian Gu Yue would eventually become a high-ranking elder of the Spirit Hall. If she did not pass, having one as a pope and the other as a high elder would still suffice. Little Shui was having a splendid time. Qian Douluo smiled at his beloved granddaughter. However, once Yining left with Qian Renxue, their smiles vanished in an instant. Young man, do you know why I have summoned you? Qian Douluo addressed Qian Gu Yue. His son Qian Xuanji was no longer around, and the rest of the current generation in the Qian family were not particularly impressive. The only outstanding young talents were Qian Gu Yue and his granddaughter Qian Renxue. Yet, Qian Renxue was only 9 years old, and once she awakened her martial soul, Qian Douluo intended for her to inherit the divine position of the angel god. After much consideration, Qian Gu Yue was the only suitable candidate left. As for the Saintess Bibi Dong, do not assume that I am unaware of who was responsible for my son's demise. If it were not for my granddaughter's father passing away, I would have decisively sent that fool Bibi Dong to accompany my son. It is already fortunate that I did not eliminate her. She still desires the position of pope. Indeed, Qian Gu Yue nodded. Yining had already briefed him on the matters during their journey. Pope Qian Xuanji had led a group to encircle Tang Hao and the 100,000-year soul beast, but was gravely injured by Tang Hao, who had broken through after being sacrificed by the soul beast. After returning, he passed away last night. It was clear that old Qian had summoned him to discuss how to deal with the Haian sect. Although old Qian and Tang Chun had once agreed that as long as he was alive, the Spirit Hall would not set foot in the Haian sect. Now that old Qian's son had been killed by members of the Haian sect, if he continued to foolishly abide by that agreement, Qian Gu Yue would have to consider how to oust old Qian and seize control of the Spirit Hall for himself. I plan to mobilize the Angel Legion to attack the Haian sect, and you will serve as the overall commander, Qian Douluo declared, revealing his intentions. The Angel Legion was composed of members of the Qian family and other flying soul masters, directly answering to the High Elder of the Spirit Hall. Within the Legion, the lowest rank was that of a soul sage, while the commander was a super Douluo of 96 levels, accompanied by 2 vice commanders of 93 levels. It could be said that the Angel Legion represented the most elite force within the entire Spirit Hall. The Angel Legion is being deployed. It seems that old Qian is truly serious now. So, will it be a thorough defeat, or? Qian Gu Yue remarked. For he had not been solely focused on training these past years. In practice, there are indeed some considerations. Out of respect for Tang Chun, he chose to spare him. Ultimately taking into account the face of an old friend, leaving a measure of restraint. If it were another family, they would have scattered your ashes to the winds. Alas, Qian Douluo remains oblivious to the fact that, due to his own reservations, his spirit hall ultimately met its demise, leaving his cherished granddaughter forever unable to surpass level 89. Had he been aware, Qian Douluo would undoubtedly have been the first to storm the Haian clan, leaving no one alive, annihilating them all without hesitation. Indeed, Qian Gu Yue nodded in agreement, indicating his understanding. After all, he had spent many years in this world. Some truths he grasped well. One may perform good deeds. Yet one cannot merely be a good person. This world has no need for merciful souls. At times, a clenched fist serves as the most compelling argument. Speaking of which, I find myself quite curious. Qian Gu Yue inquired how, even with Tang Hao's ascension to the esteemed rank of title Douluo and their explosive ring secret technique, he could possibly contend against a seasoned title Douluo and two others possessing martial soul fusion skills. Moreover, the battle lasted 3 days and nights. How could his body endure such strain? Qian Gu Yue pondered, for the Spirit Hall had also conducted research on the explosive ring secret technique of the Haian Sect. This is a formidable secret technique that utilizes unique channels to obliterate one's own soul rings, thereby acquiring a substantial amount of soul power and a momentary surge of energy. In the eyes of Qian Gu Yue, this secret technique possesses remarkable strength, yet its shortcomings are equally pronounced. It demands an exceptionally high level of aptitude from its wielder. Lacking inherent talent equates to courting disaster. Even among the multitude of practitioners at the Haian Sect, only the founder Tang Qian, his grandson Tang Hao, and the future Tang God Emperor have mastered this technique. Even if one were to momentarily unleash the power to withstand a level 95 force, the aftermath necessitates swift resolution. Otherwise, one's body would be the first to succumb to collapse. No matter how prodigious Tang Hao may be, what can be said of a battle that lasts 3 days and nights? Is he truly stronger than his grandfather Tang Qian? Qian Douluo furrowed his brow, realizing that Qian Gu Yue had stumbled upon a significant issue. Even Tang Qian, his long-standing rival, has experienced the explosive power of the Haian Sect. He too has grasped its might, yet even he cannot endure for long. How is it that Tang Hao has managed to persevere? Old man, could it be that there are divine influences at play? Qian Gu Yue gazed skyward. Qian Douluo was taken aback by this notion. However, upon further reflection, it seemed that aside from the so-called deities, no such extraordinary means existed on the continent. The thought of their spirit hall having a divine adversary lurking in the shadows unsettled him. As the high priest of the angelic order, Qian Douluo understood that even the most inferior deity was beyond the reach of mere mortals. Moreover, for centuries, neither he nor any other members of the Qian family had received divine revelations, leading to their suspicions, though they dared not voice them. Surely not. Qian Douluo managed a strained smile. He was aware of the divine decree forbidding interference in the mortal realm. Qian Gu Yue seized upon his uncertainty. Let us not forget, those deities were once human. For the sake of gain, humanity is capable of anything. If there is a 100 profit, capitalists will take the risk. If there is a 200 profit, they will flout the law. And if there is a 300 profit, they will trample upon all that exists. For deities, the faith of mortals is their greatest desire. Our spirit hall has monopolized this continent's faith for countless years. It is only natural that some may feel envious. Yet, given the decree against divine interference in the mortal realm, the most effective strategy is to support a human power, which can then eliminate the previous great force. Ultimately, the deity behind the scenes would gain the entire continent's faith while sacrificing merely a fraction of their divine power, a guaranteed victory. Upon reflection, it becomes somewhat elucidated why Tang Hao was able to vanquish the entirety of the Spirit Hall. Perhaps, this so-called Haian Sect is indeed the favored entity of that divine being. Chapter 4. The Offering Conference. If that is the case, the Haian Sect should not be treated too ruthlessly, for inciting the attention of that deity could spell trouble. Initially, Qian Gu Yue contemplated leaving behind some of the elderly, infirm, and weak for your Haian Sect, while it would be prudent to eliminate the able-bodied youth. Yet, upon further consideration, if the able-bodied members of the Haian Sect were to be entirely eradicated, it might attract unwanted scrutiny. Despite the current strength of the Spirit Hall, it is merely formidable in the realm of mortals. In the eyes of the divine, it holds no significance. It is essential to remember that one must employ magic to conquer magic, rather than using a deity to vanquish another deity. Caution is warranted while the Spirit Hall remains devoid of divine support. If this calamity has indeed arisen from a mere whim, the Haian sect may find itself at the mercy of the divine being, who might unleash some covert machinations. At this moment, I am in the light while the enemy lurks in the shadows, creating an unfavorable situation for our side. However, it would not be prudent to simply dismiss the Haian sect. Qian Gu Yue believes that as long as the Haian sect persists, the divine being will remain disinclined to intervene. Moreover, can he truly keep his gaze fixed upon the Haian sect indefinitely? Nevertheless, careful consideration is required to devise a strategy that suppresses the Haian sect without provoking the divine being's attention. For now, let us set this matter aside. Douluo contemplated briefly before suggesting that they convene a meeting of the elders to deliberate on the recent military deployment. Having spoken, he turned and made his way outside. Although the Angel Legion is directly subordinate to him, it is wise to hold a meeting for such a significant affair. Upon returning, you should prepare to assume the role of the Pope. Very well, that shall be arranged. In the Hall of Offerings, within the conference chamber, a towering 3-meter statue of an angel stood at the far end, beneath which lay a lengthy conference table. This is where the highest meetings of the Spirit Hall are typically held. Today, all the 90-level elders present in Spirit City have gathered. The long table was filled with attendees, the left side occupied by the 7 esteemed offerings of the Hall of Offerings, while the right side was composed of members from the Elder Hall and the Pope Hall. Ordinarily, the seat of honor at the head of the table would be occupied by the Pope, yet due to the untimely demise of the unfortunate Qian Xuanji, it was Douluo himself who occupied that position, while Qian Gu Yue sat in what was originally Douluo's seat. In contrast to the offerings, the members of the Pope Hall and Elder Hall gazed at Qian Gu Yue with expressions of bewilderment. Not only had they never encountered Qian Gu Yue, but they had not even heard of him before. Moreover, it was evident that he was quite youthful. It is worth noting that all those present at this table were, without exception, titled Douluos, implying that this young man possesses the stature of a titled Douluo. With everyone gathered, Douluo surveyed the room and declared, "Let us commence this meeting. The agenda at hand concerns the resolution regarding the Haian sect. I trust you are all aware of the recent developments?" The attendees nodded in acknowledgement, having already been apprised of the sensational news. There was no avoiding it. The information was indeed explosive. Throughout the history of the Spirit Hall, this marks the first pope to fall at the hands of a continental power rather than succumbing to the machinations of evil soul masters. It is noteworthy that most popes have either passed away of old age or perished in the struggle against evil soul masters. The offerings were also aware that Qian Xuanji's demise was attributed to specific circumstances. However, the matter is, quite frankly, a blemish on the Spirit Hall, a disgrace for the Qian family, and thus unsuitable for public disclosure. They could empathize with Qian Daolia's grief over losing his only son, for indeed, among life's greatest sorrows are the loss of a father in youth, a wife in middle age, and a child in old age. Old Qian had but one son, whom he had hoped would succeed him as the grand offering, and now, alas, he is no more. This matter is intolerable for anyone, but it is not prudent to act against Bibi Dong. Thus, the only remaining target is the Haian clan, who must bear the consequences for the death of Qian Sunji. The Haian clan bears no burden in this regard, yet the true menace lies with Tang Chun. The second sacrificial offering, the golden crocodile, possesses a notoriously fiery temper. And we must not forget that he watched Qian Sunji grow up. I have long harbored discontent towards the Haian clan. Let us confront them, declared the grand sacrificial offering. The other 5 offerings nodded in agreement. Their families have been generations of loyal supporters of the Spirit Hall, and notably, the family of the second sacrificial offering has been present since the era of the angelic ancestor. It is well known that apart from the Qian family, the loyalty of the Golden Crocodile clan is unparalleled in the history of the Spirit Hall, having produced several popes over the years. The other 5 offerings have also been steadfast in their loyalty to the Spirit Hall for quite some time. Grand Sacrificial Offering, we understand your intentions. The Haian clan must be subdued. However, what if Tang Chun returns? Inquired the third sacrificial offering, the Holy Dragon Douluo. I comprehend your concerns, Douluo responded. Tang Chun is indeed a matter of concern. However, it is not a significant issue. He has been missing for many years. Perhaps he has already departed. If he were still present, he would not have allowed the 2 families to reach such a state. Rest assured, he will not return. Douluo continued, in the past, I was merely defeated by a single move, which does not imply that I cannot contend with Tang Chun. If he were to become enraged, it is uncertain whether he could best me. There is no denying that Tang Qian is reckless and fights without regard for his life. Yet I, Qian Douluo, am different. I have the vast legacy of the Spirit Hall to protect and the duty to serve the angelic deity. I have far too much at stake, unlike Tang Qian, who fights heedlessly. Additionally, Qian Gu Yue has grown significantly. Even in Tang Qian's absence, she can safeguard the Spirit Hall for a century. Given this, we have no objections. The offerings nodded, expressing their agreement as long as it does not involve Tang Qian. Very well. 6th and 7th offerings, you shall embark on this mission. Commanded the Grand Sacrificial Offering. Yes, Grand Sacrificial Offering. Qian Gu Yue, lead the Angelic Legion to breach from the front. Qian Douluo instructed the young woman beside him. Qian? Is she of the Qian family? Indeed, Grand Sacrificial Offering, Qian Gu Yue affirmed. Our Spirit Hall has remained dormant for far too long. Long enough for the world to forget our glory. Gu Yue, you are to lead this expedition and restore the Spirit Hall's prestige. We must awaken those who are lost in their dreams. That will be all. Prepare yourselves. Tomorrow, we march on the Haian clan. Understood. The entirety of the conference was essentially dominated by a handful of prominent figures, with only a few representatives from the Hall of Offerings daring to speak. As for the Elders' Hall and the Hall of the Pope, their members were merely present to witness the proceedings and to meet Qian Gumo, the heir of the Qian family, as well as the newly appointed Pope from the Hall of Martial Spirits. With the backing of Qian Douluo, even though Qian Gumo has now ascended to the papal position, no one dared to oppose him, much like the original Pope Bibi Dong. His rise to power was indeed sanctioned by Qian Douluo. Otherwise, even if Bibi Dong were a remarkably capable pope, it would not have been her place to hold that title as an outsider. Furthermore, the Hall of Offerings, led by Qian Douluo, holds significant authority. Should he voice an opinion, the rest would hardly dare to dissent, for Qian Douluo's prowess speaks volumes. Within the Hall of Martial Spirits, the Hall of Offerings is the ultimate authority on directives, typically. Any documents issued from the Hall of the Pope must first be communicated to the Hall of Offerings, which also possesses the power to dismiss the Pope. In the latter part of the original work, Jean E led a group to the front lines and directly dismissed Bibi Dong from her position as Pope. Chapter 5. Bibi Dong. On the evening following the conclusion of the meeting, Bibi Dong stood in a small courtyard within the Spirit Hall, clad in a delicate lavender camisole. She was well aware of the resolution passed by the Hall of Worship, as the news had been disseminated earlier that afternoon. Although Qian Douluo had merely restricted her personal freedom, she, as the former saintess, remained informed about general matters. The Spirit Hall emphasized its intention to dispatch troops against the Haian sect, yet failed to specify a timeline, engaging in a clever play on words. Oh, I merely state that I shall send troops, but you remain oblivious to when, she mused. Given the incident involving Qian Xuanji, only the members of the Hall of Worship were privy to the details. The wider populace remained in ignorance of the Qian family's disgrace, which Qian Douluo, the old schemer, would certainly not publicize. However, a member of the Qian family, Qian Gu Yue, had made an appearance at the meeting. It was said that this individual possessed innate soul power comparable to that of his daughter and was likely to become the new pope of the Spirit Hall. He had been focused on cultivation for an extended period, known only to the Qian family and the members of the Hall of Worship, remaining a stranger to others. Notably, during the meeting, he occupied the seat previously held by Qian Douluo, indicating that he was at least a level 96 super Douluo. How emblematic of the Qian family. Their lowest achievement was a soul sage, while the highest was Qian Douluo, a level 99 limit Douluo, coupled with the six-winged angel, a divine martial soul. In his long-standing service to the angel god, Qian Douluo wielded some divine power. Should conflict arise, he was not merely the figure who suffered a narrow defeat at the hands of Tang Qian, as the continent believed. This new figure was evidently more accomplished than Qian Douluo, destined to reach or even surpass his level, potentially attaining the status of their ancestral deity. It was essential to note that Qian Gu Yue was still young, younger than Bibi Dong herself. The Qian family, blessed with divine lineage, inherently began at a higher starting point. Reflecting on her own journey, Bibi Dong had awakened her martial soul at the tender age of 6. Possessing the dual martial soul of the Supreme Spider Emperor and innate full soul power. Under the tutelage of Qian Xuanji, she had access to abundant resources, allowing her to outpace the majority. If all went as anticipated, even if she were unable to inherit the papacy, entering the Hall of Worship would pose no challenge. However, at the age of 16, she encountered an individual, the son of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family's head. who would later become renowned as the proponent of the 10 core competitive theories in theoretical soul master studies, Yu Shaojiang, also known as Yu Daxiu. With such an auspicious beginning, being the son of a sect leader placed him at an elevated status. Provided his martial soul awakened and his innate soul power reached levels 8 or 9, his future would be secure. This exemplifies the strength of the three foremost sections. In truth, the majority of resources on the mainland are predominantly controlled by formidable factions such as the Spirit Hall, the three upper sects, the four lower sects, and the two great empires, alongside families possessing soul Douluo. For commoners aspiring to rise to prominence, their only recourse is to align themselves with these powers. However, these illustrious families are notably exclusive. Even upon joining, one remains an outer disciple, perpetually barred from the inner sanctum. Naturally, should one's talents be exceptional, the usual course is to forge alliances through marriage with outstanding external soul masters. Yet, misfortune befalls the son of the sect leader, whose awakened spirit is not the blue lightning tyrant dragon, but rather a piglet that can only emit flatulence, with a meager soul power of merely half a rank. Within the family, one's talents and strength are paramount. Only those endowed with superior gifts and formidable prowess can access greater resources, while others are gradually relegated to the periphery. As the son of the sect leader possessing only half a rank of soul power and an unimpressive spirit, he became the subject of ridicule within the family, ultimately rendering him a laughingstock in the realm of soul masters. Subjected to scorn since childhood, he eventually fled his home and found his way to the Spirit Hall, where he encountered Bibi Dong, who was still a saintess at the time. Persuaded by her words, he resolved to delve into theoretical research, believing that if he lacked talent and practical applications, he might excel in theoretical studies instead. Bibi Dong's encouragement illuminated the shadows of his heart. In the days that followed, the two frequently engaged in discussions about the intricacies of martial spirits. Gradually, Bibi Dong found herself captivated by the youth, even nurturing thoughts of eloping with him. But what transpired? The youth fled, leaving her behind with a daughter she despised. Initially, Bibi Dong envisioned that upon ascending to the position of Pope, she would methodically exact revenge upon the Spirit Hall and the Qian family. However, the emergence of Qian Gu Yue extinguished the aspirations within her heart. Bibi Dong was acutely aware that the old man, Qian Douluo, was privy to her act of killing Qian Sunji. A knock echoed at the door, jolting Bibi Dong from her reverie. Furrowing her brow, she pondered who might visit her at such a late hour. Nevertheless, she first retreated to her room to don a coat before opening the door. Saintess, Elder Ju? Elder Gue? Bibi Dong stood momentarily stunned at the sight of the two figures before her. What brings you both here? She inquired, ushering them inside. For these two had significantly aided her in the past. Might I inquire the purpose of your visit? Bibi Dong poured them a cup of tea. The two exchanged glances. Ultimately, it was Elder Ju who spoke. It is as follows. The decision to mobilize forces against the Haian sect has been approved and will take effect in 3 days. Elder Ju began. You, Saintess, are also included in the list of personnel. Am I also required to go? Bibi Dong was taken aback. She had already been placed under house arrest. How could she possibly be expected to attend? Could it be that this operation was merely a pretext to dispose of her in secret? It is not surprising that Bibi Dong harbors such thoughts, considering that Qian Daoliu's son met his demise at his own hands. It is implausible for Qian Daoliu to eliminate himself within the Spirit Hall. Rather, it would be preferable for him to perish under obscure circumstances during this mission. Must I truly meet my end? I have yet to exact my vengeance upon the Qian family, nor have I had another encounter with Shaogang. The two from the Chrysanthemum Ghosts also discerned Bibi Dong's unease and promptly interjected, Saintess, this time, it is Qian Gu Yue to whom you are being sent. Qian Gu Yue? That member of the Qian family? Bibi Dong's eyes widened, momentarily taken aback. After all, she had indeed slain Qian Xuanji. Sensing her confusion, they continued, Saintess, that individual has stated that as a disciple of the Pope, you, Bibi Dong, are to take a position at the forefront in this battle. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong finally comprehended the situation. If one does not take the initiative to address this matter, significant issues will undoubtedly arise within the Spirit Hall. The reputation of Bibi Dong throughout the entire realm of spirit masters would be irreparably tarnished. It is essential to recognize the high regard for respect and reverence towards one's teachers in this continent. Should Bibi Dong remain unresponsive this time, it would indeed signify a grave concern. I understand now. Bibi Dong nodded in acknowledgement. In light of this, let us depart. Preparations await us. Very well. Allow me to escort you both. Bibi Dong rose to see Qian Gu Yue and his companion off. Chapter 6. Haian Sect in the mountainous regions of the Western continent. In this realm stands a grand city, Haian City, a gift from the emperor of the Tiando Empire to Haian Sect, bestowed in a bid to curry favor following Tang Qin's illustrious rise to fame across the continent. Ultimately, even the city's name was altered in honor of the sect. To the west of this city lies the most densely clustered mountain range on the continent, where the stronghold of Haian Sect is perched atop these majestic peaks, interconnected by colossal iron chains. They are aware of the impending mobilization of the Spirit Hall, yet the exact timing remains shrouded in uncertainty. The Spirit Hall holds this operation in high regard, deploying 2 esteemed elders from the Hall of Offerings, along with the formidable 98th ranked Super Da, Qian Gu Yue. Furthermore, they have summoned the spirit branches from several cities in proximity to Haian Sect to assemble and prepare for the impending assault on the sect. Indeed, the 2 elders have already set forth on their journey. In this meeting, Douluo has issued a strict decree. Upon exiting the door, discussions are forbidden, and everyone is to attend to their own affairs. Should anyone dare to leak information prematurely, they must not blame him for his ruthless disposition. It is essential to recognize that Douluo previously served as the adjudicator elder of the Spirit Hall, a position specifically designed to combat adversarial forces. Yet it also grants him the authority to investigate internal members of the Spirit Hall. Of course, the Haian Sect did not remain unresponsive upon learning of Tang Hao's actions. Upon discovering what his youngest son had done, Tang Jin was taken aback. What have you done? You have killed the Pope of the Spirit Hall. After the initial shock, he promptly notified his son Tang Hao and the elders to convene a meeting while simultaneously summoning the disciples of the Haian Sect to return hastily. The Haian Sect has risen to prominence since his father, Tang Qin, took charge. Coupled with Tang Qin's esteemed reputation, the disciples of the Haian Sect often display an exceedingly arrogant demeanor. However, this audacity is unprecedented. He does not believe that Douluo will honor the agreement made with his father, Tang Qin, to refrain from approaching the Haian Sect. If Douluo indeed chooses not to come, Tang Jin will hold him in disdain. The deceased was none other than the son of Douluo, his own flesh and blood, not merely an adopted child. The fact that he did not personally come here already signifies a considerable concession to Tang Qin. Within the Grand Hall of the Haian Sect, Tang Jin occupied the principal seat, flanked by his son Tang Hao and the Grand Elder, alongside several other elders, all of whom wield significant influence within the sect. Speak up. What shall we do? Tang Jin lamented, his head aching. He was utterly exasperated with his youngest son. How could one be so reckless? After performing his grandstanding, he had hidden himself away in a remote forest, and now the Spirit Hall was seeking to confront their sect. Fortunately, under the leadership of Tang Jin, who possessed a soul power of level 96. And with his son Tang Hao having already surpassed the rank of title Douluo, along with the Grand Elder, also a title Douluo of level 96. And the second and third elders, who were likewise titled Douluos, the Haian Sect boasted 6 titled Douluos in total. Moreover, including its affiliated single attribute sects, the Haian Sect was home to over 3,000 soul masters. It is worth noting that this number surpasses even that of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School combined. Merely the fact that one sect possesses 6 titled Douluos utterly eclipsed the other 2 families. Yet, despite such formidable strength, Tang Jin was acutely aware of the vast disparity between his sect and the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall will not relent this time. It is inevitable that the Haian Sect will suffer losses, and there is a grave risk that it may face annihilation. Tang Jin is aware that as long as his father, Tang Qin, remains unaccounted for, the Spirit Hall would hesitate to eradicate the Haian Sect. They cannot afford to gamble on the possibility of Tang Qin still being alive. The Spirit Hall harbors a fear of his father. While the current Haian Sect holds little significance in the eyes of Douluo, within the hall, everyone exchanged glances. Each person belonging to the same generation as Tang Jin or Tang Hao. Their initial astonishment upon hearing the news quickly gave way to a palpable panic. After all, their former sect leader, Tang Qin, was absent, leaving them feeling truly vulnerable against the Spirit Hall. Though they had exhibited a degree of arrogance in their daily lives, they knew their limitations. Yet, Tang Hao had brazenly killed the Pope, effectively handing a blade to the Spirit Hall, inviting them to take vengeance upon him. In contrast to the elders, Tang Hao, as Tang Hao's elder brother, displayed a swift change of expression. Initially filled with concern upon learning that his brother and sister-in-law were pursued by the Pope, he felt relief upon hearing that his brother was unharmed. However, the sorrow of his sister-in-law's sacrifice for his brother weighed heavily on him, followed by bewilderment at the Pope's demise, which soon morphed into worry. Unlike Tang Hao, who in the original narrative was portrayed as self-centered and indifferent to the sect, Tang Hao recognized the gravity of their situation. Despite the chaos that had unfolded, with the spirit hall attacking their sect, Tang Hao chose to drown his sorrows in alcohol. The result? Their father succumbed to despair, the sect suffered grievous losses, and they were forced into seclusion by the relentless pressure of the spirit hall. Were it not for his extraordinarily gifted son, he might never have returned to the sect. Tang Hao fared somewhat better, yet he remained a quintessential recluse, burdened by the presence of a 96th level Super Douluo elder who continuously vexed him. Perhaps it was also Tang Xiao's sense of guilt towards the elders, considering that several of their loved ones perished in that fateful battle. Frankly speaking, at this juncture, even if Tang Xiao wished to speak up for his brother, he found himself powerless to do so. Unlike Tang Hao, Tang Xiao, though lacking in the same innate talent for cultivation, possessed a more nuanced understanding of the world around him. At the very least, he recognized that certain matters were beyond reproach. This is not a trivial matter. It concerns the honor of one's family. The head of each family, the patriarch, represents the very visage of that lineage. You, Tang Hao, have not only cast their dignity to the ground, but have also trampled it underfoot with contempt. Such a situation would be intolerable for any ordinary individual. One cannot help but speculate that the person accompanying them might indeed be Qian Daolu, a figure from the same era as my grandfather. Like my grandfather, he is a limit Douluo, as the heir to the world's foremost sect. Tang Xiao is acutely aware that within the realm of title Douluo, one can continue to cultivate from level 91 to 95. However, upon reaching level 96, the journey transcends mere cultivation of soul power. It necessitates a profound understanding of one's own martial soul. Furthermore, the disparity in soul power between each level after 96 is exponential. To illustrate, the soul power of a level 96 title Douluo exceeds the combined total of those from levels 91 to 95. If Qian Daolu, a level 99, truly arrives, the mere pressure of his soul power could obliterate us. Father, we must seek assistance from the other two sects, Tang Xiao declared. This is the only course of action left to him. He hopes that the spirit hall will retreat under the pressure of the three sects. Otherwise, relying solely on his own sect would be insufficient to overcome this calamity. Requesting assistance? Tang Zhen furrowed his brow, contemplating that this indeed may be a wise idea. After all, it is merely a matter of offering something in exchange, which is preferable to the annihilation of his entire sect. Indeed, sect leader, let us seek assistance. Someone suggested. Yes, we are all branches of the same tree among the three sects. Upon hearing this, Tang Zhen's eyes sparkled. The words were uttered by Ning Fingji, the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect. Chapter 7, The Three Sects. If it had been earlier, Tang Zhen would have been troubled by how to draw the other two sects down to his side. In any case, he had no confidence that his own sect could withstand this crisis alone. This sentence serves as a direct reminder to him. With this phrase, even if Tang Zhen cannot bring the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family into the fold, he can at least attract the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. It is important to note that this statement could have been uttered by Ning Fingji a few years ago, and all the major powers on the continent are aware that it originated from him. Now that our Haotian sect is in need, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School cannot simply stand by and watch. It is well understood that in the realm of soul masters, reputation is held in the highest regard, especially by such prominent sections. If the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School fails to intervene, how will they sustain their standing on the continent in the future? Thus, irrespective of the ultimate outcome, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School must take action. Of course, we need to keep this understanding to ourselves. There is no need to broadcast it, as everyone still cares about their reputation. Indeed, with just this one statement, we can draw the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to our side. Tang Zhen remarked with a smile, the worry on his face dissipating. The individuals in the hall nodded in agreement, but it was still insufficient. We also need to bring the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family into our alliance. Tang Zhen shifted his tone and continued speaking, expressing the need to also secure the two great empires. In this manner, one side boasts 9 titled Douluos, along with the royal martial soul fusion techniques from the Star Luo Empire. This indeed gathers the most formidable forces on the continent. It can undoubtedly deter the Spirit Hall from acting recklessly. Master, I have heard that the head of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family has a rather incompetent son who seems to have had a relationship with the Saintess Bibi Dong of the Spirit Hall. Is this true? Tang Jun expressed his delight, never expecting that the son of that old dragon, despite his lackluster talent for martial soul cultivation, would have connections to the Saintess. Indeed, appearances can be deceiving. Can we use this reason to draw the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family to our side? Tang Jun pondered uncertainly. Do not worry, Master. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family is not foolish. This is a unique opportunity for our 3 sects and the 2 great empires to unite against the Spirit Hall. The esteemed Yuzongzhu will not let this chance slip away. If they do not participate this time, following this event, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family will surely face exclusion from our Haian Sect, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect, and the 2 empires. At that point, they will have to confront the pressures from the Spirit Hall alone, especially since their son has previously brought shame upon the Spirit Hall. Surely they will seek retribution afterwards. Tang Jun had heard this tidbit during his previous visit to the Spirit Hall. After weighing this information in his heart, Tang Jun nodded. This plan could work. After all, the prior incident had caused quite a stir in the Soul Master world, yet for some reason, the Spirit Hall had not exerted pressure on the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. However, a lack of pressure does not imply that the Spirit Hall has forgotten the matter. It could be resurrected at any moment. With their single title Douluo, the family cannot withstand the Spirit Hall's might. Very well. I shall personally draft a letter and arrange for someone to deliver it immediately, Tang Jun declared, pulling out paper and brush to write. That will suffice. Everyone may disperse. The entire sect must remain vigilant in the coming days, leaving no corner unchecked. Gentlemen, this pertains to the very survival of our Haian sect. If we succeed, we can ascend to greater heights. If we fail, we shall have nothing left. Do you all understand? Understood. Observing the fiery determination of those before him, Tang Jun felt a wave of unease lift from his heart. Go forth. Once everyone had exited the hall, Tang Jun gazed pensively at the sky outside. Father, are you still worried? Tang Xiao inquired, observing his father's demeanor. Looking at his eldest son, though his cultivation talent may not match that of his younger brother, he at least possessed a greater sense of responsibility. Were it not for his lack of talent, the position of sect master would surely belong to him. After all, Tang Jun understood that with Tang Hao's temperament, he was ill-suited for such a role. Shower, father, I am here. You must discreetly relocate a group of individuals. If we survive this calamity, we can bring them back. If not, at least a portion of our legacy in the Haiyan sect will endure. Tang Jun gently patted Tang Xiao's shoulder. Father, this Tang Xiao is taken aback by his father's decision. Did his father truly lack confidence? Moreover, he had mastered the explosive techniques of their Haiyan sect. After all, these were 8 titled Douluos. Did the Spirit Hall truly dare to eliminate them? Your grandfather once told me of a secret worship hall within the Spirit Hall. Tang Jun spoke slowly. Worship hall? Tang Xiao looked at Tang Jun in confusion. It was the first time he had heard this term. Indeed, a worship hall. According to your grandfather, anyone who attains the extraordinary rank of Super Douluo at level 96 can enter this hall and become a worshipper. Qian Dalu serves as the chief worshipper. I suspect there are at least 5, if not more, worshippers within the hall. If the Spirit Hall mobilizes its worship hall, we stand no chance. Do you understand? Tang Xiao was momentarily stunned by his father's words. He had always known that the disparity between their sect and the Spirit Hall was vast. But he had previously thought it was merely a matter of the number of titled Douluos and Soul Masters. Today, however, his father revealed the true extent of the Spirit Hall's strength. The mere mobilization of the worship hall meant they would face opponents of at least level 96. With some reaching level 99, what could they possibly use to defend themselves? Their heads? Seeing his son's shocked expression, Tang Jun smiled, recalling his own disbelief upon first learning this news. Go, arrange for the relocation. The sooner, the better. If we fail, we must not appear before the world again. Father, why didn't you mention this earlier? Tang Xiao asked, puzzled. Why not reveal it sooner? If I had, everyone's confidence would have plummeted. This way, at least we can preserve a few lives and avoid total annihilation, understand? Moreover, our Haiyan sect must have representatives to bear the wrath of the Spirit Hall. Tang Jun gazed upwards at the sky, uncertain if he would ever again witness this blue expanse. But father, what about the other 2 sects and the 2 great empires? Tang Xiao questioned, considering their significant influence on the continent. Ha ha, shower, Tang Jin chuckled, patting Tang Zhao's shoulder with earnestness. Remember, in this world, you can only rely on yourself and your family. Others, no matter how reassuring their words may be, might not come to your aid when danger strikes. Now, go and prepare. As Tang Jin observed Tang Xiao, who was still lost in contemplation, he spoke up, expressing his concern regarding the impending calamity. It was uncertain how many souls would depart from this world, with the members of the Spirit Hall potentially striking at any moment, be it today, tomorrow, or perhaps the day after. What was certain, however, was that the Haian sect was indeed facing a grave crisis. Chapter 8. The three great sects share a common bond in the city of Seven Treasure. The residence of the Seven Treasure glazed tile sect stood prominently at its heart, featuring a colossal treasure tower. The sole masters of the Seven Treasure glazed tile sect resided there, and the entirety of Seven Treasure City was inhabited by its members. Naturally, owing to the frail constitution of the soul masters residing within the tower, the vicinity was typically occupied by formidable assault and control-type soul masters, the stronger one's abilities. The closer one could dwell to the city's central area. At this moment, within the Seven Treasure Hall, the sect leader, Ning Fengji, was in the midst of receiving envoys from the Haian sect. Once Tang Jin completed the letter, a disciple swiftly set off to deliver it. After glancing at the correspondence, Ning Fengji furrowed his brow slightly. Please, esteemed envoy, take a moment to rest. I shall give this matter my utmost consideration, he said, wearing an amiable and scholarly smile. The envoy from the Haian sect was then escorted to a resting area. Once the envoy departed the hall, the genial smile faded from Ning Fengji's face as he contemplated the letter in his hand. A wave of headache washed over him. While he had heard whispers of prior events, he had deemed them irrelevant to the Seven Treasure glazed tile sect, as they pertained to the affairs between the Spirit Hall and the Haian sect. However, upon learning of the Pope's demise and the revelation that the perpetrator was Tang Hao of the Haian sect, Ning Fengji was left in stunned silence. Could there be such treachery, endangering the sect's reputation? His awareness of this situation confirmed the certainty that the Spirit Hall would not let the matter rest easily, and it was highly probable that his own Seven Treasure glazed tile sect would be ensnared in the turmoil. Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu, please, step forward. Ning Fengji called out towards the screen behind him. Soon, two figures emerged. One was clad in an immaculate white robe, his hair and beard entirely white, with silver locks neatly arranged at his back. His countenance was ancient and youthful, resembling that of an infant, marked by an expression of indifference. His eyes seemed to gaze through the surroundings, merely standing there in silence, yet exuding an aura of supreme authority over all creation. The other was an elderly man with a gaunt face, whose physique was astonishing. Not muscular in the typical sense, his skeletal structure was remarkably large, and his clothing appeared to be propped up entirely by his bones. His skin and muscles seemed shriveled, with deep-set eyes. If seen at night, he would resemble a gigantic skeleton. A few sparse strands of white hair lay upon the scalp, embodying a certain unattractiveness. The two individuals in question were the guardians of the Seven Treasure glazed tile school. The former, known as the Sword Douluo, wielded the seven-killing sword as his martial soul and currently possessed a soul power of 95, earning him a reputation as the renowned sword path Qinshin across the continent. The latter, the Bone Douluo, with his martial soul of bone, excelled in defensive cunning, though his soul power was slightly inferior, standing at 93. The reason the Seven Treasure glazed tile school maintained its esteemed position among the top three sects was largely due to the presence of these two formidable figures. Accepting the letter handed to him by Ning Fengji, the duo perused its contents in silence, plunging the hall into a profound stillness. Oh, it appears there are indeed individuals of discernment within the Haian school. The raspy voice of the Bone Douluo resonated through the hall. He had long regarded the members of the Haian school as a band of brutes, rushing headlong into every situation without forethought. However, the current matter had slightly altered his perception, though only marginally. They were well aware of the recent events across the continent. The prodigious soul master from the Haian school had grievously injured the Pope of the Spirit Hall, who had subsequently succumbed to his wounds. The ramifications of this incident indicated an impending clash between the two forces. Fengji, what are your thoughts? The intentions of the Haian school were quite straightforward. They sought to share the burden of pressure imposed by the Spirit Hall, as they could no longer withstand it alone. Yet, Choosing to stand in opposition to the Spirit Hall at this juncture could lead to dire consequences for the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School once the Spirit Hall sought retribution. Unlike the other two sects, who had directly attacked the Pope and abducted the Holy Maiden they had painstakingly nurtured, the relationship between the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Spirit Hall had been devoid of conflict. To be candid, Ning Fengji was reluctant to wade into these murky waters, fully aware that a misstep could lead to ruin. However, retreat was not an option. After all, he had previously proclaimed the solidarity among the top three sects. To withdraw now would be tantamount to striking his own face. After this, how will the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect navigate the Soul Master realm? Everyone is well aware that the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect is a person prone to uttering nonsensical claims. At this juncture, personal credibility holds immense significance, especially among the prominent sections. Regardless of the circumstances, we must proceed. For the honor of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect, it is imperative that we go. Failure to do so would mean the sect can no longer sustain itself within the Soul Master community. Even if this course of action places the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect in opposition to the Spirit Hall, we must still advance. Moreover, if Ning Fengji has received the message, then the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family should have received it as well. This time, let Essa Bone Uncle accompany me. After some contemplation, Ning Fengji noted the differing specialties of the Sword Bone duo. The Sword Douluo possesses extraordinary offensive capabilities, while the Bone Douluo is renowned for his defensive prowess and spatial abilities. Logically, bringing the Sword Douluo would ensure a significantly stronger offensive presence. Yet Ning Fengji is reluctant to unnecessarily provoke the Spirit Hall. His intention in bringing the Bone Douluo is more to convey a stance to the Spirit Hall. As for how the Haian sect perceives this, that is no concern of mine. In any case, my participation does not constitute a breach of contract. As long as I maintain my composure, the awkwardness will fall upon others. Ning Fengji is acutely aware that the grand offering of the Spirit Hall still lives. If Qian Dala were to attend, their numbers would be of little consequence. Very well, let it be thus. The Bone Douluo shrugged indifferently, while the Sword Douluo remained nearby, meditating. Subsequently, the Bone Douluo set off with Ning Fengji, heading directly toward the Haian sect. On the other side, the head of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, Yu Yuanjin, also received the emissaries from the Haian sect. However, within the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, there existed two contrasting opinions regarding this matter. Head Yu Yuanjin viewed this as an opportunity to strike at the Spirit Hall and advocated for an expedition to the Haian sect. Conversely, Yu Lumian believed it wise to avoid such treacherous waters, given the acknowledged might of the Spirit Hall. Nevertheless, Yu Yuanjin perceived this as an opportunity to enhance friendly exchanges among the three upper sects, believing that once the crisis facing the Haian sect subsides, the relations between the three upper sects would enter a harmonious phase. Meanwhile, Yu Lumian contended that the Spirit Hall's prolonged dominance on the continent speaks volumes about its profound foundation, which undoubtedly surpasses that of the three upper sections. Recklessly venturing forth could result in significant losses for the family. However, only the strength of the Soul Master Yu Lumian could not deter the decision of Yu Yuanjin, a title Douluo. Ultimately, in this matter, Yu Yuanjin disregarded the opposition and directly consented to the request for assistance from the Haian sect. Chapter 9. Unyielding in the face of Haian sect. Vowing not to retreat, the plaza of the Spirit Hall has confirmed the assembly of the expeditionary force against the Haian sect. The Angel Legion, a faction under the command of the Qian family, boasts members whose cultivation levels are no less than that of soul saints, all composed of flying soul masters. In addition to the Angel Legion, the Spirit Hall has also dispatched a team of soul masters to participate in this battle. This time, the Spirit Hall has mobilized a formidable array of title Douluos, including the revered Qianjun Douluo and Jiangma Douluo from the Hall of Offerings. Additionally, there are the esteemed Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo from the Hall of Pope, alongside the elders from the Hall of Elders, the formidable Ma Xiong, Xixue, Shimao, Guangxi, Guibao, Lingwan, and Yining. Together with Qian Gumo and Bibi Dong, a total of 13 title Douluos have been dispatched by the Spirit Hall. In contrast, the Haian sect is only represented by 5 title Douluos, aside from Tang Hao, who is still wandering outside. Even with the support from the other two major sects, they can muster no more than 7 title Douluos. The most powerful among them is Tang Zhun, possessing a cultivation level of 96, which pales in comparison to the Spirit Hall's Qian Gumo at 98 and 2 other esteemed offerings, each at 96. The reason for the Spirit Hall's significant mobilization of titled Douluos is primarily due to the decline in its prestige following the incident involving the former pope, leading some to believe that the Spirit Hall is no longer as formidable as it once was. The mobilization of such a multitude is not solely for the benefit of the Haian sect. It is also to demonstrate the profound strength of the Spirit Hall to the other major factions across the continent. This time, Qian Gu Yue intends to render the phrase "the three upper sects are united" as one a mere jest. He doubts that. Upon witnessing the formidable presence of the Spirit Hall, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, and the two great empires would dare to voice their opinions. In the early morning, sunlight cascades upon the visage of the six-winged angel statue in the square, imbuing it with an air of mystery. The square is teeming with a multitude of figures. These individuals are all soul masters, each possessing a minimum rank of Soul King, with no less than 4 titled Douluos among them. Additionally, standing upon the platform are more titled Douluos, making this assembly of the Spirit Hall a gathering of 17 titled Douluos in total. This embodies the profound essence of the Spirit Hall, a stature unmatched by any of the prominent families or sects across the continent. The Spirit Hall's steadfast presence on the continent is attributed to its formidable cadre of soul masters. Accompanied by the Flame Eagle, Qian Gu Yue arrived at the square. Observing the assembly of thousands of soul masters, she stepped forward, positioned herself before the crowd, clenched her right fist upon her chest, and proclaimed, "Esteemed members, we of the Spirit Hall have languished in silence for far too long, a duration in which the world has nearly forgotten our illustrious legacy and the divine essence of our angelic ancestor." Such statements are not made lightly. After all, even among the esteemed 3 great sects, knowledge of the angel god within the Spirit Hall is not universally recognized. It was only through the assistance of the illustrious Bibi Dong that this information came to light. For decades, the 2 generations of the Haotian Douluo have trampled upon the Spirit Hall, thereby enhancing their own renown as the Haotian Douluo, solidifying their status as the preeminent sect in the world, and elevating the illustrious reputation of the Haotian sect and the formidable Haotian hammer. This was formed during the later period of the Tang Divine King in the original work, tracing back to his grandfather, Tang Chun, his father, Tang Hao, and himself. All 3 rose to prominence through the angelic martial spirit of the Spirit Hall. Truly, they are remarkable. Generations of the Haotian hammer, generations of the Pope's legacy. Recently, Tang Hao the Haotian sect employed insidious and despicable means to assassinate our Spirit Hall's Pope, Qian Renxue. Furthermore, over the past 6 months, several branches of the Spirit Hall across the continent have been obliterated, with no survivors among the personnel. Qian Gu Yue altered the manner of Qian Renxue's demise, transforming it into a sinister act by Tang Hao. Otherwise, if it were as before, Spirit Hall would lose all face, and the Qian family would be utterly disgraced. Additionally, there is the matter of the destruction of the Spirit Hall branches by Tang Hao. After all, many of our loved ones and friends work in various branches and could be attacked at any moment. This could indeed incite a profound hatred towards the Haotian sect. Furthermore, the destruction of the Spirit Hall branches by Tang Hao is a fact. One need only investigate to confirm it. This revelation visibly intensified the atmosphere in the square. Those striving outside their homes are most concerned about their families. Although our Spirit Hall is large and influential, it cannot entirely shield against Tang Hao across the continent. Who knows if the next branch to be destroyed will house their own relatives and friends. Indeed, Tang Hao and the entire Haotian sect are a blight upon the continent. Without further ado, the Haotian sect must pay a price for this. Yet, Tang Hao has already concealed himself deep within the mountains. It will not be easy to locate him. Therefore, let Tang Hao's transgressions be avenged by his father and the Haotian sect. After all, if the child is uneducated, the fault lies with the parent. Has Tang Zhen prepared to welcome this grand gift? Esteemed colleagues, this is not only the disgrace of our Spirit Hall, but also the disgrace of myself, Qian Gu Yue, and the entire Qian family. Qian Gu Yue declared, "The glory of the Spirit Hall, founded by the angel ancestor god, must not be forgotten or dishonored by me or any of us. Today, I call upon you to march upon the Haotian sect with me. Today, I urge you to join me in cleansing the Haotian sect with blood, to honor those who perished at the hands of Tang Hao within our Spirit Hall. We shall use the heads and blood of the Haotian sect to restore the glory of our Spirit Hall, to convey to the world that, even if our Spirit Hall is not what it once was, we are still more than capable of crushing you." The current spirit hall has distanced itself from the era of the angel ancestor god for a considerable time. The common folk of the continent are merely aware of the spirit hall's existence and its virtues, yet the angel ancestor god seems to have been all but forgotten. Outside of the spirit hall, where its members revere the angel god, the existence of this divine being remains unknown to the broader populace. It is essential to recognize that the spirit hall was established by the angel god, with the dual purpose of suppressing malevolent soul masters and promoting the teachings of the angel god throughout the continent. However, aside from the spirit hall, the whispers of the angel god have fallen silent across the land. Yet, this presents a fortuitous opportunity to revive the reverence for the angel god once more. Not only does this serve to thwart the nefarious intentions of ill-meaning individuals, but it also allows for the promotion of their ancestral deity. Most importantly, it provides a chance to extract a hefty sum from those unscrupulous characters. It is undeniably a win-win situation. We shall not return until the heavenly sect is vanquished, Qian Gu Yue proclaimed, raising his right arm high. We shall not return until the heavenly sect is vanquished. The assembled soul masters echoed with fervor. Excellent, let us set forth, Qian Gu Yue remarked with a smile as he observed the scene. Subsequently, by activating the formation, a colossal portal materialized, and Qian Gu Yue was the first to step through. This relic, bequeathed by the celestial ancestors, primarily serves to suppress malevolent soul masters across various regions, enabling swift support and rescue in times of crisis. Chapter 10. Gathering at the Haian Sect after Qian Gu Yue stepped through the luminous portal. He was closely followed by Yan Ying and the two esteemed members of the Offering Hall, followed by representatives from the Papal Hall and the Elders Hall, culminating in the Angel Legion and the Soul Master Legion. In the Offering Hall, Qian Renxue, clutching a black teddy bear, gazed with perplexity at the departing crowd. Grandfather, where is Big Brother going? He is embarking on a significant endeavor, Qian Douluo replied with a smile. An endeavor that will astonish the continent. Qian Douluo had also heard Qian Gu Yue's speech. Aside from concealing the matter of Qian Xuanji, he had deftly shifted the blame onto the Haian Sect and Tang Hao. A commendable feat indeed. What else could I do? My son, Qian Douluo, was rendered incapacitated by your grandson, Tang Qian. If this were to become public knowledge, what would become of the Qian family's honor? After all, only a handful are privy to the truth. The individuals from the Spirit Hall might be inclined to speak, but the only one truly in the know, Tang Hao, would never utter a word. He is currently being hunted by the Spirit Hall, with a bounty soaring to 100,000 gold soul coins. Who would have thought that despite Tang Qian's shortcomings, my son's legacy still holds promise? At the very least, the Spirit Hall still possesses individuals capable of shouldering great responsibilities. Once my granddaughter ascends to the divine throne, the Spirit Hall will truly unify the continent. This was also the aspiration of my son from years past, and fortunately, my granddaughter can fulfill this task. I believe my son, from below, would also be pleased to know this. Meanwhile, at the Haian Sect, ever since the decision to support them was made, Douluo has hastened his journey alongside Ning Fengji. He chose not to bring any disciples, considering the ongoing distance between the two locations. After all, what if they were ambushed by other hostile forces along the way? Moreover, having a large number of individuals present at the Haian Sect would serve little purpose. The true contest among the higher echelons lies in the realm of elite combat power. Even an abundance of low-level strength is of little consequence when the focus is on high-end capabilities. Upon arriving at the Haian Sect, Douluo and Ning Fengji were warmly welcomed by the sect leader, Tang Zhen. Although the Seven Treasures glazed tile, as a martial soul, possesses significant flaws and cannot surpass level 80, limiting its achievements to 79, its auxiliary abilities are undeniably formidable. The Seven Treasures glazed tile inherently amplifies effects by 10%. And for each additional soul ring, it can augment another attribute while increasing all previously enhanced attributes by an additional 10%. The amplification provided by the Seven Treasures glazed tile can transcend foundational limits, regardless of the disparity in strength between the amplification target and the wielder. The degree of enhancement remains constant. However, it must be noted that while the auxiliary effects of the Seven Treasures glazed tile are remarkable, its consumption of soul power is considerably greater than that of other auxiliary martial souls. To address this issue, the predecessors of the Seven Treasures glazed tile soul masters devised a secret technique. The reason the Seven Treasures glazed tile has maintained its title as the premier auxiliary martial soul is due to this technique known as mind distraction control. This technique is categorized into 5 tiers, 3 apertures controlling the heart, 4 apertures of constant heart, 5 apertures of scattered heart, 6 apertures of wishful heart, and 7 apertures of exquisite heart. Each tier signifies the ability to simultaneously control the number of soul skills and the frequency of their release. Ningfengji has achieved the level of 7 apertures of exquisite heart, enabling him to manipulate 7 types of soul skills for 7 different targets, deftly controlling various enhancements as if they were extensions of his own will. Additionally, the 7 treasures glazed tile bears a unique trait. It can appraise treasures. The early 7 treasures glazed sect rapidly amassed considerable wealth through this ability. When it comes to the wealthiest factions on the continent, the 7 treasures glazed sect undoubtedly ranks at the top. Their financial resources, accumulated over generations, rival those of empires. After all, empires must allocate funds for various infrastructures, which represents a substantial expenditure. Even the Spirit Hall may not possess the same level of wealth as the 7 treasures glazed sect, considering the astronomical costs associated with maintaining its numerous branches across the continent. Regardless of the reasons, Tang Zhen's initiative is commendable, as he is here to assist in alleviating the pressures posed by the Spirit Hall. It is essential to recognize that there exists no substantial conflict between the 7 treasures, glazed tile school, and the Spirit Hall. Should we inadvertently provoke their displeasure at this juncture, it could lead to unfavorable consequences. In truth, whether it be Qian Gu Yue or the other 3 major sects, everyone is acutely aware that the notion of solidarity is merely a collective front against the threat of the Spirit Hall. When it comes to a desperate battle, one cannot be assured of receiving assistance. Each individual harbors a sense of hope that the Spirit Hall merely seeks some form of compensation and will refrain from taking aggressive action, as the repercussions of such an event would be too significant. Even the Spirit Hall would prefer to avoid such news. Shortly after the arrival of the 7 treasures glazed tile school, Yu Engine from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan made an appearance alone. After all, he is the only titled Douluo of his family, although they do have several souled Douluos among them. At this moment, the leaders of the 3 sects on the continent had gathered together. Upon their initial meeting and taking their seats, they engaged in a flurry of mutual flattery and commercial banter. Meanwhile, the teleportation array of the Spirit Hall manifested, situated merely 10 miles from the Haian sect. Soon, the members of the Haian sect took note of this development. As they rushed to report to the sect's main hall, their gaze remained fixed upon the approaching delegation from the Spirit Hall. Once they received the notification from the sect disciples, the 3 individuals, still caught up in their exchange of pleasantries, exchanged glances, clearly taken aback by the swiftness of the Spirit Hall's arrival. Just a few days have passed since Qian Xuanji's demise. How decisively the Spirit Hall has acted. However, at this moment, the Spirit Hall has indeed arrived. As the leader of the Haian sect, it is only fitting that he should go forth to greet them. Esteemed gentlemen, I shall take my leave to assess the situation, Tang Zhen remarked, rising to address Ningfengji and Yu Engine. Please, Sect Master Tang, do proceed. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to inform us. Yu Engine chuckled, adorned in azure robes embroidered with a blue electric tyrannosaurus. Indeed, you Sect Master speaks wisely. I shall remain here with him. Ningfengji added with a smile. Very well, I shall return shortly, Tang Zhen replied with a grin before turning to exit. As he departed the hall, Tang Zhen exchanged a knowing glance with Tang Xiao. Understanding the unspoken message, Tang Xiao bowed deeply to Tang Zhen before swiftly leaving without drawing attention. Even if some noticed his departure, they would merely assume he was fulfilling a task assigned by the sect master. Tang Zhen inhaled deeply, directing his steps toward the imposing forces of the Spirit Hall. He had not anticipated their arrival would be so swift. In his mind, he believed that even with the Spirit Hall's rapid response, they would arrive after several days. Upon reaching the entrance of the sect and observing the members of the Spirit Hall, he noted that each presence exuded formidable energy. None appeared to be below the rank of Soul King. Among them stood 2 individuals radiating an aura akin to his own, evidently the revered elders of the Spirit Hall, accompanied by 5 titled Douluo positioned ahead. Yet, what confounded Tang Zhen was the presence of a silver-haired youth at the forefront, seemingly the principal figure orchestrating this gathering. Truly, it is the Spirit Hall. No wonder they have maintained their status as the preeminent force for such an extended period. Chapter 11. A Conversation. Tang Zhen, alongside the Grand Elder and several younger disciples, approached the entrance of the sect. Behind them, the disciples of the Haian sect and its affiliated sects cast glances at their peers. A wave of anguish surged within Tang Zhen as he contemplated how many among them might survive after today. He was acutely aware of the disparity between his sect and the Spirit Hall, Otherwise, he would not have sought the assistance of 2 other sects and 2 empires. Even with their aid, they would remain no match for the Spirit Hall. He could only hope that the Spirit Hall would be wary of Tang Chen's name. Upon Tang Zhen's arrival, Qian Gu Yue advanced with Yan Ning. The members of the Spirit Hall remained stationary, observing. What does this signify? Observing Qian Gu Yue's actions. Tang Zhen furrowed his brow in confusion. What is he attempting? Is he not afraid of being apprehended? Sect Master? Inquired the Grand Elder beside Tang Zhen. Indeed. He too was perplexed by the situation. Grand Elder, you remain here. Tang Lai, accompany me. Although he was uncertain of the implications, Tang Zhen, much like Qian Gu Yue, advanced toward the center with a companion. What brings the Spirit Hall here? Tang Zhen inquired, feigning ignorance. What brings us here? Qian Gu Yue chuckled lightly. It is quite simple, to seek the murderer of our Pope, Tang Hao. To prevent a clash between our 2 factions, if Sect Master Tang surrenders Tang Hao, we of the Spirit Hall shall depart immediately, ensuring that not a single thread from your Haian sect is touched. Upon hearing Qian Gu Yue's words, Tang Zhen did not hesitate to refuse outright. Impossible. Firstly, as Tang Hao's father, he could never betray his own son. Secondly, if he were to relinquish Tang Hao without a fight, what purpose would his role as sect master serve? How could the Haian sect maintain its dignity thereafter? Very well. Let us approach it this way. Your Tang Hao has dismantled several of our Spirit Hall's branches over the past 6 months. If Sect Master Tang compensates me for these losses, it would suffice. By the way, I have roughly calculated that you owe me 10 million gold soul coins, along with 5 soul bones exceeding 50,000 years in age. Additionally, I would appreciate a selection of other precious herbs and metals. How does that sound? Qian Gu Yue grinned, audaciously making his demands. Are you attempting to insult us? Tang Lai retorted, his temper flaring. If a fight is what you seek, then let us engage without further indignities. This is nothing short of an affront to our Haian sect. Not to mention anything else, they cannot even produce 10 million gold soul coins. Even if they could, how would the Haian sect manage with so many members left to endure the harsh winds of the Northwest? Tang Hao has already been expelled from the sect. Tang Zhen remarked. Though reluctant to voice his thoughts, he felt compelled to speak for the sake of the sect. Oh, expelled from the sect? Qian Gu Yue chuckled. Yet he still bears the surname Tang, and the title of Haian Douluo remains. It is ludicrous. One must understand that in this continent, when a person is expelled from a sect, their martial soul is typically rendered useless. Yet here stands Tang Hao, seemingly unscathed, biding his time to strike at their branch again. How about this? Qian Gu Yue sighed with relief. Yan Ning, in the past 6 months, how many have perished under the auspices of our Spirit Hall? According to the statistics, we have suffered nearly 1,000 casualties during this period. Yan Ning spoke, as she was not only a messenger for Qian Gu Yue but also led an intelligence team. Ah, you too have heard. Qian Gu Yue lamented, a look of distress upon his face. Nearly 1,000 losses. How about this? I shall forego any demands for gold soul coins, soul bones, or medicinal herbs. Instead, I shall take a small loss. You can select 1,000 young soul masters from your clan. I will oversee the establishment of a new city adjacent to the Spirit City, where those you send may reside. As for their sustenance, our Spirit Hall will cover it. After a millennium or so, I will allow you to visit and reconnect. Let us mend our ties and act as family, shall we? Qian Gu Yue beamed at Tang Zhen. Listening to Qian Gu Yue, it was not only Tang Lai who was enraged. Even the members of the Haian sect behind him wore expressions of fury. Just moments ago, Qian Gu Yue had unleashed his soul power, and everyone, whether from the Spirit Hall or the Haian sect, had heard his words. Unlike the Haian sect, which was consumed by rage, the atmosphere on the Spirit Hall side was considerably more relaxed. Are you courting death? Tang Lai shouted, as the Haian hammer manifested in his hand, 8 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black, materializing around him. Huh. Yan Ning, standing beside Qian Gu Yue, let out a cold snort. In the next moment, an overwhelming surge of soul power erupted, pinning Tang Lai to the ground. The scene unfolded with astonishing rapidity, leaving both parties momentarily stunned. Even Tang Zhen failed to react in time. By the moment he intended to intervene on Tang Lai's behalf, it was already too late. Observing Tang Lai's predicament, the members of Haian sect surged forward, while those from the Spirit Hall also prepared themselves, including the 2 esteemed spirit ring offerings at the front who emerged in readiness. Do not approach. Yan Ning, stand down. Both Qian Gu Yue and Tang Zhen shouted in unison. Upon hearing Qian Gu Yue's command, Yan Ning withdrew his soul power and quietly positioned himself behind her. Meanwhile, The members of Haian Sect halted their advance upon their leader's words, though their martial spirits remained unwithdrawn. Is the sect master dissatisfied with my terms? Qian Gu Yue remarked with a cold smile. It would be strange if he were pleased. It seems our two factions are destined for a true confrontation, Tang Zhen replied with a derisive grin. I wonder if the younger generation possesses even a fraction of the strength of your spirit, Hall's Qian Dao Lu. Rest assured, I shall not disappoint Sect Master Tang. If that is the case, let us meet on the battlefield. Tang Zhen scoffed, then departed with Tang Lai. As for Qian Gu Yue's terms, only a fool would acquiesce to them. Very well, but allow me to make a declaration. Should a conflict arise, it will not be a mere trifling affair, Qian Gu Yue stated with a smile. Subsequently, she returned to the spirit hall alongside Yining. She did not expect Tang Zhen to agree. Although her talents matched those of Tang Chun, Tang Zhen still possessed a sense of integrity and would not betray the interests of his sect. Rest well. In a quarter of an hour, we shall commence our offensive, Qian Gu Yue instructed her companions. As for the justification for their assault, she found no inclination to dwell on such matters. In warfare, as long as the leader is fearless, so too will their subordinates be undaunted. Unbeknownst to Haian Sect, the timing of their attack was imminent. We shall strike swiftly, Qian Gu Yue observed, addressing the members of Spirit Hall. I, along with the two esteemed offerings, will take the lead. Once the time arrives, we will tear through the front defenses of Haian Sect, and the rest will follow. We aim to shatter them from the front, demonstrating just how fragile the reputation of the so-called number one sect truly is, Qian Gu Yue proclaimed to her comrades, determined to showcase the might of the Spirit Hall to the world. Chapter 12. The battle begins. Sect Master Tang, what is the situation? Upon Tang Zhen's return to the hall, Ningfeng Ji and Yu Yuan Zhen inquired eagerly. Although Qian Gu Yue had amplified her voice using soul power, only those present could hear her. Concerned about attracting the attention of Spirit Hall members, they refrained from venturing outside, remaining unaware of the recent events. Tang Zhen took a moment to calm his inner fury before recounting the earlier incident. That young man is exceedingly arrogant. The irritable Yu Yuanzhen was the first to speak, directly demanding 1,000 individuals, all of whom were soul masters from the esteemed Haian Sect. If this were to come to fruition, the Haian Sect would effectively cease to exist. Although there are numerous individuals within the sect, the majority consist of logistical support, outer disciples, and members from affiliated sects. The true lineage is rather sparse. In fact, it seems they do not possess a significant number of individuals. It is worth noting that even our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family comprises merely over 600 core spirit masters. Indeed, the conditions set by the Spirit Hall are utterly unattainable. This is a deliberate affront to the Haian Sect. At this moment, Ning Fengji interjected, Sect Master Tang. His objective appears to be provoking your ire. It is well known that when one becomes enraged, the likelihood of error increases. He cautioned, Tang Chun must not falter. He is one of the few astute individuals within the Haian Sect. Should a catastrophe arise, it would not only spell doom for the Haian Sect, but the phrase the three sects are closely intertwined would also meet its demise. Presently, the younger generation of the Haian Sect comprises a tempestuous group, prone to brawls and devoid of rational thought. Sigh. Tang is well aware of this. Tang Zhen inhaled deeply. The words of Qian Gu Yue were indeed a severe affront to the Haian Sect. However, what troubled Tang Zhen even more was his wayward son, Tang Hao. The trouble he has summoned is immense, and yet he remains elusive. Now, let us deliberate on how to counter the actions of the Spirit Hall. After a moment of silence, Tang Zhen spoke. The foremost priority is to navigate through this calamity. All else can be addressed subsequently. Ning Fengji and his companion nodded in agreement. Suddenly, a resounding explosion echoed, leaving the three esteemed leaders momentarily stunned. Is this an attack? It cannot be. It has barely been a quarter of an hour since Tang Zhen's return. Why is the Spirit Hall launching an assault in such haste? I am not yet prepared. Master, Master. A disciple of the Haian Sect appeared disheveled, resembling someone who had just returned from mining. Master, the Spirit Hall is attacking, the disciple exclaimed as he sprinted forward. Indeed, they have launched an attack. Tang Zhen's expression was one of disbelief, while the other two companions looked equally perturbed. Boom, boom. The sound of explosions echoed once more. Where is the Grand Elder? Upon hearing those detonations, Tang Zhen sprang from his chair, shouting in alarm. The Grand Elder had remained behind as a precaution when Tang Zhen returned. As a super Douluo of the 96th rank, the Grand Elder was the second strongest in the Haian Sect, next to Tang Jin himself. Initially, it was the consensus that the titled Douluos would refrain from engaging at the outset, waiting until the end to strike. However, Qian Gu Yue's side had chosen to charge forth as the vanguard, followed by the various elders, while the Soul Master battalions were reserved for the rear. It is worth noting that the Spirit Hall had dispatched 17 titled Douluos, with only 7 participating in this initial assault, leaving 10 yet to engage. Even a war of attrition could wear us down. Master, the Grand Elder, the disciple who delivered the news hesitated. What is it? Speak quickly. Tang Jun grasped his shoulder, demanding answers. Master, the Spirit Hall launched a sudden assault. That silver-haired individual, alongside 2 titled Douluos, charged directly at the Grand Elder and overwhelmed him. The disciple lamented. He was fortunate to be positioned at the rear of the defense line at the time. In an instant, 2 elders from the Spirit Hall activated their martial souls, and with their soul rings, that silver-haired man rushed towards the Haian Sect. Just as the Grand Elder prepared to shout a warning, he was struck down by the silver-haired figure. Subsequently, 5 more titled Douluos from the Spirit Hall surged forward, totaling 8 in all. Our side had only the Grand Elder remaining as our strongest defense, while the rest were merely soul Douluos. How could we possibly contend against 8 titled Douluos? The entire defensive line collapsed in an instant. It was still under the command of Qian Gu Yue that no attention was paid to the fleeing individual. Otherwise, he would surely not return. Upon hearing the disciple's words, Tang Jin felt a chill run down his spine, recalling the young man below, whose strength now appeared even more formidable. It is important to note that the Grand Elder possesses an impressive soul power of 96 levels, coupled with the weighty characteristics of the Haian hammer. Even a super Douluo at 97 levels could hardly hope to defeat him swiftly. This implies that the opponent was a super Douluo of at least 98 or even 99 levels. This is the Spirit Hall, a formidable and powerful entity. In other factions, possessing a titled Douluo would be considered remarkable, typically remaining stationed in the rear. Yet, the Spirit Hall dares to send forth a super Douluo of level 96 or higher to lead the charge. At that moment, the 3 prominent figures in the hall found themselves at a loss for words. Quickly, everyone, gather at Haian Square. Tang Jin spoke up. At this juncture, it has become impossible to advance to the front lines. The only course of action is to gather everyone in the square. Esteemed sirs, I implore your assistance for the Haian Sect. Tang Jun bowed respectfully to Ning Fengji and his companion. At this juncture, considerations of face and reputation pale in significance. The sole focus must be on the preservation of the sect's legacy. Although a portion of the sect had been discreetly relocated by Tang Hao, the foundation of the Haian Sect remains intact here. Ning Fengji and his companion exchanged glances, both clearly regretting their decision to wade into these murky waters. It appears that the Spirit Hall is resolutely intent on making the Haian Sect pay a steep price. According to the earlier remarks of one disciple, the Spirit Hall has mobilized 7 titled Douluos. Moreover, the silver-haired man exhibits even greater strength, indicating that the Spirit Hall has deployed a formidable super Douluo, potentially at level 98 or even 99, alongside 7 titled Douluos. In stark contrast, their side boasts only a sect master who is a mere 96th level super Douluo, while the Bone Douluo is currently at a mere 93rd level, still not having reached the 95th level as depicted in the original narrative. Yu Yuanjin appears to be at the 95th level. It is also possible that there are hidden titled Douluos within the ranks of the Spirit Hall. How should this be approached? Should one use their head? However, if we refuse, it would be a loss of face for both families. Rest assured, Master Tang. When the time comes, our families will take action. There is no choice. The eyes of the continent are all focused here. If they do not reveal themselves in the forthcoming battle, it would be detrimental to their reputations. For now, Ning Fengji and his companion can only hope that the Spirit Hall does not turn its attention towards them. If they become a target, it would lead to considerable trouble. Thus, we are grateful to both of you. Tang Jun understands their concerns, but it is not the right moment to voice them. After all, the Haian Sect can only rely on these 2 at present. As for the Tiando Empire and the Shurua Empire, the former cannot produce a resolution in the short term. While the relations with the latter are somewhat better, yet the distance from here is simply too great. At this moment, the Douluo Empire's delegation was still en route on horseback. Chapter 13, The Awakening of the System. The scene shifts back to Qian Gu Yue's return to the Spirit Hall. Do you all understand? Qian Gu Yue inquired as he delegated tasks. Bloom, what of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan? Asked Jiang Mo. They are indeed aware of the message sent by the Haian sect requesting assistance, not just from the other two major sects among the top three, but even from the two great empires, to whom they also relayed the message. However, the only ones who have arrived here are Ning Fengji and Douluo from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, along with Yu Yuanjin, the head of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. As for the two great empires, the Heaven Do Empire is still deliberating whether to join, while the Star Luo Empire has clearly expressed its support. However, they are still on their way here. Them? Upon hearing Jiang Mo's words, Qian Gu Yue casually remarked, "There is no need to concern ourselves with them. As long as they witness the strength we bring this time, I believe they will make the right choice." Qian Gu Yue had no intention of engaging with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan at all. At this juncture, dealing with a single sect, the Haian sect has already placed the Spirit Hall at a critical crossroads. Should they confront the other two rival sects, the continent would undoubtedly descend into chaos. While the Spirit Hall remains unperturbed by the issues plaguing the continent, it is the divine beings above that instill genuine fear within them. This time, I shall observe the extent of the divine beings' attention towards the Haian sect. This matter is rather straightforward. One simply needs to remain vigilant for any occurrences that defy logic, as long as the situation does not resemble that of Tang Hao, who, after a cataclysmic event, fought for 3 days and nights only to escape. Then Qian Gu Yue can breathe a sigh of relief. This indicates that the deity cannot possibly be perpetually observing the Haian sect. At the very least, it will not be until the Qian family produces another celestial being that the entire continent will be thrust into a war for unification. The time is not yet ripe. To speak candidly, Qian Gu Yue harbors a profound disdain for situations where others can threaten his life at will. After all, his initial aspirations revolved around marrying several wives, fathering a few robust children, and living a carefree life. This is, indeed, the dream of many men. When unburdened by pressure, one tends to think this way. However, ever since he learned about the fate of his family's Wuhuan palace at the tender age of 6, he has diligently pursued cultivation. For what purpose? Merely to safeguard his own head. After laboriously reaching his current level of cultivation, only to be told that his true enemies are divine beings from the heavens, what utter nonsense. As he progresses further in his training, Qian Gu Yue increasingly senses the sluggish pace of his growth in power. If only the system were still present, he would have fewer worries. This situation is truly outrageous. After depositing him here and revealing the outcome, it simply departed. Is this some sort of game? The more he contemplates this, the greater his resentment swells. At this moment, within a pristine white space, a silver-haired girl observes the screen before her. The figure depicted is none other than Qian Gu Yue. He merely overslept. After all, was that truly worth such ire? The white-haired girl scowls at Qian Gu Yue. Nevertheless, she concedes, for he is her host. With a grand gesture, she waves her hand, signifying her magnanimous decision to forgive him. Let me see. Level 98 already? Quite impressive. In that case, I shall assign you a task. Before her, a contraption resembling a keyboard materializes, followed by a flurry of rapid keystrokes. Completed. She claps her hands, satisfied. In the external world, Qian Gu Yue's eyes glimmer with confusion, which swiftly transforms into elation. Lo and behold, the system has awakened. A blue panel appears before him, visible only to Qian Gu Yue. Task. Due to Tang Hao the Haian sect inflicting significant damage upon the righteous forces of the Wuhuan palace, the host is now engaged in an act of vengeance. Please proceed with urgency. Executor, Qian Gu Yue. Reward, 10 consecutive draws, guaranteed reward, system mall activation. 100,000 points. Are you keeping a watchful eye on me? Qian Gu Yue gazed at the task panel with a faint smile. The promise of guaranteed rewards from 10 consecutive draws was indeed rather enticing. In a past life, she had been somewhat of a lucky charm, achieving significant results with just a few attempts, often yielding multiple high-tier items in a single draw. She scoffed at the thought that her fortune would wane in this new realm. Upon reviewing the tasks, Qian Gu Yue felt an air of confidence with the system's awakening. It was crucial to remember that her adversaries were deities. At present, she was merely a humble mortal. Though her innate talent would eventually lead her to the pinnacle of level 99, the system's assistance would undoubtedly expedite her journey. Since discovering the nature of this world, she understood that her foes were divine beings. Her father had once said that magic must be countered with magic. Similarly, only gods could defeat gods. The powerful entities present nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of Qian Gu Yue's insights. After all, the Spirit Hall had dispatched considerable strength for this operation. As long as the individuals from the two sects were not foolish, they would refrain from intervening. However, should they act rashly, it would pose no concern, for the titled Douluo among them could readily confront such threats. Furthermore, with Qian Gu Yue, a titled Douluo of level 98, as a reliable safeguard, they felt assured. Ah, Bibi Dong. Qian Gu Yue recalled summoning this enigmatic woman and nearly forgot her presence. What is it? Bibi Dong approached, cloaked in her dark robes, evidently unaware of the purpose behind Qian Gu Yue's call. This is for you, Qian Gu Yue remarked as she tossed a scroll in her direction. This is a small contraption I previously created to store soul power, and within it lies a full-force strike of level 98, specifically for Bibi Dong. Regardless of their strained relationship, one cannot simply stand by and watch as Qian Gu Yue allows Bibi Dong to face peril. What is this? Bibi Dong gazed at the object thrown over by Qian Gu Yue. For reasons unknown, she felt a sense of threat emanating from the scroll. Beside her, Qian Jun and Jiang Mo observed Qian Gu Yue bestowing this scroll upon Bibi Dong, and both furrowed their brows slightly. Unlike others, as members of the Hall of Offerings, they were aware of the scroll's significance. However, considering the importance of this item, the Hall of Offerings had refrained from disclosing its existence within the Spirit Hall. Upon witnessing Qian Gu Yue hand over the object to Bibi Dong, they couldn't help but worry about what might happen if this woman were to lose her sanity. Nevertheless, after some contemplation, they acknowledged that Qian Gu Yue possessed countermeasures, thus alleviating their concerns. In the face of danger, Qian Gu Yue succinctly advised to infuse one's soul power into the scroll, cast it away, and flee without looking back. This is his specially crafted item. It can be activated simply by infusing it with soul power. However, other methods may require specific soul power pathways for activation. Of course, there are emergency measures available, involving a particular fluctuation of soul power that can halt its function. He is not concerned about Bibi Dong using it here, as there are numerous ways to counter her. Chapter 14. The Four Great Clans. The Haian clan, nestled among towering mountains, boasts an imposing atmosphere, accentuated by its formidable fortress-like architecture. Regrettably, after today, it will no longer be visible. Qian Gu Yue stands at the forefront of the Spirit Hall's team, gazing at the vast structure of the Haian clan. With his right hand, he positions his index and thumb fingers before the fortress, spreading them apart, then produces a sharp sound from his mouth. The time has come. Qian Gu Yue raises his gaze to the sky. The two offerings may now take action. Subsequently, he charges forward, flanked by the two offerings. Qian Jun and Jiang Mo nod in agreement. Instantly, the martial spirits and soul rings are unleashed. The Panlong staff materializes in his grasp, accompanied by the simultaneous emergence of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black soul rings, which immediately captivate the attention of all present. The Panlong staff is the ancestral martial spirit of the 6th and 7th offerings. Attached to the staff is the Break Evil Dragon, a uniquely extraordinary dragon species, unbound by the dragon god, making it an anomaly among dragons. It is a creature born of the essence of heaven and earth, embodying qualities that render it neither wholly dragon nor entirely devoid of dragon lineage. It possesses the ability to dispel certain evils, regardless of the might of its adversaries. The Break Evil Dragon emanates an indomitable spirit, often enabling its wielder to surpass their inherent capabilities. 7th soul skill, Martial Spirit True Body. Without hesitation, Qian Jun and Jiang Mo unleash their full powers, following closely behind Qian Gu Yue as they surge towards the front line of the Haian clan. This area is primarily occupied by the clan's affiliated sects, with only a few core soul masters present, including the Grand Elder, a soul Douluo, and several soul kings and soul emperors. Following them into the fray are the title Douluo, the ghost Douluo, Bibi Dong, the serpent spear, and the bloodstinger, trailed by the Angel Legion and the Soul Master Legion. The other title Douluo elders remain concealed within the ranks. As the Spirit Hall takes action, the Haian clan, not to be outdone, recognizes the magnitude of such a collective movement. However, upon witnessing Qian Jun and Jiang Mo alongside Qian Gu Yue, the members of the Haian clan are taken aback. Isn't the protocol to let the lower-ranked soul masters go first? Why is the Spirit Hall charging forward with titled Douluos right at the forefront? Are you incapable of handling this? You pathetic fool, can't you keep up? With a distance of approximately 10 miles separating them, this span is but a fleeting moment for Qian Gu Yue and his companions to traverse. Quickly, notify the clan master. The Grand Elder calls out loudly. Subsequently, The martial soul of the Haian sect was summoned, revealing 9 soul rings in the standard configuration of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black. The first, second, third, and fourth soul rings illuminated simultaneously, while the 7th soul ring, representing the true form of Haian, also shone forth. Behind the Grand Elder loomed a colossal black silhouette wielding an enormous hammer. The final 2 soul rings followed suit, igniting in a display of power. With a tragic yet resolute spirit, the Grand Elder charged forward. He understood that halting the onslaught of the Spirit Hall was beyond his capability. However, in that moment, he hoped merely to buy some time. As the Grand Elder surged ahead, the members of the Haian sect quickly regained their composure, with some rushing towards him while others retreated. Qianjun, Jiangma, and Qian Gu Yue observed the advancing Grand Elder. Sharing a glance, Qianjun and Jiangma nodded in unison. With the 8th soul skill, they unleashed Crushing Demon Strike. Following that, the 9th soul skill, Heaven and Earth Strike, was executed. As brothers, one focused on breaking defenses while the other locked in their target for a powerful assault. The clash of 4 titled Douluo determined the outcome in an instant. The Grand Elder's body was mercilessly reduced to fragments. In the face of 2 Super Douluo at level 96 and another at level 98 joining forces, a mere titled Douluo at level 96, had no chance. Moreover, he lacked the capability to self-detonate his soul rings. Had he possessed the secret art of self-detonation, he might have been able to momentarily hinder the trio using the unleashed energy, but alas, he did not command such a technique. This arcane art is formidable, yet its prerequisites are exceedingly rigorous. Apart from Tangshan, the pioneering figure, there are his grandson Tang Hao and the future Tang God King. Presently, within the Haian sect, only the sect master, Tang Zhan, possesses this knowledge. However, his abilities pale in comparison to those of his father and son. Following the demise of the Grand Elder, the 2 offerings did not linger, swiftly collecting the soul bones from the Grand Elder's body before advancing forward. After dealing with the Grand Elder, Qian Gu began to move. As with the Grand Elder's defeat, only Tang Zhan, a level 96, remained within the Haian sect. This defensive line is primarily composed of the affiliated sects of the Haian sect, with the core members residing within. The most accomplished among these individuals is undoubtedly the Soul Douluo, yet they are still unable to withstand the onslaught of the Spirit Hall. To the southwest of the Haian sect lies a city known as the City of 4 Spirits. The renowned single attribute clans of the continent are stationed here. Clans that have mastered a single attribute to its utmost potential. Throughout the continent, there have been 2 predominant sects, the Extreme Path and the Balanced Path. In the northern region, within the borders of the Tiando Empire, the Extreme Path holds the upper hand, while in the southern realm of the Xinglua Empire, the Balanced Path prevails. The 4 Spirit City is a quintessential representative of the Extreme Path, also housing the lesser 4 clans, the Elephant Clan, the Heavenly Water Clan, the Blazing Fire Clan, and the Divine Wind Clan. As the foremost subordinate of the Haian clan, even in the absence of a titled Douluo, Qian Gu Yue still entrusted Yan to lead a contingent there. Qian Gu Yue harbored no desire for the annihilation of these 4 major clans, for each one possesses its unique value. The Strength Clan's blacksmithing trade enjoys considerable demand across the continent. The Yu Clan excels in architectural prowess. Qian Gu Yue intends to renovate the Spirit City, while the Agility Clan, adept at swift information delivery, proves invaluable for courier services. As for the Destruction Clan, they are what Qian Gu Yue covets most, as they possess the art of alchemy, highly sought after throughout the continent, particularly by the noble lords of the 2 empires. To demonstrate his regard for the 4 major clans, Qian Gu Yue explicitly instructed Yan that should they choose to surrender, they may retain their titles, while the troubles from the Haiyan clan would be managed by the Spirit Hall. Upon Yin Ying's arrival with a contingent of Spirit Hall Soul Masters, they soared into the sky, instantly releasing a pressure of level 94. 9 soul rings appeared, 2 yellow, 2 purple, for black, and 1 red. Indeed, Yanning bore a 100,000-year soul ring. Orphaned at a young age, Qian Gu Yue, after awakening his martial soul, was under the care of Yanning, who had just joined the Spirit Hall. If one were to inquire who Qian Gu Yue's closest companion in the Spirit Hall is, it would undoubtedly be Yanning. The 900,000-year soul ring was also a result of Qian Gu Yue's assistance, obtained from a 100,000-year blazing phoenix hunted in the southern volcanoes, culminating in a 100,000-year soul ring and a soul bone, with the greatest reward being the evolution of his martial soul. Previously, it was challenging for Yanning to reach the rank of a titled Douluo. Now, Even becoming a super Douluo is within reach. Chapter 15. The Strength Clan. Titan's departure. You have half an hour. Surrender or perish. Yanning tossed a letter towards a Soul Emperor perched atop the city wall before turning to leave. Although he was not in haste, an early conclusion would allow him to return sooner. The Soul Emperor hastily picked up the letter from the ground and rushed into the city, his face a mask of terror. What had he just witnessed? A red soul ring? All soul masters on the continent are well aware of the significance of the soul rings. The white 10-year soul ring, the yellow 100-year soul ring, the purple 1,000-year soul ring, the black 10,000-year soul ring, and the red 100,000-year soul ring. It is important to note that while there are numerous human soul masters across the continent, only a select few possess the coveted 100,000-year soul ring, each backed by formidable forces. What he did not anticipate was the presence of a soul master with a 100,000-year soul ring within the Spirit Hall. In a conference room within the city, the leaders of the Titan clan, the Yu clan, the Min clan, and the Pa clan gathered in earnest discussion. Additionally, the heads of various smaller families from the city were present. The atmosphere in the conference room was charged with heated debate regarding the Spirit Hall. Some advocated for surrender, while others insisted on a fight to the death, leading to a cacophony of discord among the factions. Esteemed clan leaders, the Spirit Hall has issued their final ultimatum. They will launch a full-scale assault in half an hour. An urgent figure burst into the conference room, instantly silencing the tumultuous assembly. Didn't the Spirit Hall just announce days ago that they intended to mobilize? How can they arrive so soon? And without a moment's respite, they are preparing to attack. Brothers, we are not yet ready. Please, allow us some time to prepare. If they wish to fight, let it be so. We shall all perish together. Titan, known for his fiery temperament, banged the table, his voice resounding through the room. Among those present, if anyone could claim to be more loyal to the Haian sect than Titan, they would be hard-pressed to do so. He often referred to himself as an old servant, a testament to his unwavering loyalty, which is indeed a rare quality. He was the leading advocate for the war faction, consistently rallying for a shared fate with the Haian sect. Old gorilla, please calm yourself, interjected Yang Wudi, seated beside Titan. We all recognize the formidable strength of the Spirit Hall. At this moment, opposing the Spirit Hall might very well lead to the demise of the 4 great clans after today. I said, Old Goat, have you lost your courage? I am the strongest here, and my word is law. None of us will surrender to the Spirit Hall. We shall fight with all our might. Upon hearing Yang Wudi's words, Titan's first thought was whether Old Goat had indeed become timid and was reluctant to support the Haian sect. Old Gorilla, please remain calm. Our families are all in the 4-spirit city. Do you wish to see the entire city laid to waste along with you? Niu Gao interjected. It is important to remember that the entirety of 4-spirit city represents the hard work of their clan. If the city were to be lost in an effort to support the Haian sect, it would be an immeasurable loss. Old Rhinoceros, do you wish to surrender as well? Titan cast a glance at Niu Gao. Old Whitebird, what about you? Tang Zhun, the sect leader, is your brother-in-law. Titan directed his words toward the white crane across from him. When it comes to relations, the Min clan shares the closest ties with the Haian sect, after all. They are bound by marriage. Old Gorilla, we must prioritize the safety of our own kin. White Crane responded to Titan's inquiry. He too wished to support the Haian sect, given their familial connection, but at present, the focus should be on ensuring the continuity of their clan. The 4 great clans have endured for nearly a millennium, and if they were to be extinguished on their watch, they would be deemed traitors. How could they ever face their ancestors again? What is it? Do you all wish to surrender to the Spirit Hall? Titan, having listened to Old Whitebird's words, realized he too did not support the idea of aiding the Haian sect. Regardless of your decisions, my clan, the Li clan, will never yield. As long as I draw breath, the Li clan shall never surrender to the Spirit Hall. We were once a subordinate clan of the Haian sect, we are now, and we shall always be. The Li clan has but one master throughout its existence, and that is the Haian sect. It seems this discussion is futile, Yang Wudi lamented. What? Does the clan leader Yang wish to resort to force? Titan teased. Today, I shall put to the test whether your soul-piercing spear is sharper than my mighty gorilla strength. Heh, I am simply making the prudent choice in these trying times. Yang Wudi chuckled. Unlike Titan and the others, Yang Wudi had previously visited the Spirit Hall and had come to understand its vast power up close. Old gorilla, you truly do not comprehend the might of the Spirit Hall. Yang Wudi, have you already pledged allegiance to the Spirit Hall? Titan exclaimed in fury. He felt that not only was his Li clan the dog of the Haian sect, but in his view, The other three clans were also mere dogs of the Haian sect. None of the clans would ever betray the Haian sect, even if it meant death. It would be for the sake of the Haian sect. I merely wish to protect my clan, he implored. Among the four clans, the Pa clan held the worst relations with the Haian sect, having previously attempted to seize the Pa clan's medicinal formulas on more than one occasion. Old gorilla. There is still a chance. Do not blame me for being unmerciful. Young Wudi's expression turned grim. With a flourish, he summoned the soul-devouring spear, which manifested 9 soul rings. Due to the spear's unique nature, it bore an additional 10,000-year soul ring. Although Yang Wudi was merely a soul Douluo at present, his offensive capabilities were on par with those of a typical title Douluo, exemplified by a certain venerable elder with the surname Dugu. Damn! Exclaimed the elder upon witnessing Yang Wudi's soul ring summoning. Titan, aware that he would inevitably be bested today, transformed, his physique expanding to 3 meters tall. Resembling a mighty Tarzan, the two engaged in fierce combat within the Grand Hall, while Niu Gao and Bai He, observing the fray, found themselves at a loss. Despite Titan's higher soul power, he was momentarily at a disadvantage against Yang Wudi's spear, augmented by its innate soul ring. As the two battled fiercely, Niu Gao quickly activated his martial spirit to separate them. Enough. The spirit hall has yet to arrive. Must you both seek to determine each other's fates here? Are you truly willing to ally with the spirit hall? Confronted by Niu Gao and Bai He, Yang Wudi replied, Old Rhino, our bond is strong. And you know my brother-in-law is the lord of the Haian sect. Let us unite. With our 3 clans and the Haian sect's explosive ring techniques, we can surely repel the spirit hall. Upon witnessing Yang Wudi's stance, Titan realized he could not sway him and redirected his focus to his other 2 brothers. However, upon hearing Titan's words, both men turned their faces away. Very well, if you choose not to act, then I shall take action on behalf of the Strength clan. Titan declared, his voice rising in indignation. As he perceived his old friend's betrayal, a chill of dismay gripped his heart. Where are the warriors of the Strength clan? Stand with me to support the Haian sect. Sons of the Strength clan, follow me. Titan called out. Yet, no one responded. Everyone was of age. It was time to face reality. Despite the Haian sect's might, all were aware that the spirit hall remained the continent's foremost power, its prior silence having led the world to forget its formidable presence. What do you mean by this? Titan's fury escalated as he received no reply. Teddy, do you wish to betray the Haian sect as well? Teddy, Titan's cousin and the second-in-command of the family, responded coldly. Cousin, we merely desire to survive. Indeed. If you seek death, do not drag us with you, Tylee added. We do not wish to share the fate of the Haian sect. Chief, if you wish to face death, no one will stop you, but do not involve us. You. Titan trembled with rage, blood surging forth from his mouth. Very well, this is splendid. Subsequently, Titan returned to his clan and summoned the members for a fervent speech that stirred their spirits, igniting a sense of righteous indignation among them. Yet, when the notion of sacrificing themselves arose, no one stepped forward, save for those from his own lineage. Ultimately, Titan led this group to the Haian sect, embarking on what could only be described as a march toward death. Yang Wudi did not intervene. Half an hour later, under Yang Wudi's leadership, the city of the 4 spirits surrendered to the spirit hall. With this, the most formidable arm of the Haian sect was eradicated. Chapter 16. Ascending to the Haian sect since the offensive initiated by Qian Gu Yue and her 2 attendants began. The forces of the spirit hall followed closely behind the attendants and elders, rapidly advancing toward the Grand Hall of the Haian sect. Along the way, they encountered resistance, however. Qian Gu Yue paid no heed to those fleeing, deeming them a dispirited lot unworthy of concern. If they wished to escape, they could, as long as they did not obstruct the path of the assault. Once the members of the Haian sect realized that those who did not resist or impede their advance were spared, some chose to lay down their arms. The actions of one emboldened others to follow suit, and soon, the forces of the spirit hall faced no further opposition. Upon reaching the mountain peak, they marveled at how effortlessly this battle unfolded. It is essential to understand that irrespective of the quality of equipment or supplies, morale is paramount on the battlefield. The spirit hall had executed their Grand Elder, a formidable figure at level 96, before everyone's eyes. Following this, 5 titled Douluo surged forth, unleashing their martial spirits and the most potent 8th and 9th soul skills directly in the faces of their adversaries. A cacophony of warriors followed, charging upward, while numerous soul masters unleashed ranged attacks from above. With the demise of the Grand Elder, the entire defensive line fell into disarray, and the Spirit Hall showed no intent to slay those who did not resist. Consequently, the resistance from the Haian sect dwindled significantly. After all, a poor existence is preferable to a glorious death. Why choose death when the world still holds countless wonders yet to be experienced? Thus, if anyone desired to embrace death, they were free to do so. As for the rest, survival remained the priority. The defensive line of the Haian sect consisted primarily of disciples from affiliated sects, whose capabilities were lacking. For them, whether it was the Spirit Hall or the Haian sect, as long as they could continue living, they would adhere to whichever faction ensured their survival. The loyalty of these individuals to the Haian sect pales in comparison to that of the old slave from Titan. The moment one surrenders, it is akin to a cascade of capitulations. Only when the battle reached the defenses of the Haian sect did the Spirit Hall encounter any resistance. Yet, even that was fleeting, as the Spirit Hall's forces merely experienced a brief delay in their advance. After all, taking lives requires time, and it was not long before the situation reverted to its previous state. With 7 or 8 titled Douluos charging forth, the psychological demands were exceedingly high. Yet it was evident that these individuals were lacking in fortitude. However, this reaction is not surprising. After all, how often does one face titled Douluos head-on? The disciples stationed at the rear, who had initially intended to bide their time, were left utterly dumbfounded. Wasn't the speed of the Spirit Hall's advance astonishing? Moreover, it appeared they had not diminished in number at all. Upon reaching the Haian sect's side, the original 5 elders withdrew, allowing their counterparts from the team to take their place. As for Qian Gu Yue, after vanquishing the Grand Elder, he leisurely followed behind the group. As the leader, one must maintain an air of dignity. The initial act of slaying the opposing Grand Elder was intended to demoralize the enemy while simultaneously bolstering the morale of his own side, creating a balance of psychological warfare. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Tang Jun was infuriated. Outside, Qian Jun and Jiang Mo were mercilessly slaughtering the disciples of the Haian sect. Tang Jun recognized them. These individuals were all wielders of the Haotian hammer, with the weakest among them being soul kings, constituting the backbone of the sect. They fell like wheat before the scythe. Upon hearing Tang Jun's voice, Qian Jun and Jiang Mo ceased their assault. This time, the main stage belongs to Qian Gu Yue. Moreover, they have aged. This stage should indeed be reserved for the youth. As soon as Qian Jun and Jiang Mo ceased their actions, the members of the Haotian sect hurriedly dashed towards Tang Jun. In no time, they had gathered behind him. Aside from the deceased Grand Elder and the Third Elder, who was stationed at the rear to safeguard against ambushes, all other members of the Haian sect were present. Beside Tang Jun stood the Second Elder and his son, Tang Xiao, who had just returned. Indeed, Tang Xiao had hurried back after arranging for a portion of the clan members. To be honest, he could not bring himself to abandon his father and the sect. Meanwhile, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan remained in the hall, exchanging bewildered glances. The arrival of Qian Jun and Jiang Mo did not escape their notice, especially amidst the cacophony of battle cries outside. Within the hall, Douluo and Yu Yuanjin exchanged glances, clearly aware of the formidable strength of the 2 newcomers. Uncle, is the situation dire? Ning Fengji inquired, sensing their cautious demeanor, realizing that the incoming individuals were formidable. After all, one was at the 94th rank and the other at the 95th. Such a display could only be warranted by a super Douluo of the 96th rank or above. Fengji, the Haotian sect faces grave troubles this time. Douluo replied with a bitter smile. In just this brief moment, 5 more titled Douluo from the Spirit Hall had arrived, making for a total of 7 at the square, and it remained uncertain if more were on the way. Douluo conveyed his observations to Ning Fengji, who appeared incredulous. While he was aware that a considerable number of titled Douluo were dispatched by the Spirit Hall, he had not anticipated such an overwhelming presence. Yu Yuanjin, standing nearby, could only nod in resigned agreement, recognizing that this matter could not end amicably. As time passed, the Second Elder of the Haian sect also arrived at the scene. At this moment, the members of the Spirit Hall had also arrived in considerable numbers. Tang Zhongshu, we meet again. Qian Gu Yue stepped forward from the crowd and greeted Tang Jun. What exactly does your Spirit Hall intend to do? Tang Zhongshu, do you truly need to ask? Qian Gu Yue replied with a cold smile. Are you unaware of our motives? Look at the members of the Haotian sect before you, all displaying expressions of outrage, their eyes red and breathing heavily as they glare at me. Qian Gu Yue smirked disdainfully. I have stated clearly, If you hand over Tang Hao and compensate for the losses incurred by our spirit hall, I shall immediately take my people back to the spirit hall and guarantee that we will not resort to violence. Do not regard me with such expressions. Had it not been for your Tang Hao destroying our branch and killing our pope, we would not have come here. After all, our two sects previously maintained a decent relationship. Thus, if there is to be hatred, let it be directed at Tang Hao. Were it not for him, your families and loved ones would not have met such a fate. Reflect carefully who is truly at fault in this matter. Who brought about such calamity? Who was absent when the sect faced peril? Qian Gu Yue's voice, laced with manipulation, echoed in the ears of the Haian sect members. Although the members of the Haian sect harbored deep-seated resentment towards the spirit hall for the loss of their families and friends, many of whom were once companions now reduced to cold corpses, their anger was palpable. After this, finding someone for indulgence became impossible. It is Tang Hao. Yes, it is indeed Tang Hao. If he had not brutally slain the Pope of the Spirit Hall and obliterated the branch of the Spirit Hall, afterward disappearing into hiding alone, our sect would not have faced such an onslaught from the Spirit Hall. We have received no news whatsoever, not a shred of assistance, nor even a whisper of communication. Chapter 17. Qian Gu Yue. You may choose life, but you may also choose dignity. Having caused such a great calamity outside, it is unjust that our sect bears the brunt of it, and that your family must suffer the repercussions for your misdeeds. Tang Hao. Why should it be so? Why should our families have to atone for the troubles you, Tang Hao, have wrought? Why is this so? Is it because you have a good father? Listening to the beguiling voice of Qian Gu Yue, some members of the Haian sect have already begun to harbor resentment towards Tang Hao, and even their gazes towards sect master Tang Zhen have shifted. The loved ones of these individuals have all perished, all due to Tang Hao's misdeeds. Tang Zhen has also become aware of this situation. If it continues in this manner, their Haian sect might as well surrender outright. Come to your senses. Do not be swayed by his deceit. Tang Zhen's voice, imbued with soul power, resonated in the ears of the gathered crowd. Do not forget, your families also fell victim to the hands of the Spirit Hall. You must seek vengeance. If your loved ones knew you were capitulating to those who took their lives, they would surely deem you a disgrace. Tang Zhen's words echoed throughout the square. He understood that Qian Gu Yue was manipulating the situation using his son Tang Hao, and thus, he too could leverage the memory of those who had perished at the hands of the Spirit Hall to incite the crowd. At this moment, it becomes evident whose words hold sway. At this moment, upon hearing the words of their leader, Tang Zhen, the members of the Haian sect gradually came to their senses, each feeling an overwhelming sense of shame. They had just questioned their own leader and had almost succumbed to surrendering to the enemy, the Spirit Hall. This is a disgrace. A lifelong humiliation indeed. This individual seeks to incite discord among them, reveling in their self-inflicted chaos, relishing the spectacle of their so-called supreme sect's folly. How insidious. A wretched scoundrel. You cannot play this game. Observing the renewed determination of the disciples of Haiyan sect, Qian Gu Yue's lips curled slightly. She had anticipated a tragicomic display of mutual destruction, yet alas, it seems that will not come to pass. However, when did she develop such inclinations? How peculiar. Surely, she could not possess such tendencies deep within her soul, could she? No, that cannot be the case. Qian Gu Yue, upon entertaining this thought, swiftly quelled it. After all, she was a person of higher education. How could such notions even cross her mind? She merely appreciates the allure of a silver-haired woman. This cannot be deemed perverse. After all, there have been predecessors in her past life who harbored affections for snakes and specters. In comparison, her preferences are trivial. Oh, it must be the stress accumulated during this demanding period. It appears that a respite upon her return is in order. Allow me to reiterate, should you surrender Tang Hao and compensate my Spirit Hall, we shall depart immediately. Qian Gu Yue asserted. Reflect upon your families. Are they truly willing to atone for Tang Hao's sake? Everyone possesses loved ones. Do not make decisions you will regret. Qian Gu Yue's eyes darted as she shifted her tone, urging them to contemplate. After your demise, your brothers may exploit your kindness, squandering your hard-earned wealth, sleeping with your wives, and raising your children. Consider this carefully. Is this the life you desire? Initially filled with fervor and indignation, the disciples of Haiyan sect found their anger dissipating upon hearing these words. Though the speaker's rhetoric was crass, it bore a semblance of truth. The wealth they toiled for, the wives they married, the children they nurtured, only for their brothers to reap the benefits after their demise, all while wearing the proverbial cap of forgiveness. This is intolerable. A man must not endure such indignities. At this moment, The members of the Haian sect gazed at their previously inseparable brother, finding something amiss. It seemed that he bore an uncanny resemblance to their own child. Recall the times when they had entrusted their wife to his care during their absences? Could it be that the two had truly formed a bond? Would that not place upon his head a most unseemly cap of forgiveness? How could the spirit hall have produced such a disgraceful individual? Tang Zhen was now filled with indignation. Qian Gu Yue's words had struck home with an undeniable impact. How scathing this individual is! Although this matter is not an obscure one within the realm of soul masters, it is still a prevalent occurrence among prominent families. After all, for a lineage to endure through time, the inheritance of the family's martial soul holds paramount importance. Such circumstances are, indeed, quite commonplace. This occurrence is most prevalent among the nobility of the Tiando Empire, where some aristocrats even exchange concubines. However, it is indeed the first time someone has openly spoken such words on the battlefield, while it was something everyone was aware of. Your bold proclamation has delivered a staggering impact. It is fortunate that no one has resorted to violence on the spot. I shall reiterate, there exists but this singular choice. You may opt for life or, indeed, for dignity. Qian Gu Yue coldly remarked to the members of the Haian sect across from him. Truly, one cannot underestimate the eloquence of the esteemed Principal Anha from the writings of the old rogue from Jiangnan. This was uttered shortly after the conclusion of the Second War of Long San-Air. When the old principal arrived in the island nation alongside the navy of the beautiful country, addressing the mixed-blood populace here. Oh, my lovely area. Everyone, regain your composure and disregard his words. Tang Zhen bellowed. Should this continue, he would be driven to the brink of madness. The spirit hall. Even in the absence of Tang Hao from the sect, I would never surrender him. Today, allow me to proclaim to the world that our Haian sect is not to be trifled with. Sons of the Haian sect, follow me into battle. Tang Zhen shouted, summoning the Haotian hammer and charging ahead. Tang Xiao and several elders followed suit, rushing forward alongside him. Observing the approaching members of the Haotian sect, Qian Gu Yue chuckled softly. The members of the spirit hall remained motionless behind him, as Qian Gu Yue stood alone at the forefront of the ranks. The elder had instructed him to showcase the might of the spirit hall and the reputation of the Qian family to remind the world that the Qian family still holds sway. The Haotian sect truly lives up to its title as the foremost sect in the realm. Although they had been somewhat affected by Qian Gu Yue's earlier remarks, they surged forward under the leadership of Sect Master Tang Zhen. Icebound. A chilling voice resonated. With a crack, numerous ice sculptures resembling human forms emerged in the square. Each detail of their facial features, even the eyelashes, rendered distinctly clear within the icy confines. The icy confinement not only immobilized their physical martial souls but also ensnared their soul rings in a frigid grip. Qian Gu Yue's martial soul, a mutated six-winged angel, had transitioned from its original fiery attribute to an icy one. Aside from this elemental transformation, everything else remained unchanged. Although the explosive fury of flames was absent, Qian Gu Yue's control over her abilities was undoubtedly unparalleled, if not second to none. Her prowess in close combat was equally commendable. Chapter 18. Qian Gu Yue, strive with all your might. Struggle onward. As Tang Zhen pressed forward, the ominous crack echoed in his ears, sending a chill down his spine. A foreboding sensation washed over him. Another crack resounded, and what had just been encased in ice disintegrated into powder, departing in a serene manner, devoid of pain or struggle. Upon probing with his spiritual energy, Tang Zhen nearly choked on his own blood. Everything was gone, utterly annihilated. The martial soul hall. Tang Zhen's eyes blazed with rage, for the fate of what his father entrusted to him was now at stake. He witnessed the lower-ranked soul masters behind him being completely encased in ice, their soul rings frozen as well. As for the higher-ranked soul masters, they were entirely eliminated, none remained. Even if the Haotian clan survived this calamity, they would be left in utter decline. A super Douluo of the ice attribute. Why had he never heard of such a young prodigy before? Tang Zhen was perplexed. Yet this was not the time for contemplation. The Haian clan had no path of retreat, and he refused to let it perish under his watch. Observing Qian Gu Yue, a master of control abilities, he felt confident in his close combat skills. He was certain he could best her. After all, the Haotian hammer had never faltered in that regard. As he approached Qian Gu Yue, he simultaneously began to unleash the chaotic cloak hammer technique, while the first 5 soul rings around him gleamed to life. This is a technique that harnesses strength through the art of leverage, allowing one blow to surpass another. Ultimately, the final 99 strikes, combined with the inherent weight of the Haian hammer, are few on this continent that can withstand such a formidable martial soul. In truth, whether it is the Haian sect's secret art of explosive rings or the chaotic wind hammer method, both were elevated to new heights by Tang Chun. In this regard, Qian Gu Yue holds a measure of admiration for him, as he has brought a top-tier martial soul to stand on par with the six-winged angel martial soul of the Qian family. The so-called #1 weapon martial soul title was also claimed by Tang Chun. Previously, the Haiyan hammer had only garnered some fame on the continent until the emergence of such a remarkable individual as Tang Chun. This indicates that it is not the Haiyan hammer that is powerful, but rather Tang Chun himself, akin to the six-winged angel of their family. In the past, Qian Xuanji possessed a low innate soul power, yet his daughter, Qian Renxue, achieved an innate level of 20, equal to that of Qian Gu Yue. This illustrates that an individual's cultivation talent is not heavily reliant on their martial soul. It primarily hinges upon the individual themselves. The most notorious example on the continent is the farcical case of Yu Deshur from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. In the eyes of many, he is merely a waste, having awakened a pig-like martial soul, possessing only a meager half-level of soul power. However, according to the intelligence previously gathered by Qian Gu Yue, it was not the martial soul that hindered Deshur, but rather Deshur himself who burdened the martial soul. While most individuals are hindered by their martial souls, in the case of Yu Deshur, it became the opposite. Indeed, the world is vast and full of wonders. Originally, the martial soul was evolving towards the noble dragon species of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, the Golden Saint Dragon, but a problem arose with Yu Deshur. Perhaps he was simply unworthy of such a top-tier martial soul, leading to a failure in evolution. He is now stuck in a pig-like form, forever unable to surpass the 30th level. The major forces on the continent, particularly the Martial Soul Hall, have conducted extensive research on renowned martial soul techniques. This is especially true for the Haian sect. The explosive rings have been previously mentioned. They possess great power but come with high requirements, with few individuals within a sect capable of mastering them. At least, in the current Haian sect, aside from the missing Tang Chun and the reclusive Tang Hao, only the sect leader, Tang Zhen, has the ability to wield them. As for the chaotic wind hammer method, well, the Martial Soul Hall has deemed it largely ineffective. Indeed, it is rather lacking in utility. This entity, if one were to assert its strength, is indeed formidable. Each time it draws upon its previous power, it can continuously amass strength as long as one possesses a high level of physical fitness. However, the drawbacks are quite apparent. Should one identify its next point of leverage and strike directly at it, the adversary must choose whether to endure the blow or concede. If they choose to concede, all previously accumulated power will be lost, necessitating a return to square one, and they may even suffer a backlash. As Tang Zhen charged forward, Qian Gu Yue, though capable of interrupting him, chose to wait until he had fully accumulated his strength. If it were too feeble, it would not serve as a deterrent. Qian Gu Yue's mental acuity detected 3 distinct presences within the main hall. One aura belonged to a peak soul saint, while the other 2 exuded a chilling and domineering essence. It was highly likely that these 3 individuals were affiliated with the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect in the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family. Qian Gu Yue was certain that the arrivals were Ning Fengji and Bon Douluo from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect, alongside the clan leader Yu Yuanjin from the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family. Although Qian Gu Yue had never laid eyes upon the 3, the current circumstances made it relatively easy to deduce their identities. Today, he aimed to set an example, the chicken being Tang Zhen of the Haian sect, and the monkeys being those from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect and Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family. Once this matter concluded, both families would enjoy a period of tranquility. Although the Spirit Hall was not intimidated by the potential alliance of the 2 families, or even a third, the upper 3 sects had their own reasons for existence. In the absence of absolute strength and certainty, it was prudent to maintain the status quo. As the impending conflict approached, Qian Gu Yue instructed the members of the Spirit Hall behind him to find a secure vantage point. He was determined to exert his full strength. Having not engaged in combat for quite some time, he could not afford to become rusty. "Come at me with all you've got," Tang Zhen bellowed, bringing his weapon down upon Qian Gu Yue's head. The intense pressure from his strike caused the ground beneath Qian Gu Yue to sink. With a thunderous roar, a cloud of dust enveloped the area where Qian Gu Yue had just stood. However, according to the theory of smoke without injury, Tang Zhen's blow proved to be utterly ineffective. As the dust settled, a massive crater appeared on the ground, yet there was no sign of Qian Gu Yue. Huh. No wonder it's the Haian hammer. Its weight is indeed extraordinary. Qian Gu Yue's voice echoed from above. Observing the enormous pit left behind, he was a genius. But that did not imply a lack of cunning. If he could evade the attack, why would he choose to withstand it? Now, it is my turn to perform. Struggle with all your might. Behind Qian Gu Yue, a veil of white mist materialized, within which lay an indistinct silhouette. As this ethereal mist emerged, snowflakes began to drift through the air, and the temperature gradually descended. Although all present were soul masters, the chill in the atmosphere was unmistakable. With the manifestation of the martial spirit, Qian Gu Yue's soul rings subsequently revealed themselves. Yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red, red, red. 9 soul rings, extraordinary in their configuration, appeared in the arena. At this moment, Qian Gu Yue became the focal point of the entire assembly. It is important to note that the conventional soul ring configuration on the continent consists of yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. Some individuals even possess a white 10-year soul ring as their first. The emergence of Qian Gu Yue's soul rings sent shockwaves throughout the venue. Not only were the members of the Haian sect astonished, but even those from the Spirit Hall were equally taken aback. While they could envision a 90,000-year soul ring, witnessing someone like Qian Gu Yue directly possessing a 100,000-year soul ring as their 7th was an unprecedented occurrence. Is this still a human being? Why is it that everyone is a soul master, yet you stand out so remarkably? With 3 soul rings of 100,000 years. It implies that Qian Gu Mo possesses at least 3 soul bones, each one of 100,000 years. The Spirit Hall, after their initial astonishment, erupted into unbridled joy. For this individual belonged to their ranks. Previously, there had been some murmurs within the Spirit Hall due to the recent events surrounding the Pope. But once the news of today's triumph circulates, those whispers will swiftly vanish, replaced by an unprecedented unity within the Spirit Hall. In stark contrast, the Haian sect finds itself engulfed in despair at this moment. This is truly a monstrosity. The coveted 100,000-year soul rings, which the common man may never behold in their lifetime, are overshadowed even by the soul ring configuration of their venerable master Tang Chun. While Tang Chun possesses but a single 100,000-year soul ring, Qian Gu Yue boasts 3. And both the Grand Offering and the Second Offering at her side also hold a 100,000-year soul ring. What can we possibly contend with? Shall we simply concede? Might we not fight any longer? I concede that my previous tone may have been somewhat elevated. Chapter 19. Qian Gu Yue, come. Allow me to grant you a dignified farewell. Here you go, Master Tang. I shall bestow upon you a fitting adieu. 3 pairs of wings, composed of ice crystals, unfurl behind Qian Gu Yue. The 3rd purple soul ring beneath her feet illuminates, and an ice sword, forged from crystallized ice, materializes in her right hand. The 3rd soul skill, Ice Crystal Sacred Sword. This weapon, conjured by consuming one's own soul power, possesses attack power and durability that rivals even some of the more advanced sword-type martial souls. It is essential to acknowledge that, within the myriad martial souls of the continent, the resultant soul skills are equally diverse. However, soul skills capable of manifesting as weapons are indeed rare. Currently, the only known instance on the continent is the 6-winged angel martial soul of the Qian family from the Spirit Hall, which can acquire such soul skills during the absorption of soul rings. Another example is the long spear crafted from the collective power of the Blue Silvergrass clan, the progeny of the future divine King Tang. Such a soul skill is akin to wielding an additional weapon in a confrontation, a distinct advantage over one's opponent. Indeed, as the saying goes, an inch longer, an inch stronger. There is merit in having a longer reach. Gazing at the still unengaged Qian Gu Yue hovering above, Tang Jun found himself engulfed in contemplation, filled with regret for his past decisions. Why did he not eliminate Tang Hao at the time of his birth? You, my son, have truly brought me to the brink of despair. Originally, the demise of a single pope was manageable, but now, with the death of one, the Spirit Hall has unleashed a monstrous figure. You are indeed a paragon of filial piety. There was no need for Tang Jun to glance back. Few dared to challenge the current Haian sect. When the disparity in strength was not significant, his impassioned proclamations held some weight, and everyone fought with fervor. But now? 300,000 years of soul rings. How can one possibly confront such an adversary? Pray tell, how shall we engage? Fengji, should we not have come? Inside the grand hall, Douluo wore a wry smile as he regarded Ning Fengji, who mirrored his expression of dismay. They had initially believed that with the might of the upper three sects, they could compel the spirit hall to retreat. Yet, it seemed that securing a safe exit would not be an easy feat. They had thought the mobilization of 2 elders from the spirit hall indicated their seriousness towards the Haian sect. But now, a super Douluo of level 98 has emerged. How can one possibly contend with that? The configuration of soul rings is exceedingly formidable upon reaching the titled Douluo realm. The challenges only intensify. Although the gap between levels 96 and 98 may appear nominal, the disparity in soul power is exponentially greater. It is akin to a parent effortlessly overpowering a child. This is not the latter stage, at the level of the 98th rank. The mindset of the golden crocodile has already shattered. Very well, it is time for Tang to experience the prowess of a 98th ranked titled Douluo. In the face of Qian Gu Yue's soul power fluctuations, Tang Zhen laughed heartily. He was acutely aware of his inevitable defeat. Even the use of the self-destructive ring would not alter the outcome. While the explosive power of the ring is formidable, it imposes a tremendous burden on the body. After employing such a technique, one must resolve matters swiftly. Either the opponent ascends or one meets their own demise. However, to concede is out of the question. Even in the face of certain death, Tang Zhen felt compelled to act, not for himself, but for the sake of his son and the members of his sect. The spirit hall has come seeking Tang Hao, yet Tang Hao is not present, and even if he were, Tang Zhen would never surrender him. For he is Tang Hao's father. Since the calamity originated from his son, it is only fitting that he, as a father, atone for it. Tang Zhen hoped that his demise could quell the wrath of the spirit hall, allowing his kin to survive. Father, Xiao, do not forget my words. Tang Zhen did not glance back at Tang Xiao. He then soared into the sky. They could not engage in battle here, otherwise few would remain alive to tell the tale. As for the 7 treasures, Glazed Tile School, and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, Tang Zhen no longer placed any hope in them. Even if they joined forces, they would stand no chance against the Spirit Hall. Yet, it would be a lie to claim that Tang Zhen harbored no resentment towards them. Just moments ago, they had been reveling together, sharing drinks, and almost indulging in debauchery. Now, they have vanished without a trace. This brother has reached such a point that it can only be described as a rather superficial brotherhood. Indeed, the leader of the Tang sect far surpasses your cowardly son. As Tang Zhen charged forward, Qian Gu Yue smiled, complimenting Tang Zhen while also taking a jab at Tang Hao. Before both departed from the scene, Fengji, who do you think will emerge victorious? At that moment, the Bon Douluo in the hall inquired. After all, we cannot escape. So engaging in conversation here is still quite agreeable. It's hard to say. Ning Fengji sighed and shook his head. One is a titled Douluo of level 98, while the other is the 96th level Tang Zhen. Judging solely by their ranks, isn't the one from the Spirit Hall destined to win? Yet, doesn't the Haian sect possess the explosive ring secret technique? Yu Yuanzhen interjected eagerly. But even so, does the Spirit Hall have no secret techniques of their own? Bon Douluo countered. After all, the Spirit Hall has existed for an exceedingly long time. Moreover, even if the explosive ring technique is employed, it can only temporarily elevate the Tang leader to an appearance of level 98, and the duration of its effect is regrettably brief, Ning Fengji added, shaking his head. The three engaged in a back-and-forth discussion, ultimately concluding that it seemed unlikely for Tang Zhen to emerge victorious. Now, let us turn our attention to our future stance towards the Spirit Hall, Ning Fengji suggested. Though reluctant to admit it, the reality remains as such. At this moment, even the typically irritable Yu Yuanzhen found solace in silence. At this juncture, it would be prudent to refrain from confronting the Spirit Hall. What if the Spirit Hall were to inadvertently bring ruin upon itself? What would become of our substantial family fortune then? Master Ning, my mind does not race as swiftly as yours. Pray, enlighten me on how our 2 families should proceed from here, Yu Yuanzhen interjected, his thoughts in disarray. After all, they still possess an immense estate to safeguard. Ning Fengji found himself equally troubled. The individuals from the Spirit Hall are completely unfamiliar to them. They have never even heard of them. It is truly a perplexing situation. I believe the Spirit Hall will refrain from taking action against us, as they cannot afford the consequences. Ning Fengji furrowed his brow and spoke. Eliminating the Haian sect is already a significant endeavor. If they were to annihilate both of our factions, the Spirit Hall would be unable to bear such a cost. As for any inquiries from the Spirit Hall afterward, they can simply compensate us with money or some other form of restitution. As long as the spirit hall does not target us, everything will be fine. Ning Fengji understood one essential truth. Matters that can be resolved with money are not truly problematic. The seven treasure glazed tile sect may lack many things, but financial resources are not among them. Beside him, Yu Yuanjin nodded, equally troubled. He recognized that matters solvable by wealth are indeed trivial. However, there lies a dilemma. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan does not possess the same financial means as the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. In fact, among the continent's wealthiest sects, the combined wealth of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan and the Haian sect pales in comparison to that of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. As for soul bones, that is not feasible. One must acknowledge the significance of soul bones to soul masters, and their clan possesses very few, with neither wealth nor soul bones to offer. What recourse do they have? Perhaps they should consider offering women? It is said that dragons have certain proclivities, and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan not only possesses numerous women, but also of high quality. Perhaps presenting women would suffice. In the Grand Hall, both factions pondered how to evade the Spirit Hall's reckoning. Outside, in the skies above the Haian sect, two figures lingered aloft. Truly, heroes emerge in youth. Tangjin mused as he observed the youthful visage of Qian Gu Yue. He recognized that Qian Gu Yue was indeed younger, at least compared to his own prideful son, Tang Hao. The Spirit Hall is commendable. They are truly a reservoir of talent. Subsequently, Tangjin's expression turned grave as he declared, I am Tangjin, the sect master of the Haian sect, wielding the Haian hammer at level 96. I seek your guidance. This is the designation among soul masters on the mainland, utilized in competitive arenas and during the grand contests between sections. While it may seem trivial for lower-ranked soul masters, it holds significant importance for individuals of stature such as ourselves, and thus, a formal introduction is warranted prior to combat. Spirit Hall, Qian Gu Yue. Possessing the six-winged Ice Angel Spirit, level 98, I humbly seek your guidance. Qian? Is she a member of the Qian family? Tangjin furrowed his brow, taken aback by the exceptional heir of the Qian lineage. Had it not been for his son Tang Hao's recent troubles, this young talent might have remained an obscure figure within the Spirit Hall. Moreover, it appeared that this individual's martial spirit was not the six-winged angel after all. Could it be that divine martial spirits are subject to mutations? Tangjin was aware that the Qian family's martial spirit in the Spirit Hall was indeed a divine-level spirit, akin to that of the High Priest from Sea God Island overseas. However, today he intended to test the prowess of a divine martial spirit. In an instant, the first four soul rings on Tangjin's body illuminated. The next moment, he charged towards Qian Gu Yue. Although titled Douluos can traverse the skies, such ability relies on soul power for support. In contrast, Qian Gu Yue could naturally take flight. Furthermore, her soul power level surpassed his, indicating that a battle of attrition would inevitably lead to his defeat. Consequently, Tangjin resolved to conclude this engagement swiftly. As he advanced, Tangjin's fifth soul ring also began to shine. Observing Tangjin's approach, the first three soul rings on Qian Gu Yue instantly glimmered to life. In the blink of an eye, she transformed into a streak of white light, hurtling towards Tangjin. The six-winged angel spirit inherently possessed a speed advantage. And with the enhancement of her first two soul skills, although Qian Gu Yue initiated her movement later, her velocity surpassed that of Tangjin. And this was without her exerting her full strength. Otherwise, her speed would have been even more formidable. As the saying goes, in the realm of martial arts, speed is paramount. How swift! Witnessing Qian Gu Yue's approach, Tangjin's eyes narrowed. This velocity, sixth soul skill, Haiyan Guardian. Tangjin's sixth soul skill activated, conjuring a shadow of the Haiyan sect to envelop him in a black barrier. The Haiyan 9 absolute shocks were derived from the 9 techniques of force application associated with the Haiyan hammer of the Haiyan sect. This is the true essence of the Haiyan supreme technique, incomparable to the trivial and ineffective wind hammer method. In contrast to the wind hammer method, the 9 supreme techniques of Haiyan serve as effective close-quarters combat maneuvers. These 9 techniques are named Void, Seal, Penetrate, Permeate, Entangle, Shock, Shatter, Halt, and Collapse. Qian Gu thrust his sword sharply forward, striking the Haiyan hammer wielded by Tangjin. The sword tip made contact with the hammer's surface, producing a crisp sound as the two met. Qian Gu Yue distinctly felt a tremendous backlash emanating from the tip of his sword. Sensing this force, he furrowed his brow, but it was of little concern to him. After all, Qian Gu Yue had absorbed 3 soul rings, each over 100,000 years. and his ninth soul ring was a divine gift of 200,000 years. In terms of physical prowess, he surpassed Qian Douluo, and moreover, his soul power level was significantly higher than that of Tang Zhen. The backlash was effortlessly countered by Qian Gu Yue's formidable physical constitution. Tang Zhen, on the opposite end, was taken aback. He recognized Qian Gu Yue's impressive physical capabilities, yet to neutralize the backlash so effortlessly was indeed formidable. After blocking Tang Zhen's hammer strike, Qian Gu Yue's left hand curled into a claw. In an instant, a small icy whirlwind materialized within his grasp. He thrust his left hand forward with great force, simultaneously conjuring ice spikes around Tang Zhen using his ice attribute. Upon completion, Qian Gu Yue swiftly retreated. In the next moment, the ice spikes surrounding Tang Zhen erupted explosively. Unfazed by the surrounding detonations of ice spikes, Tang Zhen immediately detonated his first 4 soul rings, allowing the tremendous soul power released from them to surge into his body. Supported by this immense soul power, the Haian 9 Supreme techniques unleashed a level of power far exceeding that of the previous attack. The explosive ring technique of the Haian Sect is quite remarkable. Not far away, Qian Gu Yue sensed the energy fluctuations following Tang Zhen's recent explosion. I must devise a method to bring him over. Haiyan's 9 extremities, seal. Haiyan's 9 extremities, collapse. Emerging from the explosion, Tang Zhen unleashed 2 strikes of Haiyan's 9 extremities. Can't evade. Shall I pursue? Qian Gu Yue furrowed his brow. Angel, falling wing slash. Qian Gu Yue directly employed the ancestral sword technique of the Qian family and charged forward. Enduring, who is afraid of whom? In terms of physical prowess, you pale in comparison to me. Moreover, even if you possess the explosive ring, it does not necessarily render you superior. And you are not Tang Zhen. 5th soul skill. Angel's descent. In the next moment, a cloud of white mist behind Qian Gu Yue entered his body. His aura surged once more. The instant they collided, Qian Gu Yue felt an even greater force approaching. 6-winged sword dance. This technique is also inherited from the angelic ancestor. Haiyan's 9 extremities, entangle. Damn it. Tang Zhen is formidable. He has truly mastered this hammer martial soul. If only he were given a different martial soul, could he not achieve even greater feats? Compared to Tang Zhen, old Qian, you truly are a disgrace. So your Haiyan hammer is impressive. Well, I, Qian Gu Yue, shall not hold back. A strong individual deserves respect. A colossal ice storm relentlessly tugged at Tang Zhen's figure. Icy judgment. Qian Gu Yue's self-created soul skill emerged, forcibly locking onto and suppressing the opponent's soul power, inflicting double damage upon enemies in a frozen state. There exists a significant disparity between self-created soul skills and those derived from soul beasts. Although self-created soul skills may appear weak initially, in the later stages, some powerful ones rival even the 9th soul skill of a soul master. Currently, Tang Zhen is akin to a living target. Should he be struck by this attack, he will be rendered powerless. Even within the eye of the storm, Tang Zhen is in a dire predicament. This icy tempest is utterly inescapable. My own protective shield has long since faltered and collapsed. At this moment, he found himself ensnared by a self-created soul skill that rivaled the 9th soul skill. Noticing this, Tang Zhen's face betrayed a hint of madness. With a series of cracking sounds, all the soul rings adorning Tang Zhen simultaneously detonated. A tremendous surge of soul power surged into his body, causing several blood vessels on his surface to rupture. Great semi-hammer, Tang Zhen bellowed. This was the most formidable offensive technique of the Haiyan hammer, yet it imposed an immense burden on his body. Only the generations of Haiyan Douluo could master it. Tang Zhen had learned it out of devotion to the Haiyan sect after the disappearance of his father. He could feel a soul power fluctuation approaching the formidable level of 98. Indeed, this is quite the anomaly. By detonating the soul rings, one can amass an extraordinary amount of soul power, enabling one to engage in battles beyond their level. As for the destroyed soul rings, they regenerate after a few days. There exists only a brief period of weakness following the explosion. Yet, in comparison to life itself, that is but a trivial concern. Chapter 21. The curtain falls observing Tang Zhen, who wielded a massive hammer and broke through the icy tempest. The sword of judgment surged towards him. Suddenly, a colossal 6-winged angelic shadow manifested behind Qian Gu Yue. With her martial spirit raised high, hands clasped together, and soul power surging forth, an immense force of snow and wind coalesced, ultimately forming a gigantic pillar of energy. Qian Gu Yue had no expectations that the icy judgment would bring Tang Zhen to his knees. At the moment of collision between Tang Zhen and the ice sword, Within a mere 3 seconds, the ice sword disintegrated into the ether. Tang Zhen, too, suffered greatly, spitting out a mouthful of blood as his body was nearing its limits. However, time was not on his side. In the instant the ice sword dissipated, Qian Gu Yue seized control of her martial spirit, directing the immense luminous pillar towards Tang Zhen. Excalibur, witnessing the approaching colossal energy pillar and feeling the overwhelming waves of power emanating from it, Tang Zhen could only endure the discomfort and lift the Haian hammer once more to strike back. From a distance, it appeared as though Tang Zhen bravely charged towards the formidable energy pillar. Yet, in comparison to that radiant force, his figure seemed diminutive. What could Tang Zhen possibly do against such an oncoming torrent of energy? In his heart, he harbored but a single thought. He hoped that his demise could quell the wrath of the spirit hall, thus ensuring that the Haian hammer would not be erased from the continent. As he beheld the incoming pillar of light, Tang Zhen desperately infused his soul power into the strike, his arm muscles bulging, veins bursting, giving the appearance of bloodied limbs. Smash! He bellowed, his face contorted in fury. With a resounding crash, the two forces collided, unleashing a tremendous wave of energy that rippled through the air. Qian Gu Yue furrowed her brow. Did that thunderous roar truly have an effect? Should she also let out a mighty shout? Never mind, it was best to refrain from such displays. Doing so would tarnish her image. After all, elegance must be preserved, and such an act would only detract from her grace. Well, whatever. If it breaks, it breaks. After all, with sufficient soul power, one can create an infinite number of them. As previously stated, to give Tang Zhen a perfect farewell, she would provide him with this opportunity to showcase his performance. The elder's task had already been fulfilled. What lay ahead was her own affair. Just as the icy energy pillar reached its climax, Qian Gu Yue found herself momentarily stunned at the sight of the still-living Tang Zhen. Wasn't this life remarkably resilient? Qian Gu Yue propelled herself forward with a swift kick, sending Tang Zhen sprawling. Now it was her turn. With her ice sword in hand, Qian Gu Yue charged ahead. The ensuing battle unfolded with clarity. Confronted by the full force of Qian Gu Yue, Tang Zhen, whose body was already at its limits, could only defend himself desperately. As time passed, his injuries multiplied, transforming him into a mere figure of crimson. Come, Tang Sect Master, it is time for the final strike. Qian Gu Yue called out to him. Upon hearing these words, Tang Zhen felt his spirit surge, a fleeting revival before the end. With a resolute declaration, he unleashed his 9th soul skill, Dance of the Nine Angels. Ethereal angelic figures materialized around Qian Gu Yue. In the next instant, all 9 shadows surged towards Tang Zhen. Hao Tian Hammer, Great Sumeru Hammer. Tang Zhen bellowed, knowing this would be his final assault, the mightiest strike of his life. The first angelic shadow shattered, followed by the second and third. By the time the 4th shadow approached, Tang Zhen was already straining under the effort, yet he persevered. However, by the 6th shadow, his Hao Tian hammer was utterly obliterated, leaving him severely wounded as a result of his broken martial spirit. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. At that moment, his once grasping hands could no longer hold the Hao Tian hammer. Just as the 7th angel was about to strike, Qian Gu Yue retracted the shadows. After all, as the leader of the continent's foremost sect, it was only fitting to grant him a complete body in death. She collected the soul bones from Tang Zhen, affirming the reputation of the world's greatest sect. The 6 soul bones, none of which were less than 10,000 years old, bore ages as high as 90,000 years, with the least among them still boasting a venerable 2,000 years. Supporting Tang Zhen's lifeless body with soul power, Qian Gu Yue returned to the ground, placing Tang Zhen's remains before the members of the Haian sect. Father, Tang Xiao exclaimed upon gazing at Tang Zhen's corpse, rushing forward in distress. The others stood in solemn silence, grappling with the reality of their beloved sect leader's demise at the hands of the Spirit Hall. What direction lay ahead for them? They were now bereft of a home, uncertain of how the Spirit Hall would treat them following their leader's defeat. Execution or mercy remained ambiguous possibilities. Yet, contemplating their fate, despair loomed large. The assembly was engulfed in uncertainty, lost in their quest for purpose. In such dire circumstances on the continent, it was customary for males to be slain while females were retained to enhance the quality of their family's martial souls, a frequent occurrence in these lands. I offer you a choice. Gather your belongings and accompany me back to the Spirit Hall, Qian Gu Yue declared, surveying the individuals before him. With that, he departed without concern for the decisions they might make. In the face of death, not everyone possesses the fortitude to confront it. As for the likelihood of fleeing, did they not see where the spirit hall's enforcers stood? If they managed to escape, then it would be better for them to take their own lives rather than live in such disgrace. Truly. Ah, gentlemen, are you busy? Qian Gu Yue entered the hall and greeted Ning Fengji and the others with a smile. What brings you three to the Haian sect? Indeed, we are here as guests. They replied with smiles. Even though they were present, they could not ignore the recent battle. It was beyond the capabilities of the three of them. Moreover, Qian Gu Yue's demeanor did not suggest any pretense. Initially uncertain about how to initiate conversation, Qian Gu Yue graciously provided an opportunity for them, and they readily accepted. Is there anything else you wish to discuss? Qian Gu Yue inquired of the three. If there is nothing, please leave promptly, so as not to hinder my affairs. Nothing at all. We are leaving now. The three shook their heads, and then Douluo opened a rift in space, allowing them to step through. One cannot approach through the main entrance, for the members of Haian sect are indeed aware of their recent arrival. If one were to enter through the main gate, they would surely be met with hostile glares. Observing the departing trio, Qian Gu Yue remained silent. It was not yet time to deal with them. This was the secret technique of the Haian sect. Yanning entered, clutching the Haian's secret arts, one being the Haian 9 absolutes and the other, the explosive ring. Yanning had just led a group to the Haian sect's treasury, taking everything they could find, knowing that the sect members would soon return to the Spirit Hall city. Leaving the place deserted. Upon receiving the 2 sets of secret arts from the Haian sect, Qian Gu Yue began to peruse them. Indeed, they were rather intriguing. After returning, I shall transcribe a copy and place the original in the offering hall. Qian Gu Yue glanced through them, but time was of the essence. Oh, by the way, how are the people outside faring? Qian Gu Yue inquired, considering that the Haian sect's martial spirits were quite adept at forging. Aside from Tang Hao, few have resisted. Yanning replied, I initially thought there would be many who would fight back, yet in the end, only Tang Hao and a handful of others dared to oppose. It was just as Qian Gu Yue had previously stated. When faced with death, few would step forward. Human nature is inherently selfish. If one can survive, why choose to perish? Quite normal, Qian Gu Yue nodded. Inform them to have everything packed by tonight. We shall return to the Spirit Hall city tomorrow. Understood. Yanning nodded and promptly departed to relay the orders. Why bring them back? Qian Jun and his companion approached. What purpose does it serve? These are members of the Haian sect. Even if taken back, they cannot align with our Spirit Hall. It matters not. My focus is on those children, Qian Gu Yue stated. As for the adults, let them have a blacksmith shop to forge their way through life. They may even provide us with some additional revenue. Very well. If that is your intention, Qian Jun nodded, knowing that once Qian Gu Yue returned, she would inherit the position of the Pope. Chapter 22. The funeral that evening. In the Haiyan square, the sect leader, Tang Jun, lay peacefully upon a pile of wood, adorned in the ceremonial robes befitting his station. The attire had been changed by his son, Tang Hao, as this funeral was a request from Qian Gu Yue. Every household of the Haiyan sect was in attendance. Even the 3-year-olds, who were held close by their parents. The scene resembled a family gathering to bid farewell to their elder. As an adversary, Qian Gu Yue felt an unusual sense of mercy in hosting a funeral for her enemies. Although somewhat modest, it was nonetheless a funeral, a farewell for an enemy. This is undoubtedly a first on the continent, a moment destined to be etched into the annals of history. After all, it is a recognition from the adversary, is it not? Much like the renowned ace pilots of the nation during the first great battle of the past, who would engage only in aerial combat without targeting the pilots, and upon their demise, a captain from the opposing air force personally honored them to express his respect. Now, has not Tang Jun received a similar treatment? Were it someone else, they would have simply dug a grave and buried you, disregarding any ceremonial rites. Meanwhile, the members of the Haian sect, led by Tang Hao, were clad in white mourning attire, with Tang Hao himself appearing quite sorrowful. Although his father had declared himself inferior to his younger brother, Tang Hao, he still showed considerable concern. Despite his father's stern demeanor, Tang Hao understood that it was merely a struggle to convey emotions. But now what remains? His father has passed away, slain by the Spirit Hall, and he, as a son, finds himself powerless to avenge that death. His father's funeral was conducted by the very people responsible for his demise, with the officiant being a formidable super Douluo of the 98th rank. Truth be told, such treatment is unparalleled on the continent. Contemplate this. I am here. Yet had the old master arrived, it would have been a different tale indeed. Your very presence here would have been in jeopardy. Observing Tang Hao with a gaze filled with animosity, Qian Gu Yue spoke. Indeed, I have arranged a funeral for your father. As an adversary, I have performed admirably. After all, in a certain sense, this is the utmost respect I can offer your father, is it not? Tang Hao remained silent, fully aware that Qian Gu Yue had done remarkably well, for no one on the continent had ever acted in such a manner. Such a heroic deed could lead to his father being immortalized in history. Yet, as the very killer of his father, Tang Hao could never utter words of gratitude. Impossible. Utterly impossible. Enough. Come now, let us bid farewell to your late sect master, Qian Gu Yue declared, clapping his hands. Under Tang Zhao's leadership, the members of the Haian sect bowed deeply 3 times in homage to their former master. That will suffice. Now return, Qian Gu Yue ordered, ushering everyone away. We must continue our journey tomorrow. Rest well. As the son of the sect master, Tang Hao, you shall remain here to accompany your father for one last night. Qian Gu Yue tossed the torch onto the wood, and the flames roared to life. Tomorrow, bearing your father's ashes, I shall reserve a place for him in the Douluo Hall. The Douluo Palace, within the Spirit Hall, stands as a unique sanctuary, housing the remains of the titled Douluo from generations past. On significant days each year, the Pope pays homage here. It can be said that all soul masters on the continent aspire to attain the status of a titled Douluo. While the titled Douluo take pride in resting eternally within the Douluo Palace, surrounded by their peers of the same realm, perhaps even anticipating a reunion in the afterlife. Despite being adversaries, Qian Gu Yue feels compelled to extend the respect that befits a titled Douluo. This is in stark contrast to Tang Zhun, who, were it Tang Hao, would have unceremoniously cast his opponent into the spirit beast forest to be devoured. Having expressed his thoughts, Qian Gu Yue departed, acknowledging that Tang Zhun was fortunate to have his son by his side. Presently, Qian Gu Yue had a matter of utmost importance at hand, a lottery. Earlier, upon defeating Tang Zhun, he had completed the requisite task. A tenfold draw awaited him, with guaranteed rewards. His heart raced with excitement, and his hands trembled in anticipation. Once back in his chamber, he closed the door behind him, settled onto his bed, and summoned the task panel. Task. Due to the substantial damage inflicted upon the righteous forces of the Spirit Hall by Tang Hao of the Haian Sect, the host is currently engaged in an act of retribution. The host is urged to complete this promptly. Executor, Qian Gu Yue. Reward, 10 consecutive draws, guaranteed rewards, system mall activation, and 100,000 points. Completion status, completed. Gazing at the words completed emblazoned on the screen, Qian Gu Yue rubbed his hands together in glee. He had finally accomplished it. Claim, he silently intoned. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. The system mall is now open, and the 10 consecutive draws are ready for distribution. Would the host like to proceed with the lottery? Not just yet. I shall first explore the system mall. He adjusted the mall interface, meticulously categorized for convenience. It featured sections for soul rings, soul bones, medicinal pills, celestial herbs, and even divine positions in the latter part. However, upon perusal, he found himself unable to purchase anything at present. What is this? A sign-in option. Qian Gu Yue suddenly noticed a sign-in feature in the upper left corner. Congratulations, host. You have completed today's sign-in and earned 100 points. Current remaining points, 100,100. Oh, so it's for earning points. The items in the mall could be acquired with points. However, as he surveyed the myriad of offerings, a headache began to form. The cheapest items were priced at 1,000 points. Given his current point total, low-cost items offered him no utility, while those of greater value remained beyond his reach. He could only indulge in the hope of future acquisitions. As for the divine positions he mused, are those even within my contemplation? One can hardly fathom the multitude of zeros involved. After some contemplation, Qian Gu Yue has come to a general understanding. Each day allows for a single check-in, granting 100 points per attendance. Moreover, the marketplace refreshes its offerings weekly, with prices reduced to a mere third of their usual cost. Alongside the opportunity to acquire 3 complimentary items, each valued at less than 100 points. This week, Qian Gu Yue has already explored the latest offerings. Initially, she seized the complimentary items, a vial of red potion, a vial of blue potion, and a case of Coca-Cola. As for the other products, she merely perused them. Even with discounts, they proved to be of no use. Anything of even slight utility would have been claimed by her, for even if she had no immediate need, those around her could benefit. The red and blue potions serve the purpose of restoring health and mana, and in this context, they are intended to replenish soul energy. Though it amounts to merely 1/3, One should not underestimate this fraction. Even a limit Douluo could find it beneficial. Regarding the crucial matter of points, apart from daily check-ins, the system also issues tasks. The points earned correspond to the difficulty of the tasks. For instance, in this instance, Qian Gu Yue amassed a staggering 100,000 points. Upon realizing this, her expression shifted dramatically. Could it be that just 100,000 points were awarded? What of the other tasks then? Gazing at the series of zeros behind the divine rank, she couldn't help but feel that her future was destined for a dismal 007 existence. No, please. Perhaps she should try her luck at the lottery instead. System, I wish to participate in the lottery. Please bring up the lottery interface. The interface unfolded like a vast sky adorned with fluffy clouds, revealing a hollow space through which the azure heavens could be glimpsed. Oh, this resembles the lottery interface of a certain charlatan. The system truly is clever. Could it be affiliated with that entity? A glance at the accompanying description sparked a realization in Qian Gu Yue. This lottery section was indeed the highlight of the affair. The items here include, but are not limited to, those from the realm of Douluo continent. There is even a possibility of acquiring items from other worlds. Although the odds may be somewhat diminished, there remains a glimmer of hope, does there not? 10 consecutive draws, here we go. As the familiar scene of drawing cards unfolds, 10 beams of blue light cascade down. Surely not. No gold? Wasn't it said that something would surely come through? Damn it, a swindler. I swear I won't draw again. I must be a fool to fall for this. Qian Gu Yue felt how naive he had been to be deceived by this wretched system. Do not expect me to invest any more money in you, I declare. Looking at the cards before him, Qian Gu Yue took a moment to compose himself. Just one glance, that's all it takes. Huh. Qian Gu Yue transitioned from disdain to astonishment, culminating in sheer ecstasy. Chapter 23, Bibi Dong, come. Let me treat you to a feast. Continuing from where we left off. What is this? Qian Gu Yue gazed intently at a card displaying a white fruit, the frost fruit, enhanced version, originating from the world of One Piece. Consuming it grants one the ability to manipulate ice, even transforming oneself into the element. The system has already eliminated concerns regarding taste and the fear of sea stone factors. Upon seeing this fruit, Qian Gu Yue sighed in relief. Admittedly, while it is indeed powerful in the realm of pirates, the taste leaves much to be desired. Fortunately, the issue of sea stone sensitivity has been resolved. Even if it were not, this is not the world of One Piece, and such concerns are irrelevant here. Besides, Qian Gu Yue can fly, so there is no risk of a disastrous fall. Holding the frost fruit in her hand, Qian Gu Yue examined it closely. Its white skin was adorned with snowflake patterns, and soon enough, a mist began to form around her hand. Goodness, this thing is quite cold. I wonder if I can evolve my ice attributes to the pinnacle of icy perfection. Crunch. It's refreshingly chilly and somewhat sweet. As she savored the fruit, she perused the other items. The 8 extremes collapse. This is one of the renowned techniques from the neighboring continent, accompanying its practitioner throughout their life. Quite good. It can enhance the foundation of the Qian family. Even auxiliary soul masters can cultivate this. Next, a vial of aphrodisiacs refined by Xiaochun from Lingxi Sect. Rubbish. Utterly useless. A Barrett M82A1, 20 rounds of ammunition. This is quite nice for ambushing. Crazy Sao 1. 0. Upon seeing this, Qian Gu Yue nearly spat in disbelief. What on earth does this mean? A millennium-old soul bone, 1,000 gold soul coins, a jar of river water from the mother river, a crystal stocking, and a box of instant noodles, various flavors included. Aside from the initial item, the rest leaves much to be desired. Never mind, it's time for bed. There are other matters to attend to tomorrow. The next morning, the members of Haian Sect gathered at the square, bringing their families along. Are we all present? Then let us depart. Noticing everyone was assembled, Qian Gu Yue waved her hand and declared it time to head home. Bibi Dong, come here, Qian Gu Yue called out to Bibi Dong, who was amidst the crowd. She had just received some intriguing news that she thought Bibi Dong would be interested in. What is it? Bibi Dong approached, her tone irritable. She simply wished to return. Come, I shall take you to a feast. Qian Gu Yue did not respond to Bibi Dong's words. Instead, she led her away from the group. There was no need to concern themselves with such matters, for the 2 priests of the offering hall remained present, along with numerous titled Douluos observing. A feast? What feast? Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the meaning behind the enigmatic words. Nearby, Yining could not help but chuckle upon hearing her confusion. Bibi Dong was oblivious. But Yining certainly was not. How she longed to witness Bibi Dong's expression at that moment. What do you mean? As Bibi Dong noticed Yin Ying's laughter, she realized that this was not a favorable situation for her. Let us go? If we delay, we might miss out. Qian Gu Yue did not answer Bibi Dong, but instead turned northward and took flight. Yining promptly followed suit, and after a moment of silence, Bibi Dong too decided to pursue them. She had a premonition that if she did not join, something significant might transpire. After the trio departed from the group, they journeyed northward, pausing intermittently. Upon encountering a city at noon, they decided to have a meal, simultaneously dealing with the local spirit hall's bishop. Remarkably, the individual had the audacity to provoke both Yin Ying and Bibi Dong, while Qian Gu Yue was regarded as the pampered pretty boy. His demeanor suggested he was a habitual offender, and without hesitation, they dealt with him accordingly. It seemed that upon their return, a thorough cleansing of the hall was in order, a nest of pests indeed. They would send a message to the spirit city, informing the elder about this incident. In the afternoon, the three continued their journey. What do you truly mean? In a secluded wilderness that evening, Bibi Dong inquired of Qian Gu Yue, who was still busy preparing their meal. Do not fret. You shall discover it tomorrow, Qian Gu Yue replied, casting a glance her way as she handed Bibi Dong a bowl. Here you go. Dining in the wild is rather rudimentary, so please excuse the simplicity. After serving Bibi Dong, she offered a bowl to Yining as well. Once they finished their meal, Qian Gu Yue advised, rest well. You will be the star of our trio tomorrow. While sipping her soup, she addressed Bibi Dong. Remember, get plenty of rest. With that, she ceased to engage further with Bibi Dong. Is Bibi Dong beautiful? Undoubtedly. Just look at Qian Renxue now. A daughter so exquisite must have a mother who is even more so. Yet, it is unfortunate that Bibi Dong's reasoning seems somewhat flawed. You profess to have affections for someone, yet what is stopping you from liking anyone? Yet, you choose to fancy a worthless individual, the waste of the blue lightning tyrant dragon clan, dreaming of eloping with him? How audacious. If I were your teacher, Qian Sundis, I would have certainly given you a stern reprimand. Would that not be appropriate? Ultimately, everyone is aware of how that story unfolded. Regarding this matter, how shall I put it? In the eyes of Qian Gu Yue, both parties bear responsibility. Qian Xuanji wishes to retain Bibi Dong within the spirit hall, having already invested considerable resources in her. If this were to escape, would it not bring one to tears? However, it is unfortunate that in the end, Chihiro resorted to the most inferior method. Now, let us speak of Bibi Dong. The spirit hall nurtured you, and the Pope personally instructed you, placing great expectations upon you. Yet, you chose to elope with someone utterly worthless, and to add insult to injury, this individual is a member of the esteemed Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, the very son of its patriarch. What? Is it that the spirit hall has treated you poorly, prompting thoughts of switching allegiances? As for Bibi Dong, she possesses beauty, talent, and resources, but alas, her mind is afflicted, and it is an ailment beyond remedy. Regarding such a condition, no medicine can avail. The only course left is to confront death directly to truly comprehend the essence of life. Not long ago, Yining brought a piece of intelligence to Qian Gu Yue, who found it rather intriguing. At that moment, Qian Gu Yue contemplated whether to bring Bibi Dong along for a closer inspection. However, before this thought could materialize into action, the decree from the Hall of Offerings to subdue the Haian sect was issued, thus postponing this matter indefinitely. This is quite fortuitous. Just as the affairs of the Haian sect have been resolved, Qian Gu Yue has promptly brought Bibi Dong along. He has even prepared the customary gift money, merely awaiting the feast. Notably, Bibi Dong is the centerpiece of this occasion. Her presence is indispensable. Of course, this event also serves as a trial for Bibi Dong. Should she excel, she will remain the saintess of the Wuhuan Hall, with ample resources at her disposal. However, should she falter, I regret to say that even if you are the mother of Xiao Xue, I shall show no mercy. Thus, Bibi Dong, what will your choice be? The anticipation is palpable. Chapter 24. The Golden Iron Triangle. As Bibi Dong could not extract any information from Qian Gu Yue, she retired to rest after the meal. With only 3 of them present, the responsibility of keeping watch need not fall solely on her. Anyone may take their turn. Do you not fear that Bibi Dong might lose control at that moment? In response to Qian Gu Yue's question, Yining looked after Bibi Dong's departure and inquired, lose control? Her? Qian Gu Yue, sipping his soup, dismissively replied to Yining, not to mention me. Even you would not stand a chance against her. Qian Gu Yue holds a certain admiration for Bibi Dong, aside from her erratic tendencies. Her talents are undeniably remarkable. After all, She is the first in history to conquer the challenges posed by twin martial souls on the continent. There are records in the Wuhuan Hall regarding previous dual martial soul wielders, which Qian Gu Yue has perused. The first dual martial soul owner attempted to absorb soul rings from both martial souls simultaneously, ultimately resulting in a catastrophic energy conflict that led to an explosive demise. The second dual martial soul owner is Bibi Dong, who similarly overcame this dilemma. Otherwise, she might have perished as well. The third is destined to be the future God King Tang. He successfully traversed this challenge with the aid of the items acquired from Bibi Dong. To be forthright, dual martial souls are formidable. One martial soul can accommodate 9 soul rings. According to the continent's standard configurations, 9 soul rings equate to 9 soul skills. A dual martial soul wielder can additionally incorporate 9 more soul rings, culminating in a total of 18 soul rings. If we include soul bones, that would result in 24 soul skills altogether. The disparity in the number of soul abilities already places her at a significant advantage over her opponent. However, the current Bibi Dong is quite different. She has only just reached the title Douluo realm, and her second martial soul has yet to be endowed with soul rings. Should she acquire additional soul rings for her second soul, her power could swiftly ascend to that of a super Douluo. Yet, in her present state, Bibi Dong remains incapable of defeating Yanning. Indeed, upon reflection, Yanning considers the trio at hand. Qian Gu Yue possesses the greatest strength, followed by herself, while Bibi Dong occupies the lowest rank. Speaking of Bibi Dong, how should she be dealt with? Grant her a chance, Qian Gu Yue suggested, casting a glance at Bibi Dong's tent. After all, she is the mother of Xiao Shui, despite their strained relationship. Ah, Yanning mused, recalling the previous invitation extended to Bibi Dong, realizing this could serve as an opportunity. However, it remains uncertain how Bibi Dong would choose to respond. Yet, the notion of bringing the groom's ex-girlfriend to the wedding of the groom and his current girlfriend is rather provocative. One cannot help but wonder if a dramatic confrontation between the ex-girlfriend and the current girlfriend would unfold. Years ago, after Yu Dashi abandoned Bibi Dong and left the spirit hall, he was subsequently cast out by his own father due to the invincibility theory he had proposed. He wandered the continent, benefiting from the Spirit Hall's Soul Master Subsidy program, which afforded him 10 gold soul coins each month. Coupled with the wealth he had accrued from Bibi Dong, he found himself relatively untroubled for the time being. It was not until a few years ago that Yu Dashi encountered a man and a woman, and the three of them instantly formed a bond, establishing a brother-sister relationship. One of them, a feline eagle soul master named Flandra, took on the role of the eldest brother, while Yu Dashi became the second brother, alongside a fiery dragon woman named Lu Erlong, who was their sworn sister. The trio traveled together across the continent, gradually earning the reputation of the Golden Iron Triangle. However, the other 2 members of this Golden Iron Triangle seemed to possess limited knowledge about Yu Dashi. They only know that he was once affiliated with the Spirit Hall and that he was ultimately expelled by the Holy Maiden of the Hall. It is curious that he does not share the complete truth with his elder brother and younger sister. One wonders how Bibi Dong ever came to hold him in such esteem. Was it merely his perceived ineptitude that attracted her? This has led the two to harbor no fondness for the Spirit Hall. However, the brotherhood among these 3 bears resemblance to that of Tang Hao and Tang Hao. Both groups consist of 2 men and 1 woman, with the woman being the youngest sister in each case. Ultimately, both youngest sisters develop affections for the second brother, and the eldest brother selflessly withdraws for the happiness of the second brother and the youngest sister. Qian Gu Yue is quite intrigued by this phenomenon, pondering whether individuals from prominent backgrounds all share a penchant for such brotherhood traditions. Recently, Yanning received intelligence indicating that the Golden Iron Triangle had established an academy in a small village, and within this trio, the second brother, Yu Dashi, and the youngest sister, Lu Erlong, were to be wed. Upon encountering this news, the upper echelons of the Spirit Hall regarded Yu Dashi as a worthless individual. Yanning was eager to discover which woman had the poor judgment to choose Yu Dashi, and thus sought to investigate the trio's circumstances over the years. Upon reviewing the intelligence, Yanning found amusement. Initially, she believed that only someone like Bibi Dong from the Spirit Hall could be so foolish as to favor a worthless person. Yet, it appears that foolishness is not exclusive to Bibi Dong. Consequently, Yanning instructed her subordinates to thoroughly investigate this Golden Iron Triangle, particularly focusing on the misguided woman. Under the formidable intelligence apparatus of the Spirit Hall, Yanning swiftly acquired information on the trio, detailing their circumstances over the years. including the origins of Flandre and Lu Erlong. Flandre's background posed no issues. He hailed from a fallen soul master family in Tiando. However, Lu Erlong's lineage proved to be more intriguing. According to the Spirit Hall's intelligence, Lu Erlong's origins were also thoroughly examined. Her mother was a woman of the night, which is not uncommon, as individuals from esteemed families often seek out wildflowers. As the saying goes, a wife cannot compare to a concubine, and a concubine cannot compare to a clandestine liaison. After all, how can cultivated flowers rival the fragrance of wild blooms? However, Lu Erlong's father's background raised some eyebrows. He is the second heir of the current Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, Yu Limyan, who is the brother of the current clan leader, Yu Yuanjin, making him Yudashi's uncle. This means that Lu Erlong and Yudashi are cousins. What an intriguing game you are playing. Cousins, indeed. Nevertheless, upon reviewing the intelligence, Yanning remained curious. Did you not claim to be the theoretical master, Yudashi? How is it that you cannot discern the origin of Lu Erlong's martial soul? Lu Erlong's fire dragon is also a variant martial soul, albeit different from Yudashi's, which seems to disdain its bearer entirely. Lu Erlong's, on the other hand, is merely an inferior version of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon's fire dragon. One must remember that your Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon is reputed to possess the title of the world's foremost beast martial soul. With your family having existed for so long, it is only natural that numerous variant martial souls would have emerged. How could there not be any records of such? How could you be unaware? Or are you merely pretending? After all, you were expelled from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. When encountering a member of one's family, should one not consider evading the encounter? After all, if one were to cross paths with him, would that not be the once genius Yu Xiaojing, now renowned as a theoretical master? How fares he? Has he transcended the 30th level of soul power? Ever since the publication of his invincible theory, Yu's reputation has resounded throughout the continent. The major powers within the realm of soul masters are well aware that Yu Xiaojing meticulously compiled a formidable theory utilizing records from his own research in the Spirit Hall. Ironically, this theory was developed with the assistance of Bibi Dong. Without her, would he have had access to the invaluable resources of the Spirit Hall? And yet, after the publication, he fails to acknowledge her contributions, instead claiming it as his own original research. Truly, what an extraordinary individual you are. If it were not for your father, the title Douluo, and the protection of Bibi Dong, you would likely have already met a grim fate. Due to this incident, Yu Yuanjin has expelled the great master from his home, yet this is akin to Tang Hao from the Haian Sect. He still bears the surname Yu. This is merely a means to placate the anger of other factions. After clarifying his thoughts, Yanning sought out Qian Gu Yue. At that time, Qian Gu Yue had just emerged from seclusion, and unexpectedly, Yanning presented him with a significant gift. Originally, he had intended for the two of them to explore the possibility of a member of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan attempting to interfere with their marriage. However, the subsequent events concerning the Haian sect overshadowed this matter. Once this task is completed and time permits, it would be opportune to take Bibi Dong along for a visit. It is best to resolve any lingering feelings. Otherwise, things could become complicated. Chapter 25. Soto City. Soto City is one of the sacred sites that every traveler must visit. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have checked into one of the sacred sites for travelers, Soto City, and earned 1,000 points. As Qian Gu Yue stepped into Soto City, a voice resonated in his mind. Oh, there are points to be earned? This was unexpected for Qian Gu Yue. Does this mean I can earn points at every significant location? Though it may seem trivial, small accumulations can lead to great sums. Seemingly sensing Qian Gu Yue's thoughts, the system chimed in. Only renowned cities and sacred sites for travelers on the continent can yield points. Humph, what a miser. Qian Gu Yue silently gestured a middle finger at the system. Renowned cities, surely, the Soul Master City qualifies, as do several cities within the two great empires. Yet, despite the multitude of cities on the continent, only a select few truly stand out. But what does it mean for the subsequent sacred sites for travelers? Does this place hold special significance for them? It appears that there are quite a few such sacred sites for travelers. However, with so many cities on the continent, I cannot possibly visit them all. What a waste of time. System, could you kindly reveal those sacred sites to me? Qian Gu Yue mused. You see, I cannot let our fellow travelers down. If I have spent years here without visiting many sacred sites, it would reflect poorly on the overall reputation of travelers. Moreover, dear system, you wouldn't want to be looked down upon by other systems, would you? Qian Gu Yue spoke this impulsively, unaware that his system had other counterparts. This fellow. In the void space, the white-haired lowly observed Qian Gu Yue on the screen. Huh. Give you a bit of sunshine, and you bloom splendidly. However, reflecting on Qian Gu Yue's words, if this host has not visited many sacred sites for travelers, then my system must be deemed subpar. If I were to return to the School of Systems in the future, I would surely be the subject of ridicule. Even my current internship would be deemed unsatisfactory. This will undoubtedly have a significant impact on the future. No way. The white-haired lowly shook her head, declaring it impossible. No response? Qian Gu Yue gazed at the unchanging panel, letting out a sigh within. It seemed she was merely a system that issued tasks. A bit regrettable. Yet it is as the saying goes, what is gained is a blessing, what is lost is fate. There is no need to take it too seriously. Is this fellow looking down on me? Hey, this system can provide you with a map. Just as Qian Gu Yue was contemplating this aloof system, a sweet, childlike voice echoed in her mind. A reaction? Qian Gu Yue was momentarily taken aback, followed by a surge of joy, as this indicated she could grow stronger more swiftly. System, I apologize for my previous behavior. I should not have spoken to you that way, Qian Gu Yue said with a serious expression. Regardless of anything else, please hand over the map. Ah, a teachable child indeed. The white-haired lowly seemed oblivious to the harsh realities of society, wearing a cheerful demeanor. All right, from now on, call me Nanji. Very well, Nanji. Here's the map. Feel free to study it on your own. Don't bother me unless necessary. I need to prepare for my graduate entrance examinations. After saying this, Nanji ignored Qian Gu Yue. Graduate entrance examinations? Even the system is caught up in this competitive society? Qian Gu Yue pondered, momentarily perplexed, before shaking her head and examining the map provided by Nanji. This is an exceptionally detailed map, with every region of the continent meticulously marked, whether it be human settlements or the gathering places of soul beasts. The level of detail is astounding, at least in Qian Gu Yue's eyes. This map surpasses even that of the Spirit Hall. The emblem of their own Spirit Hall is represented in green, while allied forces are depicted in light green, and adversarial factions range from light red to deep crimson. It even delineates these factions with clarity. After a brief glance, Qian Gu Yue tucked it away for later examination. The Tiando Empire is comprised of 4 major kingdoms and 1 principality, each possessing its own military strength, with the Balak Kingdom being the mightiest among them. Within the Balak Kingdom, aside from the renowned Balak City, another city is equally noteworthy. Soto City, situated in the heart of the bountiful Limo Plain, is famously known as the Granary of Balak. Due to its significance, the branch of the Spirit Hall here is the Spirit Main Hall, overseen by a formidable soul sage. However, the objective of Qian Gu Yue and her companions is not Soto City itself, but rather a small village subordinate to it. According to intelligence reports, the Golden Triangle is located in that little village, where it is rumored that the trio plans to establish an academy, one named Shrek Academy. Upon entering Soto City, Qian Gu Yue purchased a few gifts, for it would be inappropriate to attend a banquet empty-handed, even if one were to partake in a free meal. It is courteous to bring something along, otherwise it would be quite embarrassing. After acquiring the gifts, the 3 of them exited the city once more, heading down a narrow path. Now can you tell me? Bibi Dong inquired, glancing at the flourishing wheat fields lining the road as she gazed at Qian Gu Yue ahead. For some reason, she felt a sense of unease, as if something ominous were about to occur. Casting a sidelong glance at Bibi Dong, Qian Gu Yue thought it prudent to give this mentally unstable woman a heads up before they encountered Udashi. Otherwise, should she lose her composure upon arrival, it would certainly create an awkward situation. I'll inform you once we reach that grove ahead, Qian Gu Yue said, noting a thicket in the distance. The main road was relatively quiet, but what if someone were to pass by? Although passers-by wouldn't recognize them, Qian Gu Yue preferred to remain unseen. Upon hearing Qian Gu Yue's words, Bibi Dong cast her a peculiar glance. At this moment, Yin Ing had already departed to seek out a contact, leaving just the 2 of them behind. What if, after luring herself into the grove, Qian Gu Yue were to force her hand? It is not that she is more vain than Bibi Dong. After all, Bibi Dong is a striking beauty, renowned across the continent. She possesses a considerable confidence in her allure. Moreover, since the birth of Qian Renxue, Bibi Dong has exuded an aura that is particularly appealing to those who delight in the charms of a married woman. Furthermore, as far as she knows, Qian Gu Yue remains unmarried. What if he were to develop an interest in her allure? What would she do? She certainly cannot contend with Qian Gu Yue. After her encounter with the Haian Sect, Bibi Dong had formed a general understanding of Qian Gu Yue, realizing that even if she were to fight desperately, he would remain unfazed. Must she then resign herself to losing her virtue? How cruel is her fate? Is this woman out of her mind? Observing the sudden loss of dreams and the extinguished spark in Bibi Dong's eyes, Qian Gumo couldn't help but be taken aback. This too, Qian Gu Yue remains oblivious to Bibi Dong's thoughts. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly pin her down. True, Bibi Dong possesses beauty. Yet I am not a traitor like Chao, lacking any inclination towards married women. My preference lies with the elegant white-haired mature ladies. Chapter 26, Bibi Dong. What are your thoughts? However, Bibi Dong has yet to encounter her dear Xiao Gang. Thus, she cannot meet her demise yet, for the Qian family has not perished. She must endure, for the sake of Xiao Gang. The mere thought ignites a spark in Bibi Dong's eyes. Is it merely the loss of her virtue? For Xiao Gang, everything is worthwhile. With this thought, Bibi Dong, imbued with a tragic yet resolute aura, strides past Qian Gu Yue towards the grove ahead. What is this? What is this unwavering determination to face death? Qian Gu Yue, originally walking, finds himself momentarily stunned as he gazes at Bibi Dong ahead. What has caused this woman to behave so erratically in recent days? Could it be the arrival of that individual? Upon reflection, it seems quite reasonable. After all, the temperament of the girls has been rather unpredictable these past few days. One can never tell when they might erupt in anger. Nevertheless, why should I concern myself with her? She is not someone of significance to me. Qian Gu Yue shrugged and followed suit. What are you doing? Upon catching up with Bibi Dong, Qian Gu Yue was momentarily taken aback. What on earth was Bibi Dong doing? After entering, she had taken it upon herself to remove her outer garment, revealing her fair and delicate skin to the air. Her cascading pink locks framed her visage, while her upper body was clad only in a small tank top that hugged her ample bosom, and her lower half was barely covered by shorts. At that moment, Bibi Dong had her eyes closed, arms hanging limply at her sides, exuding an air of surrender. Well, who would have thought? Bibi Dong's physique was indeed impressive, curvaceous, and alluring. After observing her for a brief moment, Qian Gu Yue quickly turned away. Put your clothes back on, he called out. What on earth was this woman thinking? Was she attempting to seduce him? To be frank, Bibi Dong's figure was commendable. But Qian Gu Yue was not one to be easily swayed. After all, his heart was captivated by the white-haired, elegant woman, not someone like Bibi Dong. Humph. Upon hearing Qian Gu Yue's words, Bibi Dong opened her eyes and glanced at his turned back, letting out a derisive sound. It seemed as if she were mocking him. Are you really a man? Here I am, completely undressed, and this is your reaction? Could it be that you, Qian Gu Yue, prefer men over women? I wonder how that old fool, Qian Douluo, would react upon learning this. If you wish to keep your precious Yudashi safe, you should behave accordingly. Qian Gu Yue's tone turned frosty. To him, Yu Xiaojiang was nothing more than a waste of space. His demise would be of little consequence. You dare. The mention of Yudashi's name instantly infuriated Bibi Dong, and she charged towards him. Who was Yudashi? He was the light of her life. During their time at the Wuhuan Academy, anyone who dared to speak ill of Yudashi would soon find themselves missing. Especially after the despicable Qian Xuanji had targeted Yudashi, his status in Bibi Dong's heart had ascended to that of a deity. At this moment, upon hearing Qian Gu Yue threaten her life with the jade, Bibi Dong was instantly filled with rage. Regardless of the vast disparity between herself and Qian Gu Yue, she charged forward fiercely. However, upon noticing Bibi Dong's approach, Qian Gu Yue merely scoffed. With a sharp crack, Bibi Dong was transformed into a statue of ice, standing frozen in place. I shall reiterate. Put on your garments, Qian Gu Yue declared, turning away without a backward glance. Enveloped in an icy prison, Bibi Dong felt a chilling wave penetrate her very bones, momentarily bringing clarity to her mind. Did he not exert his full strength during his time at the Haian Sect? Even amidst this chilling atmosphere, it is indeed bitterly cold. Bibi Dong can hardly feel her limbs. After Qian Gu Yue departed, the icy confinement was automatically lifted. Bibi Dong now channels her soul power to dispel the chill enveloping her, and subsequently dons her garments. At this moment, she dares not defy Qian Gu Yue, for she cannot match his strength, and he frequently threatens her with the safety of her beloved Xiao Gang. Contemplating this, Bibi Dong is overwhelmed with a sense of grievance. She feels betrayed by her own mentor, who forced her to bear a daughter she despises. Moreover, Qian Gu Yue's formidable strength leaves her devoid of any hope for vengeance. Although she possesses twin martial souls, her second soul has yet to be endowed with a soul ring. It is unlikely that the Qian family will ever witness her augmenting her second martial soul, and they might even compel her to absorb low-level soul rings. Contemplating this, even though Bibi Dong has already attained the divine examination, the timeline for completion remains uncertain. After all, my daughter possesses the potential for divinity. Perhaps I shall never fulfill my desire for vengeance in this lifetime. Xiaojing, I am sorry. Bibi Dong, with a visage of despair, lifted her gaze to the heavens, striving to prevent tears from cascading down her cheeks. After standing still for a while, she eventually donned her garments. Upon witnessing Bibi Dong dressed, Qian Gu Yue approached and handed her a piece of paper. Subsequently, he leaned against a tree and opened a can of cola he had discovered earlier while perusing the marketplace. Bibi Dong, with a look of bewilderment, accepted the paper and began to read. Her initial indifference transformed into astonishment, then joy, followed by shock, and ultimately, rage. The above passage pertains to the events surrounding Udashi over the years. Additionally, it contains information regarding Udashi's marriage. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong is on the verge of a complete meltdown. She sacrificed her own well-being to ensure the safety of that scoundrel of a teacher by bearing a daughter, all while enduring the oppressive influence of Qian Gu Yue. Yet, he appears to be living a life of leisure outside, lamenting his circumstances, publishing a book devoid of even his name. Were it not for me, Yu Xiaogang would never have published anything at all. And now he is even contemplating marriage with his cousin. How could she have ever been attracted to such a worthless individual? Is it possible that Qian Gu Yue was right in suggesting her mind was unbalanced? At this moment, Bibi Dong cannot help but question her past judgment. No, this cannot be true. It must be a fabrication. This is merely Qian Gu Yue's attempt to revel in her misfortune. This is not true. Bibi Dong shook her head, her complexion pale, clearly shaken by the revelations before her. While she attempted to convince herself of the falsehood of the information, she could not help but reflect on the invitation she had received from Qian Gu Yue, who mentioned treating her to a feast. At that moment, she found it peculiar. Now, it seemed he merely wished to witness her humiliation. Perhaps he even intended to dispose of her here. Now, let us inquire of you, Bibi Dong. How do you feel upon encountering such information? Qian Gu Yue interjected. Do you harbor feelings of rage? His tone was taunting. Do you feel betrayed? You made such profound sacrifices for Yu Xiaojiang. Yet, what has he done? He revels in your resources and theories, wandering across the continent, completely disregarding your existence in Wuhuan City. Furthermore, he has betrayed the bond you shared. The woman he married is, after all, his cousin. Tell me, was he truly oblivious to her identity, or is he merely feigning ignorance? After all, he is renowned as the invincible master of theory. Enough. Do not speak further. Bibi Dong interrupted, her voice trembling. With each word from Qian Gu Yue, her composure crumbled. Observing Bibi Dong's distress brought Qian Gu Yue a sense of satisfaction. It served her right for once shouting at him on the road, for bullying Xiaoxue in their youth. Since Xiaoxue had called him Big Brother, it was only fitting that this big brother could afford to tease her a little. Chapter 27. Feng Xiaoying greetings, everyone. I am Feng Xiaoying, an aficionado of the two-dimensional gaming realm. Previously, in a bid to summon a certain misleadingly replicated emperor, I had the fortune of drawing 7 golds and 3 purples in a single 10 spin, an extraordinary stroke of luck. And as for the outcome, well, you all know it, don't you? I, Feng Xiaoying, have traversed realms. I have found myself in the immensely popular world of Douluo, a realm abundant with traversers. The mere thought of being in the Douluo universe fills me with glee. Hee hee, my little angel. Imagining this world brings a dreamy expression to my face, especially considering I now embody the form of a 3-year-old child, an incongruity that cannot be overlooked. Presently, Feng Xiaoying remains blissfully unaware of her predicament. What is wrong with this child? Yan Ying observed Feng Xiaoying, who was smiling foolishly not far ahead, a frown creasing his brow. Was it a natural affliction, or had she been harmed by those fallen soul masters? It is worth noting that in the Douluo series, during the first season, there was no term for evil soul masters. The Spirit Hall merely categorized these individuals as fallen soul masters. The designation of evil soul master emerged later in the second season, gradually evolving into the well-known Holy Spirit cult. Additionally, during the first season, even if your martial spirit possessed evil attributes, as long as it did not result in large-scale massacres of civilians, one could traverse the continent freely. A prime example is Bibi Dong of the Spirit Hall, who wields 2 martial spirits, the Death Spider Emperor and the Soul-Devouring Spider Emperor, both classified as evil martial spirits. The unfortunate child, Qian Chuan, was utterly devoured by the Soul-Devouring Spider King, leaving not even a trace behind. Another instance is the bone Douluo from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, reminiscent of the portly member among the original Shrek 7 monsters, who encountered a similar fate. If one were to exist in the subsequent eras, they would either belong to the Holy Spirit Church or fall victim to the so-called law enforcement team. It is quite ludicrous to consider that in such an expansive continent, there exists merely over 100 individuals within the law enforcement team. As for the evil soul masters, they emerged after the illustrious Tang God King annihilated the city of slaughter, causing the fallen soul masters within to escape. Furthermore, during that era, the Spirit Hall was left with only a handful of remaining members, rendering any attempts to exert control futile. At that time, the Spirit Hall was widely reviled across the continent. Shrek, on the other hand, adopted a stance of indifference towards the affairs of the continent, as well as the evil soul masters. "Hey, little one." Yining approached, crouching down to take a closer look. Who's calling me?" Feng Shuing responded, quickly wiping the drool from the corner of her mouth and lifting her head. "Well, a mature big sister," Feng Shuing exclaimed, her eyes lighting up as she gazed at Yining. "Child, why are you here all alone?" Yining inquired upon noticing the young girl outside by herself. Would this child truly be without family? Observing Feng Shuing's dirty little face and wrinkled clothes, Yining instinctively imagined that this was a forsaken child. Big sister, I. At this moment, Feng Shuing realized that she possessed nothing. If she were alone, she might perish before encountering her little angel. Playing the part of a pitiful child, yes, that was the strategy. To survive first and then consider the rest, for the sake of my little angel. "Why don't you come with me?" Yining, seeing Feng Shuing's demeanor, unconsciously spoke, believing the child had lost her family. After all, she had experience caring for children. "Look at how she raised Qian Gumo. Is that all right, sister?" Feng Shuing felt a flicker of hope, but pretended to be frightened. She was, after all, just a little child and needed to maintain the faade. "Of course it is," Yining replied with a smile. When she took care of Qian Gumo, the latter was already 9 years old, and she hardly needed to worry about daily life. "Come, sister will take you to eat." Yining cheerfully took Feng Shuing's small hand and headed toward Qian Gumo. What was happening? Upon returning with Feng Shuing, Yining witnessed the scene before her. Qian Gumo leaned against a tree, sipping from a bottle, while Bibi Dong appeared engulfed in a grayish-white aura. "It's nothing, just a minor shock." Qian Gumo waved her hand nonchalantly. "By the way, who is she?" Qian Gumo noticed Yining was still holding a little girl, who gazed at her in astonishment, as if witnessing something extraordinary. "Oh, you mean her?" Yining nudged Feng Shuing forward. "This little girl is Feng Shuing. I found her alone and felt sorry for her, so I brought her back." "I see." Qian Gumo nodded, offering Yining 2 bottles of cola. After accepting them, Yining took one for herself and handed the other to the still-dazed Feng Shuing. The sound of the bottle cap popping open snapped Feng Shuing back to reality. She stared blankly at the cola in her hand, lost in thought. On the way here, Yining had already informed her that she would be taken back to the Spirit Hall. Upon hearing this, Feng Shuing felt a surge of joy. Who would have thought that she would encounter someone from the Spirit Hall so soon after her arrival? As for Yining, Feng Shuing was somewhat familiar with her, having appeared in the anime. This brought her one step closer to her little angel. However, when she first saw Qian Gumo, a flicker of surprise crossed Feng Shuing's eyes, quickly followed by a hint of fear. "Ding! Congratulations, host, you have bound the original god system." This marked the activation of Feng Shuing's system. A system? Feng Shuing felt elated. With this system, defeating Tang Shaosan and trampling the Shurigod would no longer be a mere dream. "Ding! A traveler has been detected." Another sound echoed. A traveler? Isn't that myself?" Feng Shuing was still in a daze. "Isn't the traveler me? System, have you malfunctioned?" Subsequently, Feng Shuing looked up and saw Qian Gumo drinking cola. "Wait, am I seeing this correctly? That is indeed cola. How did this item come to be here? This is impossible. Even if it were here, it should be at Do-san, right? Isn't it currently Do-e? Therefore, this white-haired individual before me is the traveler the system spoke of? Drink up. Why aren't you drinking?" Qian Gumo gazed at Feng Shuing. He had learned from Nanji that she was also a traveler. Oh. Feng Shuing hastily raised her head to glance at Qian Gumo, only to find him teasingly observing her. It's over. Am I doomed to perish before my journey even begins? Farewell, my little angel." Sob. "Hey, that is not very nice," Nanji remarked, looking at the red-haired girl who lingered by her side. "Oh, come now, Nanji, don't be so petty. What kind of relationship do we have?" Hong Yi playfully lifted Nanji's chin. "Nanji, Your skin truly makes me envious. Aren't you going to do something about it? Nanshi irritably swatted away the hand resting on her chin. Nanshi looked at Feng Xiaoying, who was nearly terrified by her own host, and addressed Hong Yi. Oh, it's fine. Hong Yi waved her hand dismissively. By the way, could you have your host keep an eye on this girl for me? I need to rest for a bit. Understood, understood. Nanji waved her hand to indicate her acknowledgement. Qian Gumo, Nanshi said. What is it? Nanji. Qian Gumo replied. That girl named Feng Xiaoying. You're to take her with you. She has been chosen by a friend from my system academy. She is your friend? Qian Gumo was taken aback. This kind of traversal could occur within a single realm. Yes, taking care of her until she turns 6 is sufficient. I will seek some compensation for you later. Fine, that works. Qian Gumo responded nonchalantly. Ninji's friend, this is an ally. At this moment, Feng Xiaoying heard the voice of Hong Ye echoing in her mind. Essentially, it conveyed that she should follow the individual named Qian Gu Yue, whose system is a classmate of mine from the System Academy and can be trusted. After imparting this message, Hong Ye fell into slumber. Feng Xiaoying, is it? Qian Gu Yue inquired. Yes, I am the one, Feng Xiaoying responded. Is it acceptable to address you as senior? That should pose no problem, she replied. Very well. Henceforth you shall accompany me. Should I be unavailable, take this token to seek the grand offering, Qian Gu Yue said, presenting Feng Xiaoying with a token. Thank you, esteemed leader. Feng Xiaoying exclaimed, elated. The grand offering. Douluo, a paramount powerhouse of the current continent. Unlike Qian Gu Yue, Feng Xiaoying was aware of the plot. She knew that the sea god island remained indifferent to continental affairs, and Tang Chun was still trapped in the city of slaughter, leaving Douluo as the only one capable of taking action. With this token in her possession, her safety within the spirit hall was significantly assured. In the future, she could confidently declare, I am acquainted with the grand offering Douluo. Would you dare to harm me? Yin Yang, observing the two, regarded them with curiosity. Why did Qian Gu Yue bestow that token upon Feng Xiaoying? That token can summon the offerings of the hall. Chapter 28. The wedding of 5. While the 4 remained in the forest, a black shadow approached Yin Yang. How are the preparations? Upon seeing the newcomer, the smile vanished from Yin Yang's face, and he quickly turned to Feng Xiaoying with a changed demeanor. Impressive. You have learned well? Everything is ready, the man in black stated. He was an operative from the spirit hall, tasked with gathering intelligence and leading the group. Excellent. Then let us change our attire and proceed, Yin Yang declared. The group could not attend the wedding in their current clothing. Since the wedding hosted by Udashi featured only commoners, they too must don the garb of the populace. After all, they were not the main characters of the event and must not overshadow the occasion. Once attired in appropriate garments, the man led the way, followed by Yin Yang and the others. Feng Xiaoying walked alongside Qian Gu Yue, while the enigmatic Bibi Dong trailed behind in a black robe. Come now, cheer up, Qian Gu Yue implored, noticing Bibi Dong's lackluster demeanor. Just think, soon you will sit in the audience, witnessing the union of the two, your former love offering her blessings. I am certain Udashi will be delighted. Bibi Dong remained silent, at a loss for words. How dull, Qian Gu Yue remarked, noticing Bibi Dong's indifference, and chose to engage her less. Feng Xiaoying, trailing beside Qian Gu Yue, was nearly in fits of laughter, realizing that this woman was indeed Bibi Dong. Numerous traversers, along with their mothers-in-law and wives, have targeted Tang Xiao San, all in the name of the Spirit Hall's motto, which originated from her. Subsequently, her daughter Qian Renxue and disciple Hulaina took over, perpetuating this legacy. Listening to Qian Gumo's words, it appears they are to attend the wedding of Udashi. Quite amusing, is it not? Such occurrences have transpired in past societies as well. I sit below the stage, extending my blessings to you. Who would have thought that in the Douluo continent I would witness such a scene? Regarding Udashi, Feng Xiaoying had encountered information about him online in her previous life. In truth, Udashi is merely an NPC from a novice village, and his theoretical knowledge is not exclusive, even if one does not take him as a master. Attending a higher-level Soul Master Academy would yield similar teachings, albeit perhaps lacking the comprehensiveness he offers. As a traveler, Feng Xiaoying is aware of the origins of Dashi's theories. He merely organized the documents of his own Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family and the Spirit Hall, selecting and slightly modifying certain knowledge to present as his own research. The texts do not mention the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family or Bibi Dong by name. It is essential to acknowledge that, at that time, Dashi had already departed from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family and moved to the Spirit Hall. Were it not for Bibi Dong's assistance, he would not have had access to such extensive literature. To publish a book, one must possess a wealth of foundational knowledge. Surprisingly, Dashi is also privy to the secrets of the Spirit Hall's confidential angel soulbone, knowledge that he, as a mere level 29 individual, would likely not have acquired without Bibi Dong's influence. The magnitude of the undertaking he claims took only a few years to complete raises skepticism about his assertion that it was entirely his own research. The reason the continent perceives him as a joke is due to the theories he promulgated, many of which they already possess. Moreover, several of his theories are mere common knowledge and erroneous, likely a result of his impatience at the time. Furthermore, regarding soul research, apart from the Spirit Hall, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School also conducts studies. Their auxiliary capabilities are commendable. However, they bear a significant flaw. Their soul masters can never surpass level 80, perpetually remaining at level 79. They undoubtedly engage in soul research, and their progress is not inferior to that of the Spirit Hall, as the latter's research spans multiple projects, while the former specializes in a singular direction. Your Highness, we have arrived. The man in black pointed towards a village not far ahead. Remember to keep our identities concealed. Qian Gu cautioned. If we reveal ourselves prematurely, it would spoil the fun. Let us proceed. Gazing upon the festively adorned village ahead, the intelligence suggested that the three individuals seemed to contemplate a leisurely retirement here. They had even established an academy named Shrek, with its sign already hung, awaiting the enrollment of students. Observing the village, Qian Gu Yue turned to glance at Bibi Dong and gently patted her shoulder. What have you done? Bibi Dong felt her soul power within her had become stagnant. Nothing of consequence. I merely feared you might succumb to despair, Qian Gu Yue replied, his concern genuine. Despite the illustrious reputation of the Golden Iron Triangle, it meant little to them. Who are you? A villager, noticing the group, hurriedly called for the village chief to restrain them. We have heard of Master Yu Xiaojing's marriage here and the establishment of a Soul Master Academy. We came to celebrate and to inquire whether my child might attend school here in the future. Qian Gu Yue stepped forward, also mentioning Feng Xiuying who stood beside him. The village chief scrutinized the newcomers, noting their attire was not that of the affluent, in the presence of the young child. I see, the chief nodded, recalling that several soul masters had indeed visited their village recently, intending to open an academy here. And who might this be? The chief's gaze fell upon Bibi Dong, cloaked in black, a look of confusion crossing his face. It's hardly winter. Why is she dressed like this? Oh, it's simply that she bears an injury and wishes to avoid alarming anyone, Qian Gu Yue explained. It was not a falsehood. Bibi Dong was indeed wounded. Emotional scars are wounds in their own right. By the way, having traveled a long distance, I could not procure a suitable gift in such a short time. Please accept this small token of my regard. At this moment, the villagers found it difficult to present anything extravagant for weddings. Rather, each household contributed a little something. Though not precious, it was the thought that mattered. A man, adorned as a hunter, promptly set down a wild boar he had previously prepared. This was precisely what we needed, a substantial dish. Observing the hefty creature, weighing at least 400 pounds, the village chief's weathered face broke into a smile, his wrinkles deepening with delight. He warmly welcomed the guests into the village while instructing several strong young men to carry the boar into the kitchen. As he led the way, the chief regaled the visitors with amusing anecdotes about the village. This is also in the countryside. If it were in the city, such a situation would be quite concerning. One cannot deny that in this rural setting, one can still perceive some admirable traditions of humanity. Here, there is no need to wear a facade continuously. One can truly experience the villager's simplicity and amiable demeanor. Chapter 29. Shrek Academy. Ever since entering the village, Feng Xiuying has been joyfully running about. Here, a curious child explores. Reminiscent of my own childhood. The village chief laughed heartily at Feng Xiuying's antics, and Yanning joined in the laughter, believing Feng Xiuying was simply caught up in the moment. Qian Gu Yue observed her, a glimmer of nostalgia flickering in her eyes. She recalled her rural upbringing, where weddings brought unbridled joy to children, a time when they could indulge in delectable treats and play without adult supervision. Summers were spent wading in rivers, catching fish and shrimp, even if it led to scoldings upon returning home. Yet, the allure of a hearty rural meal awaited every evening. However, as time passed, everything changed. The dreams of childhood ultimately succumbed to the harshness of reality. The dreams of children are the most fragile. As the shaman expressed, children do not need grand aspirations. They merely follow the paths laid out by adults, content to be mere dolls. Hey Gu Yue, what's wrong? Yanning noticed Qian Gu Yue's unusual demeanor. Oh, Qian Gu Yue, snapped back to reality by Yan Ying's call, shook her head. It's nothing. Just reminiscing. I see. Yan Ying, understanding, chose not to pry further, recognizing that everyone harbors their own little secrets. By the way, village chief, since Deshur has established an academy, what are the admission standards? Qian Gu Yue inquired of the village chief, who was leading the way. Other villagers passed by, but upon seeing the village chief with Qian Gu Yue and her companions, they returned to their own tasks. The village chief pondered for a moment before responding. I recall that Director Flander mentioned that the Shrek Academy only admits soul masters under the age of 13 with a spirit power of 21 or above. The old village chief held a favorable view of Qian Gu Yue and her companions, thus he spoke candidly. In due time, the three would also disseminate this information. Upon hearing the village chief's words, they were momentarily taken aback. Such high admission standards, under 13 and requiring a spirit power of 21 or above. This talent, when placed within the ranks of various powerful factions, would undoubtedly belong to the elite disciples. Yet, here, it seems to be the most trivial of requirements. How absurd. Upon hearing the elder's words, Qian Gu Yue took a moment to survey the village. Given such conditions, what higher expectations could there possibly be? Surely, no one would dare to come here. It is unlikely that we would encounter fools akin to Bibi Dong. Qin Ming interjected, expressing his offense. To the future souls that may perish at the hands of spirit beasts, I extend my sincerest apologies. One must understand that the cultivation of spirit masters necessitates resources. This is manageable for affluent families, but for commoners, the academy represents their only avenue for advancement. Typically, spirit master academies registered within the empire provide financial support based on the rankings achieved in the annual spirit master competitions. Unlike sects, graduates from academies either return to their families, embark on journeys across the continent, or choose to align themselves with a faction. The empire's interest in these students is considerable, and even sects harbor a keen interest. Notably, some renowned elemental academies on the continent receive backing from sects. Their students are often prioritized for recruitment upon graduation. Considering the state of this village, what audacity allows for such elevated expectations? The demands are exceptionally high. Qian Gu Yue lamented, his frustration evident. The village chief, unfazed by his demeanor, acknowledged that their village had produced a few spirit masters, but none possessed exceptional talent. As they journeyed onward, Qian Gu Yue posed several inquiries, and the chief's responses left him astounded. No, it would be more accurate to say that the responses of the trio, the so-called Golden Triangle, were bewildering. Are you certain you are running an academy and not leading students astray? Lacking funds and resources, you claim this is a means to strengthen your willpower. It is essential to recognize that cultivation requires financial means, companions, and artifacts. The foremost of these is wealth. Without money, achieving the latter three becomes an insurmountable challenge. And as for fortifying willpower, I possess that skill myself. I could easily cast you into the ranks of the reserve army, where sustenance and shelter would be provided. Yet you would not return until you meet the established criteria. Should you wish to escape, be warned. Should you be caught, you would face severe consequences. After guiding them to their designated location, the village chief departed. He wholeheartedly supported the establishment of an academy in the presence of 3 spirit masters in their village, as this would undoubtedly increase visitors and enhance their economic prospects, an exceedingly favorable development for the villagers. In this wedding, he intends to orchestrate a splendid affair. After the village chief's departure, the 5 individuals settled at a secluded table, awaiting the commencement of the ceremony. When will the members of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family arrive? Inquired Qian Gu Yue of the Soul Saint gentleman. According to the intelligence, they should arrive shortly after the wedding begins, he pondered, a hint of gossip glimmering in his eyes. The matters concerning the Golden Triangle were his investigation, and he was well acquainted with the trio. Both the eldest and second brothers harbored affections for the third sister. However, it perplexed him why she had chosen the weakest among them, the great scholar. Has society truly transformed? Why would someone forsake a promising man for a man of little worth, whose strength pales in comparison to that of the woman? Moreover, the couple in question are actually cousins. The groom is the son of Yu Yuanjin, the patriarch of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family, and a renowned theoretical scholar on the continent. The bride is the illegitimate daughter of Yu Luomian, the second in command of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family. It is worth noting that Yu Yuanjin and Yu Luomian are, in fact, biological brothers. Although Yu Luomian has yet to acknowledge this illegitimate daughter publicly, he still maintains a degree of concern for her, considering her potential as a future sole Douluo, a title that holds great significance in the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family. Second only to the patriarch himself. If he were to learn of this matter, he would undoubtedly rush over with the intention of exacting vengeance. After all, the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family had already faced ridicule once before due to previous events. If this matter were to leak out, what would become of their family's reputation? How could the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family possibly maintain their standing on the continent? Even a rabbit would refrain from consuming its own nest grass, except, of course, for a certain ancient rabbit that has existed for 100,000 years. This brings forth my curiosity. Let us speak freely. Xiao Wu's transformation into the human realm was driven by her desire for vengeance against her mother's adversary, the formidable spirit ring of Bibi Dong from the original tale, spanning 70,000 years. Yet, after encountering Tang San, what is she engaged in daily? Aside from playful antics and skirmishes, there is a conspicuous absence of urgency. At the tender age of 12, she remained at the same level as Tang San, both at the 29th rank. According to the original narrative, despite Tang San's persistent deviation from established norms, a 100,000-year-old transformed spirit beast starts with an inherent soul power of 10, negating the need to hunt for spirit rings, as they can manifest their own. Moreover, her cultivation speed surpasses that of human soul masters with full innate soul power. If she devoted herself to training, her level would undoubtedly not be insignificant. I find myself pondering the motivations of this rabbit. If her intent is to avenge her mother, why does she not dedicate herself to rigorous training? Upon entering human society, she seems to spend her days in frivolity, exhibiting no ambition whatsoever. I am genuinely intrigued by the origins of her current prowess. In the first installment of the series, it was mentioned that different spirit beasts possess varying rates of cultivation. For instance, ancient bloodline beasts cultivate at rates several times faster than ordinary ones. Take the golden-eyed black dragon king, Tian. His cultivation is indeed impressive, earning him the title of the continent's foremost expert. Yet, he has only existed for a mere few 100,000 years. However, I remain perplexed regarding the distinctive traits of a spirit beast such as the soft-boned enchantress rabbit. Is it truly its charm? Let us not jest. Even a fox's allure surpasses that of this rabbit. For a rabbit to attain 100,000-year cultivation, it would have had to live far beyond a mere 100,000 years. Considering the lack of any notable bloodline. In the original tale, when Xiao Wu transformed, the two forest kings were also at 100,000 years of cultivation. The narrative states that the sky blue bull and the titan giant ape were rescued by Xiao Wu's mother during their youth, yet at that time, Xiao Wu possessed minimal cultivation. But when it came to her transformation, are we to believe that those two brothers are merely inferior beings, cloaked in false bloodlines? Or does Xiao Wu harbor some hidden lineage? Are you perhaps the jade rabbit cradled by the goddess Chang'e? Furthermore, what offensive capabilities does this rabbit possess? You might argue it is charm, but who are its targets? Carnivorous creatures, which are generally stronger than herbivores, excluding species like rhinoceroses and elephants. Attempting to enchant them? That is laughable. They struggle daily for sustenance, often engaging in life-or-death battles. Their resolve is not something you can easily sway. In the original narrative, during Shrek Academy's entrance examination, Xiao Wu was rendered unconscious by the mental backlash from the 70-level Zhao Wujing. One must ponder if she has not lost her cultivation. Could she possibly have depleted her own mental faculties from those 100,000 years? If that were indeed the case, your 100,000 years of experience would hardly lead you to such a conclusion. Is it possible that your intellect has undergone a reawakening as well? If you truly are a soul beast that is cultivated for 100,000 years, consider the vast number of soul beasts that could have emerged from the Star Doe forest during that time. Surely you must recognize at least one of them. Aside from your two brothers, the Imperial Beast, appearing in the second battle, possesses an impressive cultivation of 15,000 years. There exists an approximate gap of nearly 10,000 years between the first and second battles, meaning that by now, the Imperial Beast has already made its appearance. Its significance is well known, as it enhances the cultivation speed of soul beasts in that region and improves the records of transcending tribulations. It is common knowledge that the two forest kings of the Star Doe forest reside at the edges of the core area, serving as the guardians. While there may be other entrances, it is certain that many other 100,000-year soul beasts have traversed these grounds, yet you, little Wu, remain oblivious. Even during your playful 100,000-year existence, it would be improbable that you have never encountered another soul beast of such age. Given your lively demeanor in the human world, Having two little subordinates in the Stardow Forest would render you a minor tyrant, would it not? What if, while running, one inadvertently encroaches upon the territory of a formidable 10,000-year soul beast? Surely, not all 10,000-year soul beasts reside in the core area. Take Bibi Dong's Death Spider Queen's 9th soul ring, for instance. Would she possess the audacity to venture into such a central zone? After all, those who attain the 10,000-year mark invariably bear some form of bloodline enhancement. In a confrontation, I would not be intimidated by you, if the odds were against me. I could always flee. Even a rabbit, despite its limited cognitive capacity, inherently retains memories of perilous regions as a survival instinct, does it not? Yet, this rabbit, Xiaowu, seems oblivious. Even under the protection of her mother and 2 brothers, she ought to be better informed about which places are safe and which are perilous. By the conclusion of the first battle, even if you, Tang Shenhuang, were reluctant to resurrect the 7 treasure glazed tile school's bone Douluo, what of your mother-in-law? Xiaowu, have you forgotten your own mother? By the time of the second confrontation, it was revealed that her mother had ventured into a treacherous domain, only to be slain by the soul beast within. Goodness! In the first battle, Bibi Dong bore the blame for the demise of another, while in the second, the ferocious beasts of the Dread Zone were responsible for the loss of the sacred beast. And what of the third? The Silver Dragon King has also perished. Your mother is merely a pawn used by you, the dutiful daughter, against the Soul Beast clan. Who displeases you? You simply invoke the memory of your deceased mother, then seek to vanquish them. Chapter 30. Qian Gu Yue, Bibi Dong, what expression is that? Go, keep watch on the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, and inform me once they arrive in Soto City. Qian Gu Yue instructed the man in black beside him. Understood, the man replied before departing. With a snap of her fingers, Qian Gu Yue unleashed a golden ring that swiftly expanded outward. The angelic domain, an exclusive realm of the 6-winged angels. As the domain extended, to the villagers, it appeared as though they remained seated at their table, enjoying tea and local delicacies. Yet, in truth, after the man left, Qian Gu Yue removed the black hood from Bibi Dong's head, revealing her exceedingly haggard visage. After enduring so much suffering for years, is this the conclusion she faces? Although Bibi Dong repeatedly reassured herself that perhaps it was not Xiao Gang's wedding, but rather that of another pair, reality held no such alternatives. This was indeed the wedding of Xiao Gang and that woman. In an instant, her heart brimmed with grievance, her tears welling in her eyes, yet refusing to fall. Though she felt wronged, there was little she could do. At present, she had no means to exact revenge, as Qian Gu Yue alone had her firmly under control. Upon returning, she might be consigned to eternal confinement. Thankfully, the soul saint had departed. Otherwise, witnessing this scene would have left him at a loss for how to navigate his standing within the spirit hall. Observing Bibi Dong's demeanor, Qian Gu Yue immediately found herself intrigued. Bibi Dong, Qian Gu Yue exclaimed. Fortunately, it was due to their prior separation that these individuals were kept apart. Otherwise, with that one utterance, every villager present could have heard it. What does your expression signify? What do your tears convey? Uft. Wen Xiaoying, who was sipping on cola nearby, erupted upon hearing Qian Gu Yue's words. Senior, you truly are mischievous. But I must admit, I like it. Humph. Who asked you to treat the little angel that way in the original text? The smile of the little angel shall be safeguarded by me. Wen Xiaoying chuckled heartily within her heart. What's wrong? In the meantime, Yin Ying, noticing Wen Xiaoying's outburst, quickly produced a tissue to offer her. Although she had overheard, having spent an extended period with Qian Gu Yue, she had grown accustomed to some of the peculiar phrases exchanged, and to a certain extent, had developed an immunity to them. It's nothing. You'll get used to it in time, Yin Ying reassured, thinking Wen Xiaoying was still unfamiliar with Qian Gu Yue's occasional peculiar thinking. She too had taken a while to acclimate. And no, it's nothing, Sister Yin Ying. When Xiaoying coughed a few times, realizing she was fine, she had merely choked slightly. While Yin Ying might not comprehend such nuances, it certainly did not imply that Wen Xiaoying was oblivious. After all, this was a rather popular meme from her past life. What is this? Has a long-dead Klitsch suddenly ambushed me in this unfamiliar realm? Do your tears hold any significance? Can he perceive them? What purpose does your grievance serve? Will he feel any pangs of sorrow? Will he find joy upon seeing you? Will he then cast aside his bride before everyone and beseech your forgiveness, imploring you to return to his side? Will he? Tell me. Chilling fury flickered in Qian Gu Yue's eyes. Were it not for Xiao Xue's mother being the holy maiden of the spirit hall, merely the resources previously provided to you Dashi would have sealed your fate. Even old Zhu's immunity would not save you. He cannot fathom it. After all, You are but a useless being, incapable of anything. Yet you strut around as if you are the paramount ruler, just like the previous Haian sect, albeit they possessed genuine strength. But what of you, Udashi? What do you possess? Is it your title Douluo father? Or a holy maiden girlfriend from the spirit hall? Your 29th level of soul power? Or your chubby piglet that can only be endearing and pass gas? Or do you believe that your reputation as the continent's foremost theoretical expert, yet a mere joke in the eyes of soul masters across the land, confers any legitimacy? By what right? It is not merely a matter of Qian Gu Yue harboring jealousy towards you to sure. Rather, it is incomprehensible how such a dim-witted individual could be attracted to you to sure. To be candid, when Qian Gu Yue first became acquainted with you to sure, he was intrigued by the latter's background as the son of the patriarch of one of the three great sects, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. This was a promising start, especially with a father bearing a prestigious title. However, the situation took a turn during the awakening of his martial soul, which was not the illustrious Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon of his lineage, and his soul power seemed to stagnate at a mere half level. Absent any unforeseen circumstances, his progress would likely be capped at the 29th level. In the original narrative, had it not been for Tang Shaosan's herb, Yuta sure would have remained at that level, never to surpass 30. Initially, one might have assumed this was the beginning of a tale centered around a fantastical underdog. With a commendable family background, yet ridiculed since childhood for his lack of talent, he ultimately fled his home in search of a path to strength. For a time, Qian Gu Yue kept an eye on what he thought would be a character akin to an anti-inflammatory remedy, but as his understanding deepened, he found Yuta sure to be rather hypocritical. While vocally rejecting assistance from Bibi Dong, he simultaneously welcomed all offers, even leveraging Bibi Dong's access to a wealth of precious literature from the Spirit Hall, only to omit her name entirely when publishing. Not to mention his reluctance to acknowledge the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Were it not for the documentation from both families, would he even exist in his current form? At that juncture, Qian Gu Yue mentioned this matter to Qian Sunji and subsequently lost interest, deeming him a mere waste and a dullard, lacking any intrigue. Ultimately, upon encountering the other two members of the Golden Iron Triangle, Yuta sure transformed into a figure of self-pity, proclaiming that none of this was his fault, but rather the fault of others. The hearts of such individuals are remarkably sensitive, yet they embody a profound contradiction. On one hand, they yearn for the acknowledgement of the world. On the other, they are plagued by an overwhelming sense of inferiority, believing that any assistance rendered to them is merely a matter of obligation, and thus, they feel no need for gratitude. Should one fail to assist, it is perceived as a fault on their part. To be frank, whether in a past life or the present, Qian Gu Yue harbors a deep disdain for such individuals, simply finding them irksome. No, they will only perceive it as your fault. You, who betrayed him like Bibi Dong did in the past, betrayed the bond between you. They will only view it as your deception, akin to how Bibi Dong once deceived him and tarnished his feelings. Upon hearing Qian Gu Yue's words, Bibi Dong finally broke down in tears before everyone. She had continuously reassured herself that her little gang would return. It was merely the scheme of the Qian family, an attempt to witness her humiliation. Yet, as days passed, Qian Gu Yue frequently sought her out, exchanging a few words, which Bibi Dong struggled to endure. However, on this day, the wedding of Yuta Sure, coupled with Qian Gu Yue's remarks, utterly shattered her composure. Is this not inappropriate? Feng Xiaoying, having just traversed into this realm, still possessed a kind heart. Although she disapproved of Bibi Dong's treatment of her daughter in the original narrative, she was reminded by Yin Eng, who gently patted her head, littling, remember to look beyond the surface of things. Some may appear resplendent outwardly, yet their inner essence is profoundly repugnant. To an uninformed observer, it may seem as if Qian Gu Yue is bullying Bibi Dong. However, those privy to the details would not perceive her as pitiable. Perhaps there might be a hint of sympathy, but it would be scant. Chapter 31, The Wedding as Special Guest, Bibi Dong. Yet, to those aware of the truth, no one would regard her with pity. Perhaps a fleeting sense of compassion might arise, but it would be minimal. This reflects how Feng Xiaoying had just traversed into this realm and was still struggling to acclimatize. At that time, Qian Gumo also faced a similar adjustment, yet as time progressed, she gradually adapted. One must comprehend that it is not the environment that selects you. Rather, it is imperative for you to conform to your present surroundings if you wish to survive. Some may perceive Bibi Dong's plight in the original narrative as excessively tragic, forced to bear a daughter she does not cherish, while her boyfriend abandons her in times of crisis. In such moments of despair, she was left with no one but herself. with the spirit hall offering no assistance. Truly, it is a harrowing fate. However, from an outsider's perspective, one might argue that Bibi Dong's unfortunate circumstances stemmed from her own substantial shortcomings. What actions did you undertake? You leveraged your authority to aid an individual from the upper echelons in acquiring a plethora of Spirit Hall's archives, including some confidential texts. And this individual happened to be the son of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan's leader. Although at that time Udashi had already departed from the clan, it is crucial to remember that he was expelled only after he had publicly articulated his theory of invincibility following his departure from the Spirit Hall. For instance, in the original work, after the transformation of the Tiando Palace, Udashi revealed the secret of the Angel Spirit Bone to Tang Hao. The Angel Spirit Bone. Only the final evaluators of the Angel Clan can fuse with such bones, a secret known solely to the leaders of the Angel Clan throughout generations within the Spirit Hall. Presently, aside from the unfortunate child Qian Renxue, only Qian Douluo and Qian Gu Yue are privy to this secret. Of course, both Bibi Dong and Udashi are also aware of it. Moreover, despite multiple warnings from her mentor Qian Renxue, she still entertained thoughts of eloping with Udashi. Is this a reflection of Qian Renxue's failure? Is the Spirit Hall incapable of supporting her? Consider, if you were in possession of such a student, would you not be infuriated? Thus, Bibi Dong's current predicament cannot be attributed to anyone else. Naturally, Udashi bears considerable responsibility as well. What is your true nature? Do you not possess self-awareness? Clearly, if you are overly concerned with appearances and wish to avoid being labeled as someone who relies on others, then do not frequent Bibi Dong's vicinity. What is your intention in approaching her? Are you oblivious? The weak possess no rights of choice. They are only subject to being chosen, Qian Gu Yue remarked. It is unclear whether this was directed at Bibi Dong or Feng Xiuying. Hey, what are you saying? Yining shot a glare at Qian Gu Yue, recognizing him as just a child. Isn't it better to discuss this when he matures? I apologize. That was my fault. Qian Gu Yue humbly admitted. Yet, he may dare to speak again. However, judging by Feng Xiuying's demeanor, one might believe she could transform her perspective. The weak possess no rights of choice. They are only subject to being chosen. Bibi Dong's mind exploded with realization. Indeed, had her strength been greater at that time, perhaps that scoundrel Qian Renxue would not have opposed her. Even if one cannot part with the Spirit Hall, persuading Xiao Gang to join the Spirit Hall through marriage is still a viable option, for one possesses their own strength, and none would dare to harm Xiao Gang. Of course, this is contingent upon the absence of Qian Douluo from the fray. Should the old Qian enter the scene, he would undoubtedly deliver a resounding slap, reminding one of their place. All injustices in this world stem solely from the inadequacies of those involved. Time flows relentlessly, second by second. At last, the wedding commenced, and the Soul Sage returned, bearing news of the imminent arrival of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. With the commencement of the ceremony, Qian Gu Yue withdrew his domain, allowing himself to simply enjoy the spectacle that was about to unfold. As the wedding began, an array of authentic farmhouse dishes was presented. Come, indulge yourselves, said Yaning, placing a chicken leg into Feng Xiuying's bowl. She had previously dined at a rural banquet with Qian Gu Yue, though lacking the opulence of nobility. It compensated with generous portions that satisfied the appetite. Thank you, Sister Yaning, Feng Xiuying chirped, her voice bright with hunger. I was nearly starving. Finally, the feast begins. Welcome, everyone, to the wedding of our beloved couple, announced Flander, dressed in a pristine outfit, the leader of the Golden Iron Triangle Trio. Though curious as to why his younger brother and sister had not invited their elders to the ceremony, Flander refrained from probing further into the secrets concerning his siblings. After all, everyone harbors their own mysteries, do they not? Now, let us welcome our newlyweds, Flander said with a beaming smile. Yet Qian Gu Yue caught a fleeting glimpse of disappointment in his eyes. The room erupted with enthusiastic applause, and Qian Gu Yue joined in, recognizing the importance of adhering to local customs at such an occasion. At that moment, Bibi Dong, hidden beneath a black hood, fixed her gaze intently upon the couple as they entered slowly. Dressed in a pristine white wedding gown, the bride, Lu Erlong, cast a shy glance at the man opposite her, Yu Xiaojiang, who wore a formal black suit. Yu Xiaojiang, do you take this woman before you as your wife? In times of poverty and wealth, in health and sickness, will you remain faithful to her, cherish her, and protect her for all your days? Flander asked gravely. Having composed himself, although it was his first time officiating, he had familiarized himself with the process, and this ceremony was to be uncomplicated, devoid of cumbersome formalities. I do. Yu Xiaojiang replied earnestly, feeling it was prudent to honor the master on such an occasion. Life consists of three monumental events: birth, marriage, and death. Lu Erlong, do you take this man before you as your husband? In times of poverty and wealth, in health and sickness, will you remain faithful to him, cherish him, and protect him for all your days? I do. Lu Erlong responded resolutely, without a moment's hesitation. Very well, Flander proclaimed, raising a tray that held 2 goblets of wine. Drink from these cups, and from this moment forth, you shall be united as husband and wife. May you both grow old together in happiness. Flander and his companion raised their intertwined cups to their lips, savoring the ceremonial drink, while bestowing heartfelt blessings upon one another. They then clasped their hands together, each taking a sip from the joined goblets, marking the moment they became husband and wife. Dear friend, the wedding feast is about to commence. Please take your seat. At this moment, Flander, who had been intently observing Lu Erlong, noticed a figure clad in black approaching. Upon hearing Flander's words, Master Yu and his companion also glanced over with expressions of curiosity and confusion. Observing the silent figure in black, Flander's brow furrowed. The individual seemed to harbor ill intentions. Moreover, judging by their attire, they did not appear to be from the village. Master Yu, congratulations. At a distance of 10 meters from the trio, Bibi Dong abruptly shed her dark cloak, a cold smile gracing her lips. After enduring for so many years, had her long wait culminated in such a triviality? To think her betrothed was none other than her cousin. Truly remarkable. Reflecting on Master Yu, and then on her own years spent within the spirit hall, Bibi Dong suddenly realized how misguided her affections had once been. Observing Bibi Dong's demeanor, Qian Gu Yue nodded, feeling justified for the time spent in dialogue with her over the past few days. If things remain unchanged as before, then there truly is no hope left. The mind has reached an irretrievable state. One must concede defeat. Chapter 32. The Martial Soul Fusion Skill, Golden Sacred Dragon, Bibi Dong. A flicker of emotion appeared in Yu Deshi's eyes, quickly followed by indignation. It was you, Bibi Dong, who deceived my feelings all those years ago. How dare you gaze upon me with such audacity? Bibi Dong cast a scornful glance at Yu Deshi, compelling him to bow his head in submission. Her disdainful eyes and harsh words pierced the incredibly sensitive heart of Yu Deshi. It is you, woman, who has tormented Xiao Gang. After a moment of stunned silence, Lu Erlong erupted in fury, proclaiming how remarkable Xiao Gang truly is. Not only is he an exceptional scholar, but he is also the sole author of the renowned 10 core competencies of martial souls in the continent. Yet, such a brilliant individual has been harmed by the woman before him. Today, Lu Erlong shall avenge her beloved Xiao Gang. Ha! Observing Lu Erlong charging at her, Bibi Dong merely chuckled disdainfully, utterly oblivious to the danger she courted. With a flick of her long leg, she sent Lu Erlong flying before she could react. Erlong, Flander and his companion, who were still behind, were momentarily taken aback. By the time they registered the event, the woman they cherished had already been sent sprawling by Bibi Dong. They rushed to catch Lu Erlong, but while Bibi Dong's kick would not be fatal, the force was undeniably significant. The three of them skidded across the ground for 30 meters, leaving 4 deep furrows in their wake. As they rose, Flander, as the elder brother, positioned himself protectively in front of the two. This time, trouble has escalated significantly. Judging by the force of that recent kick, Bibi Dong's strength appears to be at least that of a soul sage, and she may very well have ascended to the rank of a soul Douluo. It is worth noting that at this moment, both Flander and Lu Erlong have already attained the status of high-ranking soul emperors. Suddenly, a mouthful of fresh blood erupted from Lu Erlong's lips. Cough, cough, cough. Erlong, how are you holding up? Urgently inquired Yu Deshi, who remained by Lu Erlong's side. His eyes filled with concern. I'm fine, Lu Erlong replied, lifting her head to gaze at Bibi Dong with a pallid expression. The golden iron triangle and Bibi Dong were nearly of the same age. However, after that recent kick, Lu Erlong felt that had Bibi Dong not restrained her strength, she might have met a dire fate. Soul Douluo. Lu Erlong gritted her teeth, realizing that despite their close proximity in rank, she was merely a high-ranking soul emperor. While that Bibi Dong had already attained the status of a soul Douluo. How did that wretched individual cultivate such prowess? Erlong and Flander, upon hearing the term soul master, immediately exchanged alarmed glances. At present, disregarding his own meager level of 29, Flander stands at 68, while Lu Erlong boasts a formidable 64. Even the most powerful among them, Flander, finds himself 2 major realms apart from the likes of Bibi Dong. It appears that Bibi Dong approaches with ill intent. The three exchanged glances, and soon Flander and Lu Erlong positioned themselves at the forefront, with the formidable Yu Dashur in the center, forming a triangular formation. Day and moon, shine bright, golden transformation. Once their positions were secured, they chanted in unison. Golden lines emerged beneath their feet, ultimately forming a resplendent golden triangle. Their soul rings materialized beneath them. Flander and Lu Erlong each possessed 6, while the central figure, Yu Dashur, had but 2. With a resounding roar, a plump pig-like creature emerged from Yu Dashur, landing between the trio. This was Yu Dashur's mutated martial spirit, the 3 cannon, aptly named for its capacity to unleash only 3 strikes before becoming ineffective. Subsequently, the soul rings of the 3 surged toward the 3 cannon, enveloping it in their collective soul power. The creature's cries grew increasingly spirited. In a breathtaking transformation, the pig morphed into a magnificent dragon, adorned with twin wings and spiraled horns, its body covered in gleaming golden scales. Run for your lives. At this moment, the villagers realized the peril and hastily urged one another to flee. Initially, they had anticipated welcoming 3 soul masters into their village, envisioning the prestige it would bring. However, it now seemed they had summoned 3 harbingers of disaster. One by one, the villagers scrambled to escape. This is indeed a battle between soul masters. If one inadvertently gets caught in the fray, one must simply accept the consequences. In the blink of an eye, the once bustling scene has emptied, leaving only the table of Qian Gu Yue still occupied. This martial soul fusion technique is quite commendable, albeit barely adequate. Qian Gu Yue casually swatted away the imposing dragon aura that had spread towards him. While it may appear merely passable to your eyes, it is no small feat for these 3 to have achieved this stage. Yin Ying, upon hearing Qian Gu Yue's remarks, rolled his eyes. On the continent, there exists a myriad of martial souls, some of which can be fused together. The degree of compatibility between martial souls dictates that the higher the compatibility, the greater the power of the fusion. Moreover, soul masters possessing martial soul fusion techniques experience an enhanced training speed when they cultivate together. It sounds promising, however. The number of soul masters endowed with such fusion techniques on the continent is exceedingly scarce. After all, the most renowned examples are the Spirit Hall's Zhu Gui Douluo and the royal family's Yuming White Tiger of the Xing Luo Empire. The emergence of a martial soul fusion technique involving 3 individuals is indeed a rare occurrence. The original fusion technique, which involves only 2 participants, already poses a significant challenge in terms of mutual understanding. Thus, the complexity is heightened when a 3rd is introduced. Although Yu Dashur is perceived as ineffectual, the advent of this martial soul fusion technique still sparked a flicker of astonishment in Qian Gu Yue's eyes. However, subsequent events led Qian Gu Yue to dismiss this initial thought. A martial soul fusion technique? Observing the magnificent golden dragon soaring through the air, a hint of derision crossed Bibi Dong's gaze. What purpose does it serve? In the face of overwhelming strength, all efforts are rendered futile. A flash of black light swept through, and a gaping wound appeared between the golden dragon's eyes, accompanied by a piercing sound. The fusion technique was shattered, causing the 3 individuals below to spew blood. They could no longer maintain the martial soul fusion. In the original narrative, the first appearance of such a technique occurred when 3 faced Douluo Bo in the Sunset Forest. The trio engaged Douluo Bo in a back-and-forth exchange. Yet it is conceivable that Douluo Bo refrained from exerting his full power for fear of destroying his medicinal garden. Otherwise, could they have endured for so long? I initially thought you had made progress after leaving me, Bibi Dong mocked Yu Dashur, standing before the trio. And this is all you have to show? Flinder and Lu Erlong had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Although Yu Dashur was the leader among the 3, during the assault, the other 2 still shielded the fragile Yu Dashur. With such meager capabilities, do you still entertain thoughts of revenge against me? Revenge against the martial soul hall? The smile on Bibi Dong's lips grew increasingly pronounced. She had long since relinquished hope. Perhaps the greater the hope, the more profound the disappointment. Reflecting on her past, she truly felt blind to have considered such a worthless individual worthy of her attention. Yu Dashur remained silent, yet his tightly clenched fists betrayed the immense fury within him. A worthless individual remains so, yet he possesses a modicum of self-awareness, preventing him from causing harm to himself and others. Out of a sense of past camaraderie, Bibi Dong cautioned him. She was well aware of the martial soul hall's formidable power, not to mention Qian Daolu. Even the current Qian Gu Yue is not to be trifled with. Desire for revenge against the martial soul hall? Dream on. In dreams, anything is possible. I'm quite satisfied. Feng Xiaoying remarked with a satisfied burp. Indeed, having just traversed into this realm, I not only found a formidable ally but also enjoyed a splendid spectacle and indulged in a feast from another world. Very well, let us take our leave. After wiping her mouth with a piece of paper, Qian Gu Yue rose to her feet. Shall we pack some food for the journey? Qian Gu Yue indicated the wild boar meat in the kitchen. Yes, yes. Feng Xiaoying nodded. Such delicacies were unattainable in her previous life. Chapter 33. The separation of the golden iron triangle. After packing the wild boar meat from the kitchen, the five departed the village. Their purpose for coming here had been fulfilled. As for the results, Qian Gu Yue glanced at Bibi Dong, who was walking silently behind him. It seems that the effect is quite favorable. At least, there has been no reaction at the mere mention of Udashi's name. Excellent. At the wedding venue, Flender and Lu Erlong had also regained consciousness. Erlong, Xiaojiang, are you both all right? Flender opened his eyes to see his dear friend Udashi and his secret crush. Xiaojiang, that wretch did not harm you, did she? Lu Erlong inquired with genuine concern. What if that scoundrel had forced Xiaojiang during his unconsciousness? Xiaojiang's strength was insufficient to contend with such a vile character. The mere thought of it darkened Lu Erlong's expression, although she was now Xiaojiang's wife. It was that wretch who first claimed his body. No, it cannot be. My Xiaojiang would never submit to her tyranny. Yet, what if that wretch threatened Xiaojiang using her influence? Xiaojiang, for my sake, would he yield to her demands? Upon contemplating this, Lu Erlong's mood lightened somewhat. Despite the fact that Bibi Dong had claimed Xiaojiang's body before her, his heart still belonged to her. I'm fine. Udashi shook his head and spoke. How about you? A proud individual like Udashi would never disclose the truth. His childhood insecurities had endowed him with a keen insight into human emotions. He understood precisely what expressions, tones, and gazes were necessary to maintain their trust. Rest assured, Erlong, Flender, as long as we are all unharmed, that is what matters most, Udashi proclaimed, feigning relief. Though disappointment lingered in his eyes. That despicable wretch, just wait. One day, I shall repay the humiliation of today. Lu Erlong, noticing the look in Dashi's eyes, immediately deduced that it must be Bibi Dong who had coerced Xiaojiang. Don't, Erlong. Bibi Dong has the backing of the entire spirit hall, and we are no match for such a formidable entity, Udashi quickly interjected. Having spent time in the spirit hall, he was aware of certain circumstances, such as the fact that the previous pope, Qian Douluo, was still alive, a legendary figure of an era. Just his presence alone suffocated other powers on the continent, with the exception of the Haian sect during Tang Chen's time. Damn it, Lu Erlong was not foolish. Aside from her occasional foolishness regarding Xiaojiang, she was quite rational otherwise. How can such an organization as the Spirit Hall exist in this world? Why do they not perish? Erlong, such words should not be uttered. Beside them, Fran heard this and promptly interjected. As the leader of the trio, Yu Xiaojiang primarily focused on theoretical research and neglected other matters, while Lu Erlong was someone who relied heavily on Yu Xiaojiang. In the end, it was Fran, the eldest among them, who had to take on the responsibility of caring for them. He was acutely aware of the immense power wielded by the Spirit Hall on the continent, recognizing that only the top 3 sects and the 2 great empires could stand against it. What status did the 3 of them hold? Fran was merely a fallen noble, left alone in his family, while Xiaojiang appeared to be the offspring of commoners. As for his surname, although the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan also bore the surname Yu, it was evident that the name was not exclusive to them alone, leading Fran to dismiss any further thoughts on the matter. After all, why would he leave the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan to join the Spirit Hall? Moreover, the affluent Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan certainly did not lack for sustenance, even without him. As for Lu Erlong, he knew that she was merely a woman abandoned by her father. Thus, what strength did the 3 of them possess to challenge the Spirit Hall? Yet, what Fran did not realize was, among the 3, he alone could be associated with the commoners, for his family had long since fallen from grace, and now they owned not even a patch of land. The other 2 were the son of the current patriarch of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, a privileged heir boasting a father who was a titled Douluo, and the other was the second in command of the clan, a wealthy matriarch of considerable discretion. Thus, Flandre lamented, the jester is none other than myself. At that moment, several streaks of blue lightning surged swiftly from outside the village. Damnable fools! Yu Luomian was nearly beside himself with rage. The troubles caused by the insipid book on the 10 core competencies for soul masters penned by Yu Xiaojiang several years ago had brought considerable distress to the family. Now, He even wished to wed his daughter, albeit she was an illegitimate child, yet Lu Erlong's talents were not to be underestimated. With diligent effort, reaching the status of a Sol Douluo was certainly within her grasp. When Lu Erlong attained the rank of Sol Douluo, he would inform his elder brother to bring his daughter back into the family fold, along with the remains of her mother. After all, Yu Lumian understood that maintaining face was paramount in illustrious families. Being an illegitimate daughter bore certain implications. However, as long as one possessed formidable strength, status became a mere trifle. His elder brother would certainly not oppose him. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan was indeed faltering. Only his elder brother, Yu Yuanjin, a titled Douluo, upheld the family's reputation. Among the younger generation, Yu Tianxin and Yu Tianheng were still relatively weak. How many more years would it take for these two brothers to rise and bear the banner? At this moment, the significance of the contra emerged. At least providing the family with some respite and granting the younger generation a bit of time to grow. Meanwhile, Yu Lumian stood at the wedding venue. His expression darkened. As he surveyed the scene, it was evident that a battle had transpired there. Uncle, father. Yu Xiaojing never anticipated the arrival of his uncle. It seemed he had not communicated this event to any family members. Could it be that his uncle had come to bestow blessings upon him and Lu Erlong? A sense of delight surged within Yu Xiaojing, affirming that his family still cared for him. At the same time, Lu Erlong wore a look of bewilderment. She harbored resentment towards her father. After all, if it weren't for him, her mother would not have perished. She hadn't even informed him about her wedding. So how had he appeared here? Nonetheless, Lu Erlong was aware that with her father as presence, there was no way she could marry Yu Xiaojing. Moreover, she felt powerless to resist. No, I shall not relinquish Yu Xiaojing. Wait, Erlong, why are you calling me uncle? Yu Xiaojing's mind felt as if it had been struck by an explosion, his thoughts swirling in confusion. Let me clarify my thoughts. My father and uncle are brothers, which means I must address my uncle accordingly. Erlong is my uncle's daughter. Therefore, Erlong is my cousin. How is this possible? My betrothed is my cousin. Moreover, she is my cousin within 3 generations of blood relations. The mere thought of this sends shockwaves through Yu Xiaojing, leaving him utterly devastated. After finally emerging from the shadow of Bibi Dong, after enduring so much hardship to prepare for marriage and to ensure the continuation of the Yu family lineage, he is struck with the revelation that she is indeed his cousin. O divine powers, strike me down with a lightning bolt. Is there anyone in this world more unfortunate than I? Xiaojing, do you refer to me as father or uncle? Lu Eryong gazes in bewilderment at the man before him. If Xiaojing calls him father or uncle, then Xiaojing must be his cousin. Meanwhile, Flender stands in shock. Having initially believed that their gathering was merely the result of fate's caprices, assuming all 3 were of humble origins or minor nobility. However, Flender soon realizes the significant lineage of his dear friend and beloved. A glimmer of hope ignites within him. Does this mean he has a chance? Oh. So you are my uncle. Flender struggles to rise, bowing respectfully to Yu Luomin, for one never knows when he might become a father-in-law. Observing Flender, Yu Luomin's eyes reflect a hint of appreciation. Despite his injuries, Flender stands before his daughter, which is already a mark of superiority over the other. Come back with me. Yu Luomin's voice is cold. Had he arrived even a moment later, it would have been another embarrassing tale for the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. Impossible. I will not leave Xiaojing. Lu Eryong firmly grips Yu Xiaojing's arm, declaring his unwillingness to return. Yu Luomin's fury is palpable at this scene. You are cousins. Suddenly, Yu Xiaojing bursts into laughter, as if he has lost his sanity. Xiaojing, what is wrong with you? Lu Eryong hurriedly inquires. Ha. Yu Xiaojing rises and dashes towards the village outskirts, reveling in the absurdity that his betrothed is none other than his uncle's daughter, his cousin. Xiaojing, how can you be so ignorant of propriety and shame? Xiaojing. Lu Eryong attempts to pursue him, but Yu Luomin firmly restrains him. Chapter 34. The Compensation of Nanji Sr. How old are you this year? Feng Xiuying inquires of Qian Gu Yue as they stroll along the path. She wonders how long this senior has been here. I am 28. Qian Gu Yue responds, not concealing her age. After all, she is about to assume the role of Pope, and such information will soon be made public. Thus, it matters little whether she reveals it now or later. Besides, they are all comrades here, with nothing to hide. 28. How young you are. Just now, Feng Xiuying learned from Yan Ying that Qian Gu Yue will be the Pope of the Spirit Hall for the foreseeable future, and is indeed a direct descendant of their esteemed elder Qian Douluo. Presently, she is a formidable super Douluo at the 98th level. However, something seems amiss. Historically, Each of the transmigrators has directly joined the Spirit Hall, becoming disciples of Pope Bibi Dong, and subsequently led Douluo to seize the medicinal garden of Douluo. If the predecessors had already appropriated Douluo's garden, coupled with the resources of the Spirit Hall, they should have attained a formidable strength of at least 99 levels. Perhaps even ascended to divinity. From Yaning, she has learned that Qian Gu usually remains within the Spirit Hall, diligently cultivating, and rarely ventures outside, showing little interest in the affairs of the hall. Is this normal? It is certainly not. Moreover, this concerns the esteemed family of the Qian clan, indicating that there are quite a number of individuals with the surname Qian within the Spirit Hall. Nonetheless, it does make sense. Should it truly unfold as depicted in the anime and original text, with only 3 individuals bearing the surname Qian appearing throughout, even if their seraphic wuhuan is extraordinarily powerful, any unforeseen circumstance could lead to the obliteration of the Qian family. Indeed, this is a tangible world, and many elements are merely glossed over in the original narrative, remaining undisclosed. After pondering for a moment, Feng Xiaoying felt a sense of unease creeping into her heart. Although she currently had a strong ally by her side, it was not feasible for her to remain perpetually sheltered under their wing. Moreover, within an entity as colossal as the Spirit Hall, it was inevitable that numerous spies lurked within its depths. Caution was imperative. Thus, she resolved that upon returning to the Spirit City, she would reside quietly at her senior's abode. Maintaining a low profile was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. However, reflecting further, she recalled that Douluo's medicinal garden still existed. It seemed her senior was unfamiliar with the original narrative. Otherwise, how could a time traveler neglect such a treasure? What a perplexing situation. Yet, Feng Xiaoying chose to keep her thoughts to herself for the moment, planning to seek an opportunity to request her senior to take her to the garden once they arrived at the Spirit City. What is troubling you? Qian Gu Yue inquired, observing Feng Xiaoying's demeanor with concern. After all, Nenji had mentioned that after 3 years of care, her system would awaken, allowing her to benefit from a free 10 consecutive draws. Such a prospect was certainly appealing. Wait a moment. Qian Gu Yue suddenly recalled something. Feng Xiaoying was currently 3 years old, and when she turned 6 and awakened her martial spirit, the system would also awaken. Why was it that Nanji only came to life now? Something felt amiss, very amiss. Nanji, have you forgotten about me, or is there something else at play? Come forth and explain. Qian Gu Yue's voice dripped with resentment as it reached Nanji's ears. Could it be that he had discovered the truth? Nanji felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. She had merely intended to take a brief nap and had neglected to set an alarm, which resulted in her oversleeping. Nanji had often refrained from interacting with Qian Gu Yue for fear that he might recall this oversight. It seemed she could no longer evade confronting the matter. Host, grant me another chance. Nanji spoke with bashfulness. Very well, I shall grant you a chance. Qian Gu Yue replied. Regarding this issue, our system typically enters a dormant state upon traversing to this realm, though the duration of slumber varies. Most awaken after their martial spirits have manifested. Nanji began to elucidate the general situation to Qian Gu Yue. Then she hesitated, scratching her head sheepishly. I overslept, she admitted. Ah, indeed. Qian Gu Yue interjected. So, host, how about I offer you some compensation? Nanji was keen to avoid having her internship report marred by the scandal of having her host report her for her tardiness. What a disgrace, not just for herself, but for the system as well. Let us discuss this. Qian Gu Yue's eyes sparkled with interest. In this regard, we should refrain from stating our desires outright. Instead, we must wait for the other party to express their wishes first. A psychological game will maximize our benefits. How about this? I will grant you a complimentary 10 consecutive draws that are guaranteed to yield results. Nenji proposed, albeit hesitantly. 10 consecutive draws? It can be done this way? Yet, Qian Gu Yue remained silent, seemingly believing that her system might also be a wealthy lady's system. Although women merely influence the swiftness of my draw, a wealthy woman could provide me with a new blade. Not enough. Qian Gu Yue spoke in a nonchalant tone. He was indeed such a detached individual. Had it not been for the previous incident with Bibi Dong, he would not have wasted so many words on her. How about this? I can gift you 3 items from the marketplace for free. Nanji scratched her head, of course. I cannot decide on the items with a surplus of points. This is quite remarkable. Previously, Qian Gu Yue encountered an item in the points mall that would be immensely beneficial for her current self. One pertains to the spatial powers of the Queen of the. Another involves a method of refining elixirs through soul energy, and the last concerns a technique for condensing soul cores. Among these three, the Queen's item can enhance attack power and mobility. Combined with the omnipotent characteristics of the Hawkeye, it renders one invincible. The elixir, on the other hand, is intended for the future of the Spirit Hall, a preparation for the impending divine battle. The soul core serves to augment the sustainability of combat, akin to an internal elixir in this realm. Of the three, the second and the last can be utilized by the members of the Spirit Hall, while the first is a remedy for Qian Gu Yue's lingering regrets from a past life. Back then, she toiled for the Queen's Ice Spring spirit, exhausting herself in the process. Very well. After a moment of contemplation, Nanji nodded in agreement, finding it acceptable. Is this really agreed upon? It seems I have undervalued myself. As previously promised, let bygones be bygones and refrain from further mention of past matters. Very well, let it be settled. After acquiring the items, Qian Gu Yue pledged to fulfill his end. The items are still residing within the system space, are they not? We shall address it upon our return. How vexing. Nanji found it difficult to express her frustration towards Qian Gu Yue, for he was, after all, her host, and her internship evaluation heavily depended on him. However, she could not shake off her irritation regarding how effortlessly he had acquired so many valuable possessions from her. This will not do. I must devise a means to mitigate my losses. You shall be my target. Suddenly, Nanji's gaze fell upon Feng Xiaoying, who was accompanying Qian Gu Yue. I shall reclaim my losses from you. Huh. Just as Feng Xiaoying was walking, she sensed a wave of malice, causing her to shudder. What is happening? She glanced around but found nothing amiss. How peculiar. Chapter 35. Feng Xiaoying's first encounter with Qian Renxue Sr. Are we heading directly back to Wuhuan City? Feng Xiaoying inquired curiously during their journey. Indeed, the matters for this outing have been concluded, Qian Gu Yue replied. Is there somewhere you wish to visit? Not particularly. Feng Xiaoying shook her head. She had initially contemplated visiting Shahan village to catch a glimpse of the future Tang God King, but upon reflection, the current Tang God King was merely an infant, hardly worth the trip. Moreover, wouldn't it be more worthwhile to seek out the little angel herself? Seeing Feng Xiaoying's head shake, Qian Gu Yue chose not to press further. Little Ing, upon our return, you should stay with us, Yanning suggested with a smile. She had taken a liking to the girl and could not bear the thought of sending her to an orphanage, given the spacious residence. It was merely Qian Gu Yue and her living there, with the occasional visit from the esteemed elder's granddaughter, Qian Renxue, who would stay for a few days. Most of the time, it was quite empty. All right, Sister Yanning, Feng Xiaoying nodded obediently. After all, living with a senior meant they could easily discuss any matters that arose. The trio ambled along, taking a week to finally return to Wuhuan City. As for Bibi Dong, she bid farewell to Qian Gu Yue after the wedding, preferring to return home rather than loiter on the road. She believed it more prudent to devote her time to training, striving to ascend to divinity before Qian Gu Yue. Qian Gu Yue had little to say regarding Bibi Dong's departure. Her solitary presence could not shift the larger scheme of things. A week later, gazing at the majestic Wuhuan City ahead, Feng Xiaoying felt a surge of joy. She was on the brink of meeting the little angel. He, slurp. Yanning, you take her back first, while I seek out the esteemed elder, Qian Gu Yue instructed upon entering Wuhuan City. Very well. We shall return first, Yanning replied, leading Feng Xiaoying toward their residence. See you tonight, senior. Feng Xiaoying waved goodbye to Qian Gu Yue. Throughout this week, Feng Xiaoying has gained a general understanding of Qian Gu Yue. Typically reserved, she has followed Yin Ying's lead while outside, except when on a mission. After parting ways with the others, Qian Gu Yue made his way to the worship hall. There, the familiar angelic statue awaited him, and Qian Dalu stood alone beneath it. Hands clasped behind his back turned to Qian Gu Yue's return. In truth, Qian Dalu had noticed their arrival the moment Qian Gu Yue and his companions entered the spirit hall, for as the current limit Douluo, monitoring the spirit city was a simple task. Qian Gu Yue nodded slightly, observing Qian Daoliu's turned figure. He pondered whether it is a tendency of the elderly to embrace such an air of contemplation. So, what is the situation this time? Qian Dalu inquired, turning to face him. Since their last conversation, Qian Daolu had reflected on their discussion and revisited the records of the previous heads of the Qian family. This turn of events has indeed led him to discover certain truths. According to the records of past patriarchs, it was approximately a millennium ago when the patriarch of the Qian clan lost contact with the ancestral angelic deity. Upon reading this, Qian Daolu began to find some merit in Qian Gu Yue's earlier statements. Qian Gu Yue had succinctly recounted the history of the Haian sect to Qian Douluo. Thus, it appears that the divine being has not been consistently monitoring the Haian sect. Hearing this, Qian Douluo exhaled in relief. Although reports regarding the previous conflicts of the Haian sect had already been delivered, the words of Qian Gu Yue still offered him solace. By the way, what about those individuals from the Haian sect? Qian Douluo inquired. Are they still in Wuhuan City? Although we are not afraid of their resistance, it is impractical to accommodate so many idle individuals. My suggestion is that the adults should establish their own blacksmith shop, earning their own livelihood. As for the children, we can simply enroll them in the Wuhuan Academy. They seldom see their families, and with their studies at the academy, in less than 20 years, they will have forgotten the Haian sect and become Haian Hammer spirit masters of our Wuhuan palace. Qian Gu Yue still contemplated how to utilize these individuals. Among them, aside from Tang Hao, who was outside, only Tang Xiao remained of the Haian sect's upper echelon. The most formidable member of the Haian sect still within Wuhuan Palace is merely a Soul King. As for the other high-ranking spirit masters, haven't they all been eliminated by Qian Gu Yue's icy grip? Do they dare to resist? Such dreams are futile. Very well, you may proceed as you deem fit. Qian Douluo nodded, expressing no dissent regarding Qian Gu Yue's approach. After all, they are members of the Qian clan, not that foolish woman Bibi Dong. Enough of this. Go check on Xiaoshui. Qian Douluo waved his hand, signaling that Qian Gu Yue could leave. After the funeral in a few days, you shall assume the role of the Pope. Understood. Qian Gu Yue nodded, then departed the offering hall to find Qian Renxue and brought her back to his small courtyard. All right. From now on, Xiaoying, you shall sleep here. Yanning assisted Feng Xiaoying in preparing a room. I am next door, and Gu Yue is diagonally across from you. Take a look to see if anything else is lacking. Shortly, I will take you to the trading area of the Wuhuan City caravan. Very well, Sister Yanning. Feng Xiaoying glanced around and noted that there was indeed nothing missing. Furthermore, the safety here is quite reassuring. In this sanctuary of life, a few offerings remain. With one or two usually present, it can be said that this place is the safest in the entire spirit hall, second only to the angel temple, where the grand offering resides. I have returned. Qian Gu Yue entered with Qian Renxue. Sister Yanning. Upon seeing Yanning, Qian Renxue rushed over to embrace her. Little Snow. Behave. Yanning smiled, gently ruffling Qian Renshue's golden hair. Come, let me introduce you to his sister. Yanning presented Feng Xiaoying to Qian Renxue. This is Feng Xiaoying. She will be your sister from now on, just like Tianyu and Su Jing. Okay, Little Snow understands, Qian Renxue replied, gazing at the petite Feng Xiaoying. Aside from Qian Gu Yue and Qian Renxue, the spirit hall also included Tianyu, the granddaughter of the second offering, Jin Yi, and Su Jing, the granddaughter of the third offering, Saint Dragon Douluo, with whom she played. It's not that there aren't other grandsons among the offerings, but they are considerably older than Qian Renxue and are typically occupied with their training, leaving little time for play. Previously, Qian Renxue would take two little ones with her on adventures. Now, she has another friend, a new companion in her kindergarten, with a face full of joy. Qian Renxue looked at Feng Xiaoying, exclaiming, Wow, so cute. I want to pat her head. All right, you two go play for now. And remember to come back for dinner tonight. After a brief glance, Qian Gu Yue headed to the underground training room. This is a perfect opportunity to reflect on previous gains. After all, there is no chance of them wandering off here. Understood, my brother. Qian Renxue seized Feng Xiaoying and dashed away, seemingly finding Feng Xiaoying's pace too slow, and directly embraced her in her arms. Ah, is this paradise? With her face nestled in the small hill of Qian Renxue, Feng Xiaoying murmured softly. Chapter 36. Soul Core. Upon arriving at the underground training chamber, Qian Gumo retrieved the method for cultivating the Soul Core from the system space and began to study it. The concept of the Soul Core first emerged during the Douluo era, such as the yin-yang complementary dual soul cores of the golden-eyed Black Dragon King, Emperor Tian. During the Douluo period, one could condense the first soul core upon breaking through to the title Douluo rank, and the emergence of a second soul core indicated the potential to ascend to the limit Douluo realm. However, in the Dousin era, due to advancements in the times, cultivation methods have continuously evolved. Moreover, with the increasing intensity of mental power cultivation among soul masters, they would begin to condense soul cores upon reaching the soul sage realm. The soul core does not enhance the soul master's cultivation level. Rather, its advantage lies in accelerating the recovery speed of the soul master's soul power, thereby augmenting their combat endurance. Although it may not enable the esteemed members of the worship hall to break through instantaneously, it can nonetheless bolster their strength to some degree. Each of those esteemed members has lingered in the super Douluo realm for at least a decade, according to the methods of soul core cultivation from a millennium hence. Even if a breakthrough is unattainable, there remains a significant possibility of advancement. Who knows, perhaps one day in the future, a breakthrough may indeed occur. Nevertheless, before presenting it to the worship hall, it would be prudent to cultivate it personally first, as time is of the essence. In just a few days, the funeral of Qian Renxue will take place, followed by nearly a month's preparation for Qian Gumo's papal registration ceremony. Prior to all this, I must first address the backlog of matters within the Spirit Hall. Additionally, it is imperative to thoroughly investigate the incidents of corruption within the hall, especially considering that previously, Yin Ying and Bibi Dong were subjected to harassment by their own steward. If such events transpired in a more distant location, would not the inhabitants there be akin to true local emperors? This is unacceptable. It is well known that accumulating a good reputation is a challenging endeavor, yet destroying it can be accomplished with remarkable ease. After all, the ultimate aim of our Spirit Hall is to unify the entire continent. Isn't the behavior of these individuals akin to undermining their own foundation? Previously, Qian Gu Yue was disinclined to intervene, nor did he possess the time to address such matters, as he was diligently honing his skills to preserve his own existence. He had observed the Queen's spatial powers. How should one articulate this? It is well known that chaos can be immensely persuasive. A misstep could lead one to become a mere pawn, a marionette controlled by the consciousness of destruction. However, the Queen's powers in Qian Gu Yue's possession do not carry such adverse effects. This implies that Qian Gu Yue can wield the Queen's powers without trepidation regarding any repercussions. Setting aside matters concerning the Queen, the foremost priority now is to crystallize his first soul core. Without hesitation, Qian Gu Yue commenced the process of soul core condensation using the optimal cultivation method provided. The soul cores are categorized into upper, middle, and lower positions, and presently, Qian Gu Yue opted for the condensation method of the battle period 3, as his mental fortitude is sufficiently robust. By selecting this approach, Qian Gu Yue can manifest 2 soul cores. At this moment, he is concentrating on the upper soul core, which pertains to the mental soul core. As Qian Gu Yue channels his energy, the soul power within the entire basement surged toward him with fervor, and to ensure success, he maximized the enhancements within the basement. The condensation of the soul core can be regarded as a transcendence of the martial soul, leading to a transformation of the martial soul itself. On the continent, there exists a minuscule probability that certain martial souls may exhibit a phenomenon known as ancestral reversion upon obtaining their martial soul's true form or the 9th spirit ring, which can also be understood as a beneficial mutation of the martial soul. This favorable mutation may manifest in subsequent generations with a certain likelihood. Yet there remains a substantial probability that the martial soul will retain its prior form. This situation bears a resemblance to that of the second offering, the golden crocodile. In the third offering, the sacred dragon, the martial soul of the second offering is the golden crocodile king, a superior martial soul to that of the golden crocodile. Imbued with the essence of ultimate gold, the golden crocodile king stands as a paragon among its peers, excelling in attack, strength, speed, and defense. Even the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex, which is currently lauded as the foremost beast martial soul in the world, pales in comparison to the golden crocodile king. This explains why the lineage of the second priestly clan is not particularly prosperous. Furthermore, with the current golden crocodile clan boasting numerous formidable individuals, including several titled Douluo, there remains a notable concern regarding the absence of a golden crocodile king among their younger generation. The situation within the third priestly clan mirrors this, as their martial soul is the white-armored sacred dragon. However, apart from him, the others are merely white-armored earth dragons. The foremost aspiration of these 2 elderly individuals is to witness the emergence of another golden crocodile king and white-armored sacred dragon among their descendants. This method of cultivating the soul core indeed offers them a glimmer of hope. As the soul energy entered his body, Qian Gu Yue, wielding formidable mental strength, meticulously controlled the flow of this energy. The soul core resides at the position of the third eye, the point closest to the brain. A careless misstep could lead to dire consequences. Compress, and compress again without ceasing. However, this challenge posed no difficulties for Qian Gu Yue, whose mental prowess was inherently potent. He could induce a rapid rotation of a considerable amount of soul energy. The more it spun, the smaller it became. At his impressive level of 98, the soul energy within him was almost in a liquid state. Yet, through this rotational process, it transformed into a solid form, continuously undergoing compression. According to the cultivation method provided by Nanji, the energy must stabilize before further soul energy could be injected. The subsequent procedure involved incessantly infusing soul energy into the core. Only with sufficient energy could this nascent vortex solidify into a soul core. The soul energy that followed would cause it to expand, and once it reached the size of a fist, compression would commence again, resembling a star in appearance. As Qian Gu Yue poured more soul energy into the core, it began to swell from its initial size of a pigeon egg. Simultaneously, his soul energy began to deplete significantly, eventually drawing upon external sources of soul energy. In the end, Qian Gu Yue triumphed, gazing at the soul core nestled at his third eye. A flicker of joy danced in his eyes. He had finally succeeded. After a brief moment of reflection, he marveled at the efficacy of his achievement. "What are you all doing?" Upon emerging, Qian Gu Yue looked around the hall with a puzzled expression. There, he saw Qian Renxue with her hands clasped behind her back, while three small figures sat obediently on the ground. "Brother, you arrived just in time," Qian Renxue exclaimed eagerly upon noticing him. "I was thinking, as the future second-in-command of the Spirit Hall, I ought to cultivate my own people from a young age. As for why she wasn't the first-in-command, that was an excellent question. After all, the first-in-command was her elder brother. Qian Renxue was well aware of his immense strength. Typically, she would only read books. But when it came to actual combat, Qian Gu Yue was the one who stepped onto the battlefield. In their childhood, Qian Gu Yue refrained from engaging. But once Qian Renxue became proficient in wielding her martial spirit, he took over directly. Every night, Qian Renxue would fall asleep on her stomach. Why? Because he would only strike her in one place, her little bottom, resulting in it swelling considerably. "These three are precisely the individuals I was looking for. I was just giving them a lecture," Qian Renxue said with palpable enthusiasm. Qian Gu Yue glanced at the bewildered Tian Yu and Su Jing, then at the nearly dozing Feng Xiuying. "Shui, have you considered that perhaps they do not understand a word of this?" Qian Gu Yue remarked, massaging his temples. The child, once scorned by Bibi Dong in her youth, grew up without companions, gradually developing her current strong-willed and tenacious disposition. Observing her now, one can only anticipate that as she matures and strengthens, she will inevitably seek out Bibi Dong for a one-on-one duel. Is that so? Qian Renxue tilted her head in puzzlement. She then glanced at the three little ones before her. One was nearly asleep, while the other two sat yawning, seemingly unsuitable for such aspirations. All right then. Qian Renxue, feeling disheartened, lowered her head, wondering if her dreams had already been extinguished before they even began. Well, let's wait until they awaken their martial spirits before discussing further. Qian Gu Yue gently ruffled Qian Renxue's hair. Very well. Qian Renxue nodded eagerly, her eyes sparkling. Chapter 37. A Conversation with Feng Xiuying, Part 1. Early the next morning, Qian Gu Yue remarked as he noticed Feng Xiuying, clad in a white nightgown that revealed her navel, sprawled across the bed in a rather ungraceful manner. As for how he could see her nightgown, it is not to imply that Qian Gu Yue harbored any lewd intentions. The blanket lay discarded on the floor. Smack, smack. Feng Xiuying's lips smacked a few times before she turned over and returned to slumber. The previous night, those girls had been utterly wild, playing until the dead of night, resulting in their collective inability to rise. Feng Xiuying? Qian Gu Yue bent down, poking her small face with his finger. The texture is not inferior to that of little Shui. In her dreams, Feng Xiuying felt someone poking her face, causing her delicate brows to furrow in annoyance. Who is it? Feeling increasingly provoked, she swatted away the mischievous hand and exclaimed angrily, Senior? How did you end up here?" Once Feng Xiuying regained her senses and saw Qian Gu Yue gazing at her, she weakly inquired, "What do you take me for?" Observing Feng Xiuying's pose, hugging her arms as if cradling the moon, Qian Gu Yue was left speechless. Is this child not yet fully aware? Leaving aside other matters, Qian Gu Yue possesses no vices and has no inclination toward young girls. This? My apologies, Senior. Feng Xiuying, observing the disdainful expression on Qian Gu Yue's face, quickly realized. Indeed, the Senior is not a pervert. Moreover, even if the Senior were one, there would be nothing she could do to resist. Are you perhaps thinking ill of me? Qian Gu Yue's sudden remark startled Feng Xiuying. How perceptive the Senior is. Would Feng Xiuying dare to admit it? Certainly not. No, how could I speak ill of you, Senior? Feng Xiaoying gazed earnestly at Qian Gu Yue. Senior, do you see my sincere eyes? Rather than perceiving the sincerity in her gaze, Qian Gu Yue felt she was merely being cute. Very well, I believe you. Qian Gu Yue waved her hand, signaling that Feng Xiaoying could proceed. Come find me in the study shortly. With that, Qian Gu Yue departed from Feng Xiaoying's room. Qian Gu Yue had not read the original work. She was only aware of a few famous quotes. For many years, she had been diligently honing her skills. Although this world is often humorously referred to as a fantastical sewer, now that Qian Gu Yue herself inhabits it, there is truly no need to look down upon these natives. Having just traversed into this realm, all that belongs to you is of this world. Aside from possessing the soul of an adult, you are nothing. Even if a title Douluo appears inconsequential in your eyes, eliminating you would still be quite simple. Of course, this is another matter if your soul and body arrive together. Senior, Feng Xiaoying entered the study. Qian Gu Yue gestured to a chair beside her. Speak of the intelligence you possess. Qian Gu Yue poured a cup of tea for Feng Xiaoying. Reluctantly, she accepted it, preferring cola over tea. As a disciple of the Tang Sect, Feng Xiaoying began with grim news. Stop, just get to the point. Qian Gu Yue quickly waved her hand, urging her to skip the trivialities and focus on the essentials. Oh, fine. Feng Xiaoying shrugged. You are the one in charge, after all. Senior, you must know of Tang San, right? Feng Xiaoying began with the mention of the great Tang God King, Tang San. Qian Gu Yue looked at Feng Xiaoying with a puzzled expression. She was unaware. Could it be that in this day and age, there are still those who do not know of the great Tang God King, the surname Tang, from the Haian clan? However, Qian Gu Yue soon realized that this person bore the surname Tang. There are many individuals with the surname Tang on the continent, among whom is the Haian sect. Yet, if this person were an ordinary individual, Feng Xiaoying would have no reason to mention it. However, according to the personnel list obtained from the Haian sect, this individual does not appear. Wait, there is another person. This Tang San must have a significant connection with that individual. What does he mean in relation to Tang Hao? He is currently the most formidable figure in the Haian sect, aside from Tang Qin. Truly impressive, as expected of a predecessor. One need only mention it to gain insight. Feng Xiaoying wore an expression that conveyed her confidence in him. Indeed, they are related. They are father and son. Father and son? Upon hearing this, Qian Gu Yue immediately handed Feng Xiaoying a bottle of cola. Yes, father and son. Upon seeing the cola, Feng Xiaoying's eyes sparkled. In her previous life, she had been an avid enthusiast of anime and a homebody. Beverages like cola and Sprite were commonplace. Tang San is the son of Tang Hao, the great-grandson of Tang Chun, and the future sea god, as well as the god of Shura. It was he who annihilated the Spirit Hall. A god? Or perhaps two. It seems I have quite the appeal for the Spirit Hall. Setting aside the god of Shura, this sea god, if I recall correctly, the overseas sea god island is indeed dedicated to the sea god, is it not? The old man had previously mentioned that Spirit Hall soul masters are forbidden from setting foot on Sea God Island. Qian Gu Yue, fully aware of the details, displayed a look of disdain. Truly, an old sycophant. Tang San grew up in the Holy Soul Village, a subordinate village of Nodding City in the Tiando Empire as Fasnuo Province. At the age of 6, he awakened the blue-silver grass martial soul, possessing innate, full soul power. The blue-silver grass martial soul? Qian Gu Yue furrowed her brow upon hearing this. Moreover, he possesses innate, full soul power. This shouldn't be the case. Where is the Haiyan hammer? Is it gone? Surely, the blue-silver grass cannot surpass the Haiyan hammer. No, there is still one possibility. A dual spirit, akin to Bibi Dong's dual spirits. Thus, it seems plausible to elucidate why he possesses two divine positions. Qian Gu Yue is aware that a martial soul can only merge with a single divine position. To hold two divine positions implies the existence of two martial souls, one martial soul corresponding to one divine position. The dual martial souls. One of which was once the foremost weapon martial soul of the continent. Indeed, it was once so. In the battle with Haiyan sect, Qian Gu Yue not only established the renowned reputation of the Spirit Hall, but also elevated the standing of the Qian family, simultaneously allowing the name of the six-winged angel to resound throughout the continent. The title of the world's foremost weapon martial soul is attributed to Tang Chun. In his grasp, the Haiyan hammer truly deserves the designation of the world's supreme weapon martial soul. At the age of 6, upon entering the Nodding Academy in Nodding City, he encountered the protagonist of this tale, Xiao Wu. So these are the original protagonists of the story? Xiao Wu, a 100,000-year soul beast, the soft-boned rabbit, has transformed into human form. Upon hearing this, Qian Gu Yue immediately spat out his drink. What? 100,000-year soul beast? And one like the soft-boned rabbit, which appears lacking in offensive or defensive capabilities aside from being visually appealing. Qian Gu Yue's primary impression of the soft-boned rabbit is that it is merely edible. How can this be considered a 100,000-year soul beast? It is rather amusing. If such soul beasts can be recognized as 100,000-year entities, then there would be no place for humanity on the continent. This, of course, is assuming there is no divine intervention. Senior, what seems to be the matter? Feng Xiaoying gazed at Qian Gu Yue with a look of bewilderment, wondering what had transpired. Surely, Dian Ti choked on his tea. Please, elaborate on this, rabbit. Qian Gu Yue wiped his mouth and requested. His curiosity piqued. If one were to claim that the Haotian sect in the human realm is supported by the sea god and the Shura god, then on the side of soul beasts, it would be this rabbit. But why? This makes no sense. If one were to speak of the innate abilities of the soft-boned rabbit clan, it would be their capacity for enchantment. But what can the allure of a mere rabbit accomplish? If it were a lightning rabbit, that would be a different matter, as there are rare records of such exceptional soul skills manifesting. The original narrative unfolds thus. When Xiaowu reached the 100,000-year mark, she chose not to confront the tribulations of lightning, but instead opted for transformation. She lacked the courage to face the tribulations. Under the guardianship of her two brothers, she transformed into human form. Her two brothers are now the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python of the Stardow forest. How does a rabbit become associated with two top-tier soul beasts? It is rather perplexing. Qian Gu Yue lamented that his cognitive faculties were insufficient. The earlier account of Tang San possessing dual martial souls and dual divine positions was bearable for Qian Gu Yue, especially with Nanji's presence, suggesting that the spirit hall still had a significant chance of victory in the future. However, the subsequent mention of the rabbit caught him off guard. Is it that he is unable to keep pace with the times? Or has the evolution of the era progressed too rapidly? Chapter 38. A Conversation with Feng Xiaoying, Part 2. Once upon a time, the tale began with Xiao Wu's mother being hunted down by Bibi Dong. In her quest for vengeance, Xiao Wu transformed into human form and entered the human realm. The metamorphosis of soul beasts into human-like forms necessitates proximity to humanity for cultivation, which elucidates the historical records of shape-shifting soul beasts in the human world. Regarding this aspect, Qian Gu Yue found himself at a loss for words. Upon transforming, before reaching level 70, the powerful title Douluo among human soul masters could perceive the soul beasts. However, upon attaining the 70th level, these beings become nearly indistinguishable from humans. Subsequently, Xiao Wu enrolled at the Nodding Academy, where she met Tang San. 6 years later, they arrived at Shrek Academy. At this juncture, Feng Xiaoying chuckled, recalling that her first encounter after traversing worlds was indeed connected to Shrek Academy. Shrek Academy? That obscure institution? Upon reaching this point, Feng Xiaoying's tone shifted to one of gravity. This is the very place where the future god King Tang shall rise. During their time at the academy, Tang San and Xiao Wu befriended 5 companions. Among them were Oscar, a food-type soul master with innate full soul power from humble beginnings, and Ma Hongjun, a mutated phoenix soul master. The former intrigued Qian Gu Yue, as food-type soul masters are exceedingly rare, even more so than those with innate full soul power. Yet, such individuals lack self-defense capabilities. They are merely targets to be eliminated first. The other 3 companions included Ning Rongrong, the daughter of Ning Fengji, the leader of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, Dai Mubai, the 3rd prince of the Star Luo Empire, and Zhu Zhuqing, Dai Mubai's fiancée. Oh, this humble academy possesses some interesting characters, Feng Xiaoying remarked. The son of the Haotian Douluo, a transformed 10,000-year-old soul beast, along with members of the imperial family of the Star Luo Empire and the daughter of a sect leader. This truly gathers representatives from several major powers on the continent. Half a year after joining Shrek Academy, Yudishir sought to secure a spot in the Continental Soul Master competition, prompting the entire academy to visit the Tiando Royal Academy, only to be expelled. Following this, they arrived at the Blue Tyrant Academy, founded by Lu Erlong, which would later be renamed Shrek Academy. Lu Erlong acknowledged Xiao Wu as her goddaughter. At this point, Feng Xiaoying burst into laughter. A 10,000-year-old elder rabbit adopting a human woman as a godmother. How amusing. Have you forgotten the purpose of your transformation? Look at what you are doing now. Oh, indeed, senior. Feng Xiaoying paused her laughter as she prepared to discuss the reasons behind Shrek Academy's rise, simultaneously revealing the continent's joke. Yu Shaojiang and Yu Deshi had also broken through to the 30th level. Upon hearing this, Qian Gu Yue straightened his posture. To be honest, those individuals' talents are rather unimpressive. Among them, there exists a certain waste known as Yu Shaojiang. While it can be said that the innate spirit power of the food spirit master is somewhat commendable, the case of Xiao Wu is different. She is not human, but a spirit beast transformed into a human form, and prior to reaching level 70, she gradually absorbed the essence of her 100,000-year cultivation. Tang San, a mere mediocre, is described by Feng Xiuying as having practiced the Taoist Xintian skill for 3 years only to feel a bottleneck. This indicates that Tang San's innate spirit power is exceedingly low, perhaps not even reaching level 3. After all, reaching a bottleneck after 3 years of cultivation speaks volumes about his abysmal talent. Ma Hongjun, with an incomplete mutation of his martial soul, faces a dead end if he fails to resolve the issue of his evil fire. Ning Rongrong, despite possessing innate spirit power surpassing that of her father Ning Fengji, suffers from significant flaws in her martial soul. Dai Mubai, a coward with little merit, and Zhu Qing, who has never truly lived for herself, add to the list of inadequacies. Thus, among these 7, only Oscar holds any potential. Should no unforeseen events transpire, he might just become the continent's first food-type titled Douluo. However, there exists a means to enhance the talents of these individuals, not just a few, but a whole group, including the aforementioned Yu Shaojiang. It is imperative to mention the disgrace of titled Douluo, Douluo Bo, known to Qian Gu Yue. Yet, he is also a figure deserving of pity. He has lost his wife, son, and daughter-in-law, and now only his granddaughter remains. Douluo Bo possesses a medicinal garden in the sunset forest known as the Ice and Fire Yin Yang Ai, colloquially referred to as the Ice and Fire Hot Pot. It seems the reason for the enhancement of their talents lies within this place, in the Douluo continent. A person's innate talent is determined at the moment of martial soul awakening, with only an infinitesimal chance of improvement through rare herbs. Otherwise, they remain bound for life. One can only consider Yu Shaojiang to understand this. Had it not been for Tang San providing him with a herb, would he have ever broken through level 30? Douluo Bo is indeed the key. The Shrek's 7 monsters improve their talents through the herbs found there. Unfortunately, Douluo Bo, blind to the value of his own resources, ultimately allowed all the benefits to fall into the hands of Shrek's members, leading to a regrettable fate for both him and his granddaughter. It is a pity that despite the assistance Douluo Bo rendered to Tang San, he was ultimately left with no path forward in his later years, crushed by the decree that the divine cannot intervene. Listening to Feng Xiuying's words, Qian Gu Yue remained silent. However, upon hearing of the use of poison to annihilate an entire city, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in her eyes. It is essential to acknowledge that the city housed not only the spirit masters of the Spirit Hall, but also civilians. Currently, the Spirit Hall is relatively benevolent towards the populace. Ultimately, in a bid to completely eradicate the Spirit Hall, the Shura God, as the enforcer of the divine realm, even personally intervened to resurrect Tang San. At this point, Feng Xiuying let out a cold snort, having never encountered such unabashed audacity before. Never had she witnessed such brazen shamelessness. Upon hearing that Qian Renxue's divine status had shattered, leaving her forever unable to transcend the 89th level, an intense murderous aura erupted from Qian Gu Yue. Senior, the child, sitting opposite Qian Gu Yue, was trembling in fear. She was but a child, unaccustomed to such scenes. I apologize. It is my fault. Qian Gu Yue chuckled awkwardly, momentarily losing control of her emotions. It was crucial to note that Qian Renxue had been raised by Qian Gu Yue. And upon discovering that the Qian Renxue from the story was indeed the same person, Qian Gu Yue felt an overwhelming urge to kill. Wait. Did you say that Xiao Xue has fallen for Tang San? What is going on? Is there such a development? Well, this is because the angel god of the Spirit Hall has long since passed away, and the sea god has altered the divine trial of the angel god. Feng Xiuying said, her face filled with indignation. My little angel, it's all right. In this lifetime, it shall be I, Feng Xiuying, who protects the little angel. The sea god, what a formidable being he is. Qian Gu Yue's face was adorned with a cold smile. Although she currently had no means to confront the deities, she could still take action at the location of the inheritance in the lower realms. Coincidentally, the deep-sea demon whale king in the ocean would serve as an excellent ally. Moreover, Qian Gu Yue was aware that the so-called faith-based gods were not entirely secure. The more believers there were, the stronger their combat prowess. However, should their faith waver, a series of repercussions would arise from the source of that faith. One misstep could be fatal. Regarding Qian Renxue's future divine status, Qian Gu Yue had no intention of allowing her to inherit the faith of the angel god. Instead, she would seek a way to transform her divine status into that of a law god. Chapter 39. Conversations with Feng Xiuying, Part 3, as previously discussed. While both faith-based gods and law gods are indeed divine beings, the disparity between the two is substantial. As mentioned earlier, the reliance of faith-based gods on their followers is exceedingly high, and to advance further, they must seek to expand their number of devotees. This is precisely why the Spirit Hall has come under scrutiny, as it harnesses the entirety of the continent's faith power. The god of laws differs significantly. Although at the moment of ascension to divinity, the rank of the faith god is considerably higher, subsequent advancement proves exceedingly arduous. In contrast, the god of laws may initially fall short in rank and combat prowess compared to the faith god, yet it allows for gradual cultivation, and as the gap narrows, the god of laws ultimately prevails over the faith god. Qian Gu Yue's objective is the god of laws. Senior, for our future, we must secure the Eye of Ice and Fire, Feng Xiuying stated earnestly. Furthermore, regarding the individual known as Douluo, should we manage to reclaim him, we should recruit him to our spirit hall. If that proves unfeasible, we can leverage his granddaughter as a means of coercion. Excellent. Feng Xiuying has now evolved into a competent antagonist. Indeed, Qian Gu Yue nodded. Douluo presents a conundrum. While Douluo may not pose a challenge for Qian Gu Yue, the other spirit masters of the spirit hall find him problematic. When it comes to poison, Bibi Dong's spider emperor poison is equally formidable as that of Douluo. However, Bibi Dong seldom reveals her spider emperor poison before outsiders. What are your thoughts? Qian Gu Yue inquired, eager to ascertain the perspective of Feng Xiuying, another individual from their world. Senior, I propose that we first send someone to monitor Tang Hao and his son, Feng Xiuying suggested, stroking her chin. Why? Would it not be simpler to eliminate them directly? Qian Gu Yue chuckled. That would be unwise, Senior. Feng Xiuying shook her head. Our adversaries are the sea god and the god of Shura. Tang San is merely their pawn. Even if we were to eliminate them, it might provoke the sea god and the god of Shura to upend the entire game. Even if they do not intervene directly, they could easily support another soul from another realm, placing us at a disadvantage while we remain in the light and they in the shadows. I even came across information online suggesting that Tang San is merely a puppet of the god of Shura. Moreover, much of Tang San's strength has been artificially elevated by divine power. He is not cultivated significantly on his own. Should the god of Shura return, it is implausible that Tang San could rival him, considering his power has been bestowed upon him. If the god of Shura cannot be bested, then he may very well overturn this entire game himself. We must monitor him, ensuring that all his actions fall within our purview and preemptively seize some of his opportunities. At this point, Feng Xiuying's spirits lifted, as fellow traversers into the Douluo continent often compete for opportunities, allies, particularly Douluo, the blacksmith's forge, and the prominent clans of Per and Yu, with some also vying for the Min clan, while the Li clan is advised to keep their distance. This is indeed a promising strategy. Qian Gu Yue nodded, acknowledging that her greatest adversaries were the sea god and the Shura god, while Tang San was merely a worthless being. It was rather fortuitous that this seemingly inconsequential individual had taken Yudashi as his master. How delightful. She hoped that Yudashi would provide substantial assistance to the future Tang God King. By the way, Senior, we might also consider abducting Tang San's mother, the Blue-Silver Emperor, who is the wife of Tang Hao. Feng Xiuying appeared quite elated, noting that many traversers had directly taken Tang San's mother, either to consume her for their alchemical pursuits or to use her as a prize in the Soul Master tournament to entice Tang Hao and his son, while also seizing the opportunity to destroy Tang San's dual martial souls. Qian Gu Yue was intrigued to hear more about Tang Hao's wife. It should be noted that Qian Gu Yue did not possess any attributes of a homewrecker, back when Tang Hao's wife had sacrificed herself for him, enabling his ascension to the rank of title Douluo. The Blue-Silver Emperor had indeed left behind a seed. Such matters existed. However, observing Feng Xiuying's somewhat lecherous expression, Qian Gu Yue began to comprehend the implications. After spending a week together, she had come to understand Feng Xiuying somewhat. This is a tale of a female couple, a story of love between women. One can discern her reactions when she is in the company of Qian Renxue and Tian Yu. However, Qian Gu Yue has little to say regarding the matter of same-sex relationships. After all, in her previous life, there were male-male couples, although she had never witnessed such a bond. In comparison, She finds female relationships slightly more palatable, perhaps owing to the fact that she herself is male. Indeed, like a seed, dear elder, you must be aware of the tenacity of the blue-silver grass, mustn't you? If one were to speak of the most resilient life forms on the continent, the blue-silver grass would undoubtedly be among them. Qian Gu Yue nodded in agreement. As far as she knows, the blue-silver grass has an exceedingly vast distribution across the continent. It can be found in almost every location, except for the most extreme climates such as scorching heat, frigid cold, or arid deserts. While the ordinary blue-silver grass is remarkably resilient, what might one say of its royal counterpart? Although the blue-silver emperor is significantly inferior compared to the monarchs of other species, it still bears the title of emperor. Even the most insignificant emperor is still an emperor, is it not? Upon reflection, it is hardly surprising that the blue-silver emperor left behind a seed after its sacrifice. However, it is not merely a seed. The soul bone of the blue-silver emperor remains as well. This thought brings joy to Feng Xiuying. Although the soul ring of the blue-silver emperor may not be particularly impressive, after all, even as a 10,000-year soul beast, it cannot rival the soft-bone rabbit. One must consider that rabbits do graze on grass. Nevertheless, the allure of that soul bone from the blue-silver emperor is undeniably enticing. The 10,000-year soul bone possesses two soul skills. One allows for flight by consuming soul power, fulfilling humanity's age-old dream of conquering the skies. However, Feng Xiuying is quite curious about the nature of the soul skill that enables grass to fly. The other soul skill is rather extraordinary, named wildfire cannot be extinguished. Spring breeze brings new life. As long as one possesses soul power, even if one suffers the loss of limbs, restoration is possible. Feng Xiuying finds this quite tempting. Moreover, the existence of a soul bone is something Qian Gu Yue had not anticipated. It is well known that once a spirit master acquires a soul bone, they will absorb it regardless of whether its attributes are suitable. After all, soul bones are exceedingly rare. Even a century-old soul bone can fetch an exorbitant price. Each additional soul bone signifies an extra soul skill, a new trump card, and a new lease on life. Initially, Qian Gu Yue believed that the soul bone had been absorbed by Tang Hao, but it seems it was reserved for his son. Consequently, Qian Gu Yue feels no hesitation. Treasures are rightfully claimed by those destined to possess them, and he is indeed one of the fortunate ones. Chapter 40. A Conversation with Feng Xiuying, Part 4, Senior. I have previously encountered discussions online regarding the applications of the blue-silver emperor. Feng Xiuying began. Oh, pray tell, Qian Gu Yue responded, intrigued. It is indeed ideal to converse with someone about strategies. Before Qian Renxue's birth, he had found it challenging to engage anyone in meaningful dialogue. But Feng Xiuying's presence instills in him a sense of camaraderie. The blue-silver emperor reigns over the entire blue-silver grass clan, and wherever blue-silver grass exists, the blue-silver emperor can freely extract life energy. In truth, every blue-silver grass possesses the potential to ascend to royalty, ultimately. It boils down to the fate and capabilities of each individual blade. The statement holds considerable truth. During times of failure, one remains merely a part of the multitude. A prime example of this is old Zhu. I was once a commoner, yet fate has bestowed upon me a remarkable destiny. But what do you imply? Senior, our objective is to artificially create a being endowed with the blue-silver emperor's martial soul using its seeds and spirit bones. This is precisely Feng Xiuying's aim. To artificially produce a top-tier martial soul? This is the first time Qian Gu Yue has encountered such a notion. What is the probability of success? A glimmer of interest appeared in Qian Gu Yue's eyes. Although a blue-silver emperor martial soul is relatively unimpressive, particularly when juxtaposed with the divine-level martial souls of the Qian clan. As for the portrayal of the six-winged angel in the original work, if we consider the hierarchical disparities between martial souls, higher-level martial souls can easily overpower those of lower ranks, and even among the same rank. Lower-level souls struggle against their superior counterparts. If we adhere to this reasoning, how did the Shrek's 7 devils manage to triumph over the Spirit Hall, which possesses divine-level martial souls? Among those individuals, the highest rank is indeed the top-tier martial soul, while the others are merely advanced martial souls. Even Oscar's sausage martial soul is categorized as an advanced martial soul in the original narrative, presumably due to its carnivorous nature. Such a victory is possible. Either the wielder of the six-winged angel is utterly inept, or there exists a higher power orchestrating everything behind the scenes. To speak candidly, the portrayal of the six-winged angel martial soul in the original work is indeed lacking. The six-winged angel is associated with a sword, and the divine artifact is also a sword, yet throughout the original narrative, one never witnesses Qian Renxue wielding it. Instead, she merely flails about. Was it Qian Daoliu's failure to instruct her, or was she simply incapable of learning? This trope is prevalent in the first installment, particularly exemplified by the Jialing Pass. The original text describes the city walls as immensely tall and thick, yet what is the eventual outcome? Is there any noteworthy demonstration? Furthermore, there is the sea god Tang San, whose mere strike shatters a city gate. It is imperative to remember that he is a deity. Show some spirit. This single act diminishes the divine stature. The settings in the first installment are excessively grandiose, heavily lauded, yet when it comes to actual combat, the results are painfully underwhelming. The six-winged angel, an illustrious divine martial soul, remains unimpressive even after Qian Renxue ascends to godhood. In contrast, Tang San showcases an array of divine techniques. While you possess nothing, perhaps the author intended to emphasize Tang San's formidable prowess through this contrast. Observe how the protagonist Tang San is endowed with a plethora of divine techniques, while his counterpart is left with but a few. It seems that Tang San is indeed the favored child of fortune. However, such a narrative also casts the protagonist in a negative light. With an abundance of divine techniques, it is remarkable that he was once defeated. How inept can one be? Yet, it is also plausible that the author sought to underscore the protagonist's backing. After all, it was Shura who resurrected him after his demise. Perhaps Shura's intervention was unforeseen. I granted you such significant advantages, and yet you still fell. Alas, at that moment, the Shura god had no alternative, having invested so much effort into Tang San. Abandoning him was not an option. Moreover, the fate of the Shura god revealed to the continent that the future belonged to Tang San, effectively aligning with him. In stark contrast, where is the angel god from the spirit hall? Throughout the narrative, not a single figure emerges. Although Shura, as one of the divine kings, is indeed an enforcer, a first-level divine angel god remains entirely silent from beginning to end. Should this entity perish, the celestial realm would undoubtedly be rendered astounded. It is imperative to recognize that this is a first-tier deity, vanishing without a trace, and it is inconceivable that even the angelic deity lacks allies. Surely, it cannot be the case that all allies have vanished as well. If that were indeed true, the divine realm would have been paralyzed with fear long ago. This time it is a first-tier deity. Perhaps the next will be a divine king. However, it is rather perplexing, is it not? According to the regulations of the divine realm, one must possess an heir to leave. Yet, where is the angelic heir? What has become of the angelic deity? Could it be that they are merely lost in their own domain? In any case, the bugs in the combat system are indeed numerous. So much so that even the author cannot resolve them all. If you have the time, feel free to deduce it yourself. Rest assured, my esteemed senior, for I would not voice such thoughts unless I held a firm belief in my success. Feng Xiaoying declared, patting her chest. After all, there are precedents for success. Are there not? For instance, after consuming the blue-silver emperor, the martial spirit of one with the blue-silver grass transformed into that of the blue-silver emperor. Very well, as long as you are confident, when shall we take action? Qian Gu Yue nodded and indicated that she should be informed when the time comes. With the assistance of a senior, this endeavor will surely be much easier. Now, it is no longer necessary. Presently, Tang Hao has reached a pinnacle of level 91. He cannot exceed level 93. Not to mention the predecessors, even the current Yan Ying would pose a formidable challenge for Tang Hao. After all, in the original narrative, his injuries were only healed later by Tang San. However, the present Tang San is merely an infant, and the time until that eventuality is still quite distant. Furthermore, with the presence of predecessors and myself, Feng Xiaoying, it remains uncertain whether he will even survive until that time. There is no urgency at present. Feng Xiaoying shook her head. The timing is not yet right. In the original story, those 7 individuals relied on their youth, believing that their age granted them superiority over those older than themselves. If we were of the same age, victory would undoubtedly be ours. Should we lose, it would simply be due to their greater experience, having trained for several more years, which hardly constitutes a fair triumph. Moreover, regarding the Soul Master competition depicted in the original work, it is worth noting that a team of 7 comprises various types: offensive, agile, control, support, and defensive Soul Masters. In truth, one could easily deploy a team focused entirely on offense, capable of controlling the battlefield. The arena itself is merely a circle with a diameter of about 100 meters. As Soul Masters, communication is rendered unnecessary. one can hear clearly from across the field. Frankly, this proves to be of little utility. Additionally, according to the competition rules, any participant who crosses the red line is immediately deemed the loser, negating the necessity of subduing the opponent. A swift resolution is preferred, determining which side prevails. Nonetheless, this strategy has evident weaknesses, particularly regarding endurance. If the opposing team can withstand the initial assaults, their eventual collapse becomes merely a matter of time. However, this tactic proves beneficial in the early stages. As the competition progresses, everyone becomes more cautious, rendering this approach less effective. Of course, should one possess overwhelming strength compared to the adversary, unexpected outcomes are unlikely. Chapter 41. A Conversation with Feng Xiuying Part 5. According to Feng Xiuying's perspective, those individuals are merely taking advantage of their age. Thus, she intends to select someone younger than them, and moreover, with the blue-silver emperor as their martial spirit. She is genuinely curious whether Tang Shaosan will retain any combat prowess upon encountering the blue-silver emperor. After all, one is the sovereign of a race, while the other is merely the invisible prince, who may not even have the opportunity to ascend to royalty. To put it simply, it is a situation reminiscent of a father besting his son. As for the selection of candidates, Qian Gu Yue inquired. For him, innate talent holds little significance. After all, the highest innate soul power of the blue-silver grass, aside from Tang San, is merely level 3, and that rarity is extremely hard to come by. Qian Gu Yue insists that the chosen individual must belong to the spirit hall, for human hearts are inherently unreliable. Regarding candidates, we could seek out villagers who have resided in villages near the spirit city for generations. Regarding the matter of selecting a candidate, Feng Xiuying was acutely aware of its significance. After all, she certainly did not wish to laboriously create an artificial top-tier martial soul, only to have it snatched away by someone, akin to what befell Bibi Dong. This is acceptable. Qian Gu Yue nodded. The villagers residing near the martial soul city held an immense faith in the martial soul hall. Indeed, with the martial soul hall maintaining its dominion, soul masters were unlikely to commit acts of murder with impunity. It is essential to recognize that such actions would inevitably place them on the martial soul hall's wanted list. Once apprehended, they would be dispatched to the city of slaughter. Nonetheless, there were still instances of soul masters slaughtering civilians, albeit in remote areas. Even if the martial soul hall's enforcers were to arrive, they would find nothing but ruins. However, the common folk living near Martial Soul City harbored no such fears. After all, no one dared to wreak havoc on the territory of the Martial Soul Hall. Following the battle with Haian Sect, news of Qian Gu Yue had spread. And at that moment, no one would dare to provoke the Martial Soul Hall. Indeed, such an action could lead to the annihilation of an entire lineage. The number one sect could vanish without a trace. What of other families? They would be left with naught but ashes. If one were to search, it could commence next year. Feng Xiuying suggested. The Shrek's 7 devils would, by this year, have all been born. Therefore, it would be prudent to seek someone even younger than them. Moreover, this situation diverged significantly from the original narrative. In the original work, the Haian sect merely lost its leader and faded into seclusion. By the time the final battle commenced, the Haian sect boasted 6 titled Douluo, not to mention Tang Hao and Tang San, bringing the total to 8. This number far surpassed that of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect and the blue lightning tyrant dragon family combined. However, in this narrative, the Haian sect was utterly obliterated. The former sect leader, Tang Shao, now toiled as a blacksmith in Martial Soul City. Aside from the whereabouts of Tang Hao and the newly transported Tang God King, there remains a group of Haian sect members whose fates are shrouded in mystery, those whom Tang Shao had previously relocated. It must be acknowledged that although the Haian sect exhibited a degree of arrogance, they possessed a semblance of wisdom. Faced with the formidable entity that is the Spirit Hall, they recognized the futility of a direct confrontation. Moreover, the future Tang sect, under the leadership of the Tang God King, has ceased to exist. The 4 great clans have already submitted to the Spirit Hall under the guidance of Yang Wudi during the Great Conflict. Soon, even the famed ice and fire double cooking pot may be lost. Furthermore, now that the Elder is aware of the unfolding narrative, the national treasure of the Tiando Empire can be seized along with the soul beast residing in the ocean. Either they submit or face annihilation. Thus, the opportunities destined for the future 7 monsters can be claimed in advance. In fact, it is likely that the 7 monsters may never even be able to unite. Ning Fengji, being a merchant, upon witnessing the Elder's might, would undoubtedly refrain from opposing the Spirit Hall. even without considering the hidden strengths of the spirit hall. The elder alone would instill in him a sense of futility regarding resistance. Had he known that the founder of Shrek Academy had previously been bested by the elder's entourage, he would have never considered sending his daughter there. Should he still choose to send her, it would merely confirm that the protagonist's fortune is influencing his decisions. After all, the protagonist's aura of diminishing intellect, as depicted in the original work, is remarkably potent. Ning Fengji once expressed a desire for assistance in training the disciples of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect. Are you jesting? Who is Ning Fengji? The esteemed leader of one of the top 3 sects, a figure whose wealth could rival nations. And who is the elder? Does Ning Fengji not comprehend this? To request his assistance in training his own disciples is nothing short of absurd. Can the training from an outsider truly surpass that of one's own lineage? Even if he wishes to cultivate a favorable relationship with Tang San, the necessity is questionable. Such actions may reflect poorly on the intellect of all involved. After all, in the Douluo continent, anyone who encounters the protagonist inexplicably experiences a decline in intelligence, leaving others bewildered. It is perplexing that this is the decision reached. Qian Gu Yue pondered for a moment. Rather than keeping Feng Xiuying here, it would be more prudent to allow her to venture forth. After all, the Haian sect has now been eradicated. The major powers across the continent have begun to harbor fears of the Spirit Hall, even covertly uniting. Although Qian Gu Yue does not fear their alliance, after all, it is merely a matter of a single strike. Scattered forces are indeed easier to manage. Ideally, Feng Xiuying could serve as a successor to a great power, one capable of replacing the former Haian sect and becoming another supreme sect in the world. I have a notion I wish to discuss with you, Qian Gu Yue remarked, stroking his chin. Elder, please speak. Feng Xiuying was momentarily taken aback, realizing that she had been the sole speaker until now, while her senior rarely interjected. Preoccupied with scribbling notes. Once you find a suitable individual, you may venture out, Qian Gu Yue remarked calmly. As for your future identity, you shall simply be recognized as the heir of a hidden aristocratic family. After all, there are numerous hidden families across the continent, and fabricating a lineage poses no challenge. Many of these clandestine families are either too weak or indifferent to the continent strife. When it comes to the foremost family in the world, it undoubtedly belongs to the Qian clan. They boast the existence of a divine martial soul, while other formidable hidden families possess only the highest-tier super-martial souls, which emerge only after many years. On the island of the sea god, only Poseidon holds a divine martial soul, while the mightiest sea dragon is merely a top-tier martial soul. Moreover, the Qian family can ensure the emergence of an extreme Douluo every 2 to 3 generations. This aspect is unmatched by any other family. A hidden family? Feng Xiuying was momentarily taken aback, wondering what this meant. Were they trying to send her away? Yet, she had not yet developed a deeper connection with the little angel. She did not wish to leave, to part ways with the little angel. What was she thinking? Qian Gu Yue observed Feng Xiuying's sudden loss of composure and couldn't help but sigh, pressing her fingers to her forehead. The child, upon realizing that she was to leave the spirit hall, could no longer share tender moments with the other 3. Senior, I, Feng Xiuying, suddenly grasped the situation and spoke awkwardly. Oh dear, I just lost my train of thought. Chapter 42. The Ice and Snow Emperors. I intend for you to interact with me as the heir of a hidden aristocratic family. Qian Gu Yue remarked with a hint of exasperation. I have no intention of sending you away. Ah, is that so? Feng Xiuying chuckled, patting her own head. So that's what it was. I thought you no longer wanted me. I was concerned you would forbid me from being close to the little angel. It appears she had overthought the matter. However, senior, what about the personnel? Feng Xiuying inquired. I have no issue becoming the foundational figure of this hidden family. But what shall we do about its combat capabilities? According to your vision, this family is meant to supplant the Haian sect and emerge as the new foremost sect in the world. At this juncture, the significance of strength becomes evident. If one's power is too feeble, it is inconceivable to aspire to be the foremost sect in the realm. Not even the lesser 4 sects would be within reach. As for personnel matters, I shall assist you in resolving them, Qian Gu Yue remarked softly. This task remains rather effortless for him, as the Spirit Hall, despite its vastness, certainly harbors a few titled Douluo. However, to ascend as the foremost sect in the world, mere titled Douluo will not suffice. One must seek out the super Douluo. Yet, a dilemma arises. Although the Spirit Hall possesses several super Douluo, the current imperative for all is to cultivate. Moreover, considering the advanced age of many, it would be somewhat unkind for Qian Gu Yue to compel them to venture forth. At this juncture, it becomes imperative to seek individuals from the outside, particularly those who remain unfamiliar to all. It is essential to find one who harbors enmity towards the spirit hall, preferably someone who bears a grudge against Qian Gu Yue. In this regard, Qian Gu Yue has a fitting candidate in mind, the leader of the Ice-Blue Scorpion clan from the far north, the Ice Emperor Scorpion. An unparalleled beast with an astonishing cultivation of 390,000 years. A soul beast is only officially recognized as a 100,000-year soul beast after it has transcended its first heavenly tribulation. In contrast, beings like Shao merely possess the superficial cultivation of 100,000 years. Only after overcoming the second heavenly tribulation, equivalent to 200,000 years, can one be truly regarded as a ferocious beast. Among the limited acquaintances of Qian Gu Yue, she stands out as the most suitable option. It is noteworthy that in her quest to ascertain the existence of the Snow Woman deep within the snowy expanses, Qian Gu Yue had once ventured into the far north. Being an aficionado of white-haired elder sisters, she was inspired by the legends of her past life, which depicted the Snow Woman as a striking figure with white hair and an elegant demeanor. Having traversed into a fantastical realm, Qian Gu Yue felt compelled to embark on an adventure for the sake of that lingering desire from her previous life. Ultimately, upon entering the far north, she indeed discovered the existence of the Snow Woman, a breathtaking ice snow woman with a cultivation of 690,000 years. However, at that time, Qian Gu Yue had already attained the rank of titled Douluo, and with the unique attributes of her six-winged ice angel martial soul, she could unleash an astonishing 150% of her usual strength in such an environment. When Qian Gu Yue first laid eyes upon the ice snow woman, she was momentarily taken aback. She had initially intended to observe her closely, only to be astonished by the reality of her existence. In that instant, excitement surged through Qian Gu Yue. After all, a white-haired beauty, and one of such grand stature. This perfectly aligns with my experience. My dear wife, embrace me. At the moment when Qian Gu Yue beheld the Snow Maiden, the Snow Emperor also took note of her presence. At that time, Qian Gu Yue could discern a hint of astonishment in the Snow Emperor's gaze. It is crucial to recognize that this is the very core of the extreme northern territory. The temperature here hovers around a chilling -50 degrees Celsius year-round. Not only humans, but even the weaker native soul beasts of the extreme north would not dare to venture into such an inhospitable realm. How could a mere human have traversed such a desolate expanse? However, upon catching sight of the Snow Emperor, Qian Gu Yue did not charge recklessly forward. While he was indeed fond of white-haired beings, the pressing concern was that this particular white-haired entity possessed overwhelming strength far beyond his own. Even with a divine martial soul, facing an extreme Douluo was a daunting prospect he was not prepared to confront. After all, this was a being more formidable than his esteemed elder. The elder had lived but a brief time, whereas this entity had endured far longer. This was also Qian Gu Yue's first encounter with a soul beast of such elevated cultivation. Previously, he had only read about the deep-sea demon whale king in books, but witnessing it in person was an entirely novel experience. At that moment, Qian Gu Yue merely cast a distant glance before departing. He was not foolish. Charging forward would undoubtedly spell his doom. Yet, he pondered why the Snow Maiden did not pursue him. At that time, Qian Gu Yue did not delve deeply into this thought, primarily seeking to escape. It is well known that the territorial instincts of soul beasts are exceedingly strong. Entering their domain without permission is often perceived as provocation, resulting in an inevitable attack. However, the ensuing events elucidated why the Snow Maiden had not followed him. He had unwittingly entered the domain of yet another sovereign of the extreme north. It was during this encounter that Qian Gu Yue became acquainted with the Ice Emperor. After all, he had narrowly escaped death at the hands of the Ice Emperor. Had he not summoned his angelic divine power at the last moment to whisk himself away, he might have perished in that perilous encounter. Henceforth, Qian Gu Yue's aspirations for cultivation expanded, as he resolved to one day return and seek retribution. He would need to carefully contemplate how to solicit the Ice Emperor's assistance. Moreover, once he concludes his current endeavors, he shall venture back to the extreme north, both to avenge past grievances and to pursue further ambitions. Nature is solely for the Snow Maiden. Ever since Qian Gu Yue spoke of the frozen fruit, his ice attribute has metamorphosed into the quintessence of ice. And the last vestige of fire attribute within the six-winged ice angel has been utterly extinguished. This implies that should Qian Gu Yue have descendants in the future, they shall embody the six-winged ice angel martial spirit. Originally, After the mutation of a martial spirit, there would still be some semblance or attributes of the original spirit retained. For instance, Lu Erlong's mutated fire dragon retains a modicum of control over lightning, albeit not with great potency. However, Qian Gu Yue now possesses none of these remnants. It can be asserted that his six-winged ice angel martial spirit has, from this moment forth, evolved into an entirely new branch, comparable in strength to the original six-winged angel. In fact, the greater the Soul Master's comprehension of their own attributes, the more formidable their combat prowess becomes. In the realm of title Douluo, particularly for the Super Douluo of level 96, their cultivation methods differ significantly from those of subsequent Soul Masters. At this juncture, to transcend into a Super Douluo, one must not only possess an immense reservoir of soul power at each level, but also delve deeply into the essence of their own martial spirit, comprehending the primordial force that is uniquely theirs. It can be asserted that every Super Douluo must have a profound understanding of their martial spirit to achieve this status. This also pertains to the cultivation methods revered within the offering hall. After all, only that which one comprehends independently can be truly one's own. At the time of his ascension to Super Douluo, Qian Gu Yue experienced something similar. It is even possible to attain divinity through such means, becoming a deity of the laws. Now, with the power of the frozen fruit, Qian Gu Yue has significantly deepened his understanding of the ice attribute. He senses that when the time is right, he will reach the pinnacle of his potential. At that moment, he will be one step closer to the realm of the divine. Chapter 43. The funeral of Qian Xuanji. After a simple discussion with Feng Xiuying, Qian Gu Yue made his way to the offering hall, where he directly imparted the method for condensing soul cores to the reverent elders. Subsequently, he departed, for the excitement among the elders upon receiving the technique was palpable, prompting them all to retreat into seclusion immediately. Upon leaving the offering hall, Qian Gu Yue arrived at the papal palace, where he intended to attend to various matters in preparation for his eventual succession. Furthermore, he was to partake in the funeral of Qian Xuanji, followed by the ceremony for the new clan leader. Although Qian Gu Yue's martial soul was not that of the six-winged angel, he still bore the surname Qian. He also needed to thoroughly investigate the internal corruption within the spirit hall. Additionally, he must visit the ice-fire dual pot, as well as travel to the extreme north to establish the hidden family. The thought of the multitude of responsibilities awaiting him after assuming the role of Pope filled Qian Gu Yue with a sense of dread. It might take a year to resolve the internal issues of the spirit hall. To address subsequent matters would undoubtedly require an even longer time frame. This was untenable. If he were to handle everything alone, he would surely be overwhelmed. No, he must seek assistance. I shall personally manage the significant affairs while delegating the minor ones. I need only oversee the grand scheme. It is unnecessary for me to handle every detail personally. The individual selected must possess considerable experience and ideally be among those who maintain a close rapport with the Pope. At this juncture, Qian Gu Yue recalled two individuals, indeed, the formidable Zhu Gui Douluo. Both are esteemed title Douluos and possess a unique martial soul fusion technique. Furthermore, they have been closely associated with the former Pope, Qian Xuanji, from the very beginning. Their management would prove rather effortless. However, if a decision must be made, it is Zhu Douluo who should take charge. While Gui Douluo would be better suited to investigate corruption, given his esteemed title of Elder of Criminal Law, I am confident that these two loyal servants of the Spirit Hall would not refuse my request. Zhu and Gui Douluo, I extend my gratitude to you. Now, let us redirect our focus elsewhere. On this day, the entire Spirit Hall was shrouded in sorrow, for it marked the funeral of the former Pope, Qian Xuanji. The esteemed title Douluos present in Spirit City gathered in solemnity, including the masters of the two great spirit temples, who were the only ones worthy of attending as sole Douluos. Leading the funeral procession were Qian Douluo, the grieving father, and Qian Renxue, his granddaughter. Meanwhile, Qian Gu Yue stood behind them with the other 6 offerings. Following these 7 were the titled Douluos of the Spirit Hall, such as the Flame Eagle, the Chrysanthemum Ghost, the Demon Bear, and the Ghost Leopard. Notably, Bibi Dong was also present. After all, she was his mentor, wasn't she? Lastly, the direct descendants of the Qian family formed the rear of the procession. During the funeral, Qian Douluo wept with profound sorrow, mourning a white-haired man bidding farewell to a black-haired one. As for the contents of the coffin, that remained a mystery. It was well known that the old man understood his son had left no remains. Inside were merely his son's garments and some personal belongings. Qian Renxue continued to follow behind in tears, unaware of the truth, while Qian Gu Yue and Qian Douluo chose to keep it from her for the time being. After all, Qian Renxue was still quite young. Revealing the truth might alter her profoundly. Perhaps, when she matures, she would seek the answers herself. Following this funeral, Qian Douluo announced that Qian Gu Yue would assume the role of the Qian family as patriarch. The gathered members of the Qian family voiced no objections to this decision. It was well understood that Qian Gu Yue was among the most formidable in the spirit hall, and notably, she was still quite youthful. As a super Douluo under 30, it was conceivable that she might ascend to the rank of ultimate Douluo by the age of 30. In this manner, their clan, with the spirit hall, now boasts 2 limit Douluos. Following the conclusion of the funeral, Qian Gu Yue accompanied Qian Douluo and Qian Renxue. Since his ascension to the position of clan leader, there were certain matters that Qian Douluo felt compelled to disclose to him. These have all been accumulated by the spirit hall throughout the ages. These are the legacies left behind by our clan's previous leaders. Qian Douluo gestured towards a bookshelf and spoke. Take a look. After finishing his words, Qian Douluo departed, for he needed to tend to his granddaughter and had no time to waste with Qian Gu Yue. Once Qian Douluo had left, Qian Gu Yue began to examine the collection on her own. These records can be traced back to the era of the angelic ancestor deity, shrouded in many unknown mysteries. For instance, the angelic beings worshipped by the Qian family do not possess any companions. In fact, the Qian family is comprised of the progeny created from the blood of the angelic ancestor deity after their ascension to divinity. Oh, so their ancestral deity remains a fledgling. Qian Gu Yue suddenly realized this truth. It makes sense now. Had the angelic ancestor deity been married, such records would have been documented within the Qian family annals. However, none of the esteemed patriarchs have ever mentioned this individual. After spending the entire morning, Qian Gu Yue finally completed his examination of these materials. The most crucial aspect here is that the angel ancestor has preserved the method of attaining divinity. This method involves harnessing the collective faith of the entire continent to assist a soul master at the pinnacle of their power in ascending to that realm. While it may seem straightforward, the reality of executing it is fraught with challenges. Merely gathering the faith of the continent is a monumental undertaking, a vast project in itself. Moreover, it is unlikely that the people will witness the spirit hall successfully consolidating the faith of the continent once more. According to Feng Xiaoying, time is not on Qian Gu Yue's side. She must ascend to godhood, or even to the status of a god king, within this limited time frame. Thus, the path of faith and divinity is not well suited to the present circumstances. Nevertheless, Qian Gu Yue remains confident, particularly because of Nanji. After all, the very fact that she can bring herself into this world speaks volumes about Nanji's formidable strength. Am I not correct, Nanji? Qian Gu Yue aspires to follow the path of the law god, currently focusing on the cultivation of ice attributes. With the enhancement provided by the frozen fruit, her ice attribute has now surpassed that of other elements. At this moment, there is no time to cultivate other attributes. Moreover, he is yet to merge with the queen's powers. According to the explanation, once utilized, he would be able to wield spatial abilities freely. Regarding space, Qian Gu Yue is indeed quite envious, for it is an immensely formidable power in various realms of fantasy. Although the initial consumption is substantial, the strength it provides in the later stages is truly remarkable. In every conceivable aspect, be it offense, defense, or the ability to flee and pursue, it offers unparalleled advantages. Such a capability is what Qian Gu Yue desires most. Chapter 44. Ning Fengji's decision at the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Uncle Gu, please take a look at this. Ning Fengji, having returned from Haian Sect about a week prior, earnestly handed a letter of invitation to Douluo. What is this? Douluo, intrigued by the gravity of Fengji's demeanor, examined the invitation. It was an invitation from the newly appointed Pope of the Spirit Hall. Isn't it just the Pope? What is so remarkable about it? It's not as if I've never witnessed such an event. Douluo chuckled, recalling the time when Qian Xuanji ascended to the throne, which he had witnessed in Spirit City. Fengji, isn't it just the Pope's coronation? Why so anxious? Is this new Pope bold enough to take action against our Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School? Let me guess, is this new Pope Bibi Dong? He joked. The reason he speculated Bibi Dong was that she was the disciple of the former Pope, Qian Xuanji, in the absence of a clearly designated successor prior to the Pope's demise. It was possible for a disciple to ascend to the papacy. No, Uncle Gu, you need to take a closer look, Ning Fengji replied with a wry smile. He had hoped that the Pope would indeed be Bibi Dong, as they were somewhat acquainted with her. However, the reality was that this Pope was not Bibi Dong at all. In fact, the orders were issued directly by Qian Douluo himself. Douluo furrowed his brow at Ning Fengji's expression. Could it be that this new pope was a ruthless individual? Indeed, Qian Gu Yue had traveled across the continent, yet very few knew of him. This could be attributed to his low profile. Even when observing, he maintained a distance and probed with his spiritual strength. Additionally, those who had witnessed Qian Gu Yue's power were no longer alive, leaving no trace behind. A month later, the coronation ceremony for the new pope would be held in Spirit City. Douluo began to read the invitation more thoroughly. The new pope, Qian Gu Yue? Upon reaching this point, Douluo felt somewhat bewildered. Who is this person? I have never heard of them before. The surname is Qian? Could it be that Qian Douluo has merely selected a random family member? Fengji, who is this individual? Douluo expressed his confusion, questioning whether this person was simply chosen by someone. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji also considered the possibility that this was just a random selection by Qian Douluo. However, upon further reflection, he dismissed that notion. The world of soul masters is one that is unequivocally governed by strength. If one possesses power, they will be warmly welcomed wherever they go. Conversely, if one lacks strength, they will forever remain at the lowest echelon of existence. It's not just the spirit hall. Even within the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect, individuals are assessed based on their soul power level. Given that the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect operates under such a system, one can only imagine the strict hierarchy within a formidable entity like the Spirit Hall, which houses numerous families. If an individual who lacks universal recognition were to ascend to power, it would undoubtedly lead to chaos within the Spirit Hall. At the very least, the Pope must possess the strength of a titled Douluo. Naturally, the greater the strength, the better, as the Pope represents the might and image of the Spirit Hall. If their strength were to wane, it would not only invite dissent from external forces, but also from within the Spirit Hall itself. Moreover, the name Qian Gu Yue reminded Ning Fengji of the young man from the Haian Sect. Could it be that this individual is the new Pope of the Spirit Hall? Ever since the return from the Haian Sect, Douluo has also been aware of the events that transpired there. Given the circumstances at the time, that young man had a significant chance of defeating Tang Hao outright. Yet, why did he refrain from doing so? To establish authority, Douluo remarked calmly. He believed that Qian Gu Yue's actions were aimed at asserting dominance. After all, since the passing of the esteemed Pope Qian Renxue, certain factions on the continent have begun to doubt the Spirit Hall's viability. After all, with one seasoned titled Douluo, two others wielding soul fusion skills, and a host of soul Douluos and soul saints, what does that amount to? Ultimately, did not your Pope fall to Tang Hao, who had just entered the realm of titled Douluo? Is the Spirit Hall not faltering? Upon the emergence of this news, certain individuals immediately began to engage in covert maneuvers. However, following the events at the Haian Sect, the formidable prowess exhibited by Qian Gu Yue, along with the presence of no fewer than 10 titled Douluo powerhouses, left everyone astounded. What did you say? A moment of confusion ensued. I apologize, my hearing has been somewhat impaired lately. To be candid, Ning Fengji was equally astonished, tinged with a hint of envy. The auxiliary capabilities of his own martial soul were indeed exceptional, with few on the continent capable of rivaling it. Yet, his martial soul was constrained from surpassing the 80th level, a significant drawback. After all, who wouldn't he wish to pursue the pinnacle of power if given the opportunity? Uncle Gu, have you forgotten about that individual from the Haian Sect? Ning Fengji inquired. That person Douluo paused, suddenly recalling something. Fengji, are you suggesting that this individual is the new Pope? He asked with a wry smile. The abilities displayed by Qian Gu Yue at the Haian Sect were clearly beyond the capabilities of their upper three sects to contend with. There was simply no contest. Qian Gu Yue was overwhelmingly powerful, and he was still young. Even if it came to endurance, he could outlast their generation. Uncle Bone, what does the future hold for our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect? Ning Fengji lamented, slumping despondently in his chair. This question rendered Douluo silent as well. Judging by Qian Gu Yue's performance at the Haian Sect, it was evident that he had not exerted his full strength. Had he done so, the Haian Sect would have been utterly vanquished in an instant. In fact, Qian Gu Yue alone could have dismantled the entire Haian Sect. However, he did not come alone. He arrived with the Spirit Hall's entourage. Once the assault commenced, the Spirit Hall's forces reached the Haian Sect's plaza in less than 10 minutes. Subsequently, the members of the Spirit Hall refrained from engaging, allowing Qian Gu Yue to single-handedly subdue the entire Haian Sect. After all, his freezing attack had nearly annihilated the Haian Sect. This is far more potent than the poison of Douluo. After all, Douluo's poison is still visible, whereas Qian Gu Yue's icy confinement is instantaneous and expansive. One can hardly react. Before you know it, you might already be lost. Should they arrive at the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, it is likely that, apart from the sword bone Douluo, others would fall in a single strike. Let us prepare a substantial gift, for we shall attend the coronation ceremony of the new pope in 1 month's time. Ning Fingji sighed. He felt utterly helpless. The prowess exhibited by Qian Gumu was simply terrifying. Did they not fear the return of Tang Chun seeking vengeance upon the spirit hall? Perhaps Qian Gumu was unaware of Tang Chen's formidable nature, but Qian Douluo certainly was. Qian Douluo could not merely stand by and watch Qian Gumu act thus. So why did the spirit hall proceed with their actions? It may be that there are already individuals within the spirit hall capable of confronting Tang Chen. This individual is likely the new pope, Qian Gu Yue. The spirit hall must not be antagonized at any cost. The 7 treasure glazed tile sect cannot afford such a price. Chapter 45. Departure of the Ice and Fire Double Cooking Pot. Xiaoying, having just returned home from the Pope's palace, called out to Feng Xiaoying. In recent days, he has been diligently attending to matters at the Pope's palace, and he has summoned Zhu Douluo to assist him. Truly, as a seasoned member of the Spirit Hall, his handling of administrative affairs is remarkably efficient. After observing Zhu Douluo manage the affairs for several days, Qian Gu Yue decided to entrust the subsequent matters entirely to him. Seizing this opportunity, he resolved to visit the Eye of Ice and Fire that Feng Xiaoying had previously mentioned. As for Douluo, he is a figure who can indeed be tamed. Although his personal combat prowess is not particularly formidable among titled Douluos, his mastery of poison is most formidable. Such an individual must either be kept under one's control or face total annihilation. One should not deem Qian Gu Yue's perspective as flawed. After all, he is the leader of the entirety of Spirit Hall, with numerous subordinates at his command. Should anything untoward occur due to his negligence, it would be unacceptable. No matter how aloof Qian Gu Yue may seem, it is akin to the original tale, where after Douluo unleashed his poison, the entire city transformed into a desolate wasteland, only to be purified later by the illustrious sea god Tang San. Let Douluo commit the misdeeds, while I, Tang San, shall assume the mantle of righteousness. At present, it remains uncertain whether the Eye of Ice and Fire is still under Douluo's control. If it is not, it will inevitably belong to Spirit Hall thereafter. The members of Spirit Hall in Tiando City have also noticed that Douluo periodically departs for the Sunset Forest. It is uncertain whether he has discovered the Eye of Ice and Fire. Should he remain oblivious, Qian Gu Yue would promptly dispatch the 2nd and 3rd offerings from the offering hall to establish a presence there, as that location is of paramount importance. If the Eye of Ice and Fire is indeed in Douluo's possession, Qian Gu Yue harbors no fears. In terms of strength, he would undoubtedly overpower him. Senior, do you require my assistance? Feng Xiaoying exclaimed, hurrying over upon hearing Qian Gu Yue call for her. In recent days, the life of Feng Xiaoying in the Soul City has been quite delightful. After all, she has nothing to do each day but to remain in the study of Qian Gu Yue's residence, engrossed in her reading, enriching her knowledge. Yet, the world within the pages is not a complete one. It primarily focuses on the protagonists and antagonists, while many other aspects are merely glossed over. In recent days, Feng Xiaoying has encountered numerous clandestine events within the study. Among these, the most significant pertains to the angel meditation technique exclusive to the Qian family, a practice accessible solely to its members. Others may only acquire a rudimentary version through substantial offerings to the Spirit Hall. However, the legendary angelic meditation, as taught by Qian Gu Yue, remains an elusive treasure. Currently, only 3 members of the Qian family, Qian Douluo, Qian Renxue, and Qian Gu Yue, possess this knowledge. Outsiders, particularly those who have made generous contributions to the hall, may practice a more advanced form, alongside Yaning. The pinnacle of meditation techniques can only be mastered by the most exceptional individuals within the Qian family, requiring at the very least a 6-winged angel spirit. What Feng Xiaoying observes now is the meditation practiced by the devotees, a level of mastery beyond her reach, as she lacks an angel spirit. Nevertheless, her current engagement is merely observational, as Qian Gu Yue has not urged her to undertake any training. At present, Feng Xiaoying's physical form is that of a mere 3-year-old, an age unsuitable for cultivation. In truth, early training does not necessarily yield better outcomes on the continent. If that were the case, Offspring of powerful factions would begin their training at the tender age of 4 or 5, having already cultivated for a year or two prior to their spirit awakening. Yet, this would not guarantee that they awaken with innate full soul power like Tang Hao-san. To comprehend the significance, one must recognize that within the Hall of Devotion, aside from Qian Douluo, the most formidable presence is the Golden Crocodile, who once boasted innate full soul power, while the other devotees possess a minimum innate soul power of level 9. Were this the norm, the Spirit Hall could witness a surge of prodigious talents. It is widely acknowledged that a faction's longevity hinges upon a continuous influx of fresh blood. In fact, cultivation prior to spirit awakening is permissible, and such early training can indeed enhance innate soul power upon awakening. When this news broke, it sent waves of exhilaration through the continent's major factions, as it presented a method to bolster familial strength. Consequently, numerous families and factions began to adopt this approach, the Spirit Hall included. However, amid this jubilation, a harrowing report emerged. A child had inexplicably suffered a debilitating fate. Subsequent examinations revealed extensive damage to the child's meridians. Upon receiving this alarming news, many turned their gaze toward their own progeny, and to their dismay, they discovered similar damage within their heirs. The urgency of the situation prompted a swift cessation of these practices. Although the duration of cultivation had not been excessively long, the futures of these individuals had been irrevocably compromised. After that occasion, it became a norm for everyone to awaken their martial souls at the age of 6 before they could commence their cultivation. Although this meant that their innate soul power was not exceptionally high, it provided a sense of security. At that time, when Qian Gu Yue imparted this meditation technique to Feng Xiuying, she specifically cautioned her to observe it, but never to practice it. Do you understand? At that moment, Feng Xiuying was puzzled, wondering why she could not cultivate. After all, Tang Sen could do so. Why was she, a fellow transmigrator, unable to? Furthermore, her senior emphasized that she should refrain from cultivation. Unable to comprehend, Feng Xiuying decided to dismiss the thought, trusting that her senior would not lead her astray. It wasn't until she stumbled upon a book concerning the continent's clandestine events in her study that she discovered the account of this incident. What a close call. Thankfully, she had not engaged in cultivation. Otherwise, it would have been disastrous for her. Prepare yourself. This afternoon, let us venture to the sunset forest to search for that ice and fire duality you mentioned, Qian Gu Yue remarked with a smile. Oh, we are heading to the ice and fire double pot. Feng Xiuying exclaimed joyfully upon hearing this. Tang Hao-san, your ice and fire double pot will be lost. And so will your dugo bo he. Very well, my dear junior. I shall await your preparations, Qian Gu Yue replied, as Feng Xiuying hurried back to her room to gather her belongings. Currently, she had little to pack, as her ordinary clothes were either in her room or stored in her system space. Feng Xiuying's system space was indeed functional, and her possessions were few, just a camera and a few articles of clothing. The camera had been purchased by Qian Gu Yue, and Feng Xiuying had claimed it. Knowing that Qian Gu Yue had no use for it, she looked forward to capturing moments at the ice and fire double pot, eager to show them to the great Tang God King when the time came, curious about his reaction. Would he sense that she had already grasped the path of death? Chapter 46. Sunset Forest. After enjoying lunch, Qian Gu Yue took Feng Xiuying out of Martial Soul City. However, considering future plans, it was best for Feng Xiuying to avoid public exposure, at least for the time being. Qian Gu Yue swiftly secured Feng Xiuying at her waist, unfurling 3 pairs of crystalline wings behind her, and soared into the sky, departing from Martial Soul City. The young man took that girl to a certain place. Meanwhile, in the Temple of Angels, Qian Douluo naturally noticed Qian Gu Yue's departure. He was also acquainted with Feng Xiuying, who was brought back by Qian Gu Yue during her previous outing. She had become a good friend of his granddaughter, Xiaoxue. Never mind, there's no need to dwell on it. With Qian Gu Yue's prowess, as long as there were no god-level experts, no one on the continent could possibly hinder him. Feng Xiuying, experiencing flight for the first time, transitioned from exhilaration to trepidation. Senior, please slow down, she exclaimed, gazing at the rapidly changing scenery beneath her. Goodness, this is far too fast. Observing the markers on the system, she realized they were now traveling at a speed exceeding 1 Mach, and this velocity was continually escalating. This signifies that the senior has yet to exert their full strength. If they were to unleash their complete power, the speed would be astonishing. It is well known that the 6-winged angel martial soul excels in flight. Yet, one cannot fathom why, in the past, Qian Douluo was unable to defeat Tang Chun. Although the Haian 9 absolutes encompass aerial capabilities, if your speed is sufficiently swift, he would be unable to lock onto you. Perhaps Qian Daolu felt that as we are all of the same rank, evading him would be quite undignified. Upon hearing Feng Shuoying's words, Qian Gu Yue did not decrease their speed. Instead, he accelerated further. However, as he increased their velocity, he cradled Feng Shuoying in his arms. As the saying goes, embracing a sister doubles the damage. With Qian Gu Yue's remarkable speed, they arrived at Heavendo City by nightfall. Activating the angelic domain, Qian Gu Yue encountered the bishop, Salus, without alarming anyone. Upon seeing Qian Gu Yue, Salus was taken aback. How did this individual arrive here? As for Feng Shuoying, who remained in a state of bewilderment cradled in his arms, Salus could only feign ignorance. It is best not to inquire too deeply into the affairs of adults. Salus had encountered Qian Gu Yue at the funeral of Qian Xuanji. After all, he was the only silver-haired person among the crowd, positioned prominently, clearly indicating a high status. Shortly thereafter, news spread that Qian Gu Yue would assume the role of the new pope of the Spirit Hall in a month's time. Although he had yet to officially take office, Salus sensed that it was merely a matter of time before the title would be conferred upon him. Furthermore, he believed this noble figure would not be concerned with such trivialities. Prepare a room for me, Qian Gu Yue instructed while holding Feng Shuoying, and ensure that no one is disturbed. Consider this as if we had never arrived. Yes, Your Highness, Salus responded without further inquiry. With years of experience in governance, he understood which questions were appropriate and which were not. Soon after, Qian Gu Yue entered the room to rest, primarily for Feng Shuoying's sake. Despite Qian Gu Yue enveloping Feng Shuoying in soul power to alleviate the resistance of the air, she insisted on peering out, ultimately fainting and remaining unconscious until now. After placing Feng Shuoying upon the bed, Qian Gu Yue approached the window, gazing up at the moon and the myriad stars scattered across the sky. The following morning, the chirping of birds filled the air, causing Feng Shuoying to furrow her brow slightly in the sunlight. Is it morning? She murmured, rubbing her eyes open. Awake at last, Qian Gu Yue remarked, closing the book he had been reading while sitting beside her bed. Oh, Senior. Good morning, Feng Shuoying yawned, greeting Qian Gu Yue. Senior, where are we now? Her memories only extended to the moment she had fainted the previous day. In the Spirit Hall of Heavendo City, Qian Gu Yue replied, his tone laced with a hint of delight. After arriving in Heavendo City the previous evening, they had accumulated 10,000 points. Wow, we've already arrived? Feng Shuoying expressed her surprise but quickly reasoned that given Qian Gu Yue's speed the night before, such an arrival was indeed quite normal. Senior, when shall we venture to the Sunset Forest? She inquired, relishing the breakfast Qian Gu Yue had brought her. A breakfast personally delivered by the Super Douluo. Who else could enjoy such treatment? Once you finish your meal, we shall depart, Qian Gu Yue remarked softly. After Feng Shuoying completed her breakfast, Qian Gu Yue activated the angel domain, leading Feng Shuoying towards the Sunset Forest. According to the original text, the location of the ice-fire dual yang pod is roughly at the center of the forest. Feng Shuoying spoke, stating that having a direction certainly makes it easier to find. By the way, Senior, you might sense the energy of the fire and ice attributes in the air. The Water Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King, two of the 9 dragon lords, fell simultaneously in the Sunset Forest. Their remains buried deep beneath the ice-fire dual eye, which emerged as a result, nourishing all things. Most of these rare treasures are simply non-existent in the outside world. Some can even restore the dead when consumed. As the progenitor of the dragon clan, even in death, they still exert immense pressure. The ice-fire dual yang pod is formed from the energy emitted after their demise. Moreover, your martial soul is the mutated 6-winged angel martial soul, the 6-winged ice angel. The original fire attribute has transformed into the current ice attribute, which is still formidable, allowing you to sense it would significantly accelerate our search. This is indeed a thought, Qian Gu Yue said, momentarily taken aback, nodding in agreement. It could save us considerable time. Qian Gu Yue halted, closed her eyes, and her vast spiritual energy erupted, spreading outward. Following Feng Shuoying's guidance, Qian Gu Yue focused on perceiving the energy of the ice and fire attributes in the air. By identifying anomalies in these energies, they could determine their target direction. Over there. Soon, Qian Gu Yue opened her light purple eyes and spoke, and then she picked up Feng Shuoying, vanishing from their original spot. After their disappearance, the low-level soul beast on the outskirts of the Sunset Forest went into a frenzy, rushing deep into the forest. It was terrifying, Could it be that a 10,000-year soul beast had emerged? The soul masters hunting here today mostly returned empty-handed, with some unfortunate souls even trampled to death by the beasts. Qian Gu Yue carried Feng Xiaoying deeper into the forest, collecting various herbs along the way. As she had never practiced alchemy, she needed a substantial amount of low-level herbs to hone her skills, avoiding the waste of high-level materials later on. Chapter 47. The Ice-Fire Dual Yang Pot. With Qian Gu Yue's speed, they quickly reached the peripheral area of the Ice-Fire Dual Yang Pot. The concentration of ice and fire attribute energy in the air was exceptionally high, surpassing even some advanced fire attribute martial souls. A glimmer of astonishment flashed in Qian Gu Yue's eyes. It was known that the two Dragon Kings had perished many years ago. How could the ice and fire attributes in the outer region be so elevated? What of the core area? Would it have attained an ultimate attribute? Is there such a possibility? Feng Xiaoying was taken aback. The original text made no mention of this matter. If that were indeed the case, how could the external forces have grown so formidable? What of the situation within? How has Douluo managed to linger here for such an extended period? Not to mention Tang San, who, after all, has the backing of a divine king. But what of Douluo? Despite the formidable nature of his green-scaled serpent's venom, it poses little more than a mere freeze to Qian Gu Yue. Could it be attributed to the protagonist's halo? Yet, for the protagonist's halo to manifest its influence, would there need to be some interaction with the main character? At this moment, Douluo was entirely unfamiliar with Tang Xiaosan, at best having some recognition of Tang Hao. For a time, Feng Xiaoying found herself perplexed. What has transpired? Observing the conflicted expression on Feng Xiaoying's face, Qian Gu Yue found herself perplexed. Hadn't this child always been lively? What was the matter? Qian Gu Yue inquired. It's nothing, senior, Feng Xiaoying replied, shaking her head as she realized she was indeed fine. If something troubles you, do not hesitate to speak. Qian Gu Yue discerned that something was amiss with Feng Xiaoying. After all, it was just the two of them here, free to converse openly. Should anyone attempt to eavesdrop, Qian Gu Yue would not hesitate to add a few more lives to her tally. The sunset forest could very well witness additional ice sculptures. It is like this, Feng Xiaoying began, summarizing her concerns. She was frightened that the knowledge she possessed might become obsolete. After all, the advantage of a time traveler lay in knowing the locations of fortuitous encounters and the timing and places of significant events. If that advantage were lost, they might find themselves worse off than the protagonist group. Relax, Qian Gu Yue chuckled. I thought it was something serious. Turns out it's just this. There is no need to dwell on it. Just remember the locations of those opportunities and the timings of key events. The world within the book primarily revolves around the protagonists. Other characters and happenings are often glossed over, and many events are not even mentioned in the original text, yet here you are, witnessing them. Listening to Qian Gu Yue's words, Feng Xiaoying fell silent. The senior was right. The world depicted in the book was merely a reference. The more one fixated on the narrative, the greater the potential for personal issues to arise. Moreover, having traversed here with great difficulty, do you not wish to be the protagonist yourself? Qian Gu Yue laughed. Indeed, now that I am here, I am the protagonist. The original protagonist can roll far away from me, Feng Xiaoying declared, placing her hands on her hips and raising her voice. Who am I? A time traveler aware of the plot, Feng Xiaoying, the two-dimensional beauty, and with a powerful background. What is there to fear? My elder brother is the Pope of the Spirit Hall, a super Douluo at level 98. Those who are unafraid of death may come at me. Thank you, senior. Feng Xiaoying smiled. Had it not been for her senior's timely reminder, she would still be trapped in her own stubborn thoughts. All right, we've arrived, she said, gazing at the mountain shrouded in mist ahead. Yes, this is the place. Feng Xiaoying exclaimed with delight, her eyes sparkling as she looked towards the valley. Soon, we will witness one of the scenic wonders of Douluo, the ice and fire yin-yang pot. How exhilarating. Gazing upon the valley ahead, Qian Gu Yue, accompanied by Feng Xiaoying, ventured forth, effortlessly bypassing the surrounding poisonous formations that were rendered inconsequential by Qian Gu Yue's presence. The venom of the emerald-scaled serpent was powerless against them. Upon reaching the valley's depths, they discovered two interwoven lakes, one crimson and the other azure, dividing the space in half. Between these two bodies of water, two extraordinary plants thrived, standing as a testament to nature's wonders. Elder. Those are the two celestial herbs capable of refining the body with the elements of ice and fire, remarked Feng Xiaoying, her gaze fixed upon the octagonal xianbing grass and the fiery xingjiao plant flourishing in the lakes. While each of these substances possesses a lethal potency when consumed alone, Their combined intake, followed by cultivation in a lake, grants soul masters the remarkable trait of immunity to both ice and fire. This unique characteristic was famously utilized by Tang Hao in the original narrative, allowing him to carve out a legendary status in the Soul Master tournament. After all, who would have imagined that a blue-silver grass could withstand flames? Yet, in his encounter with Shui Bing heir of the later Qian Renxue Academy, Tang Hao found himself questioning his very existence, marking the first moment his confidence began to waver. Moreover, Shui Bing heir's martial soul exhibited a mutation. Though it was impressive, its incompleteness forced what could have been a formidable offensive martial soul, the Ice Phoenix, to take on a control-oriented role instead. However, such a fate would not befall Shui Bing heir in this context. Here, Qian Gu Yue stands as the cousin to the sisters Shui Bing heir and Shui Yue heir. As his mother hails from the Qian Renxue sect of the lower four sections. When the sisters were born, Qian Gu Yue made a special visit to see them. Once the sisters awaken their martial souls, it is likely that Shui Xian Ro will send them to Qian Gu Yue for guidance. That earth dragon golden sweet potato. Feng Xiaoying's eyes sparkled at the sight of a golden-hued sweet potato. With this, her two companions' martial souls could also be enhanced. The earth dragon golden sweet potato contains a trace of dragon lineage, offering a chance for sub-dragon species to transform into true dragon species. It is worth noting that any race bearing the dragon name is formidable, and the sub-dragon species alone holds significant power, let alone the true dragons. Additionally, treasures such as the Mo Yu Shinju, snow silkworm, blood ginseng, dragon leaf, 9-rank purple ganoderma, and the miraculous Tong Tian chrysanthemum, all of which appeared in the original tale, are present here in abundance. There are even many unnamed treasures. A bountiful harvest indeed. In Qian Gu Yue's embrace, Feng Xiaoying looked around with delight etched on her face. Do you have any thoughts? Qian Gu Yue inquired. Well, I only know the uses of the few types of celestial herbs mentioned in the original story. Beyond that, I am rather clueless. Feng Xiaoying replied with an awkward smile. It is not her fault. After all, in the original text, Tang San had plowed this land thoroughly, yet in the end, only a few varieties emerged. The others seemed to have vanished entirely. Nevertheless, I shall find a solution, Qian Gu Yue declared. Conveniently. The soul alchemy method I previously acquired from Nanji contains relevant records. I must admit, this book is truly invaluable. It not only includes alchemical formulas, but also offers an encyclopedic guide to the harvesting, cultivation, and uses of various medicinal herbs. It can be considered a compendium of botanicals. Even the herbs from the Douluo continent can be found within its pages, accompanied by corresponding formulas. Once I return, I shall delegate the administrative duties to Ju Douluo and focus on my alchemical pursuits with peace of mind. Chapter 48. Dugu Bo. Relying on the notes from the soul alchemy method, Qian Gu Yue gathered all the available herbs, leaving behind only the seeds. During the herb gathering process, Qian Gu Yue observed that the environment remained entirely intact, untouched by outsiders. This indicated that Dugu Bo had not yet visited this place. A fortunate development. This means that this location will belong to the Spirit Hall from now on. As Qian Gu Yue and her companion continued to survey their surroundings, a sudden burst of laughter echoed down from above. At last, I have arrived. An elderly figure clad in a green robe descended slowly from the heights. The old man possessed a mane of deep green hair, disheveled and clearly neglected for some time. His emerald eyes occasionally glinted with a hint of coldness, resembling a serpent poised to strike. Beneath his feet lay 9 soul rings. He was a titled Douluo. Is that Dugu Bo? Qian Gu Yue inquired of Feng Xiaoying, as she was unfamiliar with Dugu Bo. Furthermore, Qian Gu Yue could distinctly sense that Dugu Bo had recently broken through to the titled Douluo rank and had yet to validate his status at the Spirit Hall. Yes, it is he, Feng Xiaoying confirmed after glancing at the newcomer. After all, the existence of the ice and fire yin-yang well had undoubtedly persisted for quite some time in the original narrative. However, in the Douluo series, Dugu Bo was the first person to arrive in this place. Throughout the long years, no other human had set foot here, and judging by Dugu Bo's recent behavior, it appeared to be his first visit as well. In fact, in the original tale, Dugu Bo had established a cave on a cliffside. When he descended, Feng Xiaoying had already advised Qian Gu Yue to be mindful of the surrounding mountains, curious to ascertain whether Dugu Bo had previously visited. Yet, under the scrutiny of Qian Gu Yue's spiritual perception, no cave was detected. This confirmed that Dugu Bo had indeed not been here. As they ventured deeper, Dugu Bo could distinctly feel the serpent venom within him being suppressed. Although it still manifests occasionally, it has improved significantly compared to the past. Douluo's martial soul. The emerald-scaled serpent emperor can be regarded as a subspecies of the dragon lineage. Within the fiery depths of the blazing ice pot, the remnants of two true dragons' corpses and their fragmented souls reside. How can a mere subspecies hope to challenge the true dragons? It is well known that while the dragon race possesses immense strength, their hierarchical system is equally stringent. Lower-ranking dragon types face severe suppression when confronted by their higher-ranking counterparts, with the disparity in power resulting in increasingly pronounced limitations. Currently, the foremost beast martial soul on the continent belongs to the esteemed blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex of the top 3 sects. However, in the presence of true dragons, even the blue electric Tyrannosaurus is but a subspecies. Its correct nomenclature is blue electric tyrant dragon, a powerful subspecies in its own right. As for Douluo, he is not a stranger to many. His most notorious act occurred during a later great battle when he poisoned an entire city. Yet, Douluo's own life has been fraught with tragedy. In his early years, he lost his wife due to the repercussions of his martial soul. After the birth of his son, he finally anticipated the joy of grandchildren, only to be met with despair. During his daughter-in-law's pregnancy, she fell victim to the emerald-scaled serpent's poison, which even affected the child in her womb. Shortly after giving birth, she succumbed to the poison, and his son, lacking the fortitude to withstand the serpent's venom, followed suit. In the end, only Douluo and his granddaughter, Qian, remained. Tragically, his granddaughter also bore the serpent's poison. While Douluo, with his title Douluo strength, could suppress the toxin, his granddaughter could not bear it. Given that she was born afflicted by the serpent's venom, it is highly likely that she may suffer a fate similar to that of her parents. Consider the notorious Douluo, feared across the continent for his mastery of poison, now facing the bitter irony of being afflicted himself, all while witnessing the agony of his granddaughter as she, too, contends with the serpent's torment. What sins have I committed? Why has fate dealt me such a cruel hand? Yet, there is always a glimmer of hope. Due to the nature of his serpent's poison, Douluo ventured into the heart of the sunset forest, initially in search of medicinal herbs. Although renowned for his toxic mastery, this does not imply he lacks medical knowledge. By chance, he arrived in the core of the sunset forest, a realm incomparable to the Star-Doe forest situated at the continent's center. The most formidable entity in this realm is the 90,000-year-old spirit beast. It is rumored that somewhere within lies a 100,000-year-old spirit beast. However, despite extensive searches in the past, no evidence of its existence was uncovered, and the matter faded into obscurity. Since there are no powerful spirit beasts in sight, and given that Douluo is adept in the art of poison, coupled with the ferocity of the emerald-lined snake's venom, he has long resided within the depths and core of the forest. Over time, the spirit beasts dwelling in this area have come to recognize Douluo as a human soul master not to be trifled with. Ultimately, Douluo's visits to the sunset forest became akin to returning to his own abode. As he approached the valley, Douluo distinctly felt his internal snake venom being suppressed. Even the slightest fluctuation was perceptible to him, as he was perpetually troubled by the effects of the venom. Initially, he intended to delve into this place to seek an antidote. Yet, inexplicably, as he drew near, his martial soul began to tremble in trepidation. It is essential to note that his martial soul had evolved from the emerald-lined snake into the emerald-lined snake king, one of the paramount martial souls on the continent. The presence capable of instilling fear in his martial soul was undoubtedly beyond his capacity to confront. At that moment, Douluo was engulfed in turmoil. Having finally discovered a potential remedy for his affliction, the notion of relinquishing it left him discontented. He contemplated a forceful entry, but, upon reflecting on his 6-year-old granddaughter, Qian, he regained his composure. Were he alone, he would have risked his life to witness firsthand what could suppress his venom. However, the thought of his young granddaughter made him reconsider. If he were to encounter misfortune, his enemies would undoubtedly not spare her. With this realization, Douluo cast a reluctant glance at the valley before departing. Upon returning, his sense of discontent grew stronger. Previously, ignorance had shielded him, but now that he was aware, it seemed unjust to let the opportunity slip away. Thus, after placing his granddaughter, Qian, in the care of his dear friend Yi Xining, he returned to the valley once more. Should any misfortune befall him, at least his granddaughter would have a chance to survive. If he were to uncover the antidote this time, she could live like an ordinary child. Regrettably, prior to Douluo's arrival, Qian Gu Yue had already come here with Feng Xiuying. However, Qian Gu Yue's strength far surpassed that of Douluo. and he remained oblivious to their presence at the depths of the valley, believing himself to be alone. Chapter 49. The Encounter of Three. At last, the moment was upon him. His granddaughter was on the brink of salvation. Dugubo's face radiated with joy. Yin Yin, await your grandfather's return to cure you. Although Dugubo's later actions of using poison to devastate the city hold significant weight, it is undeniable that his affection for his granddaughter, Dugu Yin, is genuine. Presently, Dugubo's sole purpose for living is his beloved granddaughter. Should Dugu Yin perish before him, it is highly probable that Dugubo would succumb to despair and take his own life. After witnessing the demise of his wife, son, daughter-in-law, and ultimately his last granddaughter, he would find himself utterly alone in this world. What meaning would life hold for him then? The illustrious Dugubo, renowned across the continent for his mastery of poison, would find himself in the tragic irony of losing his entire family to the very venom he wielded, even that of his own serpents. Isn't it quite ironic? Pray, who might you be? As Dugubo descended to the bottom, he beheld Qian Gu Yue and Feng Xiaoying standing there, a remarkable pairing of a young man and a little girl. Dugubo's gaze was primarily fixed upon Qian Gu Yue, as he found himself somewhat unable to decipher her enigmatic presence. As for Feng Xiaoying, the young girl beside Qian Gu Yue, she appeared to be of little significance, hardly deserving of further attention. There are only two possibilities in this situation. Firstly, Qian Gu Yue possesses a martial soul that is exceptionally adept at stealth, a rare phenomenon on the continent, yet it does indeed exist. However, such individuals typically remain hidden from the public eye. Secondly, Qian Gu Yue's strength surpasses his own. Yet, upon contemplating this, Dugubo silently shook his head in disbelief. This is impossible. It must be acknowledged that I am already over 60 this year, and I have only just entered the realm of the title Douluo. Yet this person appears remarkably youthful. Although title Douluo possess the ability to alter their appearance and regain a youthful visage, it is evident that Qian Gu Yue's countenance is not artificially altered. It is simply her natural form. However, to err on the side of caution, Dugubo refrained from acting immediately and instead chose to inquire. After all, this place represents his granddaughter's aspirations, and a battle here could potentially lead to its destruction. After a glance exchanged with Dugubo, Qian Gu Yue discerned the affliction plaguing his body, yet she remained silent. Earlier, the two had conspired to establish a new and formidable faction, necessitating the possession of hidden trump cards while simultaneously projecting a facade of formidable power. Dugubo was indeed a fitting candidate. After all, his poison alone posed a significant threat. It is certain that no power would willingly provoke Dugubo, a man who embodies the essence of biochemical weaponry on the continent. Your Excellency, do you harbor some disdain for this old man? Dugubo, too, had noticed Qian Gu Yue's glance, interpreting it as a slight against him. Was she belittling his formidable green-scale serpent poison? This greatly displeased Dugubo. In truth, Dugubo was not always like this. His temperament changed after the tragic demise of his son and daughter-in-law, becoming increasingly volatile. However, in the presence of his old friends and granddaughter, Dugubo's demeanor remains amiable. Dugubo glared at Qian Gu Yue as she pushed Feng Xiaoying between them, his tone considerably harsh. Just moments ago, Dugubo believed you looked down upon him, but now it seems you have cast his dignity to the ground and trampled upon it. Do you think Dugubo lacks temper? Do you scorn my green-scaled serpent's venom? Apologies, but I genuinely hold your venom in contempt. Feng Xiaoying now wore a look of utter confusion. Not so, senior. You have just thrust me into the fray. Although I understand that you do not fear Dugubo, despite him being a disgrace among titled Douluos and the least formidable among their ranks, doesn't such an action seem rather unseemly? After all, you are still a titled Douluo. This is rather inappropriate. Feng Xiaoying silently criticized Qian Gu Yue's actions. She was well aware that this senior would only intervene when trouble arose, remaining hands-off when those around her could resolve issues. While following her senior provided a sense of security, there were times when the senior's mischievousness shone through. After all, this was the individual capable of bringing the ex-girlfriend of the groom to the wedding of the groom and his current partner. Furthermore, in her efforts to train Qian Renxue's combat experience, Feng Xiaoying once witnessed Qian Gu Yue kick Qian Renxue into a pack of century-old ghostly wolves. During their sparring sessions, Qian Gu Yue showed no mercy, and Feng Xiaoying had seen the aftermath of Qian Renxue's training, her rear end swollen. Nevertheless, each time such incidents occurred, Feng Xiaoying felt an unusual joy, for it meant she could indulge in her own amusement. This maneuver astonished Feng Xiaoying at the time. Truly, the senior possesses remarkable skills. It seems that my name, Douluo, has not garnered much recognition on the continent lately. Douluo let out a cold sneer, sensing that today would witness the demise of two more individuals beneath the venom of his emerald-scaled serpent. Humph! With a disdainful grunt, he summoned a triangular emerald-green serpent's head behind him. Simultaneously, 9 soul rings materialized beneath his feet, exuding an aura befitting a titled Douluo, intertwined with a hidden miasma of toxic emerald gas. This is also a common tactic employed by Douluo, a means of testing the waters. First, he intimidates, and then he proceeds. As he gazes at the approaching emerald mist, Qian Gu Yue, growing impatient, waves his hand dismissively, dispersing the fog with ease. It is over. At this moment, Douluo's heart trembles violently, realizing that his end may be near. The young man merely waved his hand casually, and his attack dissipated. Could it be that he is a super Douluo? Surely not. Even a title Douluo is a rarity, let alone the formidable super Douluo among them. Am I truly this unfortunate? After such difficulty in finding a place to heal my granddaughter, it turns out there are others here. If it were an ordinary person, I, Douluo, would not be concerned. However, the individual before me, Qian Gu Yue, is no ordinary person. Moreover, I have just engaged him in combat. Is it possible that today marks the end for me, Douluo? Yin, grandfather may no longer be able to be by your side. A look of despair etched across Douluo's face. Had he been a titled Douluo of the 95th rank, perhaps Douluo would have unleashed his power and fled, ultimately seeking refuge in a remote locale with his granddaughter. However, he stands before a super Douluo, regardless of his confidence in the venom of his emerald-scaled serpent. He harbored no illusions about outpacing a super Douluo. Moreover, judging by the recent display of prowess, it is likely that this individual is not merely a 96th rank super Douluo. Truly, when did such youthful super Douluos emerge upon the continent? Could they possibly be descendants of those reclusive clans? What has transpired? Why is there no movement? Feng Xiaoying gazed curiously at the motionless Douluo before turning her attention back to Qian Gu Yue. What are you all doing? 1, 2, 3, are we playing statues? Chapter 50. Feng Xiaoying, Douluo, you have been poisoned. With a few soft crunches, Feng Xiaoying broke the silence. Subsequently, all eyes turned towards me as I prepared to announce something. Her crunching sounds had indeed captured Douluo's attention. Could it be? This little girl is the one leading the two? Yet, something feels amiss. How could a young girl, who has yet to awaken her martial soul, command the obedience of a super Douluo? Is this truly possible? It seems utterly implausible. Yet, the subsequent actions of Qian Gu Yue left him utterly astounded. Upon witnessing Feng Xiaoying preparing to persuade, or rather, to beguile Douluo, Qian Gu Yue nonchalantly retrieved a gourd from her storage soul guide and began to drink. Clearly, she harbored no curiosity regarding the ensuing dialogue between the two and chose not to intervene. Could it be? This young girl possesses the audacity to command that formidable super Douluo behind her. This little girl must undoubtedly be the heir of a secluded family, and her standing within the lineage is likely quite significant. It is worth noting that those known as titled Douluo possess their own sense of pride. Even an heir to a family, lacking sufficient strength, cannot command the titled Douluo within their clan. Moreover, it is evident that this hidden family wields considerable power, as the mere mention of a super Douluo brings them forth. Clearly, there are other super Douluo within the family, and it is even possible that an extreme Douluo may exist among them. Such a force is even more formidable than the once prestigious Haian sect. Perhaps only the Spirit Hall could be considered its equal. Although Douluo seldom concerns himself with external affairs, he remains cognizant of significant events. The happenings surrounding the Haian sect have become common knowledge among the soul masters of the continent. As for Douluo's inability to recognize Qian Gu Yue, it is because he had merely overheard a brief discussion before departing. After all, such matters are external and do not weigh as heavily as the safety of his granddaughter. Senior Douluo, a delicate voice broke through, bringing Douluo back to the present. Hello, young friend. He first glanced at Qian Gu Yue before offering a smile he deemed amiable. However, to Feng Xiaoying, his smile appeared somewhat unsettling. Moreover, she observed that Douluo's body was tense, frequently glancing at Qian Gu Yue behind him. Oh, I see. It seems the senior was startled. With this realization, Feng Xiaoying exhaled in relief, having initially wondered what troubled Douluo. It turned out to be this reason. Rest assured, senior, I promise you will not be disturbed, she assured Douluo with a smile. Upon hearing this, Qian Gu Yue cast a glance at Douluo before departing. After all, his spiritual sense remained attuned to Douluo, and should any irregularity arise, he would be quick to respond. Furthermore, he trusted that Douluo would refrain from any aggression, considering he had a granddaughter to protect. Do you possess such confidence? Douluo gazed at the departing Qian Gu Yue, his expression one of incredulity. Is this truly the departure? Is it a manifestation of confidence in one's own abilities, or perhaps a belief in one's reluctance to take action? Nevertheless, in the end, Douluo still harbored a curiosity to hear what Feng Xiuying had to articulate. Senior Donggu, you have been poisoned, she declared, delivering her revelation with the force of a trump card. She wasted no time. The sooner this matter was resolved, the sooner she could return to her cherished little angel. Boom. Feng Xiuying's words detonated within Douluo's mind like a cataclysmic explosion. The fact of his poisoning was known only to himself and his close friend Xian Ning. Not even his granddaughter was privy to such a secret. How did this little girl come to know? Could it be that her whereabouts have been under constant surveillance? The mere thought of this sent a flicker of murderous intent through Douluo's eyes. Judging by the other party's demeanor, it is highly probable that they are targeting him. If they have indeed tracked his movements, then his granddaughter, Douluo, may very well be at risk of abduction. This is something that Douluo would never tolerate. His only existence is his granddaughter, Douluo, just as the intent to kill coalesced in that fleeting moment. A far more formidable aura locked onto Douluo awakened by this overwhelming presence. Douluo realized his oversight. How could he forget that there was a super Douluo present? Resistance was futile. Should he dare to oppose, it would not only be his demise but also the reckoning of his granddaughter, and even his old friends could face peril. If he were alone, he might resign himself to death without concern. It would be of little consequence. However, he could not allow that to happen. My young friend jested. Douluo remarked with a smile that failed to reach his eyes. Though my power may not be remarkable among titled Douluos, my expertise in poison is unparalleled. How could I possibly succumb to toxicity? Internally, Douluo was fraught with anxiety. If word of his potential poisoning were to escape, his enemies would undoubtedly come knocking. Their current inaction stemmed from his continued existence. The old man, quite stubborn indeed, Feng Xiuying mused silently. Yet, it is understandable. This old man has many enemies. And should this news spread, his and his granddaughter's lives would become quite unbearable. Douluo, I ask you, during overcast and rainy days, do you not experience a tingling sensation in your sides that gradually intensifies? It should occur once at noon and once at midnight, and given your current condition, each episode ought to last for no less than an hour. Furthermore, during the deep of night, around the third watch, do you not feel a sharp, needle-like pain at the crown of your head and your heart? The spasms would seize your entire body for at least half an hour. Feng Xiuying directly articulated all of Tang Xiaoshan's words from the original text. Upon hearing this, Douluo was momentarily taken aback. Isn't this merely a reflection of one's own symptoms? In this world, only Yi Xining, the outsider, is aware of others. Not even his granddaughter, Douluo, possesses such knowledge. How did this little girl come to know? Could it be that? Douluo cast a glance at Qian Gu Yue, who was not far away. Could it be that person has discerned the truth? You need not concern yourself with how I came to know. Feng Xiuying spoke calmly. Whether it is through Tang Xiaoshan's method or any other means, there is no issue. Even if something were to go awry, surely there are seniors present to assist. Upon hearing this, Douluo's tone became fervent. You have a solution. This can be regarded as one of his rare moments of joy. What price must I pay? Douluo inquired, fully aware that such methods invariably come at a steep cost. Yet, in comparison to his granddaughter, such sacrifices seem trivial. Indeed. I intend to establish a faction, and I wonder what your esteemed opinion is, Senior Douluo? Feng Xiuying articulated. Knowing that this was the only approach that could persuade Douluo was his sole vulnerability. Naturally, during his leisure time, Senior Douluo was free to engage in any pursuit he desired, even tending to flowers daily. When his presence was required, he need only step forward. Upon hearing this, Douluo felt a flicker of interest. After all, he was a man who cherished his freedom, and now Feng Xiuying imposed no restrictions on him, requiring only his presence at certain moments. This is quite simple. With the renowned title of Douluo, who among the fearless would dare to cause trouble? Chapter 51. Douluo, she has offered far too much. Observing Douluo before her, who has begun to waver, Feng Xiuying feels compelled to intensify her efforts. Although it seems that Douluo's heart may already be in agreement, he hesitates to voice his thoughts. Is it not merely that Feng Xiuying has yet to reveal the antidote? Is Douluo waiting for her to disclose the remedy? In truth, esteemed elder Douluo, Your granddaughter Du Guyan is in a far better situation than you. After all, Du Guyan is still young and has yet to commence her cultivation. The spirit of the emerald scale serpent strengthens in tandem with the enhancement of the soul master's abilities. And while Douluo achieved the rank of title Douluo before the snake venom erupted, his son and daughter-in-law did not attain the same. It is even uncertain whether his granddaughter Du Guyan will ever reach the realm of title Douluo. In the original work, during the Grand Soul Arena in Soto City, when Shrek Academy faced the Royal Academy of Heaven Du Guyan was merely at the 38th level, despite being of considerable age, at least 17 or 18. How could the granddaughter of a title Douluo possess such low soul power at this stage? Is it not simply a consequence of her own martial spirit? The faster one cultivates, the sooner one meets their demise, does it not? Hence, Du Gubo does not press Du Guyan to advance her training. However, a conundrum arises. The Royal Heaven Do battle team is composed of a cadre of second-generation elites, each hailing from formidable families. Yet, at the moment of their introduction in the original text, the most powerful among them, Yu Tianheng, was only at the 39th level, and he was older than Dai Mubai, the eldest of Shrek Academy, by a few years. At that time, Dai Mubai had already reached the age of 15 and possessed a soul power of 37, despite not diligently training after arriving at Shrek Academy. Yu Tianheng, as the leader of the younger generation of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, had access to the finest resources since childhood. It is well understood that a leader, whether from the younger generation or the previous one, must exhibit formidable strength. Is this truly the extent of the prowess of a prominent young leader among the three sects? His soul power barely exceeds that of Dai Mubai by 2 levels, and he is older by 2 or 3 years. What then of those 2 or 3 years? Could it be that he has only advanced by 2 levels? Surely, this is absurd. Furthermore, Yu Tianheng is supposed to be the leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Has his family truly fallen into such disarray? Not only Yu Tianheng, but the entire team, with the exception of the singular case of Du Guyan, showcases woefully inadequate soul powers. Only the support type Yi Lingling stands out, having reached a commendable 35 levels. Though one must acknowledge that support type soul masters indeed progress at a slower pace than their counterparts. It is imperative to remember that these individuals are the promising future of their illustrious families. Surely, their kin would not neglect to encourage their cultivation, for it is inconceivable that they would abandon their training upon entering the academy. Upon returning to the family, one might observe that the young lad has elevated his standing by several levels after merely a year of study. Is it that you have grown arrogant, or have I, perhaps, become incapable of wielding the whip? Isn't it absurd to think of subjecting these individuals to such a fate? One must acknowledge that those who can enter the heavenly Do are, at the very least, at the 7th level of innate soul power. What, then, is the outcome? Surely, this is a jest. Perhaps the author merely sought to underscore the protagonist's extraordinary prowess. Observe. A group whose highest soul power barely reaches 37 is capable of vanquishing a team of soul masters, all of whom possess a minimum soul power of 35. Is this not impressive? Now, there exist 3 methods to alleviate your affliction, esteemed elder. Here it comes, the crux of the matter. The first method involves consuming 2 peculiar plants located in the ice fire lake. One must simultaneously ingest these plants and subsequently immerse oneself in the lake's waters, utilizing one's soul power in conjunction with the lake's energy to assimilate their potency. Once this is achieved, your affliction shall be resolved. How simple it seems. Douluo hesitated, incredulous that his poison could be so easily remedied. However, a caveat emerged. Feng Xiaoying hesitated before continuing. This method would also eradicate your entire toxic arsenal. It was clear that Feng Xiaoying did not desire Douluo to pursue this initial approach, as a Douluo stripped of his poison would be akin to a toothless tiger. No, Douluo shook his head. His entire prowess lay within his toxic abilities. Without them, he would be rendered utterly powerless. The second method involves locating a soul bone and channeling the poison within oneself into it. This was a technique employed by Douluo Yin in the original narrative. Unfortunately, this is merely a palliative solution, as soul bones have their limits and cannot be utilized indefinitely. Moreover, soul bones are exceedingly rare. Additionally, who would dare to use a soul bone saturated with poison? It would spell doom for anyone who attempted it. Ah, this is promising. Douluo's eyes sparkled at this suggestion. By forcing the toxins generated during his cultivation into the soul bone, the venom would no longer pose a threat to the soul master. All that is needed is a soul bone. Douluo currently possesses a soul bone, a Medusa skull aged 70,000 years. Next, He must procure a soul bone for his granddaughter, Douluo Yin. Conveniently, one of his adversaries possesses such a bone. He shall find an opportunity to borrow it. Yet, this method is not without its complications. Upon hearing Feng Xiuying's words, Douluo was taken aback. How could there be issues with this approach? He thought to himself that this time, his toxic abilities would remain intact. Esteemed elder, one must understand that the capacity of a soul bone is finite. Once this limit is reached, unless a new soul bone can be found to bear the burden, one would ultimately succumb to the poison. Furthermore, as you well know, soul bones are exceedingly scarce on the continent. It is no exaggeration to say that even those a century old are not easily encountered. Finally, it must be noted that the soul bones, having been tainted by toxins, are rendered unusable by others. Whoever attempts to wield them shall meet with demise. Is there truly no alternative? Upon hearing this, Douluo's countenance fell into despair. After much effort to discover an antidote, it appeared that all options were fraught with imperfections. The soul bones are treasures of immense value. A soul master possesses 6 potential locations for soul bones, aside from the external ones, but for Douluo, only the 4 limb soul bones can be utilized to extract the poison. The other bones, the head and torso, pose a risk. A single miscalculation could result in irrevocable loss. There is a possibility, yet. Feng Xiuying spoke with a resigned expression. If you, esteemed elder, employ this method, I assure you that your strength will undoubtedly ascend to new heights, and even your granddaughter would be qualified to attain the title of Douluo. Very well. Reveal this method to me, and I shall acquiesce to your previous condition, Douluo exclaimed with great joy, setting aside the enhancement of his own powers. The prospect that his granddaughter might reach the realm of Douluo was what truly elated him. Forgive me, it is not that my resolve wavers, but the stakes she has offered are simply too great. Chapter 52, The Poison Pill. Indeed, Elder Douluo shall not regret his choice made today, Feng Xiuying remarked with a smile. This marks her first successful recruitment, although Qian Gu Yue would resolve the staffing issue. Accomplishing this task independently brings her a profound sense of achievement. As for Feng Xiuying, her third proposed method involves cultivating a poison core within Douluo's body, where the toxins accumulated during his training would coalesce. However, Feng Xiuying is unable to assist Douluo in executing this method. It necessitates Qian Gu Yue's intervention. The third approach entails condensing a poison core within the venerable Douluo's body, allowing the toxins gathered during his cultivation to amalgamate therein. This, in turn, would fundamentally resolve the concerns surrounding your Bai Lin snake martial spirit. What does the esteemed Douluo think? Listening to Feng Xiuying's words, a broad smile remained etched on Douluo's aged visage. This outing has indeed resolved my granddaughter's issues, allowing her to cultivate normally from now on. Most importantly, she is poised to transcend into a Douluo, which means that both of us, grandfather and granddaughter, will hold the esteemed title. Although our newfound freedom may be somewhat constrained, it is not a significant concern. Furthermore, Feng Xiuying has assured us that during ordinary times, there will be no interference, and we shall pursue our desires as we please. Under such circumstances, Douluo dared to wager. Even those titled Douluo from the Spirit Hall had little leisure. He found no reason to refuse. So, may I inquire, esteemed friend, how does one go about this so-called poison pill technique? Douluo's demeanor was amiable, for he was indeed in a position of need. Moreover, observing Feng Xiuying's recent comportment, Douluo was convinced that she must be an heir of a reclusive family, wielding considerable influence within her lineage. I apologize, senior, but I am unable to assist you, Feng Xiuying replied, her hands limp, indicating her inability to offer help. After all, she had yet to awaken her martial spirit. How could she be of any aid? Douluo was momentarily taken aback, clearly delighted. He had forgotten that Feng Xiuying had not yet awakened her martial spirit. It matters not. This old body can still endure for several more years, he asserted with unwavering conviction. Isn't it merely a few years? I have already persevered for so long. What do a few more years matter? Alas, my granddaughter must endure a few more years of hardship. Fear not, Senior Douluo. You need not wait for several more years. Feng Xiuying shook her head. While she was unable to assist Douluo, they were not alone in this matter. Qian Gu Yue was still present, with Qian Gu Yue's formidable cultivation at rank 98. This task would be a mere trifle for him. There's no need to wait for years. Douluo was momentarily stunned, yet it was evident that Feng Xiuying, in her current state, would be incapable of aiding him. Could it be? At that moment, Douluo suddenly recalled that there was a third person present. Could it possibly be that individual? The mere thought of Qian Gu Yue's casual dismissal of his probing attack sent a shiver down his spine. Perhaps I should wait a few more years. Douluo chuckled awkwardly. He was genuinely frightened. Who would have thought this old man would be so apprehensive in front of a senior? No need for that, Senior Douluo. Let us proceed now. Feng Xiuying smiled. Surely, you do not wish to see your granddaughter suffer, do you? Senior, it is your turn to take the stage. Before Douluo could respond, Feng Xiuying called out to Qian Gu Yue. Hearing her name, Qian Gu Yue, who had been observing the herbs, rose and approached the two. Prepare yourself. Qian Gu Yue instructed Douluo upon her arrival, handing him a slender volume detailing the methods of concocting poison pills. This is the score that Qian Gu Yue exchanged with Nanji. As for the reason, Qian Gu Yue readily offered it because Nanji had assured him that once Feng Xiuying awakened her martial soul, she would help recover the expenses incurred during this period. First, take a look at the items above. After Qian Gu Yue tossed the poison pill formula to Douluo, he declared, "We shall begin in a quarter of an hour." Douluo, in a flurry, caught the notebook thrown by Qian Gu Yue and hastily began to read, for this pertained to the lives of both himself and the lady's son. A quarter of an hour later, Qian Gu Yue instructed Douluo, "Come here, turn around." It was not as if Douluo was a close relative. What did it matter if his attitude was lacking in warmth? Did he dare to express dissatisfaction? Hearing Qian Gu Yue's words, Douluo approached with a hint of trepidation on his face. To claim he was unafraid would be a lie, yet his hopes rested in the hands of another, leaving him with no choice. Watching Douluo's reaction, Feng Xiuying could not help but burst into laughter. It was simply too amusing. For the time being, just follow the method outlined in the book to circulate your energy, Qian Gu Yue advised from behind Douluo. As for everything else, you need not concern yourself. Placing his hand on Douluo's back, Qian Gu Yue then channeled his soul power into Douluo's body. Good gracious! Feeling the condition within Douluo, Qian Gu Yue could not help but exclaim inwardly, "How has this old man managed to survive until now?" Douluo's body has been ravaged by his own venom to a considerable extent. To speak of nothing else, even the bones within his body are tainted by toxins. It must be said that the fact this old man has endured to this day is nothing short of miraculous. As the examination began, Qian Gu Yue assessed Douluo's physical condition and remarked, "There is no issue, Your Grace." Douluo responded with a tone of respect, acknowledging that even without further elaboration, the strength of his counterpart commanded his reverence. A sharp intake of breath escaped Douluo as Qian Gu Yue exerted his power. The pain was excruciating, akin to having one's fingers hammered after a dose of stimulant. However, Qian Gu Yue remained unfazed, asserting that a man must endure. "Hold on," Qian Gu Yue instructed, furrowing his brow. "There can be no mistakes at this juncture. He will be fine, but for Douluo, it is a different matter. One misstep could lead to his demise from the poison. You have but one chance." Upon hearing this, Douluo became acutely aware. He could not afford to perish. Yin Yin was still awaiting her grandfather's return. Steeling himself against the discomfort that coursed through him, he diligently channeled his internal energy. Half an hour later, Douluo trembled uncontrollably, his lips pale and quivering. Heaven knows what he had endured during that time. Despite his physical weakness, his eyes sparkled with astonishment. He had succeeded. He truly had succeeded. From this moment forth, he would no longer be susceptible to the venom. All right, from now on, as you cultivate, channel your energy. The toxins generated will converge towards the poison pill. Qian Gu Yue explained the subsequent steps. "Thank you, Your Grace." Although Douluo was utterly drained, he still managed to bow respectfully to Qian Gu Yue. This alone was a debt he felt he could never repay. There is no need for thanks. Simply heed Xiaoying's commands from now on. Douluo then addressed the approaching Feng Xiuying. "I pay my respects to the young master." As for why she had just arrived, she had distanced herself before Qian Gu Yue commenced the procedure. Previously, she had inquired whether it would hurt. Upon learning it would, she decided to keep her distance, for she was still young and not suited to witness such a scene. Chapter 52. The Solitude of Feng Xiuying. Enough, Senior Douluo. There is no need for such formality, Feng Xiuying quickly replied. "No, young master, you deserve my respect," Douluo asserted with a serious expression. Had it not been for Feng Xiuying's invitation for Qian Gu Yue to assist, Douluo was certain that had he been the one to speak, he would have been disregarded. Since he had promised to join the opposing faction, Douluo would not be a man to break his word. Furthermore, with Qian Gu Yue observing from the sidelines, he dared not act otherwise. He might very well find himself incapacitated. Well, seeing that she could not persuade Douluo, Feng Xiuying shrugged in resignation. If he wished to pay his respects, let him do so. After all, she had contributed her part to this endeavor. She, Feng Xiuying, was indeed worthy of such a gesture. All right, Senior Dugu, please take a moment to rest, she said, noticing the pallor on Dugubo's face. Really, Senior, at your age, one ought to be more cautious. One should not disregard the frailty of the elderly. Are you perhaps contemplating something untoward? Qian Gu Yue turned to look at Feng Xiuying. How peculiar. This is just like last time. She must be maligning me in her thoughts, he mused. No, how could that be? Feng Xiuying immediately shook her head. Senior, do I appear to be that sort of person? I, Feng Xiuying, am a good person. How could I possibly speak ill of others behind their backs? Absolutely not. Nevertheless, it must be said that Senior's intuition is remarkably sharp, comparable even to that of the distinguished Douluo with the distinct hairstyle. Young master, I shall take my leave to rest, Dugubo said to Feng Xiuying. Go ahead, she waved her hand nonchalantly, signaling that Dugubo need not concern himself with her. With that, Dugubo took his leave, reassured by the presence of the formidable Qian Gu Yue, a super Douluo. Beside Feng Xiuying, he believed that no one would dare to act against Feng Xiuying under the watchful eye of a super Douluo. Furthermore, the nature of their relationship seemed less hierarchical and more akin to that of siblings. Although Dugubo noticed Feng Xiuying addressing Qian Gu Yue as senior, there was a casual undertone in her voice. Qian Gu Yue, too, seemed unfazed by the title. In prestigious families, a title Douluo represents a paragon of strength. Even if one were the heir apparent, the requisite respect for a title Douluo must be upheld. After all, without rules, one cannot establish order. Yet, even in such circumstances, their demeanor remained unchanged, prompting Dugubo to ponder deeply. What Dugubo was unaware of was that although Feng Xiuying had acquainted herself with numerous individuals here, Yin was particularly responsible towards her. Currently, the household affairs are primarily overseen by Yin, while Qian Gu Yue and others are spared from such responsibilities. She has also befriended Qian Renxue, a true angel in her heart, a genuine person rather than a mere figment of her past life. Together with her companions Tian Yu and Su Jing, there are moments when Feng Xiuying still experiences a tinge of loneliness. This is because there is no one with whom she can share her innermost thoughts. At times, she feels an inexplicable fear, as if upon opening her eyes, she would find herself surrounded by familiar yet estranged faces, as if the world itself had rejected her. It is only in the presence of Qian Gu Yue that Feng Xiuying feels a profound sense of security, a feeling that she is not alone. Consequently, her tone when conversing with Qian Gu Yue differs from that with others. Perhaps she is unaware of this change, but Yin, who spends every day with her, has certainly noticed. Initially, Yin contemplated prompting Feng Xiuying to alter her demeanor, but upon observing that Qian Gu Yue seemed unperturbed and that their bond remained strong, she chose to let it be. Qian Gu Yue, too, has taken note of this dynamic. After all, when she first arrived, Nanji had succumbed to slumber. Despite Ying's care, there were times when Qian Gu Yue felt a sense of isolation. To prevent any unforeseen mishaps, she often retreated into meditation, and at times, she would even venture to the smaller battlefields of the two great empires, seeking to alleviate her inner turmoil through the act of slaying. This behavior brought joy to Qian Douluo, as yet another six-winged angelic martial soul had emerged within the family, albeit a variant, yet fundamentally still a six-winged angel. Furthermore, Qian Gu Yue diligently pursued her training, not merely confining herself to secluded practices but also seeking to hone her combat experience. From initially feeling nauseated at the thought of taking a life to ultimately becoming indifferent, even cold, her evolution was marked. During this time, Yin remained steadfastly by her side, providing care and support. Gradually, Qian Gu Yue adapted to her circumstances. Upon discovering that Feng Xiuying was also a traveler from another world, a sense of vigilance arose within her. As the saying goes, when fellow villagers meet, tears abound. However, at that moment, Qian Gu Yue did not feel this sentiment, but rather a sense of surprise, realizing that she was not the only one to have arrived in this world. Until Nanji revealed to herself that Feng Xiuying's system was a trusted friend from the System Academy, Qian Gu Yue could finally set her mind at ease. After all, it was Nanji who had brought her to this place, and Qian Gu Yue still held faith in her words. Thus, during her conversations with Feng Xiuying, Qian Gu Yue felt a sense of relaxation. In this vast world, only Feng Xiuying could offer her a modicum of solace. Consequently, their exchanges were quite lighthearted. From an outsider's perspective, It might seem disrespectful for a girl whose martial spirit had yet to awaken to speak to a super Douluo in such a tone. However, for the two of them, this was ideal. They need not worry about anyone discovering their greatest secret. The reason Feng Xiaoying preferred to spend time with Qian Gu Yue rather than constantly attending to her flame eagle was that she could converse freely, without concern for her safety. Feng Xiaoying's situation mirrored Qian Gu Yue's past. Suddenly thrust into an unfamiliar environment, she experienced both joy and a hint of loneliness. While familiarity would ease her transition, without acquaintances, she would have to invest time to adapt, knowing that eventually she would grow accustomed to it. Unlike Qian Gu Yue, however, Feng Xiaoying was fortunate. She encountered the flame eagle during its outing, which whisked her away and provided her with the guidance of Qian Gu Yue. Thus, Feng Xiaoying need not adopt Qian Gu Yue's arduous approach to acclimatize to this world. With Qian Gu Yue by her side, though the process may be lengthy, it would not be marred by the bloodshed that had stained Qian Gu Yue's hands. Chapter 53. Harvesting Celestial Herbs After Dismissing Du Gubo. Feng Xiaoying turned her attention to the ice-fire double-headed pot, confident that with Qian Gu Yue by her side, no harm would befall her. Senior, this? Feng Xiaoying pointed to a jet-black bamboo before her. Mou Divine Bamboo, born within the ice-fire double-headed pot, possesses formidable offensive capabilities and sharpness. If a soul master were to use a martial soul derived from bamboo, it may not transform into a supreme martial soul like the Inkjade Divine Bamboo. Yet the quality of the martial soul would undoubtedly experience significant enhancement. Furthermore, it could even improve one's cultivation aptitude with the support of such a celestial herb. Reaching the rank of title Douluo in the future would not pose a challenge. Gazing at the ink-jade-colored bamboo, Feng Xiaoying harbored her own thoughts. Although she previously sought to create a soul master with the Blue-Silver Emperor martial soul, there remained complications. While the Blue-Silver Emperor holds absolute dominion over its own lineage, it does not wield the same authority over other plant species. If its cultivation level were not superior to that of the Blue-Silver Emperor, it would fare better. However, when confronted with top-tier plant soul beasts of considerable age, the Blue-Silver Emperor's suppression, though existent, would be relatively weak. Among the various plants, the one most familiar to all is the Myriad Beast King. Its original form is not particularly formidable, being a demonite tree, yet it has experienced remarkable growth due to its consumption of a celestial herb. Its primary offensive method involves illusions, which are a form of mental attack. Among all types of assaults, mental attacks are the most perilous and elusive. In the presence of a top-tier beast like the Myriad Beast King, the Blue-Silver Emperor is rendered insignificant. The Blue-Silver Grass clan is renowned for its resilience. If the ordinary Blue-Silver Grass exhibits such tenacity, then the life force of the Blue-Silver Emperor, as the sovereign of its race, is even more formidable. However, its offensive capabilities are less commendable. Aside from the Blue-Silver Overlord spear mentioned in the original text, its attacks primarily focus on control and harassment. On the other hand, the Inked Jade Divine Bamboo, being a celestial-grade bamboo, possesses the necessary offensive power and sharpness to effectively address the Blue-Silver Emperor's shortcomings in attack strength, making it the optimal celestial herb for the Blue-Silver Emperor. After conveying her thoughts to Qian Gu Yue, Qian Gu Yue merely waved her hand, indicating that it was of little concern. After all, the items here are only useful to mortals. For deities, if they desire such things, they can easily conjure them with a mere wave of their hand using divine power. Subsequently, Feng Xiaoying decided to take all the celestial items that appeared in the original narrative. The Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower could be returned to Sister Yining, while the Earth Dragon Golden Melon would be beneficial for both Tianyu and Su Jing. As for Qian Renxue, a luminescent heart flower is most suitable for her. The two celestial items in the lake, however, are rightfully Feng Xiaoying's. She had previously inquired with Qian Gu Yue if she wished to take them, but Qian Gu Yue simply shook her head, indicating she had no need for them. Had Qian Gu Yue encountered this place in her youth, she surely would have made use of them. However, at her current level of cultivation, they serve no purpose. It is better to leave them for Feng Xiaoying and her companions. Oh, Senior, what kind of fruit is this? Feng Xiaoying beheld a peculiar fruit tree, resembling a colossal dragon soaring upwards, adorned with deep red fruits the size of an adult's fist. Dragon's blood fruit, Qian Gu Yue remarked with a glance. What purpose does it serve, Senior? Upon hearing this, Feng Xiaoying's eyes gleamed with excitement. After all, the inclusion of the word dragon in its name suggested it was far from trivial. The dragon's blood fruit primarily thrives on the essence of a dragon's blood. Qian Gu Yue explained nonchalantly. The higher the rank of the dragon that nourishes it, the more potent the effects of the dragon's blood fruit. This is the place where the two original dragon kings of the dragon clan were formed. Thus, the dragon blood fruit found here is undoubtedly the finest on the entire continent. The only contender that might surpass it is the slumbering silver dragon king in the heart of the Stardow forest. As this fruit thrives on the essence of dragon blood, it inherently possesses a trace of dragon energy. Should an aspiring soul master of the subdragon species consume this fruit over an extended period, it is conceivable that their martial soul may undergo an evolution. Furthermore, within Qian Gu Yue's alchemical recipes, there exists a formula for the dragon blood fruit, yielding a potion known as the dragon blood pill. Upon consumption, this elixir significantly enhances one's physical prowess and invigorates their vitality. However, this enhancement is most pronounced during initial consumption. With repeated use, its effects diminish, ultimately rendering it merely a means of satiation. While it may have little utility for Qian Gu Yue, it remains immensely beneficial for the youthful Feng Xiaoying and her companions, particularly Tian Yu and Su Jing. Tian Yu's martial soul is the golden crocodile, which demands substantial vitality. Su Jing's martial soul, the white armored earth dragon, bears the name of a dragon, making this fruit even more advantageous for her than for Tian Yu. What a treasure! Let's take it with us. Upon hearing Qian Gu Yue's words, Feng Xiaoying was elated, for such exceptional items are scarce across the continent. Even the dragon blood tree of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family pales in comparison to this one. The two traversed the eye of ice and fire, collecting everything Feng Xiaoying recognized. Meanwhile, Qian Gu Yue opted to gather several herbs necessary for the potions outlined in her recipes. The remaining herbs continued to grow steadily on the ground, to be retrieved when needed in the future. Your Highness, young mistress, Du Gubo suddenly approached them. He felt remarkably well, perhaps for the first time in many years. Although the process had been somewhat painful, it was all worth it. The elder Du Gu is now well, Feng Xiaoying remarked with a smile at the sight of Du Gubo. Indeed, young mistress. Du Gubo responded with a grin. With the toxins now purged, he had begun to regrow some black hair, and his overall demeanor had brightened. Young mistress, he inquired, a frown knitting his brow. Although his own poison had been resolved, the toxin afflicting his granddaughter remained. He yearned to alleviate her suffering. Yet the memory of his own torment made him fear she might not endure it. It concerns my granddaughter, Du Gu Yan. Despite his internal conflict, Du Gubo relayed his granddaughter's plight. Feng Xiaoying blinked her large eyes. I wouldn't know. If you ask me, I also wouldn't know. Perhaps you should consult the elder. Oh, I suddenly remembered that the old man, Du Gubo, is indeed quite fearful of his predecessors. Rest assured that your granddaughter shares your affliction with snake venom. She is still young and has yet to commence her cultivation. Thus, the venom within her is minimal. Observing Feng Xiaoying's gaze directed towards him, Qian Gumo explained, currently, Du Guyan's martial soul has not awakened, and with Du Gubo's diligent care since her childhood, the snake venom in Du Guyan's body is not substantial. The suffering you endure will not befall your granddaughter. Upon hearing this, Du Gubo felt a sense of relief. Thank you for your guidance, your grace, he replied respectfully. Now, return and bring your granddaughter here. I shall assist her in detoxification. Once we depart, you shall remain here to oversee things. Qian Gumo remarked. It was impractical for both he and Feng Xiaoying to stay indefinitely. Du Gubo was a suitable candidate for this task. Moreover, the seclusion of this place ensured that few would venture here. Although having Du Gubo encircle the area with a mist of poison would not deter everyone, it could certainly impede the majority. Indeed, your grace, Du Gubo exclaimed joyfully. Not expecting such benefits, cultivating in such a locale would undoubtedly be far superior to the outside world. Chapter 54. Du Guyan after expressing his gratitude. Du Gubo hastily departed for the home of his old friend, Yu Xining, to fetch his granddaughter, Du Guyan. Do you have any further plans? Qian Gumo inquired of Feng Xiaoying, observing Du Gubo's retreat. He was indifferent, treating the outing as merely accompanying the younger generation for leisure. As for the spirit hall, his temporary absence posed no issues, with Yanning providing a safety net, and if necessary, Qian Daolu could also intervene. The situation there would remain stable. Feng Xiaoying, upon hearing this, fell into contemplation. Currently, she had no obligations. Her days consisted of eating, playing, and sleeping. However, for the sake of her future, she felt compelled to take some action. Although she had Qian Gumo by her side, she could not rely on him indefinitely. She resolved to commence appropriate training. Assured that with a formidable title Douluo like Qian Gumo present, She could be swiftly rescued should any trouble arise. It was time to reflect on the narrative. This year marked the birth of the great Tang San, with a full 14 years remaining until the Soul Master competition. This meant she had a complete 14 years to strategize. Moreover, if one accounted for the subsequent 5-year agreement, there was nearly 20 years to prepare. As a transmigrator, participating in the Sacred Assembly and the Soul Master competition awaited her. In this competition, Feng Xiaoying is still contemplating her participation. For those who do not take part in the Soul Master tournament would feel rather embarrassed, wouldn't they? Qian Gu Yue, are you referring to me? Qian Renxue, are you referring to me? Qian Chongling, I have not participated either. Now, Feng Xiaoying is already pondering the lineup. Firstly, as the protagonist, how could I possibly refrain from joining? Additionally, with the intention of astonishing the esteemed Tang Shenhuang and Tang Hao, that blue-silver Emperor's Soul Master can certainly be included. Moreover, Douluo's granddaughter, Douluo Yin, can also be counted among them. Thus, there are already 3 individuals present. As for the 2 young ladies, Tian Yu and Su Jing, it is inconceivable that Tian Yu would participate. Although the golden crocodile martial soul is rather rare on the continent, it is well known among the various factions that the golden crocodile is associated with the family of the golden crocodile within the Spirit Hall. If Tianwei were to take the stage, it would undoubtedly evoke thoughts of their affiliation with the Spirit Hall. As for Su Jing, if her martial spirit were to evolve into the radiant sacred dragon, she would be eligible to participate. The third worshipper of the hall, the sacred dragon Douluo, possesses the white-armored sacred dragon as her martial spirit, which can be considered a lower-tier dragon species related to the radiant sacred dragon. In such a scenario, one wonders what emotions would stir within Udashi, who is observing from the stands. Including Su Jing, that makes 4 individuals. Still 3 short of the minimum 7 required for the competition. Feng Xiaoying does not concern herself with the positions of the team members. With a super Douluo like Qian Gu Yue guiding them and the vast resources of the Spirit Hall, by the time of the Soul Master competition presided over by the esteemed Tang God King, they might very well form a team composed entirely of Soul Kings. As for the remaining 3 members, Feng Xiaoying believes in leaving it to fate, if it comes down to it. She can simply find a few individuals to fill in during the competition, setting aside other matters. The priority is to decisively defeat the Tang God King in the Soul Master competition, allowing him to experience the world's merciless realities. Certainly, should there be any needs, do not hesitate to express them. After hearing Feng Xiaoying's words, Qian Gu Yue did not hesitate to respond. These are merely minor matters. That evening, Feng Xiaoying spent the night with Qian Gu Yue at the ice and fire twin pots, during which she also experienced the sensation of the ice house. The following morning, Feng Xiaoying awoke to enjoy the roasted meat and canned fruit prepared for her by Qian Gu Yue. At that moment, Douluo suddenly descended from the heavens, cradling a little girl with violet hair and emerald eyes. Meanwhile, Douluo Yin remained peacefully nestled in her grandfather's embrace, lost in a blissful slumber. Behold, this is the exquisite Douluo Yin. She possesses a remarkable beauty, destined to blossom into a stunning maiden. Yin Yin, we have arrived. Awaken from your slumber. Douluo initially called out to Qian Gu Yue, then gently shook the still slumbering Douluo Yin in his arms. Observing Douluo's demeanor, Qian Gu Yue pondered whether most elderly individuals in this world are particularly fond of their granddaughters. Douluo exhibits such affection, as do Qian Dao Lu, Jin Yi, and Su Long within the temple. Is this a tradition inherent to this realm? Grandfather, Douluo Yin softly murmured, rubbing her eyes with her delicate hands. Your Highness, this is my granddaughter, Douluo Yin. Come, Yin Yin, greet your elder. Douluo instructed the young girl in his embrace. The reason for addressing her as elder was inspired by Douluo's observation of Feng Xiaoying, and Qian Gu Yue felt no discontent. Moreover, it is indeed true that Qian Gu Yue stands as a senior to Douluo Yin. Such words hold no fault. Greetings, esteemed senior. The adorable and naive Douluo Yin addressed the silver-haired Qian Gu Yue before her, though she remained uncertain as to the reasoning behind it. Her grandfather had instructed her to act in a certain manner, and she resolved to comply. Her grandfather would never deceive her. Here, take this. Douluo Yin handed over the fruit that Feng Xiaoying had just opened. Senior, that belongs to me. Feng Xiaoying observed the scene without uttering a word. What could she do? Encountering such a senior left her feeling somewhat helpless. Ah, Grandpa, this is truly delicious. Upon receiving the fruitkin from Qian Gu Yue, Douluo Yin, noticing her grandfather's approving nod, took a small bite. Her eyes sparkled with delight. Having never tasted canned fruit before, she instantly fell in love with it. She also remembered to share a bit with her grandfather, Douluo, demonstrating that his upbringing had indeed been commendable. As for the discrepancies in the original text, perhaps they stem from the passage of time. Time has the power to alter all things and to allow certain memories to fade. All right, Grandpa, eat. Please enjoy. Douluo laughed heartily as he devoured the piece of fruit that Douluo had offered. This flavor is truly delightful. Observing the sweet interaction between the grandfather and granddaughter, Feng Shuoying glanced at the roasted meat in her hand and then at the seated Qian Gu Yue. With determination, she took a bite of the roasted meat and presented it to Qian Gu Yue. Senior, please indulge. Upon seeing the delicate bite marks on the offered meat and noting Feng Shuoying's expression that seemed to say, "If you refuse, I shall weep," Qian Gu Yue, though somewhat resigned, took a bite. Yes, this is more like it. Must you always wear such a stoic expression? Now, my esteemed senior, your efforts are appreciated. As he gazed at the satiated Douluo addressed Qian Gu Yue. Yesterday, upon returning, he had fortuitously come across an invitation from the spirit hall at an old friend's residence, accompanied by a portrait of Qian Gu Yue. Douluo quickly discerned that those two individuals were not members of any reclusive family. Rather, they were the next pope of the spirit hall. However, he could find no trace of Feng Shuoying. Chapter 55. The fortuitous encounter of Douluo. As for whether he would ultimately join the spirit hall, Douluo was rather indifferent. The distinction between being a free spirit master or aligning with a faction held little significance for him. Previously, it was solely due to his granddaughter Douluo's physical condition that he opted to remain a free spirit master. Now that Douluo's issues had been resolved, she could cultivate like an ordinary individual. Moreover, the two individuals in question piqued his curiosity. If Qian Gu Yue was indeed the new pope of the spirit hall, then Feng Shuoying, who accompanied him, must share a close bond with him. Yet, why had Feng Shuoying expressed a desire to establish her own sect? Was she not affiliated with the spirit hall? With Qian Gu Yue, the youngest pope in the world of the spirit hall, and a formidable super Douluo as her backdrop, Feng Shuoying surely possessed substantial influence within the spirit hall. Unable to fathom this conundrum, Douluo resolved to set aside his musings, as he intended to join Feng Shuoying's sect, not the spirit hall. This way, he could avoid the loathsome presence of that detestable individual at Zhuhua Pass. If the two were to cross paths, a scathing exchange would undoubtedly ensue. Once Feng Shuoying and Douluo had finished their meal, Douluo obediently followed Douluo to stand before Qian Gu Yue. Given Douluo's youth, her understanding of matters remained superficial, merely skimming the surface of the situation. The silver-haired gentleman is truly captivating, a thought that lingers in the mind of Dong Gu Yue at this moment. Indeed, her discernment is commendable. As Dong Gu Yue's martial soul has yet to awaken, the toxins within her body are minimal. However, her physical resilience remains alarmingly feeble. Thus, Qian Gu Yue cannot employ the same methods as yesterday. Otherwise, Dong Gu Yue's body would falter. With one hand resting gently upon Dong Gu Yue's head and the other on her abdomen, Qian Gu Yue meticulously probes her condition with spiritual energy. A sigh of relief escapes her lips. Dong Gu Yue's physical constitution is considerably superior to that of her peers. Likely a result of the special medicinal prescriptions prepared by Dong Gu Bo gradually, Qian Gu Yue channels her angelic soul power into Dong Gu Yue's body, imparting a warm and comforting sensation. As Qian Gu Yue's soul energy permeates Dong Gu Yue, her eyes flutter shut in blissful contentment, and a great yawn escapes her lips, leading her into a peaceful slumber. Having just eaten, the infusion of Qian Gu Yue's angelic soul power induces a profound sense of drowsiness in Dong Gu Yue. Initially, Qian Gu Yue aids in clearing some of Dong Gu Yue's meridians with her angelic energy. Once the pathways are unobstructed, she gradually expels the toxins residing within Dong Gu Yue, guiding them toward her abdomen. Observing her belly, one would notice a vast expanse of emerald green liquid slowly shifting. The accumulated toxins in her abdomen, under Qian Gu Yue's exceptional control, begin to swirl gently. As more and more toxins gather, the swirling accelerates, gaining momentum. This method bears a striking resemblance to the technique employed by Qian Gu Yue in condensing the soul core. Moreover, it surpasses the approach utilized by Douluo significantly. Douluo merely assisted Qian Gu Yue in expelling the poison, while the rest was accomplished solely by him. After their session yesterday, did Douluo not find himself alone in recuperation? In contrast, Douluo required no such self-recovery. For the poison pill crafted by Qian Gu Yue was vastly superior to Douluo's previous effort. Not only did the poison pill aid in her condensation, But Qian Gu Yue also unblocked several meridians within her body, significantly enhancing her potential for both cultivation and combat in the future. Furthermore, the medicinal potency that had lingered within her system was fully activated under the influence of Qian Gu Yue's angelic soul power, a portion transformed into nutrients for her growth, while another was directed towards the poison pill. Since her birth, Douluo had provided numerous medicinal herbs for Douluo Yin. Yet she had only absorbed a fraction of their effects, leaving much potency accumulated within her. With Qian Gu Yue's assistance, by the time Douluo Yin awakens her martial soul, her innate soul power is likely to be at least level 8, if not comparable to that of a soul master with full innate soul power in terms of cultivation speed. Unlike yesterday's procedure, Qian Gu Yue dedicated an entire morning to complete this task. Once Qian Gu Yue withdrew her hand from Douluo Yin, Douluo, who had been waiting anxiously, exclaimed his gratitude. "Thank you, Your Excellency. This is wonderful. My granddaughter can now cultivate normally. Moreover, there is a significant chance for her to reach the level of a titled Douluo." Upon receiving Douluo Yin from Qian Gu Yue, Douluo's face radiated with joy. The poisonous essence within his granddaughter had been eradicated, and the poison pill in her abdomen far surpassed his own. Her physical constitution had improved remarkably, with the primary meridians nearly opened. As long as resources are available, the path ahead for his granddaughter promises to be smooth sailing. Such an opportunity, a tremendous opportunity. It is well known that the meridians of a soul master are notoriously difficult to unblock. Douluo himself had only managed to open a few under Qian Gu Yue's treatment just yesterday. Yet, his granddaughter had nearly achieved this feat effortlessly. Once the meridians are unblocked, it brings considerable benefits to the soul master, allowing for swifter soul power circulation during both cultivation and battle compared to others. Although Douluo could assist his granddaughter in unblocking her meridians, the process would not be as effortless as it was with Qian Gu Yue. After all, angelic soul power is the most gentle of all soul powers, though it is not perceived as such by evil soul masters. "What do you think, Elder Douluo?" inquired Feng Xiuying, who had been observing. "Excellent, simply excellent." Douluo held the smiling Douluo Yin in his arms, unable to contain his joy. "By the way, esteemed Douluo, are there any soul master families you could recommend?" Feng Xiuying inquired. If a sect were to be established, a certain number of soul masters would be required. It would be implausible for the entire sect to consist solely of Douluo himself, along with Feng Xiuying, Su Jing, and the individuals brought forth by this venerable elder. The number of participants is rather insufficient, which could easily lead to complications. Moreover, Feng Xiuying witnessed the amicable relationship between Douluo and the Jiuxin Haitang family in Qian Gu Yue's study. Speaking of this martial soul, it is one that many are familiar with. In the original text, Yi Lingling hails from this family. The Jiuxin Haitang martial soul possesses distinctive characteristics, primarily serving a singular purpose, group healing, regardless of the number of soul rings. Were it not for the rarity of the Jiuxin Haitang martial soul, with no more than 2 existing in the world, the foremost support sect on the continent might not be the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. After all, with the Jiuxin Haitang soul master as a teammate, survival becomes exceedingly probable, even in the face of catastrophic injuries that could be mended on the spot. Chapter 56. Jiuxin Haitang. Feng Xiuying harbored a strong desire for the Jiuxin Haitang martial soul. She was well aware of Douluo's connections with the Jiuxin Haitang family and the depth of their relationship. After all, a poison expert and a skilled healer would undoubtedly share a common language. Additionally, Yi Lingling was someone Feng Xiuying had her sights set on, as she was part of the future battle team. In this case, within the team, the presence of a support role is assured, complemented by robust control and offensive capabilities. After all, poison serves multiple purposes. It can control, assist, and attack, making it remarkably versatile. Speaking of this, I would recommend you seek out the Jiuxin Haitang family. After some contemplation, Douluo concluded that it would be wise to bring the Jiuxin Haitang family into the fold. Initially, he had considered the 4 single attribute clans of the Yuhao Tianzong, recognizing that each had its own strengths, which could significantly contribute to a sect's development. However, given that Qian Gu Yue was present, Douluo chose to set aside the notion of the single attribute clans and instead endorse the family of his old friend. Jiuxin Haitang? Feng Xiuying's face displayed a hint of confusion. At present, she felt like a mere child of 3 years, and it would be wise not to appear overly extraordinary. Moreover, the Jiuxin Haitang martial soul was known only among the major powers of the continent. Lower-tier soul masters had scarcely heard of it. In the original narrative, The esteemed master held a certain disdain for Jiuxin Haidang. Had it not been for Ning Rongrong's suggestion, Shrek Academy would not have found victory so easily in that soul battle. Jiuxin Haidang is a martial soul that can truly be described as miraculous. Qian Gu Yue took the opportunity to elucidate its significance to Feng Xiuying. Regardless of the number of soul rings this martial soul possesses, it serves a singular purpose: collective healing. As long as the Jiuxin Haidang soul master retains soul power, it becomes exceedingly difficult for allies to perish. This is the prevailing assessment of this martial soul among soul masters on the continent. When Qian Gu Yue spoke of this martial soul, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in her eyes. Frankly, this martial soul is indeed exceptional, with healing effects rarely matched by others on the continent. Regrettably, due to the unique nature of the Jiuxin Haidang martial soul, only 2 Jiuxin Haidang soul masters can exist in the world at any given time. Should future generations wish to awaken this martial soul, it would necessitate the demise of the current master. Thus, the bearer of this martial soul is destined to be a tragic figure, were this characteristic to be removed. The Jiuxin Haidang martial soul could easily vie for the title of the continent's foremost support martial soul, alongside the 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda. Oh, how impressive! Feng Xiuying remarked, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Then, can Senior Douluo bring this family to our side? She inquired. At that moment, Douluo caught wind of Feng Xiuying's words, intrigued. He wondered why she would refer to him instead of including herself in the appeal, considering her amicable relationship with Qian Gu Yue, the soon-to-be inaugurated pope. Furthermore, Qian Gu Yue appeared indifferent to the matter. Did they perhaps share a secret? Regardless, such secrets held no bearing on his interests. He was aligned with Feng Xiuying, not the spirit hall. Douluo furrowed his brows, for he was acutely aware that the Jiuxin Haidang clan would neither align themselves with any factions nor partake in the continent's strife. This is a matter universally acknowledged by the various powers on the mainland. At this moment, should the Jiuxin Haidang family unexpectedly announce their intention to join a certain sect, it would undoubtedly send ripples across the continent. There may be individuals who would not take this outcome lightly. However, it is at such a juncture that Douluo might emerge. As long as the spirit hall does not intervene, he harbors no fear of other factions. Furthermore, even if the spirit hall were to arrive, it is likely they would merely be putting on a fade. Although Douluo's strength ranks among the lowest of the title Douluo, he possesses the capability to render the adversary to a mere title Douluo. Yet, he remains uncertain whether the Jiuxin Haidang family would indeed align with them. My young master, I must admit, I lack the confidence to persuade the Jiuxin Haidang family to join us, sighed Douluo. After all, everyone desires to have a soul master capable of ensuring their safety by their side. However, the Jiuxin Haidang family produces only 2 members per generation, which is insufficient for distribution among all parties. Consequently, in the end, no one would strive to forge alliances. You might as well remain there. Come seek me only when you are in need of assistance. Gradually, the Jiuxin Haidang family evolved into this state. Is that so? Feng Xiuying furrowed her brow, pondering the implications. If that were indeed the case, it would pose quite a predicament. Although having a mobile biochemical weapon like Douluo would certainly instill a formidable deterrent, he could not be expected to stand guard indefinitely. While she shared a good rapport with her senior, and calling upon him would surely yield assistance, she felt a twinge of embarrassment at the prospect of relying on him too frequently. At this juncture, we must unveil alternative means to deter the formidable powers on the continent. Furthermore, this endeavor must also appease the esteemed Jiuxin Haidang family. The Jiuxin Haidang Soul Master specializes in support, lacking any offensive capabilities. This could indeed serve as a breakthrough. Feng Xiuying does not possess any self-created soul techniques, as her martial soul has yet to awaken. However, Qian Gu Yue does. What is our relationship? Such trivial matters, I believe, the senior would be more than willing to assist. The senior, Feng Xiuying, gazed at Qian Gu Yue with her large, captivating eyes, her voice sweet and endearing. What does this make me, a mere tool? Qian Gu Yue couldn't help but chuckle. Feng Xiuying is the only person on this continent daring enough to speak to her in such a manner. Here, take this. Qian Gu Yue handed Feng Xiuying a small notepad. Layered wave palm, a self-created soul technique capable of continuously amplifying its power. This was previously acquired from the marketplace. After all, this method of amplifying power is quite reminiscent of the techniques employed by the Haian Sect. Qian Gu Yue found it intriguing and decided to purchase it. Although he never practiced with it, initially he intended to offer it to the Hall of Offerings in the younger generation within the Martial Soul Hall. However, It seems that it must now be given to Feng Xiuying. In any case, I still possess the 8 extremes collapse combat skill. Senior Dugu, what do you think of this? Upon receiving it, Feng Xiuying handed it directly to Dugubo without even glancing at it, confident that the senior would not present her with anything of inferior quality. Very well, with this in hand, I assure you that I can bring the Jiuxin Haitang family to our young master, Dugubo remarked as he opened it to examine further. This is splendid. This self-created soul technique is accessible to all types of soul masters. Even auxiliary soul masters, upon acquiring this cultivation method, would experience a significant enhancement in their life assurance. Dugubo is confident that the Nine Hearts Begonia family would not refuse such an invaluable self-created soul technique. After all, the strength of such a formidable faction must be formidable indeed. While Dugubo reflects on this, he grows increasingly wary of the spirit hall, particularly of Qian Gu Yue. It is astonishing how such a precious item could be presented so nonchalantly, without even a blink. This implies that, in Qian Gu Yue's possession, this item is not regarded as something of great value, and there may even be something superior in her grasp. At this moment, a sense of gratitude began to blossom within Dugubo's heart. After all, this artifact was intended to win over the Jiuxin Haitang family. Nevertheless, he could still pursue knowledge in the future. What a bargain! To secure the allegiance of a single family for such a remarkable treasure, imagine the rewards of courting even more families. Wouldn't that yield even greater benefits? If Qian Gu Yue were to learn of Dugubo's intentions, she would undoubtedly roll her eyes in exasperation, as if there could be anything better. Chapter 57. The Jiuxin Haitang family joins. Everything that follows shall be entrusted to the esteemed Dugu. Upon hearing Dugubo's assurances, Feng Xiuying also breathed a sigh of relief. If this does not suffice, Feng Xiuying is prepared to compel Qian Gu Yue through force. As for any potential betrayal thereafter, Feng Xiuying harbors no concerns. With the presence of the formidable Super Douluo summoned by Qian Gu Yue, they are unlikely to stir any considerable turmoil. If that is indeed the case, then I shall take my leave for now, the old man declared. Upon noticing that Feng Xiuying had concluded her matters, Dugubo, cradling his granddaughter, expressed his intent to depart. By the way, esteemed Dugu, please refrain from disseminating this information for the time being. I will inform you at a later date. Feng Xiuying added, emphasizing the need for discretion at this juncture. Moreover, it is conceivable that other traversers may arrive in the future. After all, upon her arrival here, Feng Xiuying believed she was the sole traverser until she encountered Qian Gu Yue. She pondered whether to maintain fidelity to the original narrative, such as having Bibi Dong as the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Very well, I understand, Dugubo replied, momentarily taken aback. Although he was unaware of the rationale behind her words, Feng Xiuying's perspective seemed reasonable. He resolved to comply. After bidding farewell to Feng Xiuying, Dugubo returned to the Jiuxin Haitang family, holding Dugu Yin in his arms. After all, he had not informed anyone when he took Dugu Yin away the previous day. Mr. Dugu, where did you go yesterday? In the hall, the family head, Yi Xining, inquired upon seeing Dugubo and his granddaughter enter. She had discovered Dugu Yin's absence after returning the night prior. This indeed startled her. However, after a moment of contemplation, Yi Xining regained her composure. Although the combat prowess of their family as soul masters was quite limited, when it came to safety on the continent, their family was undoubtedly the most secure. They managed to discreetly take Donggu Yin away, and Yi Xining observed that apart from the absence of Donggu Yin, nothing else was amiss within the family. This implied that the individual responsible for her abduction was none other than Donggubo. Yet, it was only recently that Donggubo had brought Donggu Yin here. Intending to look after her for a while, how could he possibly have taken her away so hastily? Moreover, it appeared he was in quite a rush. Apologies, Master Yi. Donggubo cast a sheepish glance at Yi Xining. His excitement from the previous day had been so overwhelming that he left without even a note, causing unnecessary worry. Mr. Donggu, what is the meaning of this? Upon seeing Donggubo, Yi Xining sensed something amiss. Previously, Donggubo had been adorned with verdant locks, yet now, she distinctly noticed the presence of black hair atop his head, a sparse but striking contrast amidst the green. What is happening here? Could it be that Mr. Dugu has dyed his hair? Yet, that seems improbable. There would be no need for Dugu Yin to accompany him for such a trivial matter. Haha, allow me to clarify. Master Yi. After taking his seat, Dugubo chuckled heartily and offered a brief explanation to Yi Xining. How shall I put it? Mr. Dugu, your snake venom has been resolved. Yi Xining's expression was one of utter disbelief. She was quite aware of Dugubo's physical condition. Had it not been for his formidable cultivation, he might have succumbed to the torment of the snake venom long ago. Yet now, not only has he recovered, but even his granddaughter Gu Yin has also been cured. As a healer, Yi Xining felt a strong desire to meet this remarkable individual. "Congratulations, Mr. Dugu," she exclaimed. Her face radiant with joy. As a close friend of Dugubo, she was genuinely delighted for him. In that case, the poison within the child, Gu Yin, should have dissipated by now. Dugubo is currently in high spirits, as the issues plaguing his family have been resolved. "By the way, Master Yi, I have something to discuss with you." Dugubo directly articulated Feng Xiaoying's request. "How shall I put it? Mr. Dugu intends to ally himself with the young girl named Feng Xiaoying. Upon hearing that she is merely a child whose martial spirit has yet to awaken, Qian was visibly taken aback. "Indeed, my return also carries the intention of inviting you, Master Yi. This way, we can look out for one another in the future." "This?" After listening, Qian chuckled wryly and shook her head. She harbored the desire to join as well. Not to mention the fact that she could heal the snake venom afflicting Dugubo and his grandson. This alone piqued her interest. However, she was acutely aware of her family's circumstances. If she were to join, it would not bode well for that faction. "Master Yi, please take a look at this." Dugubo, understanding Qian's hesitation, presented the title palm, which he had previously obtained from Qian Gu Yue. Qian gazed at the thin book Dugubo handed her. Title palm. Judging by the name, it appeared to be a technique. As she perused its pages, her astonishment deepened with each turn. This is a self-created soul technique, and most importantly, even auxiliary soul masters can cultivate it. The young master has stated that if the head of the Yi family agrees, this self-created soul technique will belong solely to your Yi family. Others who wish to learn it must exchange something of value. Dugubo spoke up. This was mentioned before they departed by Feng Xiaoying. After all, Feng Xiaoying also said that as long as she could successfully recruit the Yi family, she too could learn this self-created soul technique. "Very well, I agree," Yi Xining declared as she closed her notebook. Her thoughts mirrored those of Dugubo. If such a precious self-created soul technique could be offered, it indicated that there were likely even more superior techniques available. If she had arrived sooner, she might have acquired several more self-created soul techniques. As for the potential consequences, Yi Xining was unconcerned. A faction capable of presenting self-created soul techniques must surely have a title Douluo or even a super Douluo backing it. In this continent, apart from the Spirit Hall, no other power could contend with them. Excellent. Dugubo felt a surge of joy upon hearing Yi Xining's agreement. After all, he was about to gain a self-created soul technique without any cost, merely by using his words. With that in mind, there are some matters I should discuss with the head of the Yi family in advance. "Please, Mr. Dugu, go ahead." "Well," Dugubo paused, contemplating how to articulate his thoughts. After all, the relationship between Qian Gu Yue and Feng Xiaoying appeared to be quite extraordinary in Dugubo's eyes. "Our young master is named Feng Xiaoying." "Feng Xiaoying. What a beautiful name. She must be a girl." Dugubo continued. "As of now, she has not yet awakened her martial soul." Here, he felt a bit embarrassed, considering he had sought out a young master who had not even awakened her martial soul. "Wait, what?" Yi Xining's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Dugubo. "Are you joking? How could a girl without an awakened martial soul possibly understand your poison?" Now comes the crux of the matter. Dugubo discerned Yi Xining's astonishment and quickly continued. "Feng Xiaoying shares an extraordinary relationship with the new Pope of the Spirit Hall, Qian Gu Yue." This statement was conveyed to Yi Xining through Dugubo's soul power. This is to ensure the confidentiality of the matter, as the future leader of the foremost sect maintains a close relationship with the Pope of the Spirit Hall. This is truly astonishing. Upon hearing this, Yi Xining felt a jolt in her heart. The news was indeed shocking. The future premier sect has ties with the Spirit Hall, and they are quite amicable. If this information were to spread, would not the other factions on the continent tremble in fear? I understand. Yi Xining also conveyed her thoughts through soul power, deciding to keep this information buried within until the relationship between the two was revealed. Chapter 58. Qian Gu Yue. I am invincible. You may act as you please. Senior, do you think we should preserve the essence of the original story? Feng Xiaoying inquired, her arms wrapped around Qian Gu Yue's neck, as she was currently flying through the air. After handling the affairs of the ice and fire double cooking pot in the Sunset Forest and inviting Dugubo and the Jiaoxin Haian family over, Feng Xiaoying spent a few more days at the ice and fire double cooking pot before returning to the Spirit Hall with Qian Gu Yue. Why do you say that? Qian Gu Yue asked curiously. Senior, I have a feeling that other traversers may arrive later, Feng Xiaoying replied earnestly. Is that so? Indeed, senior, before encountering me. Did you not believe you were the only traverser? This was indeed the case. Qian Gu Yue nodded, realizing that he had not considered the possibility of others before meeting Feng Xiuying. In his view, he had reached this place with the assistance of Nanji. Others. It seemed unlikely. I felt the same when I first arrived. I thought I was the sole traverser here until I met Senior, who was leaning against a tree sipping cola. Initially, he believed that their system had facilitated their arrival in this world. Moreover, Senior, do you remember that Hongya mentioned your system was a friend of hers from the System Academy? Feng Xiuying recounted. That is indeed true. Nanji did tell me that she was studying at the System Academy. Furthermore, upon reflection, Qian Gu Yue agreed that it was possible other traversers would come here. There are various types of people. Qian Gu Yue spoke slowly, each with their own thoughts. We cannot ascertain whether they are aligned with the Spirit Hall or part of the so-called protagonist group. If they are aligned with us, it is manageable. But if they are not? As he spoke, Qian Gu Yue narrowed his eyes. He did not possess the sentiment of fellow countrymen meeting, filled with tears. Before life and death, everything is but an illusion. Upon hearing the mention of the Spirit Hall, Feng Xiuying couldn't help but chuckle. Since the inception of the Douluo fanfiction, most narratives have revolved around the main protagonist and their companions. There have been a few stories starting with the Spirit Hall. But gradually, the trend shifted towards joining the Spirit Hall, defeating Tang San, and eventually marrying the three beauties of the Spirit Hall. Notably, the first to join the Spirit Hall did so primarily for the character of Bibi Dong, whose storyline in the original work is quite tragic. Following her, Qian Renxue and Hulaina took up the mantle, progressively elevating the Spirit Hall as status. If the predecessors were aware of these references from a previous life, they would likely have eliminated those individuals entirely. Do you have any questions? Qian Gu Yue inquired, perplexed by Feng Xiuying's inexplicable laughter. Is there something wrong with what I said? Well, it's like this, Senior. Feng Xiuying explained the references from their past life. Subsequently, an unusual expression crossed Qian Gu Yue's face. Who would have thought? In the original story, the Spirit Hall was depicted as exceedingly malevolent, yet in fan fiction, it is transformed into something so benevolent and powerful. Moreover, Bibi Dong and Qian Renxue have reconciled ahead of time, and the situation within the Spirit Hall is flourishing. There are even numerous transmigrators who have joined the Spirit Hall solely for the sake of Bibi Dong as a beloved figure. In comparison, the popularity of the other two does not quite match that of Bibi Dong. Indeed, while everyone criticizes the infamous Chow thief, they secretly aspire to be like him. This sentiment leaves Qian Gu Yue momentarily speechless. A mere teenager finds himself enamored with a woman in her 50s, Bibi Dong. Perhaps this is the essence of a fantastical world, where one can preserve their youth. It is conceivable that Bibi Dong, even at her advanced age, still possesses the appearance of someone in their 20s. Moreover, she is a figure of considerable stature and influence. Any connection with her could ensure a life devoid of want. Senior, those male transmigrators entering the Spirit Hall must surely be drawn to the three of them, Feng Xiuying remarked gravely. They covet her angelic form. Their intentions are base and shameless. Unlike me, who understands the hardships faced by our seniors. Qian Gu Yue cast a disdainful glance at Feng Xiuying. And what of your own intentions? You speak as if you hold no feelings for Qian Renxue. Each time you engage in practical combat with her, you seem to revel in it. Nanji, will more transmigrators come here in the future? Qian Gu Yue pondered silently. Uncertain, Nanji replied. Logically, a world should harbor no more than one transmigrator, yet exceptions do exist. Nanji articulated her uncertainty regarding the arrival of future transmigrators, acknowledging the complexities of relationships between systems. During her time at the System Academy, she often heard tales of two systems clashing, with only one emerging victorious. However, some transmigrators lack a system altogether, Nanji added. In such cases, as long as you, Gu Yue, do not reveal any obvious external powers, they will assume you are without a system. Is it true that there are strained relationships between your systems? Qian Gu Yue inquired. From Nanji's words, it seemed their systems resembled a microcosm of society. Indeed, Nanji affirmed, not all systems are amicable. Some engage in fierce battles upon encountering one another. However, this is a rare occurrence. Most systems merely exchange pleasantries. Furthermore, within our system realm, education is the most expedient path to advancement. Of course, not all systems prioritize learning. Some are comprised of ruffians who may occasionally bring a host along, but the quality of such individuals is often lacking, Nanji expressed with evident distaste. However, you need not worry, Gu Yue. Nanji reassured her. Your prowess places you among the elite here. Those newcomers will be mere trifles for you. With a casual wave of her hand, Nanji dismissed the concern. Given Qian Gu Yue's current pace of cultivation, she might well reach the pinnacle of her abilities before the narrative truly unfolds. This is akin to a nightmarish existence for the fledgling novices at merely level 10. Particularly for those harboring unfavorable sentiments towards the Spirit Hall. Indeed, my current prowess is quite formidable. I merely need to pay heed to the year when the narrative commences, specifically the year of Tang San's soul awakening, to observe the emergence of several extraordinary souls, individuals endowed with innate full soul power. These individuals are likely the time travelers. Regardless of how you maneuver, I remain invincible. You are free to act as you wish. Upon reaching this understanding, Qian Gu Yue felt a sense of reassurance. Indeed, I am invincible. You may proceed as you please, she remarked to Feng Xiaoying, who was nestled in her arms. Indeed. If there truly are time travelers, by that time, the strength of my predecessors would have likely ascended to the pinnacle of Douluo. Moreover, I would have an advantage of 3 years over those time travelers. Once the narrative commences, I can rapidly enhance my abilities through the tasks issued by Hongye. By then, even if I find myself at a disadvantage, I have my predecessors to rely upon. Chapter 59. Bibi Dong as a competent tool. After departing from the ice and fire double frying pan, Qian Gu Yue returned to Spirit City with Feng Xiaoying. This time, Feng Xiaoying did not faint. Upon arriving home, she promptly ran off to seek her little angel. During your absence, Elder Zhu had already organized some crucial documents. Just as Qian Gu Yue settled down to enjoy her tea, Yanning entered from outside, presenting her with a stack of files. Why are there so many? Qian Gu Yue exclaimed, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of documents. She had only been away for a few days, yet the pile had grown significantly, and these were essential files. One could only imagine the quantity of ordinary documents. You know how overwhelming it is, Yanning replied, rolling her eyes. For the past few days, Elder Zhu had been utterly exhausted. Meanwhile, here was Qian Gu Yue, having dashed off, leaving those of them who bore the brunt of the workload to deal with the paperwork. Yanning, with a tone laden with complaint, looked at Qian Gu Yue, lamenting that she hadn't had a decent night's sleep in days for the sake of the Spirit Hall. Well, Qian Gu Yue chuckled awkwardly. This predicament was indeed his fault, as he had not anticipated that merely stepping out for a few days would result in such a backlog. These documents were remnants left after the passing of the Pope, Qian Xuanji, Yanning slowly elaborated. Following the demise of Pope Qian Xuanji, the Spirit Hall had been managed for a time by Qian Douluo, but since Qian Gu Yue's departure to Haian and Sect, Qian Douluo had ceased his oversight. Qian Douluo believed that Qian Gu Yue was destined to oversee the entire Spirit Hall, so he had left these documents for him to hone his skills. As Qian Gu Yue glanced at the stack marked with a date from half a month prior, a headache began to throb at his temples. Half a month had passed. Was this not a recipe for exhaustion? He couldn't fathom how Bibi Dong had managed in the past, especially since she had no one to rely on. Yet she had persevered. Indeed, Bibi Dong is still in Spirit City. How could I forget about her? Feng Xiaoying had informed him that in the original tale, under Bibi Dong's leadership, the Spirit Hall had become significantly stronger than during Qian Xuanji's reign. Such an exceptional aid. How could Qian Gu Yue possibly overlook her? Bibi Dong, where is she currently? Qian Gu Yue inquired, lifting his gaze. What has transpired? Why does Qian Gu Yue mention that woman? Bibi Dong. Yanning is curious as to why Qian Gu Yue brings up Bibi Dong. Since their return from the wedding of the Golden Iron Triangle, Bibi Dong has remained confined to her small courtyard, venturing outside only occasionally when Zhu Gue and the other would visit her. Although intrigued by Qian Gu Yue's inquiry about Bibi Dong, Yanning nonetheless spoke up. Summon her to the Papal Hall tomorrow. As a former disciple of the Pope, I believe Bibi Dong must possess considerable familiarity with administrative affairs. Initially, Yanning pondered whether Qian Gu Yue had a specific matter to discuss with Bibi Dong, but upon hearing the latter part of the statement, he fell silent. You simply wish to delegate these responsibilities to others to avoid doing them yourself. Aren't you concerned that Bibi Dong might seize this opportunity to rally a faction? He regarded Qian Gu Yue with a bemused expression. Don't look at me like that, Qian Gu Yue replied, languidly stretching her hand. I still have to train, don't I? Besides, you all can handle the minor matters. I will take care of the significant ones myself. This way, we all exert a similar mental effort, don't you think? After all, trivial matters require little thought, whereas major ones are quite different. Thus, Qian Gu Yue felt that their efforts were balanced. Yanning found himself at a loss for words regarding Qian Gu Yue's approach. Understood. After all, I raised her. In the Spirit Hall. If one were to claim familiarity with Qian Gu Yue, I would assert that I am second to none. No one would dare lay claim to the first position. Not even Qian Douluo. The following morning, Bibi Dong, clad in a sleek black ensemble, approached. During this period, she remained engrossed in her cultivation, no longer burdened by worldly concerns, allowing herself a rare moment of tranquility. The only regret was that Bibi Dong longed to see her daughter, Qian Renxue. After all, in this world, Qian Renxue was the sole source of solace for Bibi Dong. However, due to her past treatment of Qian Renxue, the latter harbored a strong aversion to her mother. Even if Bibi Dong wished to reconcile with Qian Renxue, the latter obstinately refused her any opportunity, either remaining in the offering hall or staying with Qian Gu Yue. In the offering hall, the presence of Qian Douluo filled Bibi Dong with genuine reluctance. She could not fathom how the first powerhouse of the Spirit Hall could be oblivious to the events that transpired years ago. Yet, Qian Douluo acquiesced to Qian Xuanji's actions, acknowledging that with his son rendered useless, he could only look to the next generation. Bibi Dong's talent was indeed remarkable, and it was certain that her progeny would possess great potential as well. This was evidenced by Qian Renxue's awakening of the six-winged angel spirit, coupled with her innate soul power of level 20, which promised her a future inheritance of the angelic god position. As for Qian Gu Yue, Bibi Dong simply wished to avoid him altogether. When Yining came to notify her yesterday, Bibi Dong was taken aback. Ever since her return from the outside world, she had noticed that Qian Douluo had lifted his surveillance of her shortly thereafter. Initially, she thought that the old man had decided to cease his meddling in her affairs. But upon reflection, she speculated that Qian Gu Yue had played a substantial role in this change. As a member of the Qian family, and with Qian Gu Yue's exceptional talent, Qian Douluo held him in high regard. It must have been that letter sent by Qian Gu Yue that dispelled Qian Daoli's watchful eye over her. Now, contemplating her choices, Bibi Dong realized that had she not made that fateful decision, she would have only faced relentless surveillance. Qian Douluo and Qian Gu Yue would never allow her to meet her end without intervention. However, she would be left with no hope of ever leaving the Spirit City, destined to grow old and die within its confines. At present, Bibi Dong's greatest desire was to hear her daughter, Qian Renxue, call her mother. Yet, deep down, she understood that this was an unlikely dream. She may never hear that word in her lifetime. As she pondered these thoughts, Qian Gu Yue gestured for Bibi Dong to take a seat and casually handed her a document from the table. Bibi Dong, perplexed, accepted it and began to read. Questioning its significance, Qian Gu Yue, unfazed by Bibi Dong's bewildered expression, simply sat there savoring his tea. The tea is quite delightful. I shall take some home with me when I return. Feng Shuoying, being still young, should not indulge in cola too often. It is far better for her to drink tea instead. I truly care for Feng Shuoying. Feng Shuoying, thank you. There is no need for you to treat me this way. Chapter 60. The Douluo version cabinet in the tranquil conference room. Qian Gu Yue sipped her tea while Bibi Dong perused the documents in her hand. The only sound that permeated the air was that of the papers being turned. There were not many documents, scarcely 10 pages in total, and Bibi Dong swiftly finished her review. Please share your thoughts, she said, as she picked up the file that Bibi Dong had placed on the table and began to read. He has yet to peruse this document. Kill. Bibi Dong uttered with a calmness that belied the seething hatred woven into her tone. Qian Gu Yue, however, discerned the profound animosity embedded within her words. How shall we kill? Qian Gu Yue retorted, placing the document upon the table. Mere assassination will not suffice. For every batch eliminated, another shall inevitably arise. Even under the exceedingly cruel laws of the Starfall Empire, a few wretched souls will continue to emerge from the shadows. This document pertains to the various branch halls that Qian Gu Yue had previously instructed Ghost Douluo to casually inspect. The task was merely to observe, without any further involvement. The file that Bibi Dong had just perused contained information regarding a branch hall located in a small city named Hans within the Tiando Empire. It detailed the oppressive actions of the hall's overseer against local civilians, including the forcible abduction of young women and the egregious exploitation of local merchants. Furthermore, it mentioned the exorbitant fee of 10 gold soul coins demanded for the awakening of martial souls. The hall maliciously withheld subsidies intended for soul masters and even concealed vital information related to the awakening of martial souls, resulting in the loss of numerous gifted children to the Tiando Empire over the years. It is still a modest city. What might transpire in those more remote regions? How would the leadership of the Spirit Hall be transformed there? It is essential to recognize that for an individual to cultivate a commendable reputation, one must engage in countless virtuous deeds to amass such esteem. Conversely, the obliteration of that reputation can occur with alarming ease. The Spirit Hall enjoys its esteemed reputation across the continent due to the diligent efforts of its ancestors. Yet, these miscreants, by tarnishing the hall's name, render their existence unnecessary. The leader shall eliminate the culprits, leaving no accomplice unpunished, while the remaining personnel shall be reassigned to the branch for mining duties. Qian Gu Yue interjected. Coming from a humble background herself, she had witnessed such occurrences. However, since becoming a disciple of the Pope, she had found herself distanced from such realities. Well said. Qian Gu Yue applauded in agreement. Indeed, it is time for action. At that moment, Qian Gu Yue recalled the personnel from the Spirit Hall branches across the continent. Assuming there were no unforeseen circumstances, most of these individuals reside in a single branch and seldom venture to other branches. This is simply unacceptable. If one remains in a place for an extended period, it becomes all too easy to engage in deceitful behavior, taking advantage of those in positions of authority. This is detrimental to the development of the Spirit Hall. In fact, this matter was specifically brought to light by Qian Gu Yue. When Qian Gu Yue assumed control of the administration, he discovered this issue, but at that time, the affairs of the Haotian clan had only just concluded. Moreover, the position of the Pope of the Spirit Hall was still vacant. Although Qian Gu Yue had already begun to manage the affairs of the Spirit Hall, he was not yet the Pope. While he had his own ideas, he could not voice them then. He had to wait until he inherited the title of Pope. Furthermore, Qian Gu Yue's actions this time were quite significant, requiring notification to the worship hall. However, he was not concerned about that side, as long as Qian Douluo was present. As long as the measures were beneficial to the Spirit Hall and did not tarnish its reputation, Qian Douluo would not oppose them. Currently, Qian Gu Yue harbored the desire to establish a cabinet akin to that of his previous life. It was impossible for him to handle administrative matters all day long. Despite the vastness of the Spirit Hall, the workload in a single day was considerable. If he remained there all the time, he would have no time for cultivation. That was not feasible. Qian Gu Yue planned to enlist Douluo, Bibi Dong, and several personnel from various locales to form this cabinet. Among these individuals, Bibi Dong would take the lead, reviewing the documents processed by others first. If there were no significant issues, they could be issued accordingly. Any critical documents would be addressed by Qian Gu Yue himself. Generally, Qian Gu Yue would not oversee everything, entrusting it to those beneath him. Very well. I will leave these matters in your capable hands, Qian Gu Yue remarked with a smile. I trust that you, as a former Pope's disciple, can manage this well. Prepare yourself and find a suitable time to handle it. I grant you the privilege. What? You want me to go? Bibi Dong exclaimed in disbelief, her eyes wide. Are you not afraid I might run away? Or that I might let those people go? How can you be so assured? Staying at home to cultivate was not beneficial. Although Qian Gu Yue had often secluded himself in the past, he still ventured out occasionally. He had fought in numerous life and death battles. In Qian Gu Yue's perspective, a soul master who had not endured the trials of fire and blood was not a true soul master, merely a decorative facade, pretty but ineffectual. Rest assured, I will not sit idly by and watch you perish, he reassured her. After all, you are Xiaoshue's mother, are you not? Despite the strained relationship between you two, I cannot be bothered with such family disputes. Each has their own reasoning, and it only complicates matters unnecessarily. Very well, let it be as such, Qian Gu Yue concluded, disregarding Bibi Dong's astonished and complex gaze. All right, I understand. After a brief silence, Bibi Dong spoke. There was no alternative, even if she were reluctant. Qian Gu Yue would not compel her to go. After all, everyone has their own affections, do they not? However, it would be challenging for Bibi Dong to encounter Qian Renxue again in the future. Furthermore, since the unfortunate demise of the hapless child, Qian Xuanji, there has been a prevailing notion in the outside world. It suggests that Bibi Dong presently appears to be at odds with the internal affairs of the Spirit Hall, maintaining a facade of harmony while harboring discord within. This time, Qian Gu Yue sent Bibi Dong out to dispel such rumors. As you can see, Bibi Dong has emerged specifically to eradicate the pest within the Spirit Hall. How could she possibly be at odds with it? Wait a moment. Qian Gu Yue called to Bibi Dong, who was about to depart. There is one more matter I nearly mentioned. This is indeed a significant matter. Is there anything else? Bibi Dong paused, her graceful brow furrowing as she turned to inquire. At that moment, she felt an urge to retreat. For some inexplicable reason, whenever she found herself alone with Qian Gu Yue, A sense of trepidation stirred within her heart. Strangely enough, she had never been particularly acquainted with Qian Gu Yue. The first time she had heard of him was through her daughter. At that time, Bibi Dong had been astonished to discover that the Qian family possessed a wielder of the six-winged angel martial soul, and one of considerable strength at that. I merely wish to inform you that in my absence from the spirit hall, you shall temporarily assume the role of pope and attend to the matters of the papacy. If you find yourself uncertain, you may retain him until I return to address it. Qian Gu Yue refrained from mentioning that in her absence, she could seek out Qian Douluo. He understood that Bibi Dong harbored a resentment towards Qian Douluo that was no less intense than her animosity towards Qian Renxue. If Bibi Dong were to seek out Qian Douluo, Qian Gu Yue could not guarantee that the two would refrain from coming to blows. Chapter 61. The First Alchemy. Upon returning to the cultivation chamber at home, Qian Gu Yue informed Yan Ying that unless it was a matter of great importance, she should not disturb her. Yan Ying, with a sigh of resignation, nodded. She truly found it difficult to express her thoughts to Qian Gu Yue. You are already a super Douluo at level 98, yet you remain as you were in your youth, either in seclusion or on the path of seclusion. Yan Ying could not comprehend what Qian Gu Yue was striving for. A 20-year-old title Douluo, this achievement dwarfed Tang Hao's record. Yet, the efforts continue unabated. Had Qian Gu Yue been privy to Yan Ying's thoughts, she would have remained silent. For one, she was not one to engage in excessive conversation. And secondly, it was unlikely that she would divulge her concerns about the future destruction of the spirit hall, nor her desires simply to survive. Were she to articulate such thoughts, Qian Gu Yue was certain that Yan Ying would call Qian Douluo over, who might even take Qian Gu Yue to the Angel Temple for a thorough inspection. He is indeed a prodigy of the Qian family. Although there are many members within the Qian clan, the six-winged angel martial soul is exceedingly rare. Though Qian Gu Yue's variant may be unique, it still embodies the essence of the six-winged angel, does it not? If one's mind were to falter, would that not be an immense loss? Upon arriving at the underground cultivation chamber, Qian Gu Yue first set aside the medicinal herbs previously harvested from the ice and fire dual-headed cauldron, as well as those retrieved from the soul hall storeroom. Subsequently, Qian Gu Yue extracted the soul alchemy technique that had been mentioned earlier. Nanji. Please extract the soul alchemy method, Qian Gu Yue called to Nanji. Certainly, came Nanji's prompt reply. This is not the Southji system. She is still diligently studying for her own system examination, which was previously established by Southji. My goodness, how exhilarating. A torrent of information suddenly flooded into Qian Gu Yue's mind. The sheer volume is astonishing. Rubbing her temples, Qian Gu Yue gradually organized the knowledge within. After sorting out the advanced formulas, she set them aside for the moment and opted to first examine the simpler ones, simultaneously practicing with the elementary prescriptions. The Soul Recovery Pill, a first-tier elixir, is effective for swiftly restoring one's soul power upon ingestion. Yet it is only beneficial for soul masters below the rank of Soul Sovereign. For higher-tier soul masters, it would necessitate the crafting of superior elixirs. The Rejuvenation Pill, also a first-tier elixir, differs from the Soul Recovery Pill in that it is intended for the treatment of external injuries to soul masters. Likewise, it is only effective for those beneath the rank of Soul Sovereign. This is quite commendable. Henceforth, Feng Xiaoying and Tianwei shall be responsible for their own training. With the availability of these elixirs, their advancement will undoubtedly be swifter and more substantial. Let us focus on these two types for now. The others can be set aside. The Soul Rejuvenation Pill, primarily composed of a decade-old soul rejuvenation fruit, is essential, with older specimens being preferable. The essence of 10-year-old would attribute soul beast blood, along with a decade-old soul rejuvenation wood and 10-year-old soul rejuvenation flowers, shall be the foundational materials. After all, this is a first-tier pill. However, utilizing materials that are a century or even a millennium old would yield even more remarkable effects. I shall set these herbs aside separately, while the blood from 10-year-old soul beast remains preserved in bottles, still fresh. Qian Gu Yue first released her spiritual energy, as the text suggests that it must be condensed. This aspect has stymied the majority, for it is well known that there exist no methods for cultivating mental prowess on the mainland. People generally believe that one's mental strength merely increases with the age of the soul master. However, for Qian Gu Yue, this is quite straightforward. Perhaps due to the influence of being a transmigrator, Qian Gu Yue's mental energy has been remarkably active since childhood. Furthermore, Qian Gu Yue possesses a fragment of a 10,000-year-old spirit skull. Presently, Qian Gu Yue's mental strength has already attained the quasi-divine realm and should progress further, it would reach the legendary divine level. Yet, this knowledge eludes Qian Gu Yue. Gradually, a subtle pressure began to permeate the entire room. Unlike the tangible pressure of soul energy, mental pressure is intangible. However, upon closer inspection, one would discern a faint purple aura surrounding Qian Gu Yue's body, which is indeed her mental energy. Encasing the medicinal herbs in her mental energy, she elevated them into the air. Through a unique mental wave and hand gestures, the herbs gradually began to transform. Ultimately, the herbs vanished, and what now floated in the air was a mass of liquid. Observing this liquid, Qian Gu Yue, informed by the feedback from her mental energy, realized that she had achieved success. This liquid embodies the essence of the entire medicinal herb. Suppressing her excitement, Qian Gummy first placed this liquid into a jade vial that had been prepared in advance. Subsequently, she began to refine the other herbs. Once the last herb had been successfully refined, the next step, which was of utmost importance, awaited her. This step was the formation of the elixir. All prior efforts had been in preparation for this moment. Should any issues arise at this stage, all that had been accomplished would be rendered futile. Therefore, as the culmination approached, maintaining composure became increasingly vital. She enveloped the refined liquid and the soul beast's blood with her mental energy, cautiously merging them together. Observing the ever-changing mass of liquid in the air, Qian Gummy grew increasingly meticulous. This is indeed the final step, and there can be no errors. Qian Gu Yue, in a fleeting moment, suddenly intensified the merging process, and in an instant, the myriad colors of liquid, which had been continuously blending, completed their amalgamation. Done, Qian Gu Yue remarked, gazing at the soul rejuvenation pill resting in his hand. The pill emitted a subtle herbal fragrance, its hue a gentle green, accompanied by a delicate aroma that was quite pleasing. After a moment's contemplation, Qian Gu Yue placed the pill in his mouth. Although this particular elixir held no benefit for him at present, it served as an excellent pick-me-up. Splendid, this opens yet another avenue for profit. Without pausing for rest, Qian Gu Yue proceeded to concoct another spring revival pill. Thereafter, he immersed himself in the repetitive crafting of these two types of elixirs, acknowledging their lack of personal utility while recognizing their potential for financial gain. How to sell them? Naturally, through auction. Such earnings are indeed substantial. Oh, how is it that you emerged so early today? Teased Yan, who sat sipping tea on the sofa, as he observed Qian Gu Yue stepping out of the basement. It is worth noting that Qian Gu Yue typically requires at least a week for such endeavors. On one occasion, he remained inside for an entire month. Qian Gu Yue, however, did not respond to Yan Ying's remarks and simply settled down to enjoy his tea. By the way, where is Feng Xiaoying? Has she not returned yet? At this moment, Qian Gu Yue inquired. Although the elixir holds no value for Qian Renxue, there is still Feng Xiaoying to consider. While she has yet to awaken her martial soul, it remains usable. It would be prudent to try it with her. After all, with him present, no mishap could possibly occur. Feng Xiaoying, I truly appreciate your assistance, Senior. Chapter 62, Feng Xiaoying's Medicine Trial. Littling has not yet returned. Yanning is aware of Feng Xiaoying's whereabouts. She is either in the study at home or has gone off to play with Qian Renxue and her companions. At this moment, she is not at home. Rather, she is with Qian Renxue. How can I find her? Is there something amiss? Yanning inquired with curiosity. She noticed that Qian Gu Yue seemed to exhibit an excessive fondness for Feng Xiaoying, as he would readily provide her with whatever she desired. As long as her requests were not overly extravagant, Qian Gu Yue would procure them for her. Moreover, although Feng Xiaoying often referred to Qian Gu Yue as senior, Yanning could discern a lack of genuine respect in her words, filled instead with a casual familiarity. Yet, it remained a mystery why Qian Gu Yue appeared indifferent to this. Yanning speculated that perhaps Qian Gu Yue's limited social interactions during her upbringing contributed to this dynamic. Additionally, Feng Xiaoying was explicitly invited to stay at Qian Gu Yue's home. It was also possible that Qian Gu Yue harbored some unique sentiments, as the history of the Qian family was replete with teacher-student relationships. After all, Qian Gu Yue was no longer a child. Fortunately, Qian Gu Yue remained oblivious to Yan Ying's thoughts. Her decision to keep Feng Xiaoying nearby stemmed purely from the desire for the two to engage in meaningful discussions about their past experiences and various matters concerning the future. Upon learning of Qian Gu Yue's identity and strength, Feng Xiaoying had resolved to cling tightly to Qian Gu Yue's side. Most importantly, for Feng Xiaoying, being in Qian Gu Yue's presence meant the chance to meet the little angel, Qian Renxue. Ah, the little angel. In her previous life, Feng Shuoying possessed a life-sized angel pillow, which she would embrace every night as she drifted off to sleep. It is indeed a rare opportunity to visit another realm. Should I not take the chance to meet my little angel? Moreover, Feng Shuoying possesses a profound understanding of my circumstances. Had she not been brought back to the spirit hall by Qian Gu and Yin Ying, she might still be wandering in uncertainty, struggling for sustenance, devoid of the comfort that now accompanies her life. Now, she enjoys bountiful meals, replete with meat at every turn, and on occasion, Qian Gu, in his leisure, would personally prepare meals for her, crafting dishes reminiscent of the homely fare from her past life. At this moment, Feng Shuoying felt a profound sense of happiness. In this foreign realm, she could still savor the familiar flavors of her homeland. Moreover, Qian Gu's culinary skills were truly unparalleled. This alone was reason enough for her to linger here. Having spent nearly a month in this place, Feng Shuoying had successfully learned a fundamental principle for becoming strong. One must possess a thick skin. As long as she maintained her audacity, no one could hinder her. After all, she reasoned, she had already benefited immensely from her seniors, to the point where she was unsure how to repay her debts. Yet, she felt no inclination to ponder this further. Having accrued so many debts, what was a few more? Her senior's wealth was vast, and she was but a trifling expense. If her senior were to genuinely demand repayment, she would find herself effortlessly reclining in her senior's abode. Indeed, mused Qian Gu, stroking her chin, if Feng Shuoying is absent, how am I to test the medicine? What? Do you urgently need her? Upon observing Qian Gu's demeanor, Yanning mistakenly assumed there was a matter of great importance concerning Feng Shuoying. Oh, it's nothing significant, merely trivial matters, Qian Gu replied, shaking her head, concealing the truth from Yanning. If he were to speak the truth, a lecture would undoubtedly ensue. I have returned. Feng Shuoying forcefully kicked open the door. Xiaoying, can't you be a little gentler? It's always like this. Yanning remarked helplessly, gazing at the door that steadfastly maintained its defense against the onslaught. The child possesses many admirable qualities, yet this particular flaw remains stubbornly uncorrected. Hee, Sister Yanning, I shall certainly be more mindful next time. Feng Shuoying awkwardly scratched her head. Having spent a considerable amount of time here, and with the presence of the time-traveler Qian Gu Yue, Feng Shuoying instinctively felt as though she had returned to her previous life as home. Thus, her habit of kicking doors was born from this sentiment. As previously mentioned, the esteemed senior has ample resources and is not in want of a mere door. As long as she is not treated as a mere door herself, it suffices. If only you could truly amend this behavior next time, Yanning sighed with a wry smile, shaking her head. Feng Shuoying invariably promises that next time will be different, yet the outcome remains unchanged. Yanning has lost count of how many next times there have been. Nevertheless, it is merely a door. There is no need to take it too seriously. To be candid, in the spirit hall, Feng Shuoying is the only one daring enough to kick Qian Gu Yue's door. Not even Qian Renxue would dare to do so. Even if Qian Renxue were to kick it, Qian Gu Yue would remain unperturbed. Naturally, such leniency is afforded only to someone like Feng Shuoying. Should anyone else dare to assault the door, Qian Gu Yue would certainly respond with a chilling blow to restore their composure. One ought to consider whose door it is that they are so audaciously assaulting. Have you taken my kindness for granted? Just then, Gu Yue sought you for a matter. Yanning shifted the topic from the door to Qian Gu Yue. Oh, senior, you require my assistance? Feng Shuoying paused, then glanced at the quietly seated Qian Gu Yue, sipping tea. To be honest, this senior possesses striking looks and remarkable talent. Yet the one flaw lies in an excessive quietness. He prefers stillness and will not engage unless spoken to first. Quite the proud and aloof character, indeed. Senior, you must understand that such pride often leads to an unfavorable fate. Are you familiar with the infamous golden retriever from my past life? That was a classic case of pride before a fall. Senior, you surely do not wish to lose my companionship. Therefore, I implore you to temper your pride. Are you perhaps contemplating something unpleasant? Qian Gu Yue furrowed his brow as he regarded Feng Shuoying. This girl is undoubtedly slandering herself in her heart. No, absolutely not. Feng Shuoying has now become accustomed to her senior's almost oblivious intuition. You can see the sincerity in my eyes. Feng Shuoying leaned closer to Qian Gu Yue, pointing to her own dark eyes and declared, in my gaze, there exists only reverence for you, my esteemed senior. The words spoken were met with skepticism by the other two present. Although you claim to possess respect, your tone betrays a lack of reverence for a super Douluo. Enough of the theatrics. Qian Gu Yue pushed Feng Shuoying's face away from her own. Here, try this. Qian Gu Yue produced the 2 types of pills she had previously concocted and placed them on the table. What are these? Yan Ying inquired, noticing they resembled small capsules. This is the soul recovery pill, designed to restore soul power, and this is the rejuvenation pill, intended for treating external injuries. Qian Gu Yue succinctly introduced the 2 elixirs to the pair. However, these remedies are merely suitable for a soul master of equivalent cultivation level. Now, shall we see how they fare? Qian Gu Yue directed her words at Feng Xiuying. So you wish for me to try the pills, do you? Humph. How dare you presume I would partake in such a thing? I, Feng Xiuying, am not that kind of person. Even if I were to leap from here and perish of hunger, I would refuse to try them. I stand by my words. 2 bottles of cola and chicken wings. Qian Gu Yue said nonchalantly. Rest assured, leave it to me, senior. Feng Xiuying promptly seized the 2 bottles of pills from the table. As for her earlier remarks, she apologized. Feng Xiuying possessed only a 7-second memory and had already forgotten what she had said. Chapter 63. The Absorption of Soul Rings Beyond Their Limit, Part 1. How does it taste? Qian Gu Yue inquired, observing Feng Xiuying consuming the pills. The sounds of munching echoed as Feng Xiuying savored the elixirs. Did you give her some inferior pills? Noticing Feng Xiuying's face alternating between crimson and furrowed brows, Yan Ying cast a peculiar glance at Qian Gu Yue. Surely you do not harbor resentment towards Feng Xiuying and seek to exploit this opportunity to trouble her? She is merely a child. How could you be so callous? That is not like you. Qian Gu Yue regarded Feng Xiuying's expression. This is perplexing. Why was there no reaction while consuming it? Could it be that my prowess is so advanced that I fail to perceive even the slightest change? Sister Yan Ying, I assure you, I am fine. After swallowing the elixir, Feng Xiuying spoke to Yan Ying, who was visibly concerned for her. The sight of Yan Ying's worry touched Feng Xiuying deeply. Noticing that Feng Xiuying was unharmed, Qian Gu Yue also felt a wave of relief wash over her. I told you so. How could anything go awry? After all, I partook in it as well. If something truly were to happen, I would have faced the consequences long before now. What are your impressions? After confirming Feng Xiuying's well-being, Qian Gu Yue inquired about her feelings. Impressions? Feng Xiuying smacked her lips. Unable to recall any specific sensations, yet she could certainly affirm that the elixir was delectable. It had a hint of sweetness, accompanied by a rich, fragrant herbal aroma. Upon consuming it, she felt a warm sensation enveloping her body, a most agreeable experience. As she articulated her sensations, she had initially anticipated a bitter concoction. However, after ingesting it, she sensed her body becoming light, as if with a gentle leap, she could cover great distances. Senior, do you have any more? Reflecting on the earlier taste, Feng Xiuying yearned for another. The remaining ones cannot be given to you. Qian Gu Yue declined her request with a shake of her head. He intended to utilize these elixirs for profit. If he were to give them all to Feng Xiuying, what would become of his plans? Although these potions were simple to concoct, Qian Gu Yue preferred not to waste time on them. It would be more beneficial to refine some advanced elixirs, ones that would serve soul saints, soul Douluos, and titled Douluos well. After all, it is often the high-end combatants that determine the course of battle. The Spirit Hall possesses numerous titled Douluos. Even a war of attrition could exhaust the opponent, and if each were equipped with elixirs, they would be virtually invincible on the battlefield. How stingy. Upon hearing Qian Gu Yue's refusal to provide her with more elixirs, Feng Xiuying murmured softly. She had noticed there were still 2 bottles remaining, and perhaps even more within Qian Gu Yue's storage soul guide. Honestly, having already expended so many resources, what harm would it be to part with a little more? Feng Xiuying had ceased to keep track of the expenses, as they had accumulated to a point she could no longer count them. Among the 3 present, both Qian Gu Yue and Yan Ying were titled Douluos. While Feng Xiuying's soft complaints were clearly heard by both, Yan Ying now disregarded Feng Xiuying's private appellations for Qian Gu Yue. One was unyielding and the other indifferent. Why should Yan Ying concern herself? As long as decorum was maintained in public, the matter of their private titles was of no consequence. It is not that I refuse to give you any. Qian Gu Yue also caught wind of Feng Xiuying's words and shook his head. Your body is still in the process of growth and remains quite delicate. Although the ratings of these 2 types of elixirs are not high, they still contain a significant amount of energy. Excessive consumption of food is detrimental to one's health. Feng Xiuying comprehended this notion. It implies that if she overindulges now, her body may struggle to digest it. Is there, perhaps, something that can be consumed before the awakening of one's martial soul that would not inflict significant harm on the body. Feng Shuoying inquired with a radiant expression. If such a thing exists, she mused, she would be content to indulge not just at every meal, but to partake of one each day, or even one every 3 days. As the time approaches for the awakening of the martial soul, one starting point will undoubtedly be significantly elevated in comparison to others. Will it not? The adage holds true. A single step ahead leads to a continuous advantage. As a transmigrator, Feng Shuoying is acutely aware that the higher the age of the soul rings absorbed initially, the more favorable the subsequent development for the soul master. Within this context, physical fitness emerges as a crucial factor. Logically speaking, as long as one's physical capabilities are robust, even a 1,000-year soul ring poses no challenge. Moreover, if one's mental strength is formidable, a 10,000-year soul ring could also be accommodated, provided the body can withstand it. Feng Shuoying shared her thoughts with the two companions. Yanning nodded in approval, exclaiming how impressive it was that she had grasped this concept. Generally, on the continent, soul masters can absorb soul rings of up to 100 years for the first ring, with the maximum typically around 400 years. As for the 423 years concluded by the esteemed author, it is merely a point of reference for all to consider. This entity can only yield a rough numerical estimate, and the absorption of soul rings by soul masters predominantly fluctuates around this figure, with minimal variance. As for the so-called specific numbers, it is likely that the esteemed scholar, upon reviewing certain documents, encountered the maximum age of a soul ring. Consequently, he surmised that this represents the pinnacle of what a soul master can absorb. Should the age of Qian Gu Yue's first soul ring be disclosed, it would undoubtedly lead to turmoil among those who have taken the scholar's words at face value. Qian Gu Yue's first soul ring boasts an age of approximately 800 years, surpassing the 700 years typical for the majority of soul masters. Yan Ying was elated, while Feng Shuoying recognized the issue at hand, affirming that the notion she proposed was indeed feasible. However, there exists a dilemma. Though this knowledge is widely acknowledged, few take action. The time required for such endeavors is exceedingly extensive. While the outcomes may be rewarding, the cultivation pace of the soul masters lags significantly behind that of their peers. You may absorb a maximum of 1,000 years, Qian Gu Yue added. As for the question of why not a 10,000-year soul ring, it is because the absorption of such an ancient soul ring subjects the soul master not only to the energy of the ring itself, but also to the remnants of the soul beast, essentially facing a mental assault. Should one endure the onslaught, successful absorption is assured. However, failure could result in diminished faculties or, in severe cases, possession by the soul beast. Such instances have occurred on the mainland, where individuals have observed a significant transformation in the demeanor of this spirit master, becoming exceedingly irritable and impulsive, as if they had become an entirely different person compared to before. This pertains to the moment when a soul master absorbs a 10,000-year spirit ring, yet fails to withstand the onslaught of the spirit beast's residual soul. The reason a soul master acquires a 10,000-year spirit ring at the 5th level is due to the fortification provided by the preceding 4 spirit rings, which enables the body to endure the energy of a 10,000-year spirit ring. Additionally, a soul master's mental fortitude increases with age. At this juncture, their mental power is sufficient to withstand the spirit ring of a 10,000-year spirit beast. Of course, as previously mentioned, if one's mental strength is robust, the age of the 5th spirit ring may also be elevated. Chapter 64. Absorbing spirit rings beyond their limits. Part 2. Why is the first spirit ring incapable of being a 10,000-year one? Feng Shuoying reminisced about the invincible fanfiction she had encountered in her previous life. Although she did not embark on her journey as an invincible character, she possessed a predecessor who was unrivaled across the continent. Thus, by extension, she too should be deemed invincible. Many transmigrators start with first spirit rings that are 10,000 years old, or even 100,000 or 1,000,000 years. Naturally, as a fellow transmigrator, Feng Shuoying aspired for the highest possible attainment. Upon hearing her words, Yanning cast a peculiar glance in her direction. What? Is 1,000 years not sufficient for you? Do you yearn for a 10,000-year ring? Can your petite frame even withstand it? It is noteworthy that among current soul masters, only Qian Renxue possesses a first spirit ring of 1,000 years, and that was forged with significant resources expended by Qian Gumo. Furthermore, Qian Renxue's third spirit ring is merely a 9,000-year ring, not even reaching 10,000. However, Yanning chose to remain silent on the matter. This was not her area of expertise, that distinction belonged to Qian Gumo, who excelled in the absorption of spirit rings beyond their limits. You have quite the appetite. Are you not concerned about overextending yourself? Qian Gumo remarked, casting a glance at Feng Xiuying. Her aspirations likely stemmed from observing the protagonists in those invincible narratives from her past life. Qian Gumo had entertained similar thoughts when it came to Qian Renxue, but ultimately abandoned them, recognizing the achievement as feasible yet not worthwhile. You may absorb a spirit ring of 1,000 years, but it must be precisely that. Exceeding it would be intolerable, Qian Gumo asserted. If anyone within the spirit hall holds the authority to elucidate this matter, it is undoubtedly Qian Gumo, as he himself serves as a living example, further complemented by Qian Renxue, who surpasses him in prowess. Feng Xiuying gazed at Qian Gu Yue with a curious expression. Do not presume that I am unaware of your soul ring configuration, senior. Just by observing Qian Renxue's soul ring arrangement, I can deduce that of Qian Gu Yue. After all, during my previous interactions with the little angel, Qian Renxue had personally disclosed this information to me. It was Qian Gu Yue who was responsible for her training, even selecting the soul rings. Although I have yet to witness Qian Gu Yue's soul rings, I have seen Qian Renxue's configuration. The first soul ring is a purple one of 1,000 years, and the third is a soul ring that is a deep purple with a hint of black, suggesting it is nearing 10,000 years of age. I believe that had Qian Gu Yue not considered Qian Renxue too young at that time, even with a divine martial soul like the six-winged angel, absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring might have proven difficult. What do you consider the absorption of a soul ring to entail? Qian Gu Yue retorted. Well, it relates to one's physical constitution and the strength of their mental prowess. Feng Xiuying replied after a moment's contemplation. The first 4 soul rings are not significantly influenced by mental strength. After all, soul beasts from 10,000 years ago did not typically possess the capacity to inflict residual soul attacks on soul masters. However, there are exceptions among certain soul beasts adept at mental assaults. But by the 5th soul ring, the 10,000-year soul ring, the soul master must contend with the residual soul attacks of the slain soul beasts. If one can withstand the assault, the absorption will be successful, if unable to endure. A lighter consequence may lead to a lifetime of inability to advance, while a heavier one could result in immediate death. Yanning nodded in agreement as he listened to Feng Xiuying, recognizing her solid foundational knowledge. At the very least, she is aware of the existence of residual souls in 10,000-year soul rings. Many soul masters across the continent tend to overlook such theoretical knowledge, often merely confirming the soul beasts they wish to hunt. Otherwise, the continent would not have been devoid of theoretical masters until the emergence of Yu Shaojiang. In fact, within the Spirit Hall, there exists a dedicated team for such research. While the number of individuals involved is considerable, their theoretical foundations are hardly inferior to those of Yu Shaojiang. The difference lies in Yu Shaojiang's desire to redeem himself and restore his name, while those in the Spirit Hall engage purely in theoretical studies, showing little interest in such hollow accolades. In fact, many within the hall are quite averse to Yu Shaojiang, as they are all researchers and inevitably interact with one another. Indeed, Qian Gu Yue nodded, discerning from Feng Xiuying's words that her knowledge likely stemmed from the original text. Are you familiar with meridians? However, the tale within the book remains merely a narrative, inherently distinct from the reality we inhabit. While there are notable similarities, one aspect remains unaddressed in the text: the meridians of an individual. It is widely acknowledged that whether one embarks on the path of cultivation or martial arts, the significance of meridians is paramount. During the process of cultivation, an individual channels energy through these meridians to be stored in the dantian, which is subsequently unleashed during combat. In the realm of Douluo continent, the training of soul masters follows a similar principle. However, the inhabitants exhibit an overwhelming reliance on their martial souls, soul rings, soul skills, and soul bones, resulting in a scarcity of knowledge regarding the human body, perhaps only recorded within certain medical families. Meridians? Why does the elder mention this? What connection does the absorption of soul rings have with meridians? Indeed, I understand. How could she possibly be unaware of this? The capacity of an individual's meridians is inherently limited. In truth, when a soul master absorbs a soul ring, it is not merely the energy of the soul ring they must endure, but also the residual will of the soul beast, alongside the condition of their own meridians. When a martial soul first awakens, the meridians begin to develop concurrently. Of course, if a senior were willing to assist in expanding one's meridians prior to the awakening of the martial soul, that would be a different matter altogether. Most soul masters acquire their first soul ring, which is typically a century old, with some even being merely a decade in age. The rarity, or even absence, of millennium soul rings can be attributed to this very circumstance. At that stage, one's meridians are exceedingly fragile. A sudden influx of immense energy can inflict severe damage upon them. Furthermore, any injury sustained by the meridians can significantly impact one's future prospects. Such knowledge is chronicled in the archives of the Martial Soul Hall, which houses many secrets of the continent. Should you express an interest? I would be pleased to take you to explore them. Very well, esteemed senior, Feng Xiuying replied, nodding in a daze, realizing there were indeed such circumstances. It was only logical. The state of the meridians is undeniably a critical issue. She recalled the incident involving the ice and fire yin-yang stove, where Qian Gu Yue had inadvertently opened some of Du Gu Yan's primary meridians while assisting her in condensing a poison pill. At that moment, Du Gu Bo had been quite elated. Initially, Feng Xiuying believed that Du Gu Bo was merely pleased that his granddaughter would no longer be afflicted by the venom. Reflecting upon it now, she surmised that his joy stemmed from witnessing the early opening of his granddaughter's primary meridians, ensuring her future cultivation would proceed smoothly. Chapter 65. Absorbing a soul ring beyond its time limit, Part 3, nonetheless. Feng Xiuying was quite intrigued by how Du Gu Bo seemed to understand the profound benefits of early meridian opening for future cultivation, yet had not taken significant action previously. Although the presence of snake venom posed a risk, as long as Du Gu Bo was around, Du Gu Yin was not in mortal peril. It was merely a matter of enduring discomfort. Esteemed senior, given the importance of meridians to soul masters, why is it that no one has made a concerted effort to assist the younger generation in opening their meridians? Feng Xiuying inquired. Perplexed by the widespread awareness of this critical issue, yet the apparent lack of action, was there some underlying hesitation? Why, when Qian Gu Yue opened Du Gu Yin's meridians, did Du Gu Bo not exhibit any overt concern? Was there something unknown to her at play? Or perhaps it was a matter of individual peculiarities. Qian Gu Yue possessed a mutated six-winged ice angel martial soul, with the original fire attribute transformed into the present ice attribute, yet retaining other inherent abilities of the martial soul. She even maintained the exclusive domain of the six-winged angel, the angelic domain. During a previous banquet, Qian Gu Yue had demonstrated this ability, and at that moment, Feng Xiuying had felt a warm aura enveloping her, providing a most comforting sensation. Wait a moment. Feng Xiuying felt as though she had uncovered a blind spot. Could it be related to the attributes of her personal martial soul? After all, the six-winged angel martial soul is one of the most luminous and sacred souls on the continent, possessing a faint healing quality within its soul power. Unless deliberately aimed at someone, the six-winged angel martial soul evokes a sense of warmth. Might this be the reason? Indeed. Du Gu Bo's martial soul is the emerald scale serpent emperor, a creature that embodies cold-bloodedness, with soul power that leans towards the chill of darkness. Moreover, Du Gu Yin was still young at that time. Her body's resistance was rather poor. Had Du Gu Bo acted recklessly, Du Gu Yin's health could have deteriorated further. Additionally, the elder possessed a soul core. In order to condense a soul core, one must have a profound understanding of their own body, wherein mental strength plays a significant role. Du Gu Bo, being proficient in poison, certainly possessed considerable knowledge of the human body, yet he chose not to act. Perhaps it was indeed connected to the nature of his soul power. Furthermore, while many martial souls across the continent exude a warm aura, few have ventured to utilize this. The first reason may be their insufficient mental strength. To enhance mental power, one must either absorb high-grade spiritual bones, which is exceedingly difficult and thus often disregarded, or wait for the gradual increase with age. The second reason lies in a lack of understanding of the human body. As previously mentioned, soul masters are excessively reliant on their martial souls and soul skills. Should they suddenly lose access to their soul skills, many may find themselves at a loss in combat. The third reason is the uncertainty surrounding the appropriate methods to pursue, such as which meridians to manipulate, which are active and which are not. These are critical considerations. A moment of carelessness or anxiety could lead to dire consequences. It is due to the elder's formidable mental strength and absolute comprehension of the human body, coupled with the crucial aspect of the elder's soul power attributes, isn't it? Feng Xiuying felt she had discovered the answer. Qian Gu Yue cast a peculiar glance at Feng Xiuying, surprised that the girl had nearly guessed it right. Her mind was quite agile. Beside them, Yin Ing regarded Feng Xiuying with astonishment. She was aware of these matters, as Qian Gu Yue used to document them. Yin Ing occasionally perused these notes, but she knew that Feng Xiuying had never seen this information, for it remained tucked away in the secret chamber at home. even within the sacrificial hall. Only Qian Dalu was aware of the secrets that eluded the other offerings. It was not that Qian Gu Yue was unwilling to reveal them. Rather, if disclosed, he might find himself freed from the burdens of cultivation, spending his days merely unblocking the meridians for the child. After all, it was he who had unblocked Qian Renxue's meridians, and that was the very reason for her first 1,000-year soul ring. While enhancing physical capabilities is relatively straightforward, augmenting one's spiritual strength presents a far greater challenge, and unblocking meridians is exponentially more difficult. Well said, Qian Gu Yue remarked, clapping his hands in praise. It is indeed as you say. To unblock a person's meridians necessitates a profound understanding of the human body, formidable spiritual power, and the compatibility of one's soul power attributes. Furthermore, one must ensure the sufficiency of their soul power throughout the process. Listening to Qian Gu Yue, Feng Shuoying began to sense the complications involved. Setting aside other matters, the mere understanding of human anatomy had already stymied many. Given the existence of healing soul masters, people often sought their assistance for any ailments, neglecting the intricacies of human physiology entirely. After all, such knowledge seems of little use in enhancing one's strength and is often seen as a waste of time. Take Qian Renxue's situation, for instance. Qian Gu Yue used her as a prime example, recalling the considerable effort he had invested in securing her first soul ring. Yining, observing from the side, nodded in agreement. During that time, Qian Renxue had resided primarily with Qian Gu Yue, rarely returning to the sacrificial hall. Thus, he stated at most, I can assist you in acquiring a first soul ring of 1,000 years, and even that is just at the threshold of a millennium. Qian Gu Yue languidly dropped his hand. Of course, if you have other fortuitous encounters, you might indeed obtain a 10,000-year soul ring. He was alluding to Feng Shuoying's system, suggesting that with its aid, she could potentially secure a 10,000-year soul ring, or even dream of a 100,000-year one. Feng Shuoying understood to whom Qian Gu Yue referred regarding such opportunities. However, her own system, Hongya, remained dormant, leaving her unable to consult it. Otherwise, she would have been poised to start with a 100,000-year soul ring. Just imagining that while others began with soul rings of mere decades or centuries, she would commence her journey with a resplendent red 100,000-year soul ring was exhilarating beyond measure. If that were the case, she would undoubtedly seek an audience with the great Tang Shenhuang. In due time, she would implore her elder to accompany her to the Star Doe forest to confront the two lingering beasts, eager to witness the reaction of the 100,000-year rogue rabbit. Would it be one of heartache or indifference? Xiaowu, did you see that? The two crimson soul rings adorning my body, one belonging to the Titan Great Ape and the other to the Azure Bull Python, are quite striking, aren't they? Would you like me to demonstrate their powers? It truly piques one's curiosity. Ah, wait. Feng Shuoying abruptly regained her composure, reflecting on how she had become rather lewd. Could it be that spending an extended time with her senior had influenced her? After all, the actions her senior had taken were far from what an ordinary person would dare to do. Feng Shuoying pondered over the deeds of Qian Gu Yue, and even she found them somewhat inappropriate. Yet, Qian Gu Yue had indeed carried them out. The girl, without a doubt, must be speaking ill of me in her heart. Qian Gu Yue glanced at Feng Shuoying's expression directed towards her and understood this intuitively. As for my thoughts upon the release of this work, it has been a little over a month since the end of January. After enduring this period, I have finally emerged from the shadows. Throughout this time, I have not faltered in my updates. Now, let us discuss the character of Feng Shuoying. I am aware that this character has dissuaded some readers, but given the current state of affairs, there is no possibility of her removal. The character in question initially emerged from a fanfiction I previously encountered, featuring a two-dimensional girl whose somewhat arrogant disposition left a profound impression on me. Personally, I find myself indulging in Genshin Impact during my leisure moments, albeit with limited skill. Nevertheless, the allure of the game is irresistible. Perhaps at some point, you might stumble upon references to elemental reactions such as overload and vaporization within the narrative. Furthermore, there are certain discrepancies regarding the world-building elements in the story. This is, after all, a work of fanfiction, and variations from the original text are to be expected. Take, for instance, the four lower sects. In the original work, only the Elephant Armor sect makes an appearance, while the other three are merely mentioned by name, without any actual presence, and even the Elephant Armor sect ultimately plays a minor role. It seems that the significance of these three sects pales in comparison to the elemental families of water, fire, and wind. Consequently, I decided to alter the designations of the four lower sects. These three families, renowned for their soul masters, are well established on the continent, making their assumption of the title of lower sects entirely plausible. Moreover, there is the spirit hall and the offerings within its sanctuary. The depictions of the offerings in the original text differ from those in the animated adaptation. Aside from Qian Douluo, Jin Yi, Qian Jun, and Jiang Mo, the remaining offerings have been modified. Some may argue that the number of titles within the spirit hall is excessive. However, I believe it remains justifiable. Not to mention, the titles within the Pope's Hall and the Elders' Hall alone could easily overshadow those of other factions. As the foremost power on the continent, it is only natural for a force with divine heritage to possess an air of prestige. This is my inaugural work, a debut that merits not only a commencement, but also a flawless conclusion. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Huda for providing me with this opportunity. Without it, this publication would not have materialized. I am also deeply appreciative of the readers who have steadfastly supported me. I remain resolute in my commitment to avoid a lackluster ending or abrupt discontinuation. Even in the face of interruptions, I shall persevere to complete this narrative. On the first day of release, I shall unveil 10 chapters, followed by a prolific week, with a minimum of approximately 40 chapters anticipated, if not more. There is no need to fret about my well-being. Everything is dedicated to the readers. Those who enjoy this book will surely express their appreciation, while those who are disinclined will simply depart upon glancing at the title and synopsis. Some may even feel compelled to voice their dissent. I have perused the original work, and while it did not leave a significant impression during my youth, revisiting it now reveals a rather unappealing depiction of the protagonist's companions. Frankly, aside from Zhu Xing, I find it challenging to harbor any affection for the others. My writing reflects an attempt to resonate with a segment of the Douluo fandom, as many crave such narratives. When the original Douluo fanfiction first emerged, it predominantly followed the trajectory of the main characters, with few exploring the inception of the Spirit Hall. Gradually, the discourse shifted towards the notion of defeating Tang San to unify the continent and courting the three beauties of the Spirit Hall, which gained substantial traction within the fanfiction community. I have encountered numerous fanfictions, yet none left me as astounded as those related to Douluo. I was genuinely taken aback to find myself akin to Bibi Dong. Indeed, the works of the illustrious Jingmi Douluo have truly captivated my imagination, and this remains the sole Douluo fanfiction I have completed. As for those who may not appreciate certain elements of my narrative, I find myself at an impasse. Ultimately, this book is a reflection of my inner thoughts. It is not feasible for me to mold my writing to fit another's desires. Each individual is unique, possessing their own perspectives and ideas. The essence of humanity lies in remaining true to oneself and ensuring that one's conscience is unburdened. This book is not solely for the pleasure of the readers, but also for my own enjoyment. I believe it is best to continue writing according to my own thoughts. Thus, it shall be released at 8 o'clock in the evening. After concluding the conversation with Feng Xiaoying, Qian Gu Yue resumed the crafting of several commonly used elixirs. These included the soul-reviving pill for restoring spiritual energy, the rejuvenation pill for treating external injuries, the military ration pill for satiety, and even the blood-boosting pill which temporarily enhances strength. Qian Gu Yue also specifically prepared some body-enhancing liquid for Qian Renxue and others to aid in their physical training. This also serves as a foundation for their future. Naturally, Qian Gu Yue has sold quite a number of low-tier elixirs, contributing significantly to the revenue of the Spirit Hall. Upon witnessing these elixirs, Zhu Douluo was filled with immense excitement. For several days, he persistently pestered Qian Gu Yue, leaving her no choice but to demonstrate the refining process in his presence. After that, Zhu Douluo ceased his insistence, for although he had witnessed the procedure, he was still unable to replicate it himself. The elixirs produced by Qian Gu Yue have made a substantial impact across the continent. However, she only engaged in the process once, choosing to disregard it thereafter, leaving it for a more opportune moment. Time flies. A month later, the Spirit Hall has been diligently occupied, as Qian Gu Yue's succession ceremony is imminent. Representatives of various factions from across the continent have gathered here. With the influx of so many people into Spirit City, any unexpected incidents during the succession ceremony could undermine the previous victory over Haian Sect, bringing great embarrassment to the Spirit Hall and consequently to Qian Gu Yue. To avert any unforeseen events, some idle title Douluo have been dispatched by Qian Gu Yue, each assigned to oversee a specific area, operating discreetly. The exact number of title Douluo within the Spirit Hall remains a mystery to the outside world, and even the deities within the hall are not widely known. It is quite possible that a title Douluo is standing right beside you. The Spirit Hall is tranquil in the early morning. Numerous representatives have already arrived at the Grand Plaza of the Pope's Hall. However, these individuals merely glanced at one another without engaging in much conversation. The entire plaza remains remarkably quiet, and many expressions are somber, for the individual set to succeed the previous pope, Qian Renxue, is markedly different. Indeed, many are unaware of Qian Gu Yue's true identity, having been informed by the Spirit Hall itself. The challenge of gathering information has left some factions to rely on their assumptions. At the forefront stands the 7 great sects of the continent, or rather, now 6 great sects, as the Haian sect has been eliminated. The thoughts of these individuals vary significantly, particularly regarding the Shuang Erzong's 7 Treasures Glazed sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Ning Fingji and Yu Yuanjin find themselves in somewhat awkward circumstances, especially considering their recent meeting. They have come prepared with both gifts for the occasion and the previous hush money. Ning Fingji is at ease, as his sect is affluent, lacking in nothing but wealth. However, Yu Yuanjin feels a bit uncomfortable, for the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan does not possess the same financial resources as the 7 Treasures Glazed sect. Beside them stand 4 representatives from the lower 4 sects. Among them, Shui Ningbing of the Tianshui sect appears notably relaxed, as she shares a bloodline connection with Qian Gu Yue. The sound of the grand doors swinging open prompts the guests outside to adjust their appearances before entering the main hall. Both Dugabo and Yi Shinro are also present. Upon entering the hall, the guests take their designated seats or stand as appropriate. After a brief moment, the title Douluo from the Spirit Hall and the Master of the Spirit Sanctuary make their entrance, with Bibi Dong among them. However, upon her arrival, the expressions of some attendees shift noticeably, as the recent actions of Bibi Dong have been quite shocking. Some individuals she has dealt with are connected to them, leading to fears that the Spirit Hall may seize this opportunity to target them. After all, if the number 1 sect, the Haian sect, has fallen, what chance do they have? The final figure to enter is Qian Gu Yue, adorned in the regalia of a pope, accompanied by a golden-haired man. Indeed, it is Qian Douluo. The other offerings from the sanctuary are conspicuously absent, as Qian Douluo prefers to keep them hidden from view, resulting in their rare appearances. Only he emerged from the offering hall this time, determined to demonstrate to the world that Qian Douluo still thrived. It was best to suppress any unwarranted thoughts. Furthermore, this occasion marked the coronation ceremony for Qian Gu Yue. Unlike Bibi Dong, Qian Douluo had no interest in her. However, Qian Gu Yue was of his own lineage, possessing considerable talent. And importantly, she was a boon to his granddaughter, Qian Renxue. Upon catching sight of Qian Douluo trailing behind Qian Gu Yue, the expressions of Ning Fingji and Yu Yuanjin, seated in their chairs, shifted dramatically. In fact, it was not just the two of them. Representatives from various prominent forces across the continent altered their demeanor upon witnessing Qian Douluo. They had not anticipated that Qian Douluo, a contemporary of Tang Chun, was still alive. While their old rival Tang Chun had mysteriously vanished, perhaps even perished, Qian Douluo's continued existence came as a surprise. Moreover, it appeared that Qian Douluo had a long journey ahead of him. Prior to entering the offering hall, he had served as the Elder of Judgment for a considerable period. The Spirit Hall is an institution specifically designed to confront rival factions, and during that period, many met their demise at the hands of Qian Douluo. Among them was the father of Chun Xian, the sword Douluo of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, who, in his quest for a higher realm, willingly challenged Qian Douluo. Regrettably, he ultimately succumbed to defeat. However, he bore no resentment towards Qian Douluo. His remains now rest within the Douluo Palace. Moreover, with the current pope, Qian Gu Yue, at the helm, the influence of the Spirit Hall has grown significantly, not to mention the hidden titled combatants lurking within its ranks. None of the major forces on the continent can resist this situation alone. If there is to be a chance for survival, it seems that unity is the only path forward. At this moment, Shui Ningbing, seated comfortably, gazed at Qian Gu Yue with a smile of satisfaction, pondering that her sister would surely be delighted if she were aware of this. Moreover, it is crucial to note that, in terms of ice element manipulation on the continent, no one surpasses Qian Gu Yue. In approximately 3 years, her 2 daughters' martial souls will awaken. Afterward, she intends to send them to Qian Gu Yue, for she is merely a soul Douluo, while Qian Gu Yue stands as a super Douluo. The entire succession ceremony was lengthy and intricate. After enduring a prolonged wait, the coronation ceremony finally reached its conclusion. Later that evening, a gathering awaited, serving as an opportunity for everyone to become acquainted with the future pope. Chapter 67. the gifts from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan following the conclusion of the evening's festivities. Qian Gu Yue found herself alone in the Pope's exclusive office. It appears that a thorough internal cleansing of the Spirit Hall is about to commence. Staring at the pile of documents on her desk, Qian Gu Yue murmured softly to herself, "This is merely a fragment of the information, with a substantial portion yet to be organized." Qian Gu Yue has discovered that within the sub-branches of the Spirit Hall, there exist various issues to varying degrees. Minor grievances, provided they do not involve the oppression of common folk or the exploitation of low-ranking spirit masters seeking subsidies under the auspices of the Spirit Hall, are not matters that Qian Gu Yue intends to address. She is well aware of the adage that a crystal-clear stream harbors no fish. Regardless of the integrity of any organization, it is inevitable that some pests will emerge within. As long as one does not commit grievous errors, Qian Gu Yue is disinclined to concern herself with other matters. Should one feel financially deprived, they should possess the audacity to approach the noble lords for funds. Whatever amount they seek shall be theirs. After all, there are few commendable nobles on the continent. If exploitation occurs, Qian Gu Yue will not intervene. In fact, should trouble arise, she could even assist in repelling adversaries. Of course, this scenario is predicated on one's loyalty to the Spirit Hall and unwavering faith in the Angel of Heaven. Should one engage in treachery while appearing loyal, they must not fault Qian Gu Yue for her ruthlessness. Knock, knock. Enter, Qian Gu Yue said without lifting her head. These are gifts from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School and the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family, the entering Yanning promptly announced. This pertains to the hush money of two families, and it is quite substantial. Otherwise, one cannot predict when Qian Gu Yue might inadvertently disclose the matters concerning the Haian sect, potentially causing unforeseen repercussions for the two prominent families, which would be unfortunate. Previously, Qian Gu Yue had not expressed any demands for compensation. This has also resulted in the two major sects acquiring only the finest treasures. Fearing that the offerings might be inadequate, Qian Gu Yue disseminated news of previous events. After all, everyone values their reputation. Here lies a subtle technique. When the other party inquires about what compensation you desire, refrain from speaking first. Instead, allow them to articulate their offer. In this manner, the initiative rests firmly in one's own hands. Should you feel that the offer from the other party falls short, you may express your dissatisfaction through subtle gestures, remaining silent regardless of how they choose to initiate the conversation. If necessary, a mere smile will suffice. Ultimately, the value of what they provide must surpass the worth of what you initially sought. However, it is crucial to maintain a delicate balance to avoid any potential fallout. When Yin Ying beheld the offerings presented by the two major sects, he was taken aback. Truly, it is no wonder they are regarded as the wealthiest sects on the continent. The gifts from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect alone were several times more than those of the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon clan. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect bestowed an astounding 10 million gold soul coins, along with a commitment to provide an additional 1 million gold soul coins annually for the next decade. As for the other treasures, they were simply countless. In stark contrast, the offerings from the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon clan were utterly incomparable. What piqued Yin Ying's curiosity, however, was the presence of several children among the plethora of gifts. If the intention was to present a token of goodwill, one would expect more mature and alluring individuals, not mere children. Indeed, there were several young ones, including a 5-year-old girl. What is this? Surely you do not believe that Qian Gu Yue possesses any peculiar inclinations. In any case, Yin Ying is curious about the purpose of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Moreover, it goes without saying that these children cannot possibly be of the same lineage. They may even lack soul power altogether. It is conceivable that their forebears did not even possess the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon martial soul. Are you suggesting that you have become so impoverished that you cannot afford to care for these children? Bring these children to me, Qian Gu Yue instructed. The Spirit Hall does not support idlers. He wishes to assess the potential of these children. If they prove useful, they may be nurtured further. If not, they can simply be sent to an orphanage. That will suffice. After hearing Qian Gu Yue's words, Yanning went out to retrieve the children. There were 3 boys and 1 girl. However, what captivated Qian Gu Yue's attention was the frail little girl. It is not that Qian Gu Yue harbors any peculiar preferences. Rather, the sheer despair radiating from the girl piqued his interest. The 6-winged angel martial soul possesses a profound sensitivity to human emotions. The 3 boys exuded an aura of fear and terror, while the girl stood apart, enveloped in despair, devoid of any other sentiments. Qian Gu Yue was deeply intrigued by the treatment this girl must have endured within the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. He picked up a small ice dagger, forged from his own soul power, and cast it to the ground. The dagger embedded itself into the earth, emanating a visible chill. The children now trembled uncontrollably, overcome by the cold. This was forged from the utmost ice by Qian Gu Yue, a substance so formidable that even the flame hawk would hesitate to confront it barehanded. A single misstep could render one's hand utterly useless. Observing the scene, the flame hawk, well acquainted with Qian Gu Yue, recognized that he was not one to engage in the cruelty of tormenting children. This is a test, should any among them succeed. Their future within the spirit hall will undoubtedly improve, at the very least alleviating their concerns about the most basic matters. Conversely, if they fail, Qian Gu Yue will not return them, yet she shall certainly not offer further assistance thereafter. As time inexorably passes, the children have begun to shiver from the cold. Qian Gu Yue remained silent, merely observing them. At that moment, someone moved. The slender little girl stepped forward to retrieve the dagger. A glimmer of admiration flickered in Qian Gu Yue's eyes. Indeed, she had shown courage. Among all present, Qian Gu Yue held the highest regard for this girl. As the child approached the dagger, the chill began to envelop her, freezing her limbs. A delicate layer of ice began to form upon her frame, and her brows turned white. Though her body trembled, she gritted her teeth, striving to grasp the dagger. Her willpower was extraordinary. Observing the group huddled together for warmth in the corner, the contrast was stark. Just then, as the girl was on the verge of collapsing, Qian Gu Yue spoke. "You have passed." Upon hearing these words, the girl tumbled forward, but just before she hit the ground, Qian Gu Yue caught her. "Yining, I will take her back first," Qian Gu Yue declared, cradling the girl in her arms. "As for the others, escort them to the orphanage." "Understood," Yining nodded, then led the trembling children away. How alarming, Qian Gu Yue thought, sensing the girl's frail condition. A frown creased her brow. Indeed, this child's health was dire. Moreover, her weight was considerably below that of her peers. Even Qian Renxue had been comparable at the age of 3. Chapter 68. Yulioli. After bringing Yulioli back, Qian Gu Yue first roused the already slumbering Feng Xiaoying. "What is it?" "Senior, girls should not stay up late," Feng Xiaoying grumbled, her eyes still heavy with sleep. She had been dreaming of being with a little angel, eagerly awaiting the moment she would see the angel's form. "Senior, you have woken me up. How unreasonable. Change her clothes. I will go to the room across from yours," Qian Gu Yue said, handing Yulioli to Feng Xiaoying without further ado. "All right," Feng Xiaoying replied, still dazed. "Huh, what? Who am I changing clothes for?" However, she quickly awakened to the reality that Qian Gu Yue had already left, leaving her alone in the room with Yulioli, who lay on the bed. Where has this child come from? Could it be that Sister Yining has brought her back from outside once again? Feng Xiaoying pondered the girl's origins, yet proceeded to change her clothes. Alas, has she endured some form of abuse? Observing the scars upon Yulioli's body, Feng Xiaoying gasped in shock. Who is responsible for this? Is she still a child? Who could possibly have inflicted such harm upon her? It is utterly outrageous. Observing the numerous bruises littering Jade Lioli's delicate skin, Feng Xiaoying felt her heart sink. Just look at her. She has been raised plump and fair. "Senior, what on earth is happening here?" Feng Xiaoying, filled with indignation, inquired as she watched Qian Gu Yue's actions. "She is but a child. Her name is Jade Lioli." "Jade Lioli? What a lovely name," Feng Xiaoying remarked in admiration. "Wait, she bears the surname Yu? Could she be from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family?" At this moment, Feng Xiaoying sensed something amiss. Although there are several prominent families with the surname Yu on the continent, the most renowned is indeed the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. If she were an ordinary child, perhaps Qian Gu Yue would have healed her wounds and sent her to the orphanage of the Spirit Hall, rather than bringing her home. This indicates that the girl possesses a distinct identity. She is indeed a member of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. As Qian Gu Yue adjusted the medicinal liquid within the wooden barrel, she explained the girl's circumstances to Feng Xiaoying. "Oh, so these children were sent by the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan as compensation for that incident," Feng Xiaoying realized with clarity. However, she furrowed her brow and questioned, "But, esteemed elder, it seems contradictory." She understood that prominent families place great importance on the inheritance of their martial spirits, typically prohibiting the dispersal of their bloodlines. Why then? Would the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan send several children? Are they not concerned that another faction of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon martial spirit might emerge within the Spirit Hall? Indeed, they would be apprehensive. How could they not be? The children delivered this time are, in fact, descendants whose forebears have not awakened the blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul for several generations. From their perspective, it seems improbable that these children will ever awaken such a martial soul, which is why they felt entirely at ease in presenting them to the spirit hall. Do they not fear that these individuals might one day rival them for the title of the world's foremost beast martial soul? Feng Xiuying inquired, perplexed. She was aware that certain relationships on this continent were rather intricate, particularly among some nobles of the Tiando Empire, who would even exchange concubines among themselves. Perhaps they believe these children will not awaken the blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul, or even any soul power at all. Qian Gu Yue gently placed Yu Liuli in the wooden tub. I see. Feng Xiuying began to comprehend. They all share the surname Yu. And they are indeed the true lineage of my blue lightning tyrant dragon family, potentially capable of awakening the blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul. By offering you several such children, they will eventually become members of your spirit hall. So, does this child possess any special attributes? Feng Xiuying asked. The child's health is quite poor. Previously, when Feng Xiuying changed her clothes, she observed it very clearly. The girl must have had a rather unfortunate experience in the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. Her martial soul has undergone a mutation. Qian Gu Yue began to speak slowly. Previously, it was merely used to assess their worth. If one cannot even pass that initial trial, then no matter how exceptional your talent may be, Qian Gu Yue would not deign to acknowledge you. In the eyes of others, the blue electric Tyrannosaurus martial soul is formidable, but when compared to her own six-winged ice angel, it is nothing. Mutated? Feng Xiuying inquired with a curious expression. The blue electric Tyrannosaurus martial soul has a high potential, capable of evolving into a superior dragon type, such as the dark sacred dragon or the light sacred dragon. However, its minimum potential is also quite low, inferior even to the martial soul of Yu Shaojiang, the renowned teacher, known for his three-cannon martial soul. Its attacks resemble mere gestures. Has it indeed grown stronger? And into what martial soul has it transformed? Is it the dark sacred dragon? Feng Xiuying was quite excited. Although she could never recruit this girl into her own team, she felt that if managed well, this girl might someday inherit the divine position of the dark god among the first-tier deities, or perhaps even ascend to the status of the god of destruction. Furthermore, with such prospects in future divine battles, they would at least have the god of destruction and the god of life overseeing the Shura god. Of course, if they were to reach that point, with their current prowess, they would not fear the divine realm. It is indeed the dark sacred dragon, Qian Gu Yue nodded. Though it is not complete, Yu Liuli's martial soul has also transformed into the dark sacred dragon, as Qian Gu Yue had previously shown to Nanji. He did not possess the ability to perceive others' martial souls. Not complete. Feng Xiuying looked at Qian Gu Yue with intrigue. Since her arrival at the martial soul hall, she had come to understand that the tales in books serve merely as a reference, and many aspects are left unmentioned. After all, the stories within the books predominantly revolve around the main characters, while other elements are often glossed over. Yes, it is likely that during her earlier years, her body did not receive sufficient nourishment, resulting in an incomplete mutation. The reason it manifested as a dark sacred dragon rather than another form indeed has its own explanation. Qian Gu Yue elucidated for Feng Xiuying. What explanation? Feng Xiuying asked. You are aware of the existence of evil soul masters, correct? Qian Gu Yue queried. Of course, Feng Xiuying nodded, indicating her familiarity with the subject. After all, in later stories, evil soul masters were organized into a faction and became a scourge upon the continent. How did evil soul masters come to be? Qian Gu Yue continued, observing Yu Liuli's condition while engaging Feng Xiuying in conversation. Is it due to the malevolent nature of their martial souls, combined with some psychological abnormalities? Feng Xiuying questioned, noting that the book's depiction of evil soul masters has always been inconsistent. During the era of the martial soul hall, if your martial soul is malevolent or dark, as long as you refrain from committing heinous acts, the martial soul hall will not pursue you. At this moment, you can still appear in the city with complete integrity. Here and later on, the situation remains distinct. As time progresses, if your martial soul possesses malevolent or dark attributes, you shall be placed on the blacklist. To survive, one must either conceal themselves or join the Holy Spirit Sect. Chapter 69. State of mind in response to Feng Xiuying's remarks. Qian Gu Yue nodded. In truth, at this juncture, the concept of evil soul masters does not exist on the continent. The only term that prevails is that of fallen soul masters. The notion of evil soul masters likely emerged only after the obliteration of the martial soul hall, Qian Gu Yue articulated. Feng Xiuying possessed considerable knowledge. Yet all she knew stemmed from the pages of books, which diverged significantly from reality, specifically regarding the term evil soul master during the era of the martial soul hall. The designation fallen soul master was exclusively used to refer to those soul masters in the city of slaughter. In the outside world, as long as one refrains from committing heinous acts of indiscriminate slaughter, the martial soul hall would not pursue them. Look, currently, the martial soul of the ghost Douluo from the martial soul hall is a ghostly entity. The name itself suggests a shadowy martial spirit. Yet the entity known as Gue Mei has nonetheless allied with the spirit hall. Moreover, Gue Mei wields substantial power within this institution. As for the individual known as Bibi Dong, although she possesses twin martial spirits, both of which are imbued with malevolent attributes, she was still regarded as the former sanctus. In the original narrative, Bibi Dong's sole action was the devouring of Qian Shuanji's flesh and soul. Beyond that, she accomplished little else. It is worth noting that the angel god of the spirit hall ascended to divinity by quelling the turmoil instigated by evil soul masters across the continent. The spirit hall has consistently embraced this as its mission, yet it remains surprisingly lenient towards those who possess evil martial spirits. If one were to lack tolerance, it would be uncertain whether there still exist phantoms like Bibi Dong in the present day. If this were set in the era of Dosan, it would be somewhat manageable if one had connections within the Federation, but without such connections, one would find that aside from the Holy Spirit, there would be nowhere else to turn. As for the subsequent 2 installments, I truly lack the inclination to watch them. I couldn't even finish Do Air. Indeed, that is the case. Feng Xiuying nodded in agreement. The impact that the Holy Spirit had on her in the later installments was overwhelmingly significant, to the point that the term evil soul master had become second nature, and she found it somewhat challenging to adjust. After the destruction of the Spirit Hall, the city of slaughter, which had previously imprisoned fallen soul masters, was also annihilated by the great King Tang, allowing the fallen soul masters to escape all at once. Moreover, during that time, the nobility of the continent would not concern themselves with the fates of those beneath them, as no calamity would befall them. In the original narrative, the justification for King Tang's obliteration of the city of slaughter was that such places should not exist in the world. Sometimes, Feng Xiuying pondered whether he feared that someone might inherit the domain of the god of slaughter from within that city. After all, at that time, King Tang was already aware of the significant enhancement that a domain could provide to a soul master. In a place like the city of slaughter, one could obtain a domain reward simply by achieving 100 consecutive victories followed by traversing the path of hell. Thus, what truly motivated King Tang at that time remains ambiguous. Was it a genuine desire to prevent others from acquiring such power? Or was it truly for the well-being of the people of the continent? However, as the subsequent installments unfolded, it became increasingly evident that King Tang's destruction of the city of slaughter was indeed premeditated. After all, King Tang was a deity of faith, and to elevate his power further, he would need to expand his following, continually reaping the strength of belief from his adherents. The simplest and most effective means of gathering faith is through war, disease, and natural disasters. When humanity is engulfed in suffering, a savior who rises to rescue the world will inevitably be venerated by the people. This was precisely the situation with the angel ancestor god of that time. If King Tang truly acted for the sake of the continent's populace, then after the war with the Spirit Hall concluded, why did he not unify the continent in the name of divinity for the sake of the people? Why allow the existence of 2 great empires? At that point, he was the only deity on the continent, and having inherited divine status, he surely understood some of the most fundamental truths. This includes methods pertaining to faith. In his previous life, Tang Sen existed within a feudal imperial society, where governance was perpetually the domain of the upper echelons, rendering the common folk insignificant in his eyes. A glance at Old Jack from Holy Soul Village suffices to illustrate this point. As for the transmigrators, they are individuals of higher education, creating an ideological chasm between the 2 parties, both of whom fail to comprehend the motives behind each other's actions. It is likely that the commoners in a feudal society are easily deceived. Feng Xiuying shook her head in bewilderment at the behavior of the commoners depicted in the original work. Before the destruction of the Spirit Hall, there were still many lower-tier individuals, akin to Master Su, who traveled great distances to assist commoners in awakening their martial spirits. But what transpired after the fall of the Spirit Hall? The nobility would show no concern for them. If one wished to awaken a martial spirit, one could do so. but only at the cost of monetary exchange. Should one possess innate soul power, they would be forcibly integrated into a noble family, leaving no room for refusal. This situation persisted even until the Douluo era, during which the Tower of Inheritance took on the responsibility of awakening martial souls for the common folk. However, in comparison to the martial soul hall, it remained vastly inadequate. Listening to Feng Xiuying's words, Qian Gu Yue merely smiled and refrained from elaborating further. For Feng Xiuying's observations held truth. In fact, the emergence of fallen soul masters is largely attributable to the inner turmoil of the individuals themselves. The adage one's appearance reflects one's heart aptly applies here. Some soul masters, burdened by inherently low soul power, experience a sluggish pace in their cultivation, gradually lagging behind their peers. When one is merely slightly superior to those around them, jealousy ensues. Yet, as the disparity widens, admiration follows. However, upon reaching a peak of difference, one may find themselves isolated and ostracized by their surroundings. Many of these soul masters are plagued by inner imbalance, which ultimately leads to their current state. Qian Gu Yue elucidated to Feng Xiuying that as you tread the path of a soul master, it is imperative to consider not only the cultivation of soul power but, more importantly, the state of your heart. If one's mindset is sound, their future will undoubtedly be bright. This principle holds true for soul masters as well. Upon attaining the rank of Super Douluo, it is not solely the accumulation of soul power that matters, but also the comprehension of the martial soul itself and the cultivation of one's inner peace. Unfortunately, the records concerning this matter on the continent are exceedingly sparse, with even the documentation within the martial soul hall being limited. In this regard, Qian Gu Yue can only place her hopes on Nanji, wishing for the chance to draw a method of cultivation related to this matter in future lotteries. Chapter 70 Qian Gu Yue. Henceforth, you shall bear my surname. My name is Ululi, and my parents belong to the prestigious blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family of the upper three sects. My childhood was, in truth, quite blissful. My parents showered me with affection, and I was the eldest in the family. However, at the tender age of 3, everything changed abruptly when a catastrophic event claimed my parents' lives. Without their care, my existence within the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family became increasingly arduous. Following my parents' demise, those who once regarded me with reverence seemed to transform entirely. I was no longer the cherished darling of my parents. Instead, I was subjected to relentless labor, often going without food, enduring hunger, and at times, even facing physical punishment. Gradually, I became consumed by a profound hatred for this world. Why were my parents taken from me? Why must you treat me in such a manner? This world is fundamentally flawed. A flawed world deserves to be obliterated. Until recently, a stranger approached me, offering a chance to relocate. Without a moment's hesitation, I consented, eager to escape this sorrowful place. However, I did not anticipate that I would arrive at the Spirit Hall, the foremost authority of soul masters on the continent. Although I had never visited this place before, I had heard my parents speak of the Spirit Hall. I believed that if I could establish my life here, once I gained strength, I would surely return to seek justice for myself. Yet, there was a prerequisite. I needed to demonstrate my worth, ideally to someone of high standing. To my astonishment, I encountered the Pope, Qian Gu Yue, a young man with silver hair and delicate lavender eyes, appearing much like a friendly neighbor. I understood that in order to acquire resources within the Spirit Hall, I must curry favor with this Pope. But what value did I possess? Laundry? Labor? For a moment, Ululi was at a loss, unable to discern any useful contributions she could make. Then, I witnessed the Pope conjure a dagger from thin air, letting it fall to the ground and instructing us to pick it up. A surge of joy filled me. After all, retrieving a dagger seemed simple enough. However, what followed took me by surprise. The temperature in the room began to plummet swiftly, and I soon felt a chill enveloping me. At this moment, I realized that this was no simple task. Yet, in pursuit of justice, I resolutely stood my ground. As I drew nearer to the dagger, I could distinctly feel my body trembling, and a persistent voice in my mind urged me to relent, to yield, insisting that success was beyond my reach. What a jest! After all, I had fought hard for this opportunity. Surrender was not an option. Thus, I gritted my teeth and pressed on, though each step became increasingly arduous. I could not afford to falter. Yet, I felt my resolve waning. Gazing at the dagger ahead, I sensed that I was so close, just a fraction more. If only I could endure a little longer. I must not give up. You did it, echoed the voice of Qian Gu Yue, resonating within me like a beacon of hope. I had succeeded. Clinging to this thought, I succumbed to unconsciousness, but in that fleeting moment, I felt myself cradled in a warm embrace, reminiscent of my mother's arms in childhood. Hey, senior, why isn't she waking up? Feng Xiuying inquired, idly swinging her feet while seated beside the bed. Last night, Qian Gu Yue had kept watch here, ultimately falling asleep herself. Let us wait a bit longer, Qian Gu Yue replied, engrossed in a book while perched beside a wooden tub. As for the papal hall, with Yan Ying, Zhu Douluo, and Bibi Dong present, it was unlikely they would intervene. Well then, senior, how do you intend to handle her? Feng Xiuying asked curiously. Will you keep her close, or what? It appeared that Qian Gu Yue intended to keep her nearby. For Feng Xiuying knew well that not just anyone could enter Qian Gu Yue's home. I plan to nurture her closely, Qian Gu Yue declared. Someone like her has no lingering attachments. Moreover, Qian Gu Yue was confident that she would not raise a fool like Bibi Dong. MMM. A muffled sound escaped Yu Liuli's lips as she lay in the tub. Where am I? She murmured, staring at the unfamiliar ceiling. This is not the place where I once resided. The ceiling is pristine, the glass is clear, and there is not a hint of any strange odor in the air. Have you awakened? Upon seeing Yu Liuli stir, Feng Xiuying hurried over. Who are you? Yu Liuli gazed at Feng Xiuying with a look of confusion, as she had never encountered this person before. Who is she? This is the abode of my senior. Feng Xiuying pointed towards the reading Qian Gu Yue. Senior? Yu Liuli followed the direction of Feng Xiuying's finger and found Qian Gu Yue looking back at her. With silver hair and violet eyes, this person is the Pope. Am I in the Pope's home? The realization struck Yu Liuli. She had intended to rise. But as she did, a chill enveloped her. Looking down, she exclaimed, Ah! Yu Liuli clasped her arms around herself, her face flushed, retreating back into the wooden tub. Where are my clothes? How could they be gone? Does this mean my body has been fully exposed? My mother always said that my body should only be seen by my future husband. Does this mean I am to marry the Pope? But there is such an age difference between us. Furthermore, would the Pope truly be interested in me? I have heard that he has no fiancée. Am I to be the first? This is unacceptable, unacceptable. Yu Liuli, what are you thinking? How could you entertain such thoughts? It is too shameful. Senior, is there something wrong with your medicine? Feng Xiuying, observing Yu Liuli's flushed face and ever-changing expressions, turned to Qian Gu Yue. Qian Gu Yue merely rolled her eyes. Her medicine was undoubtedly fine, and this child was clearly lost in fanciful thoughts. Please, speak to her properly. Qian Gu Yue stood up. I shall be in the study awaiting you both. Very well, senior. As Qian Gu Yue departed, Feng Xiuying began to clarify the matter of the clothing to Yu Liuli. Oh, I see. It's not as I imagined. Yu Liuli felt a wave of relief wash over her. It turns out I was overthinking. From now on, you shall share my surname. We will be known as Qian. In the study, Qian Gu Yue addressed Yu Liuli, who stood before her. Yes, Senior Pope. Qian Liuli responded to Qian Gu Yue. The term senior had been conveyed to her by Feng Xiuying, and she could refer to Qian Gu Yue as such during casual moments. However, Qian Liuli believed it prudent to show a bit more respect towards Qian Gu Yue. As for adopting her surname, she felt no psychological burden. After all, upon being sent to the Spirit Hall, she was no longer a member of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Changing her surname posed no issue. Moreover, sharing the same surname as the Pope was a privilege that even the former saintess, Bibi Dong, had not enjoyed. Chapter 71. The Heart of a Millennium Willow. After arranging matters concerning Qian Liuli, Qian Gu Yue returned to her room. I recall there was a tenfold draw from Nanji as compensation that I had yet to claim. Perhaps I should do so this evening. Qian Gu Yue mused. Seated in her chair, stroking her chin. Do I have any other matters to attend to tomorrow? No, not really. Nanji, what is it? A sleep-laden voice emerged from Nanji, who had already settled into bed. She needed to rise early for her studies tomorrow and could not afford to stay up late. Bring up the lottery interface. I wish to participate in the draw. Qian Gu Yue paid no heed to Nanji's state. Even if she were aware, Qian Gu Yue would remain indifferent. For there was little she could do regarding Nanji's postgraduate examination preparations, right? All she could offer was moral support. Very well, Nanji yawned, casually pulling up the lottery interface. Henceforth, I shall grant you some basic permissions, allowing you to manage such matters independently. Nanji added. In that case, apart from a few essential matters, Qian Gu Yue would refrain from bothering her. Very well. Qian Gu Yue was initially taken aback, but soon nodded in agreement. A fortunate occurrence indeed. All right, I shall retire for the night. After a few taps with her hands, Nanji addressed Qian Gu Yue before proceeding to sleep. Off you go. As the familiar lottery interface sprang to life, Qian Gu Yue gazed at it with excitement. Although there was a prompt indicating guaranteed rewards, Qian Gu Yue still hoped for a few more, for it is always prudent to have ample means of ensuring one's safety. 100 million gold soul coins. This can wait until later for feng shuoying. After all, if a sect lacks financial resources, what can it truly accomplish? If it cannot even provide basic sustenance and salaries, who would choose to associate with it? The chaos of Mother Pig also goes mad. 1-0. Is it that I am fated to contend with this absurdity? It appeared last time, and yet here it is again. The enhanced aphrodisiac concocted by Xiaochun of Lingxi Sect, an aphrodisiac? Or is it the enhanced version? Gazing at this potion, Qian Gu Yue was reminded of the waters of the mother-child river from their last encounter. Though it is said that one can conceive without any special means, and regardless of gender, Qian Gu Yue pondered, if it were merely this way, whom would the child call father in the future? Is this a question? How could someone as benevolent as Qian Gu Yue bear to witness a mother laboring to raise her child? Such cruelty is unimaginable. Thus, Qian Gu Yue resolved to introduce some spring medicine into the waters of the mother river. If that failed, one could always resort to the frenzied nature of the sow. Ultimately, employing all three methods might be necessary. Given the constitution of the soul masters here, it might only lead to some fatigue. Surely it wouldn't result in loss of life. Would it? A blueprint for the manufacturing of first-grade soul-guided artillery shells? Even soul-guided devices have emerged, and judging by the name, they are intended for use as weapons on the battlefield. Is this acceptable? However, it would be prudent to consult feng shuoying regarding the soul-guiding device. According to her account, the soul-guiding device first emerged during the Do-Air period of the Sun-Moon Empire, which occurred a millennium later. At that time, the Sun-Moon Empire was indeed prevailing on the battlefield against the original Douluo continent. This clearly illustrates the significant role of the soul-guiding device. Whether utilized for warfare or other purposes, it holds great utility. The only unfortunate aspect is that it is a first-tier device, capable of damaging soul masters below the defensive rank of Soul Douluo. Nevertheless, this is still commendable, particularly for the current spirit hall. While it may not serve high-ranking soul masters, it proves advantageous for armies composed of ordinary individuals. Presently, the spirit hall possesses only a legion of soul masters, with no teams of commoners as of yet. In the future, Qian Gu Yue intends to assemble a unit of ordinary people. A dark sacred dragon soul spirit orb, with growth potential? Is this the soul spirit that feng shuoying previously mentioned, which soul masters absorbed during the Dosan period? The dark sacred dragon soul spirit, initially a 10-year soul spirit, can subsequently increase its age and soul ring duration through the cultivation of the soul master or by absorbing energy. Soul masters can acquire the soul rings necessary for advancement through the dark sacred dragon soul spirit without the need to hunt soul beasts. The soul rings are capable of growth. This implies that if a soul master possessing this soul spirit eventually becomes a titled Douluo, or even an extreme Douluo, they might obtain 900,000-year soul rings without undergoing the divine examination, provided their body can withstand such energy. However, there is a distinction between the 100,000-year soul rings acquired through soul spirits and those obtained from soul beasts. It is known that the 100,000-year soul rings possess 2 soul skills, whereas those enhanced through soul spirits yield only a single soul skill. Furthermore, if the soul spirit absorbed by the soul master aligns well with their original martial spirit, the resulting soul ring will not be inferior to those derived from soul beasts. In this case, the most suitable candidate for this soul spirit is currently Qian Liuli. Nevertheless, Qian Gu Yue intends to observe this child closely. If all appears well, this soul spirit may indeed be bestowed upon her. It is only the 4th draw, and I have already obtained a remarkable item. It seems that today's fortune is indeed quite favorable. Let us proceed. Let us continue. The heart of a millennium-old willow. What is this? I have never heard of it. No matter, does Qian Gu Yue not know? Then why not inquire with the marvelous Nenji? The core of the 1,000-year willow heart emanates from the spirit of flora and fauna within the vast expanse of the universe. The 1,000-year willow heart. The essence of a 1-meter diameter willow tree spirit is the size of an egg. Upon consumption, it significantly enhances cellular vitality and accelerates the body's recovery rate manifold. It also bestows a remarkable elevation in physical attributes, surpassing the effects of dragon's blood. The outer crystalline shell of the 1,000-year willow heart is extraordinarily resilient, while the inner liquid is the true essence. The method of use involves piercing the outer crystalline shell and subsequently ingesting the inner liquid essence. It is imperative not to swallow the crystalline shell. During consumption, one will experience immense comfort without any painful symptoms. The duration of this transformative process varies based on the extent of the enhancement. The vast expanse of the universe? Never heard of it. Moreover, judging by its effects, this must surely be the creation of some divine being. However, I wonder if, after using it, my physical attributes could attain the divine level previously mentioned by Feng Xiuing. This assertion emerged within the realm of Dosan. According to their claims, once one's soul power, mental strength, and physical prowess reach divine levels, a breakthrough to the 100th level and ascension to divinity becomes attainable. Perhaps due to the discrepancies between that era and this one, perspectives have varied. Yet, Qian Gu Yue merely smiled at this notion. If attaining divinity were truly that facile, countless soul masters would not be fervently pursuing the legacies of the gods. After all, the efficacy of others' powers pales in comparison to one's own. Only that which is personal is truly the best. No matter how extraordinary another's strength may be, it does not necessarily suit oneself, does it? Chapter 72, The Wind's Ultimate Demise and the Purple Dew Yet Another Unknown Entity? As per the customary approach, I shall inquire of the enigmatic Nanji. Purple dew originates from the vast expanse of the devouring starry sky, a beverage commonly favored by affluent families, possessing a density lighter than water. Its effects appear to be compatible with the millennium-old willow heart, allowing for synergistic use. Upon reviewing the introduction of purple dew, Qian Gu Yue felt a surge of joy. Given the provenance of this purple dew alongside the ancient willow heart, it is evident that the realm known as the devouring starry sky is far more formidable than Douluo. As for utilizing an item from such a powerful realm to achieve a breakthrough, Qian Gu Yue pondered its potential. Nevertheless, for the sake of the future, this risk is certainly worth undertaking. With the existence of these two items, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Qian Gu Yue's physical form is destined to ascend to the divine level. In this scenario, Qian Gu Yue's mental prowess and physical form would both ascend to a divine level. However, the transformation of soul power is the most arduous task. To elevate one's entire soul energy to divine strength requires an extensive investment of time, which Qian Gu Yue does not possess. Even if all three aspects reach the divine level, Qian Gu Yue's soul power would merely attain a 100-level status, still falling short of true divinity. The combat technique, ultimate wind destruction, remains at play. This technique is not unfamiliar to Qian Gu Yue, after all. It is the renowned combat skill of the Cloud Sect master from the neighboring continent. This combat technique belongs to the advanced realm of Qian-level skills. However, when it comes to its potency, the extreme wind can rival even the lower-tier earth-level techniques. This is evident after the infusion of the medicinal elder's anti-inflammatory remedy and during the confrontation with Yunshan. This combat technique is indeed quite remarkable, belonging to the wind attribute. Moreover, Qian Gu Yue's six-winged ice angel, to be candid, also possesses the wind attribute. However, in comparison to several other attributes, it appears somewhat lacking in strength. Of course, any soul master endowed with the ability to fly can typically acquire such skills. This is truly remarkable, as it perfectly complements Qian Gu Yue's offensive techniques. It is imperative to understand that this is a battle skill, not a soul skill. Its potency can amplify in accordance with the user's growing prowess, which inherently makes it superior to soul skills. Soul skills merely offer a fixed enhancement, regardless of one's level, and do not evolve, except in the case of domains. A box of instant noodles, with an array of flavors, suggests that my fortune may have reached its limit. Upon reading this, Qian Gu Yue helplessly shrugged. Yet a sense of joy lingered in his heart. After all, this draw was significantly better than the previous one. At the very least, there were indeed numerous valuable items. To speak of nothing else, simply acquiring a first-tier soul-guided bomb brought him considerable delight. Furthermore, the subsequent items, the Millennium Willow Heart and the Purple Light Dew, would aid him in his breakthroughs. Undoubtedly, Qian Gu Yue's utmost satisfaction stemmed from the wind's ultimate battle skill that followed. This certainly represents a significant advantage. The advanced level of the Qian tier serves as an immensely potent offensive force within the realm of Douluo. It is likely that even the most formidable attack from the venerable Qian Douluo may pale in comparison to this martial skill. Furthermore, the disparity between the Qian tier and the Earth tier on the neighboring continent is quite pronounced. It is akin to the difference between a level 95 title Douluo and a level 96 title Douluo in Douluo, while it appears to be merely a single level apart. This seemingly minor gap has thwarted countless individuals. If an advanced Qian tier martial skill can rival the full power assault of an ultimate Douluo, Then what can be said of the Earth tier and the Celestial tier, which correspond to divine combat prowess in the realm of Douluo? If fortune smiles upon him in the future, Qian Gu Yue would not be greedy and would be content with a mere Earth tier item. Of course, the Celestial tier would be the pinnacle. Overall, Qian Gu Yue is quite pleased with this round of lottery. He has obtained numerous valuable items, all of which hold significant utility. He first took out the schematic for the soul-guided cannonball. Yes. As he perused the document, he nodded in understanding. So this is how it works. While this may seem troublesome to the inhabitants of Douluo continent, it is indeed a challenge for them. However, for someone like Qian Gu Yue, with a formidable mental strength and the necessary blueprints, it is merely a trivial matter. Possessing strong mental faculties offers substantial advantages, such as the ability to observe minute movements, an essential skill in the fabrication of soul-guided devices, particularly with something as delicate as a soul-guided cannonball. A single error could result in an explosion. Not only would this squander materials, but it could also pose a threat to one's life. After examining the schematic, Qian Gu Yue set it aside. Although he comprehended it, he realized he would be incapable of manufacturing it at this moment. Setting aside the issue of materials, he still needed to procure a tool known as a carving knife. While he could purchase one directly from Nanji's system shop, he was reluctant to expend his points on such an item. He resolved to craft one himself when he had the time. To do so, he would need to gather a significant amount of precious metals. The materials for a first-tier soul-guided cannonball are rather commonplace, composed of easily available metals. However, Qian Gu Yue understands that the finer the item, the more expensive the materials required. When it comes to forging on the continent, the most skilled artisans undoubtedly belong to the Haian sect, as their martial spirits are hammers, specifically designed for metallurgy. Apart from the Haian sect, the most distinguished is the Blacksmith Association, which boasts a plethora of skilled blacksmiths. Feng Xiaoying had previously mentioned this association to Qian Gu Yue, and he took heed of her words. In the past, Qian Gu Yue might have merely paid it a cursory glance. After all, no matter how strong or excellent the armor one forges may be, can it withstand the onslaught of a titled Douluo? It remains what it is, regardless. For Qian Gu Yue, external matters have always remained external, utterly inconsequential in the face of absolute strength. However, with the advent of soul-guided artillery shells, a visit to the Blacksmith Association has become imperative, should time allow. Yet, Qian Gu Yue does not intend to undertake this journey personally. Instead, she will send Yining. After all, as one of the 3 individuals within the Spirit Hall flaunting a 10,000-year soul ring, Yining's visage proves far more advantageous than that of the elderly Zhu Gui. Qian Gu Yue has other pressing matters to attend to and cannot afford to go herself. However, upon the Blacksmith Association's arrival, she may certainly pay a visit to assess their craftsmanship. Should they be capable of forging soul-guided artillery shells? Qian Gu Yue would not hesitate to establish a dedicated department within the Spirit Hall. Ultimately, as long as it serves the interests of the Spirit Hall, Qian Dao Lu would never oppose it, and his approval implies that the offering hall would likewise acquiesce. Thus, the command may be issued forth. Chapter 73, The Spirit Hall Conference, Part 1. Years have drifted by. Since Qian Gu Yue ascended to the position of Pope, Bibi Dong has ceased her prior endeavors. Recently, she has been residing within the Spirit Hall, diligently focused on her cultivation. With Bibi Dong momentarily occupied, many have exhaled a sigh of relief. After all, Bibi Dong is notoriously ruthless. Once a target is deemed deserving of death, no plea for mercy will suffice, and one might even drag down those standing behind them. Indeed, Qian Gu Yue is equally formidable when it comes to taking action. Within the Spirit City, the conference hall of the Elder Hall is convening for its quarterly meeting as usual, attended by titled Douluo elders and the esteemed Super Douluo offerings, save for a few who have been temporarily called away for official business. At the center of the Elder Hall lies a rectangular table, flanked by 10 chairs crafted from platinum jade, though currently, only 7 offerings are seated. Among them is Yining, who, despite still being a 95th level titled Douluo, is widely acknowledged as merely awaiting his ascension to Super Douluo. Moreover, given his extraordinary relationship with Pope Qian Gu Yue, his position garners no undue scrutiny from the others present. Beneath the rectangular table, 2 rows of white jade chairs accommodate approximately 20 seats, of which more than half are already filled. 15 or 16 powerful beings at the titled Douluo level, though remaining discreet, inadvertently exude an overwhelming aura that imbues the atmosphere of the conference hall with a palpable solemnity. At this moment, 2 figures enter the conference room in succession. Qian Gu Yue took her seat at the head of the table, while Qian Douluo settled into the chair opposite her. With their arrival, the atmosphere of the entire conference room grew increasingly oppressive. Both of these individuals belong to the angel family. There is no need to elaborate on Qian Douluo, as he is a seasoned and formidable powerhouse, arguably the strongest within the Spirit Hall. The only one capable of contending with him is Tang Hao, the former leader of the Haian Sect. As for Qian Gu Yue, her credentials are equally impressive. She is the current pope of the Spirit Hall and holds the distinction of being the youngest pope in its history. Her strength has reached an astonishing level of 98. And what is even more significant is her youth. Her ascendance to the realm of Qian Douluo is merely a matter of time. Furthermore, had it not been for the news of the death of the former pope, Qian Sundi, Qian Gu Yue might well have remained in the angel family, with her existence unknown to outsiders. The events surrounding the Haian sect have brought her to light, but it can only be said that Qian Gu Yue was previously remarkably low-key. So much so that even within her own Spirit Hall, few were aware of her presence. In due course, the Spirit Hall will boast 2 limit Douluos at the pinnacle of 99. This marks the inaugural meeting following Qian Gu Yue's ascension to the throne. Observing the title Douluo and the esteemed offerings present, a hint of peculiarity stirred within Qian Gu Yue's heart. How could the Spirit Hall, with such a plethora of title Douluo, ultimately face defeat? Setting aside other considerations, merely deploying the tactics previously employed against the Haian sect onto the battlefield would have left no one on the continent capable of thwarting them. As the meeting commenced, Qian Gu Yue addressed the titled Douluo gathered. The principle of suffering before sweetness is self-evident to all. Now, esteemed colleagues, please take a look at this. From his storage soul guide, Qian Gu Yue retrieved a stack of documents and distributed them to each elder. The elders, upon receiving the papers, bowed their heads in contemplation, and soon, the chamber was enveloped in the sound of rustling pages. However, Qian Gu Yue noticed that the expressions of several elders grew increasingly grim, with flickers of panic evident in their eyes. The documents were not extensive, and within approximately 10 minutes, everyone had perused their contents. Second offering, what are your thoughts? Qian Gu Yue inquired with a semblance of a smile directed at the second offering, Golden Crocodile. These individuals must be eliminated, Golden Crocodile responded, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. His family had long been loyal to the Spirit Hall, having produced several popes throughout the generations. Over a year ago, Zhao Hui and others from Starlight City and Xing Luo conspired with local nobility to embezzle funds meant for the repair of city walls, ultimately resulting in the deaths of dozens. They even dared to withhold subsidies from soul masters who came to claim them, concealing their actions from higher authorities. Such audacity is remarkable, Qian Gu Yue remarked with a smile, though an undercurrent of lethal intent permeated the atmosphere. We cannot act against the nobility of the empire, as the Spirit Hall is prohibited from intervening in imperial affairs. However, these individuals are fair game. Elder Ghost, select a few from your punishment hall to handle this matter, and simply extend an apology to the local populace. Understood, Ghost replied succinctly. These individuals must be dealt with. Those deserving of death should not be spared nor shown mercy. At the same time, we shall apologize to the innocent civilians affected and return all embezzled soul coins. Such individuals must be made an example of. The offerings and elders alike were filled with righteous indignation. As title Douluo, they often remained engrossed in their cultivation, yearning to transcend their current realms. Ordinary Douluo aspired to break through to Super Douluo, while Super Douluo sought to ascend even further. Consequently, there were certainly lapses in the management of the Spirit Hall. Yet none had anticipated the severity of the situation. As for the accuracy of the information, no one harbored doubts. The absence of dissent from the esteemed grand offering regarding Qian Douluo's actions signifies his belief and support for Qian Gu Yue's approach. However, the outraged offerings and elders did not notice that one elder at the end of the white jade seat had exhaled a sigh of relief. Having endured hardship, sweet times must surely follow. Let us all take a look at this, Qian Gu Yue declared as he revealed the blueprint for a first-tier soul-guiding cannon. He deemed it unnecessary to invest time in the study of soul-guiding devices, so he opted to present it instead, hoping someone within the Spirit Hall might possess interest or talent in this realm. Upon seeing the blueprint for the soul-guiding cannon, the attendees were filled with joy. To their surprise, beyond the everyday soul-guiding devices, there existed weaponry designed for warfare. While skepticism lingered regarding the cannon's power, they recognized it was merely a first-tier blueprint, with surely more advanced designs to follow, perhaps even shells capable of challenging title Douluos. Yanning, find an opportunity to consult with the Blacksmith Association regarding this blueprint. Qian Gu Yue pondered, realizing that the expertise of the blacksmiths was essential. The members of Haian Sect were not to be trusted entirely. As titled Douluos, their time was already consumed with training, and the study of soul-guiding devices required considerable dedication. Thus, it was prudent to leave the crafting to those specialized in the trade. Understood, Yan Ying replied, her agreement stemming from prior discussions with Qian Gu Yue. The other titled Douluos present echoed similar sentiments, as titled Douluos. Their schedules were laden with responsibilities beyond training, leaving little room for additional pursuits. They were not concerned about the blueprint circulating under the vigilant eyes of fellow titled Douluos, as the individuals involved were expected to arrive in Spirit City soon. Chapter 74, The Spirit Hall Conference, Part 2. Very well, let us move past this matter. Concluded the discussion on the soul-guiding canon. Now, on to the next point. Qian Gu Yue retrieved another document for distribution. Your Holiness, this is unacceptable, exclaimed one elder. Indeed, Your Holiness, this could offend the major powers across the continent. We implore you to reconsider. The faces of the elders shifted dramatically upon reviewing the proposal. If this document is approved, the Spirit Hall will inevitably become the common enemy of all major forces on the continent. Even Qian Dalu was momentarily taken aback upon seeing it. He was aware of Qian Gu Yue's inclination to alter the Spirit Hall, yet he did not oppose this notion. As long as the proposals aimed at strengthening the Spirit Hall do not tarnish its reputation among the common folk, Qian Dalu would remain agreeable. Although the Spirit Hall appears immensely powerful, this strength is fundamentally supported by the might of the Qian family and a cadre of super Douluos within the worship hall. The document succinctly states, henceforth, any soul master or civilian wishing to enter the hunting grounds belonging to the Spirit Hall must pay an admission fee of 10 gold soul coins per person. Numerous hunting grounds exist across the continent, specifically designated for lower-ranked soul masters. However, the majority of these hunting grounds are owned by the Spirit Hall. Should Qian Gu Yue's proposal pass, the various forces on the continent will undoubtedly react with discontent. If lower-ranked soul masters are barred from accessing the hunting grounds, their only recourse for obtaining soul rings would be to venture into the perilous Star Do Forest. For a soul master at levels 20 or 30, that would be akin to walking into a death trap. The Star Do Forest, while a paradise for soul beasts, poses a veritable hell for soul masters. Although the periphery may seem relatively safer, high-ranking soul beasts occasionally wander into these outskirts, and encountering one could spell disaster. One should not presume that having a high-ranking soul master nearby guarantees safety in the Star Do Forest. Even then, misfortune can strike with brutal ferocity. This policy is designed to exhaust the two empires and those factions less than amicable towards the Spirit Hall. Should this policy be enacted, the affected forces will not remain idle. Despite Qian Gu Yue's recent display of power, these factions will demand an explanation from the Spirit Hall. All the worshippers and elders oppose this proposal of mine. What say you, Spirit Turtle Douluo, who has remained silent? Qian Gu Yue remarked with a smile that held a hint of mockery as he regarded the Spirit Turtle Douluo, seated at the end of the table. This individual had only recently attained the rank of title Douluo a year prior and had even taken a concubine, with a penchant for acquiring more at intervals. By the way, I've heard that you used to take a concubine every so often. Why is it that several months have passed without news of any new concubines being added? The Spirit Turtle Douluo, sitting at the end, felt a pang of anxiety as he listened to Qian Gu Yue's words and observed his ambiguous expression. He hastily explained, I am of advanced age and find myself lacking the vigor of youth. I must consider my health and reserve my strength for the noble cause of the Spirit Hall. Oh, is that truly the case? Is it genuinely due to your waning strength, or have your 8th and 9th concubines been spirited away? Qian Gu Yue's eyes narrowed as he scrutinized the elderly Spirit Turtle. He understood that a lifetime of effort had culminated in reaching the title Douluo realm, and he wondered if one could not enjoy the fruits of their labor. However, the actions of the old man Lingue infuriated Qian Gu Yue. How could you possibly know? Upon hearing Qian Gu Yue's words, Lingue's expression drastically changed, and he involuntarily exclaimed, Haha, of course, those are the people I have taken. It is rather fortuitous that during a previous attendance at a wedding with Yan Ying and Bibi Dong, I encountered this situation. Qian Gu Yue swiftly dealt with the matter then, yet was subsequently preoccupied with other affairs and could not attend to him further. The second encounter occurred while I was escorting Feng Xiao Ying to the setting sun forest. Is it not a curious coincidence? Later, Qian Gu Yue instructed Ghost Douluo to conduct a brief investigation, which indeed unveiled a wealth of information. A murderous intent flickered in Qian Gu Yue's eyes. His violet gaze fixed intently upon Ling Gue. You forcibly take a virtuous woman as your concubine, and should she refuse, you annihilate her entire family. The 10 tortures of the spirit hall. Choose one, if you will. Upon hearing these words, the elders within the hall were struck with immense shock. They had not anticipated that their colleague, Ling Gue, would stoop to such despicable depths. Ling Gue, how dare you act with such audacity? I am ashamed to be associated with you. You deserve nothing less than death. The elders and offerings voiced their condemnation, particularly those who were more familiar with Ling Gue. Their fury ignited. My purpose in joining the spirit hall was for power and status. Mere commoners cannot hope to compare with a titled Douluo such as myself. As the truth began to unravel, Ling Gue ceased to mask his true nature, revealing a ferocious countenance as he retorted, as a fellow titled Douluo. You cannot be certain you can slay me. At these words, an abrupt silence enveloped the atmosphere. The attendees exchanged glances, stifling laughter, yet instinctively stepped back to create space. Come, Mr. Ling Gue Douluo, let the performance commence. Qian Gu Yue could not help but laugh aloud, astonished to encounter such a foolish title Douluo. True form of Ling Gue, ninth soul skill, roar of the ocean. Without hesitation, Ling Gue activated his martial soul's true form, his body adorned with hues of yellow, purple, and black, 9 soul rings swirling about him, his aura suggesting a level around 91. Upon manifesting his martial soul's true form, Ling Gue appeared even more diminutive. A green shell emerging upon his back, his limbs short and stubby. A stream of water coalesced before Ling Gue and surged towards Qian Gu Yue. Is that all? Qian Gu Yue snapped his fingers. A crisp sound echoed through the room. Previously, during an instance at Haian Sect, an ice seal had appeared, effortlessly dispelling Ling Gue's attack. The onlookers, including Zhu Gue, Gue Bao, and Mo Xiong, were taken aback. It is crucial to note that this ice seal was directed at a titled Douluo, far beyond the capabilities of those soul masters from Haian Sect. Now, Ling Gue stood frozen, much like those from Haian Sect before him. Even his soul rings encased in ice. Thank you, Mr. Ling Gue, for the splendid performance. After instructing the guards to take the shivering, recently thawed spirit turtle down to the dungeons of the spirit hall, I shall not beat around the bush any longer, for we are not young anymore. If you possess the ability to extract benefits from the nobles of the empire, that is your skill, and I shall not interfere. However, should your grasp extend towards the common folk and the civilian soul masters, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. The reason Qian Gu Yue has shown excessive favor to the commoners and civilian soul masters is solely because the foundation of the spirit hall is rooted in the belief of the angelic deity by these very commoners and soul masters. This entire situation stems from your interests. For even the tallest skyscraper requires a solid foundation. Without it, it is but a castle in the air, bound to collapse at any moment. As for the matters concerning the soul hunting forest, let it be decided thus. Any issues shall be personally addressed by me. The meeting is adjourned. Yes, the elders replied in unison. Chapter 75. You are the ones being trapped. The inaugural meeting after Qian Gu Yue's ascension concluded successfully. Though a minor incident occurred, the overall outcome was quite satisfactory. Previously, the stipulation was that non-spirit hall soul masters and civilian soul masters entering the soul hunting forest, which belongs to the spirit hall, would each be required to pay a fee of 10 gold soul coins. Frankly, Qian Gu Yue considered this price rather low. It is known that those prominent families and wealthy nobles would hardly regard 10 gold soul coins with any seriousness. It is akin to the character Ning Fengji in the original tale, who blinked not an eye while presenting 5 million gold soul coins. For the 7-treasure glazed tile school, this was indeed a trivial matter. Moreover, even if other families could not match the 7-treasure glazed tile school, they still possessed considerable savings. Some ancient noble families, in particular, had substantial funds at their disposal. Qian Gu Yue understood that most of the wealth resided with the large sects and affluent nobles, while the common folk had little to spare. Initially, Qian Gu Yue intended to set the fee at 50 gold soul coins per person. However, upon reflection, he realized that if the fee were truly 50 gold soul coins, despite the wealth of those nobles and sects, with so many disciples in their families, they would manage for a short while without issue. Yet, over time, troubles would inevitably arise, leading to unrest, and it would be Qian Gu Yue who would bear the burden of their discontent. Thus, he decided to reduce the fee from 50 to 10 gold soul coins. Additionally, soul masters from the Spirit Hall would not be required to pay this fee, which would also serve to attract some young individuals to join the Spirit Hall. In this back-and-forth exchange, the strength of the Spirit Hall has significantly increased, consequently diminishing the potential enhancement of power for the respective sects in the two great empires. There exists a limited number of soul masters on the continent. Thus, an influx of individuals from my side inevitably results in a corresponding decrease on yours. While this may not yield immediate consequences, over an extended period, the disparities among us will become apparent. This is a blatant conspiracy, an overt scheme laid bare. No matter how much dissatisfaction one may harbor, what can be done? The Spirit Hall possesses formidable strength at present, as evidenced by the survival of Qian Douluo during this grand inauguration ceremony of the Pope. This marks the emergence of a legendary soul master, whose strength has ascended to the pinnacle of 99 levels. Aside from the venerable Tang Chun, the former leader of the Haian Sect, there exists no rival to Qian Douluo on the continent. However, there is one in the vast ocean. Yet, this individual remains entirely indifferent to your affairs, and there is little familiarity among you. Consequently, regardless of the discontent simmering in everyone's hearts, the imposing figure of Qian Douluo looms large over them all. Moreover, the current pope, Qian Gu Yue, is still in the bloom of youth and is destined to eventually attain the realm of limit Douluo. A rebellion against the Spirit Hall could only be conceived if they were to possess a limit Douluo of their own. After all, it is well understood among the title Douluo that only those at the limit can confront another at the limit. Yet, even aside from limit Douluo, the number of title Douluo visible on the continent is exceedingly few. Among them, the most formidable are the Sword Douluo of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Patriarch of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, Yu Yuanjin, both at 95 levels. And neither of them qualifies as a Super Douluo. For Qian Gu Yue and Qian Douluo, they would be mere playthings to be easily dispatched. 3 days hence, a new edict regarding the soul-hunting forest was promulgated by the Spirit Hall, which quickly caught the attention of the major factions across the continent. Just as Qian Gu Yue had anticipated, this incited considerable outrage. Although 10 gold soul coins is not a substantial sum, it is one that everyone can muster. Nevertheless, many families possess numerous younger members, and they also need to summon soul masters from the outside to join their clans, alongside the necessity of disbursing monthly allowances to certain clan members. In this scenario, regardless of the abundance of gold soul coins at everyone's disposal, such an expenditure is unsustainable, as the funds are not easily acquired. Nevertheless, even under these circumstances, individuals are left with no choice but to endure in silence, gritting their teeth. The overwhelming power of the Spirit Hall is simply too formidable. Even when united, they cannot hope to withstand its might. Presently, the various factions across the continent yearn for an ultimate Douluo to emerge and lead them in their struggle against the tyranny of the Spirit Hall. This outcome aligns perfectly with Qian Gu Yue's intentions, as she plans to exert pressure on the major forces of the continent. When the time is right, it will be the moment for Feng Xiaoying's sect to make its appearance. By then, the populace will be nearly suffocated under the oppression of the Spirit Hall. And at that critical juncture, a hidden family boasting both an ultimate Douluo and a super Douluo will suddenly reveal itself. No justification is necessary, for individuals often seek the most suitable rationale for their actions. After all, I can certainly fathom the reasons behind it. If you cannot grasp this, perhaps there is a flaw in your reasoning. It would be prudent for you to refrain from associating with me, lest I be affected by your shortcomings. Even if many remain oblivious to the underlying reasons, they observe the actions of their peers and feel compelled to conform. Regardless of their understanding, they must feign comprehension. Hence, this moment marks the most opportune time for Feng Xiaoying to make her entrance. Meanwhile, within this time frame, Qian Gu Yue must also embark on a journey to the extreme north. This serves dual purposes: to address the grievances from her encounter with the Ice Emperor and to seek out the Snow Emperor. Qian Gu Yue intends to bring both of them forth from the extreme north to assist Feng Xiaoying. There should be no issue in this regard, for on this continent, none have encountered the Ice and Snow Emperors. The only beings acquainted with them are the formidable souls of the same Spirit Beast clan. Yet, these spirit beasts typically remain ensconced in their lairs, seldom stirring from their abodes. Even when they do move, it is primarily for sustenance. Moreover, they are preoccupied with their own cultivation, leaving little time to traverse the territories of other spirit beasts. Even the Ice and Snow Emperors, residing in the farthest north, meet but once every few millennia, and for the most part, their interactions are limited to perceiving one another through spiritual energy. Hence, Qian Gu Yue harbored no concerns regarding the potential discovery of their identities as spirit beasts in the human realm, given the prowess of the ice and snow emperors. The minimum requirement for uncovering such identities would be the presence of a super Douluo of level 98 or above. On the continent, the only known super Douluos of this caliber are Qian Gu Yue and Qian Douluo of the Spirit Hall. As for the second offering, the Golden Crocodile, he has not been active within the Soul Master community for quite some time, and those familiar with him belong to the generation of Qian Douluo. Most of that generation has since departed from this world, leaving behind only a few who now dwell in serene retirement. Chapter 76. The journey to the far north. Following the recent enactment of regulations concerning the soul-hunting forest by the Spirit Hall, dissatisfaction brewed among the various factions. Although they were not in want of coin, no one was eager to part with their gold soul coins to the Spirit Hall. Consequently, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, as prominent sects, found themselves bustling with activity. Surprisingly, however, neither the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School nor the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family seemed inclined to seek an explanation from the Spirit Hall. Without the leadership of these two sects, the other factions exchanged glances, uncertain of how to proceed. Ultimately, this farce gradually subsided. As for venturing into the Star Doe Forest, that was preposterous. Such a place was not meant for lower-ranked soul masters. Even with higher-ranked soul masters in proximity, one misstep could result in dire consequences. When weighed against life itself, gold soul coins pale in significance. After all, wealth can be regained if lost, but once life is extinguished, all is irrevocably lost. After spending nearly a month within the Spirit Hall, Qian Gu Yue felt reassured as everything fell into place, prompting her to depart the Spirit Hall alone. This time, Qian Gu Yue ventured alone to the far northern reaches, without any companions. Aside from the higher-ups, the others were unaware of Qian Gu Yue's departure. After his exit, the affairs of the Spirit Hall were still in capable hands, managed by the likes of Yan, Bibi Dong, and Zhu Douluo, ensuring that no mishaps would occur. Furthermore, even if difficulties arose, the Grand Offering, Qian Douluo, remained to oversee matters. Presently, no force on the continent was audacious enough to provoke the Spirit Hall following their recent downfall. Thus, Qian Gu Yue departed with a sense of assurance. He harbored no concerns regarding Bibi Dong's potential ambitions for power. After all, Bibi Dong was merely a disciple of the former pope, currently serving as the saintess of the Spirit Hall, a title that Qian Gu Yue had not stripped away. Ultimately, it was but a hollow designation, devoid of significant consequence. Moreover, should Bibi Dong aspire to seize control, she would require support. The upper echelon of the Spirit Hall was fortified with the formidable Qian Douluo, followed by Qian Gu Yue, a super Douluo whose prowess was unrivaled. It was evident that aligning with Qian Gu Yue would be far more advantageous than following Bibi Dong. As long as one refrained from recklessly challenging Qian Gu Yue's boundaries, he was disinclined to concern himself with trivial matters. Therefore, Bibi Dong's standing within the Spirit Hall was relatively tenuous, with only Zhu and Gue occasionally checking on her. Even if Bibi Dong were to usurp power, Qian Gu Yue remained unperturbed. This is a world where strength reigns supreme, and in the face of absolute power, all else is but an illusion. Let us not speak of the future. Even in the present, Qian Gu Yue's prowess far surpasses that of Bai Dong. The extreme north, located in the northern expanse of the continent, boasts vast territories. It is a realm that, alongside the Starry Forest, is often regarded as a forbidden zone for humanity. Within the Starry Forest, one can sense the breath of nature, yet one must remain ever vigilant against the lurking soul beasts, for a surprise attack may occur at any moment. In the extreme north, soul beasts also inhabit this land. However, neither their variety nor their numbers can compare to those found in the Starry Forest. Yet, the soul beasts that dwell here are notably more ferocious and cunning, and the environment is particularly conducive to their combat. In this harsh domain, soul masters must contend not only with the assaults of these beasts, but also with the severe weather conditions. The temperature in the extreme north can reach a maximum of around -10 degrees Celsius, while in its core regions, it can plummet to below freezing, even reaching temperatures of -100 degrees. Similar to the soul beasts of the Starry Forest, the mightiest of these creatures tend to shy away from human society. On the outskirts of the extreme north, soul beasts primarily exist in centennial cycles, and one may not even encounter a single beast within a 100-mile radius. As one ventures deeper into the interior, powerful species reside here, claiming the most abundant resources of the extreme north, their cultivation and lineage embodying remarkable strength. The ice-blue scorpion soul beast encountered by Qian Gu Yue previously is an example of such a formidable race. This race is inherently endowed with the exquisite attribute of ice, wielding unparalleled mastery over the ice element. In the frigid expanse of the far north, the combat prowess of the ice scorpion is greatly amplified. Furthermore, the ice scorpion clan possesses a formidable offensive technique known as the ice explosion. By infusing their chilling soul energy into the body of an adversary and subsequently detonating it, the resultant explosion yields a terrifying force. However, not every ice scorpion possesses this ability. For instance, the Ice Emperor lacks the skill. Meanwhile, Qian Gu Yue can replicate a similar effect through comparable methods, though the potency pales in comparison to that of the ice explosion. Additionally, there exists a race reminiscent of giants, the Titan snow demons. It is worth noting that when Qian Gu Yue first beheld this race, she was taken aback. Are you certain they are not distant relatives of the mighty Kong? This race is said to be the descendants of the ancient ice god, who graced the Titan giants. They are known as the Titan snow demons, and without a doubt, they are the most formidable beings in the frigid realms. When united, they are an invincible force in these icy lands. The Titan snow demons are born towering over 10 meters, with adult specimens exceeding 50 meters in height. Even in the ocean, few can compare to their colossal size. At the apex of the northern territories reigns the Snow Empress, also known as the Ice Goddess. It is said that the Snow Empress belongs to the elven lineage, as she is a natural-born entity of the land. Apart from her, no other ice goddess has emerged in the far north. However, the Snow Empress possesses immense power, with a cultivation spanning 690,000 years, nearing 700,000 years of ferocity. As long as she resides in the northern expanse, the Snow Empress draws upon the very essence of the region, unleashing combat abilities that rival the divine. Admittedly, this so-called divinity merely pertains to the weakest of gods. Yet, this aspect alone underscores the Snow Empress's formidable nature. The target of Qian Gu Yue this time is the dual emperors of ice and snow, as he seeks to present sufficient incentives for these two soul beast sovereigns to assist him. Naturally, Qian Gu Yue could resort to a more forceful approach to resolve his issues. However, he hesitates to confront the Snow Empress directly, for if only the Ice Emperor were present, his concerns would be considerably diminished. He might consider delivering a beating first and addressing the consequences later. Yet, Qian Gu Yue finds himself captivated by the Snow Empress's form, and in the frigid north, she is undoubtedly the sovereign, with the soul beasts beneath her regarded as her subjects. Action must be taken. The Snow Empress may become a troublesome matter. Qian Gu Yue cannot allow his future bride to harbor any grievances against him. Thus, he believes it prudent to present sufficient benefits. As for the possibility of the Ice and Snow Emperors turning against him, Qian Gu Yue remains unperturbed. This presents an opportune moment to test the capabilities of the wind's extremity that he had previously acquired. Chapter 77. The Snow Empress under Qian Gu Yue's swift flight. His journey this time was relatively brief. After all, he was alone, unencumbered by the presence of Feng Shuoying, the proverbial anchor. The frozen forest. This is the frontier forest of the far north, and beyond the woods lies a vast expanse of white northern tundra. This region marks the northernmost point on the mainland where ice-attributed soul masters have ventured. Few possess the audacity to traverse further into the frigid expanse of the extreme north. Thus, humanity's understanding of the conditions therein remains woefully inadequate. After a brief respite in the frozen forest, Qian Gu Yue set forth directly into the heart of the extreme northern snowfields, intent on seeking the ice goddess. As for the scorpion, that matter could be addressed later. Soaring swiftly through the lofty skies, concerns regarding soul power consumption were trifling, not to mention the existence of soul cores, which rapidly replenish one's energy. Qian Gu Yue could even slowly regain soul power during combat, albeit in modest increments. Moreover, possessing the innate ability to fly, there was scarcely any need for substantial soul power expenditure to sustain her flight. Upon arrival, she beheld the imposing ice tree ahead, a clear marker of her destination. It was here that Qian Gu Yue first encountered the ice goddess. This time, Qian Gu Yue came directly, and she did not entertain any thoughts about whether the ice goddess would be absent. The territories of soul beasts are fixed. Typically, they do not stray from their domains unless extraordinary circumstances arise. A soul beast like the ice goddess, who occupies the most prime territory in the far north, would certainly not abandon her realm. As for humanity, the Snow Empress, with her cascading, pristine white hair flowing down to her feet, possesses ethereal, azure eyes that seem capable of piercing through the essence of the world. Her slender figure is flawless, and though her white gown bears no embellishments, it bestows upon her an air of purity and unparalleled beauty. Meticulously composed, she resembles the winter snow and the cold plum blossoms, standing apart in her elegance, defying both snow and frost. This is the foremost of the three sovereigns of the far north, a being formed from the purest ice elemental forces of the core realm, endowed with an unparalleled existence. After countless years of gestation, it has finally attained consciousness and wisdom, evolving into a sentient entity. The Snow Empress, who had been dozing languidly upon her crystalline throne, furrowed her brow in confusion. In such a desolate place as the far north, could it be that a human dared to venture here? Were they courting death? How peculiar. This aura seems vaguely familiar. Moreover, it appears to be approaching me, she exclaimed in astonishment. It is not unusual for humans to arrive in the far north. Each year, they come. Yet most remain only on the periphery for a few days before departing, as none have the audacity to venture into the core. The Snow Empress, a spirit of ice and snow, possesses sensory tendrils that extend into any realm touched by frost. As soon as Qian Gu Yue stepped into the snowy expanse of the far north, the Snow Empress was already aware of her presence. After all, Qian Gu Yue did not conceal her formidable power. In the presence of such a being as the Snow Empress, concealment was futile. Ah, how intriguing, she mused, sensing Qian Gu Yue drawing nearer. For many years, no spirit beast had dared to challenge the Snow Empress's authority. To think that today, a human would come forth. It is quite amusing. In the eyes of the Snow Empress, Qian Gu Yue appeared to be merely a soul master who had heard tales of the formidable spirit beasts residing deep within the far north and sought to uncover some fortune. Since she has come, she may as well remain. As the sovereign of this realm, the Snow Empress harbors great pride. In the past, a few spirit beasts had foolishly dared to defy her, but they have all vanished. Since then, no voice of rebellion has echoed here. The only sound that reigns is the cold voice of the Ice Empress, who determines all and governs everything. It is unexpected that once again, a challenger should emerge in the form of a human soul master. Truth be told, it has been an eternity since the Snow Empress last encountered a human, let alone engaged in combat with one of their elite. Allow me to witness your prowess, she declared, rising to her feet and fixing her gaze upon the rapidly approaching Qian Gu Yue. From the Snow Empress's perception, Qian Gu Yue was a super Douluo at level 98, a strength that could indeed rival that of the Ice Emperor. However, the chasm between the Ice Emperor and the Snow Empress is vast, and there are no advantages to be found in battling the Ice Emperor. Snow Maiden, come forth for a meeting, called Qian Gu Yue from the air. This time, she intended to speak before resorting to violence, regardless of the outcome. Qian Gu Yue believed that a confrontation was inevitable. It is essential to recognize that the Soul Beast tribe reveres strength. To command respect, one must possess greater power. In the frigid expanse of the extreme north, it is not solely the Snow Emperor who benefits from the environment. Qian Gu Yue, too, can harness its potential. After all, the previously consumed frost fruit was not without merit. It not only enhanced her ice attribute attacks but also, under specific conditions, augmented her strength beyond the ordinary. While the Snow Emperor's prowess slightly surpasses that of Qian Gu Yue, the other Snow Emperors fall short in comparison. Furthermore, with the enhancement of her soul core and combat techniques, coupled with her dual domains, Qian Gu Yue harbored no doubts about her capability to contend with the Snow Maiden. Human, you possess remarkable audacity, the Snow Emperor remarked with a cold smile as she confronted Qian Gu Yue. Do not presume that being a super Douluo grants you the right to provoke me. I shall demonstrate to you the true meaning of cruelty. After all these years, you are the only one daring enough to venture alone into the heart of the extreme north. The Snow Emperor's words were undeniably harsh, reflecting a grim reality. Humans hunted soul beasts, while soul beasts retaliated against humans. It was fortunate if they did not engage in immediate conflict upon meeting. Dialogue in a conciliatory manner was utterly out of the question for both parties. Of course, if one side's strength was overwhelmingly superior, the situation would be different. Gazing at the Snow Emperor's exquisite visage, with her pristine white hair cascading to the ground, the most striking aspect was her disdainful gaze, one that seemed to regard all as mere refuse. This is truly a piercing revelation for Qian Gu Yue. Sister, step on me. Regarding the Snow Empress's arrogance, Qian Gu Yue finds no fault in it. After all, as the sovereign of the extreme north, it is quite natural for her to exude confidence, especially while fighting on her home turf. Moreover, the Snow Empress's attitude towards Qian Gu Yue has alleviated his concerns. Previously, he had heard from Feng Xiuying that soul beasts subtly influenced by the divine realm harbor an inexplicable fondness for humans. It is akin to a soul master, buoyed by his title of Douluo, attempting to venture deep into the Star Do forest to challenge the forest king, the Titan Great Ape, only to be dissuaded by the sky blue bull python. One must remember, this is a title Douluo. If he were to divulge your circumstances, it is highly likely that a throng of humans would soon arrive in pursuit of your soul rings. This matter, Qian Gu Yue had also heard of it before. Logically speaking, shouldn't they have confronted each other without uttering a word and engaged in battle directly? Why, then, was the individual allowed to return? Especially when their whereabouts had already been uncovered. The blue electric Tyrannosaurus family harbors considerable interest in this azure sky python. After all, it is an ancient dragon species that has existed for 100,000 years and possesses the ability to manipulate lightning, making it particularly alluring to the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. Chapter 78. Qian Gu Yue. If you lose, you shall become my partner. He chuckled. One can only gauge my audacity through the competition. Qian Gu Yue took the matter of finding a partner quite seriously. Setting aside other considerations, first and foremost, one must possess strength comparable to his own. Otherwise, there would be no common ground for communication. The case of the Snow Emperor exemplifies this scenario, an ominous beast that has thrived for nearly 700,000 years. Even with the esteemed Qian Dao Lu present in the extreme north, there would be no means to subdue the Snow Emperor. Secondly, longevity is essential. As a member of the Qian family, Qian Gu Yue is eligible to undergo the angelic goddess trial, even if his martial soul were to mutate, preventing him from inheriting the divine position of the angelic god. Once Qian Gu Yue commences the examination, it is not unreasonable to expect him to survive for a millennium. 1,000 years is ample time for Qian Gu Yue to discover the path to divinity. At this juncture, the significance of a partner's lifespan is underscored. Moreover, Qian Gu Yue remains committed to the principle of monogamy, having no intention of establishing a harem. The Snow Empress, as a soul beast, also aligns with this notion of longevity. Once Qian Gu Yue ascends to divinity, it is certain that his partner, the Snow Empress, shall also attain godhood. At the very least, Qian Gu Yue can bring the Snow Empress to the divine realm. Most crucially, Qian Gu Yue harbors an affinity for individuals with white hair. The Snow Empress's lustrous white locks are, to him, an undeniable asset. It can be said that, apart from the Snow Empress, there exists no one more suitable on the entire continent. At this moment, one might interject, the dragon maiden beneath the lake of life in the great forest of stars also possesses white hair. Moreover, the mere thought of the dragon maiden is exhilarating. Regarding this dragon maiden, Gu Yuna, Qian Gu Yue has also heard tales from Feng Xiuying. However, after some contemplation, Qian Gu Yue concluded that the Snow Empress is preferable, as she harbors no significant enmities. Furthermore, Qian Gu Yue lacks the confidence to encounter the Silver Dragon King unscathed. After all, while the golden-eyed Black Dragon King, Di Tian, has yet to reach the third level of combat prowess, he is undeniably a true dragon, incomparable to the likes of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, which is merely a sub-dragon. Additionally, according to Feng Xiuying, Di Tian possesses a divine skill known as the Dragon God Claw. This extraordinary skill is beyond the capabilities of the current Qian Gu Yue. Thus, it would be wise for Qian Gu Yue to seek out the Snow Empress. After all, they have already crossed paths once before, have they not? It appears, human, that you possess a great deal of confidence in your own strength, the Snow Empress remarked with a cold smile. It seems that my collection shall soon expand by one more. Throughout the course of her life, the Snow Empress has faced numerous formidable soul beasts that dared to challenge her. Yet, without exception, they all met with failure. The price of their defeat was to become eternal ice sculptures, forever enshrined in this place. Human, you should consider yourself fortunate. You are the first human to be transformed into an ice sculpture by this empress. Although there have been other humans who ventured into the extreme north, their strength was lamentably feeble. They were swiftly vanquished by various soul beasts shortly after entering, which has rendered the Snow Empress indifferent to them. However, Qian Gu Yue is the first human to stand before the Snow Empress, and notably, Qian Gu Yue is a super Douluo at the remarkable level of 98. Among her numerous collectibles, this prowess could easily rank among the finest. Oh, is that so? Qian Gu Yue smiled, finding no surprise in the words of the Snow Empress. After all, the victorious hold the right to dictate the fate of the vanquished. Perhaps it could be this way, Qian Gu Yue suggested amiably. Should I lose? You may dispose of me as you wish. Human, you possess quite a degree of self-awareness, don't you? The Snow Empress remarked with a chuckle. This human is rather intriguing. If you, Snow Maiden, were to lose, it is inconceivable that I would be defeated by you, the Snow Empress interjected with unwavering resolve. Preposterous. She, the ice goddess, is the sovereign of the far north. In battle within the far north, not even the black dragon of the stellar forest would instill fear in her. Though Qian Gu Yue is a level 98 super Douluo, she remains insignificant in the eyes of the Snow Empress. Do not speak too grandly. Beware of capsizing. Qian Gu Yue felt no dissatisfaction at the Snow Empress interrupting her words. This is my future bride. You ought to be magnanimous. Snow Maiden, should you suffer defeat, you shall obediently become my companion and return with me to human society. Qian Gu Yue candidly expressed his intention, revealing that his primary purpose for this venture was indeed the Snow Maiden. The scorpion posed no significant concern. The importance of his future wife outweighed all else. Human, your audacity is truly remarkable. Upon hearing Qian Gu Yue's words, the Snow Empress's face was suffused with murderous intent. Many soul beasts had previously encountered similar fates, yet they either perished or dared not speak of the matter again. To her astonishment, she heard it today, articulated by a human no less. The Snow Empress now yearned to transform Qian Gu Yue into an ice sculpture and cast him down from the heights, relishing the sight of his shattering. Qian Gu Yue chose not to respond to the Snow Empress. Rather than waste words here, he deemed it more prudent to prepare thoroughly for the impending battle. Meanwhile, the Snow Empress began to gather her powers, and the atmosphere fell into a tense silence as the two adversaries regarded one another intently. In an instant, their figures vanished from sight. A resounding thud echoed suddenly in the air. This was merely a probing attack by the Snow Emperor. As the sovereign of the far north, it would have been rather unbecoming to unleash full power right from the outset. However, this tentative strike did elicit a flicker of surprise in the Snow Emperor's gaze. The physical strength of this individual is quite impressive. Although the Snow Empress herself is not adept at harnessing corporeal power, her physical prowess is nonetheless commendable when juxtaposed with that of humans. In this instance, Qian Gu Yue astonishingly manages to contend with her during the probing attack. Furthermore, observing Qian Gu Yue's demeanor, calm and unperturbed, with no sign of rapid heartbeat or labored breath, clearly indicates that she is not exerting her full strength at this moment. This notion ignited a flicker of excitement within the heart of the Snow Empress. This encounter is markedly different from the clash with the Ice Emperor, for the Snow Empress must exercise restraint in her engagement, unable to unleash her full power against the Ice Emperor. In contrast, Qian Gu Yue is unencumbered. She can exert her utmost strength without reservation, as she is human, not a member of the Soul Beast clan. Meanwhile, Qian Gu Yue senses the formidable force emanating from the strike on her arm. Truly, the ferocity of this beast is commendable. Even though the Snow Empress may not excel in physical prowess, this strike would be formidable even for a level 96 Super Douluo. This is but a tentative attack from the Snow Empress. Had she unleashed her full power from the outset, while Qian Gu Yue might ultimately withstand it. Achieving such ease would be an unattainable feat. It is worth noting that Qian Gu Yue has primarily acquired offensive techniques from Nanji, lacking any defensive or physical enhancements. After enduring the Snow Empress's strike, Qian Gu Yue hastily retreated. Continuing the contest would inevitably lead to her disadvantage. She certainly does not wish to be outmatched by her future wife, for that would be quite embarrassing. Chapter 79. The ninth 200,000-year soul ring. Observing Qian Gu Yue from a distance, the Snow Empress's lips curled into a slight sneer. Despite possessing a soul power level of 98, both her physicality and soul strength are already comparable to that of a level 99. Moreover, Qian Gu Yue's soul energy is remarkably robust, far exceeding the expectations for her rank. Nonetheless, this could prove advantageous. Perhaps this human can amuse me. As Qian Gu Yue gazes at the Snow Empress, a flicker of fervor ignites in her eyes. Within the Spirit Hall, few can engage her in combat. Only Qian Douluo and the Golden Crocodile from the Hall of Offerings are worthy challengers. However, these two elders are currently devoted to their own cultivation and health, leaving Qian Gu Yue hesitant to approach them for practice. Yet, the Snow Empress stirs within Qian Gu Yue a long-buried excitement. A long sword of icy blue materializes in Qian Gu Yue's right hand, and without hesitation, she launches a full-scale assault. At this moment, hesitating could potentially lead to calamity. Moreover, Qian Gu Yue yearned to experience the combat prowess of a formidable opponent. Is she wielding a sword? The Snow Empress gazed at the ice sword in Qian Gu Yue's hand, a flicker of astonishment crossing her eyes. Additionally, the Snow Empress herself was a sword wielder, possessing a mastery in this domain that far surpassed that of the sword Douluo from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. After all, the latter had only trained for approximately 80 or 90 years, whereas the Snow Empress had existed for a significantly longer period. In terms of perspective and combat techniques, she would undoubtedly overwhelm any human soul master of comparable rank. "Allow me to witness the prowess of your sword," the Snow Empress declared, meeting Qian Gu Yue with her own ice sword. The two blades clashed continuously in the air, as they engaged purely in a contest of swordsmanship. As time progressed, the astonishment in the Snow Empress's eyes grew ever more profound. Qian Gu Yue's swordsmanship was commendable, marking the first time she had encountered an opponent capable of challenging her in this art. In stark contrast to the Snow Empress's surprise, Qian Gu Yue found himself in a rather uncomfortable situation. He was increasingly struggling against the Snow Empress's sword techniques, and defeat seemed inevitable. At just under 30 years of age, even if he had begun practicing swordsmanship from birth, he had only a few years of experience. Despite Qian Gu Yue's formidable combat strength, his true proficiency lay in ice attribute attacks, supplemented by his mental prowess in battle. In terms of swordsmanship, even though his skills were not inferior to those of the sword Douluo from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, they paled in comparison to the Snow Empress's expertise. Nevertheless, Qian Gu Yue found himself elated by this predicament. To accelerate his growth, the most effective approach was to engage with an opponent of superior strength. Of course, it was crucial to choose wisely. Encountering a temperamental adversary could result in dire consequences. It appeared that to triumph over the Snow Empress, alternative strategies would be necessary. Qian Gu Yue was resolute in his intention to secure the Snow Empress. He could conveniently utilize the abilities of the frozen fruit. With a resounding shout, "Huh?" An explosion erupted between them, and Qian Gu Yue swiftly retreated amidst the white mist. "Do you think you can escape?" The Snow Empress scoffed. If he managed to flee, her reputation would be tarnished. Martial soul manifestation. Behind Qian Gu Yue, instead of the usual white mist, stood a striking female figure adorned with 3 pairs of crystalline wings, her silvery hair cascading elegantly, and her visage remarkably beautiful. As her martial spirit manifested, the soul rings of Qian Gu Yue began to materialize one by one beneath her feet. Observing this humanoid martial spirit, Snow Empress was not particularly astonished. After all, she herself was a humanoid soul beast. What took her aback was the configuration of Qian Gu Yue's soul rings. Despite her limited exposure to human society, she was familiar with the soul ring configurations of human soul masters. However, the appearance of Qian Gu Yue clearly did not conform to these norms. The second soul ring, which was 2,000 years old, and the fourth soul ring, which was 40,000 years old, barely registered in her mind. The pivotal moment came when she noted that starting from the seventh soul ring, there was a striking red soul ring of 100,000 years, followed by the eighth and ninth soul rings, which were similarly remarkable. Yet, what left Snow Empress utterly astonished was that the ninth soul ring was evidently not merely one of 100,000 years, but rather an extraordinary soul ring of 200,000 years, glowing in an orange-red hue. There exists a distinct disparity between a 100,000-year soul ring and a 200,000-year soul ring. While a 100,000-year soul ring is merely red, subsequent soul beasts, upon withstanding a heavenly tribulation, acquire a golden thread in their soul rings. At this moment, Qian Gu Yue's ninth soul ring bore such a golden thread. However, what shocked Snow Empress even further was the complete absence of any soul beast aura emanating from this 200,000-year soul ring. Had it been somehow extinguished by a peculiar method? As this thought crossed her mind, Snow Empress shook her head. It was implausible. Qian Gu Yue's seventh and eighth soul rings still radiated the aura of soul beasts. If these two 100,000-year rings possessed such essence, there was no reason for the more potent 200,000-year ring to lack it. Or was it possible that Qian Gu Yue was a divine test-taker? Snow Empress was well-versed in many esoteric matters. For instance, she knew that deities existed in this world. and that in the depths of the ocean resided the deep-sea demon whale king, whose cultivation was nearing 990,000 years. However, if Qian Gu Yue were indeed a divine test-taker, her first soul ring should at least be purple, if not black, rather than the mere yellow it presently was. What could be the truth? Snow Empress was filled with curiosity regarding how Qian Gu Yue had acquired this soul ring. In truth, this remarkable 200,000-year soul ring was one of the rare divine bestowed soul rings that Qian Douluo had extracted from the Qian family storeroom when Qian Gu Yue reached level 90. The Qian family, having existed for an extraordinarily long time, possessed a few such divine bestowed rings, albeit in limited numbers. Moreover, it was only under the divine power of the angel god that this soul ring had achieved the 200,000-year mark. Only Qian Gu Yue and Qian Douluo are privy to this matter. No one else, not even Qian Renxue, is aware of it. The first, second, and third soul rings beneath Qian Gu Yue's feet illuminated instantaneously. With the glowing of the soul rings, Qian Gu Yue's aura surged dramatically. Sensing that Qian Gu Yue's presence was significantly more formidable than before, the Snow Empress's exquisitely beautiful face revealed a hint of a smile. How enchanting, how lovely. At the moment Qian Gu Yue beheld the Snow Empress smile, his heart skipped a beat. He had encountered many beautiful women, yet none could compare to the Snow Empress. However, Qian Gu Yue was acutely aware that beautiful roses come with thorns. A misstep could lead to self-inflicted harm. He was momentarily taken aback. In the angelic domain, a golden ring rapidly expanded, enveloping both individuals in an instant. Chapter 80. Clash of Domains. To his surprise, this human possesses a domain. It is only fitting, considering he wields 200,000-year soul rings and one 200,000-year soul ring. Without such extraordinary talent, he would likely lack even a 100,000-year soul ring. No wonder he dares to provoke me. For the soul beast race, upon reaching the 100,000-year mark and surviving their first tribulation, they awaken their own exclusive domains. This can indeed be regarded as a form of compensation. After all, the time required for a soul beast to mature is exceedingly lengthy. In contrast, human soul masters, provided their innate soul power is no less than level 8, can potentially attain the formidable strength of a tidal Douluo with merely a century of cultivation, supplemented by fortuitous circumstances. This pace is astonishingly rapid when juxtaposed with that of the Soul Beast clan. However, in relation to the exclusive domains of soul beasts, a human soul master's domain is contingent upon the individual's innate talent, excluding the domains of the angel, see God, and God of slaughter as depicted in the original narrative, which are, strictly speaking, bestowed by the divine. Even the blue-silver domain is an exclusive privilege reserved for the sovereign of the entire blue-silver grass clan, being the singular manifestation wrought by the collective of the species. Notably, even the second offering of the worship hall, the golden crocodile, lacks a personal domain. Moreover, there exist other domains, such as the 7-killing domain of the sword Douluo from the 7 treasure, glazed tile school, Bibi Dong's death domain from the spirit hall, and the break demon domain of the sea dragon Douluo from Sea God Island. As for Xiao Wu, although she has attained a cultivation level of 100,000 years, she has not chosen to confront the heavenly tribulation, which consequently means she does not possess a domain. Soul beasts acquire their own domains only after surviving their first heavenly tribulation. Had she possessed the requisite strength, she could have easily withstood the tribulation to obtain her own domain, instead of opting to transform and daringly venture into the human realm for cultivation. It is well known that a domain holds immense significance for a powerful being, often capable of influencing the tide of battle. Furthermore, why has Xiao Wu not summoned her 2 brothers to capture some humans and confine them within the core area? In such a scenario, by the time Xiao Wu cultivates to the rank of Soul Sage, those individuals would no longer serve a purpose. At this moment, Xiao Wu re-enters the human realm, and she faces no risk of being discerned, unable to comprehend. Or is it that the rabbit's capacity for thought is simply too limited to conceive such a strategy? Yet, what of his 2 brothers? Setting aside the Titan giant ape, the intellect of the Azure Bull Python is typically quite normal. Why has he not taken action? Has he been influenced? Has the divine realm cast its shadow upon him? This realm possesses a certain intrigue. As the angelic domain of Qian Gu Yue enveloped the Snow Empress, she sensed the purification of her soul power within. Though minimal, it was nonetheless diminished. It was the first time the Snow Empress encountered such a domain, were it not for the dissolution of her soul power. She might have succumbed to the temptation of blissfully closing her eyes. Within this domain, a gentle warmth enveloped her, inviting relaxation. Yet this was a battle, not a moment of leisure. Emperor Cold Sky, Snow Dance, Radiant Sun, the Snow Empress proclaimed with an icy clarity. This ability was a domain-type power. In the frigid northern expanse, the most suitable arena for her combat, she could instantaneously transform a diameter of 10,000 meters into her domain, turning the flurry of snowflakes into a forbidden land of mortals, unmatched even by the sun's brilliance. As the Snow Empress unleashed her domain, the atmosphere surrounding her shifted dramatically within an instant. Just a second prior, the sky was clear and the sun shone brightly. However, through Qian Gu Yue's gaze, the scene transformed into a swirling tempest of snowflakes, with temperatures plummeting. Indeed, formidable, she was worthy of her title as the sovereign of the utmost north. Feeling her angelic domain being relentlessly compressed, Qian Gu Yue furrowed her brow. This is indeed a first encounter. The immediate clash of two great domains has clearly delineated their superiority. Currently, Qian Gu Yue possesses a mental prowess that surpasses that of the Snow Emperor. However, in terms of overall soul power and other attributes, Qian Gu Yue falls short compared to the Snow Emperor. Despite Qian Gu Yue's prodigious talent, he has only been cultivating for a little over 20 years, rendering him insignificant in comparison to the Snow Emperor. The latter not only benefits from an extended cultivation period, but also continuously enhances and compresses his soul power. When it comes to a contest of soul power, even with the soul core, Qian Gu Yue cannot prevail against him. Therefore, a swift resolution is preferable, maintaining the angelic domain within a radius of 100 meters. Qian Gu Yue's Soul Ring Shimmer. 5th Soul Skill, Angel's Descent. 6th Soul Skill, Angelic Doppelganger. 7th Soul Skill, Angelic True Form. Following the release of these soul skills, a figure identical to his martial soul materializes beside Qian Gu Yue, wielding an ice sword akin to his own in its right hand. The 6th Soul Skill, Angelic Doppelganger, consumes soul power to create a clone that possesses 100% of his abilities, yet requires the Soul Master's control. This soul skill is truly remarkable for Qian Gu Yue, although it requires her personal control over the years. Qian Gu Yue has been able to command this avatar through her mental prowess. During this time, she has learned to coordinate seamlessly with her avatar in offensive maneuvers. Multitasking is now a trivial endeavor for Qian Gu Yue. While she is unable to utilize her soul skill avatar, she can still employ other abilities, such as Ice Seal and Blizzard, through her avatar. Enveloping herself and her avatar within the domain of angels, they both charged towards the Snow Emperor. The Imperial Sword, Ice Extreme Peerless, manifested in the hands of the Snow Emperor, exuding an overwhelming chill. The Imperial Sword, Ice Extreme Peerless, represents the pinnacle of sharpness, a sword of unmatched supremacy with formidable power. This is the most formidable attack technique wielded by the Snow Emperor, capable of both close and long-range assaults. Once struck, the ultimate frost will unleash a relentless assault upon its adversary. Unless the Snow Emperor grants you the mercy of thawing, or you possess the attribute of ultimate fire, it is prudent to resign oneself to fate, for no one can rescue you from your impending doom. In the arena, the 8th level collapse ensues. Qian Gu Yue boldly charges towards the Snow Emperor, initiating the confrontation with a high-level profound technique from the neighboring continent, the 8th level collapse. To triumph over the Snow Emperor, mere soul techniques are insufficient. Although Qian Gu Yue boasts a 9th soul ring of 200,000 years, being a divine bestowed soul ring, it possesses only a singular soul skill. While its power is formidable, it necessitates time for charging. Qian Gu Yue's fist descends upon the Snow Emperor's ice sword. Has he lost his senses? The Snow Emperor gazes at Qian Gu Yue's audacity in attacking his imperial sword with a mere fist. Not even the Black Dragon Emperor of the Star Doe Forest would dare to confront the might of his imperial sword with his flesh. What courage does a mere human possess to meet such a challenge with a fist? However, what transpires next indeed causes the Snow Emperor's pupils to constrict. In the fleeting moment of collision between fist and sword tip, Qian Gu Yue's fist inexplicably penetrates the Snow Emperor's imperial sword, hurtling directly towards his corporeal form. What is this? A soul bone? No, that cannot be right. There is no fluctuation of soul power emanating from Qian Gu Yue's body. In other words, this is not a soul bone skill. What could it be? A self-created soul skill, akin to my own unique Snow Emperor's 3 absolutes? Moreover, it directly nullifies the effects of my imperial sword. If only I could acquire such a skill, my strength would be further augmented. The Snow Emperor resolved to first incapacitate Qian Gu Yue, then confine him within her secret chamber to extract answers. A multitude of thoughts raced through her mind, even altering the fate that awaited Qian Gu Yue. Yet, the Snow Emperor's reflexes were swift. Her left hand met the impending strike with an open palm. I refuse to believe you will squander this splendid opportunity. Chapter 82. The Snow Emperor leaves the extreme north. Furthermore, Qian Gu Yue deliberately allowed the Snow Emperor to experience the capabilities of this domain. With the power of the frozen fruit at his disposal, there was no way the Snow Emperor could eliminate him, even with a surprise attack. His overall strength had surged by 30%, amplifying the damage from ice elements by the same margin, and most crucially, it significantly enhanced his control over ice elements. Icy Judgment, a soul skill that had appeared within the Haian Sect, re-emerged. However, this instance differed from the last. Previously, Qian Gu Yue had intentionally slowed the tempo, lacking in attack potency, hardness, and sharpness. But this time, in consideration of the Snow Emperor, he infused the capabilities of the frozen fruit into his assault. Forced lock, ultimate freeze, and compulsory suppression. Once locked in, one could either shatter the grip or be obliterated. With a single strike, a towering iceberg, reaching a height of 1,000 meters, vanished in an instant. As Qian Gu Yue unleashed this attack, the Snow Emperor felt the essence of ultimate ice envelop her. After all, she herself was the embodiment of ultimate ice. The world of ice and snow, this could be described as a miniature domain. Within its confines, all enemy units would be subjected to assaults from ice and snow, disturbances, and low-temperature damage. It could be said to be a soul skill that integrates attack, control, and support, and could even serve defensive purposes. Frost Dance. This is an amplifying soul skill, designed to double one's attack and speed, while simultaneously enhancing the ice element damage output. Extreme Cold. This is a soul technique that can enhance the next assault. Upon striking the target, an intense chill surges into their body, causing the weaker ones to be instantly frozen into ice sculptures from within. Furthermore, when this soul technique is combined with the ice explosion technique mastered by Qian Gu Yue, the resultant power can swiftly incapacitate anyone below their limits. After experiencing extreme cold, the Snow Empress witnessed Qian Gu Yue's ice explosion technique. Unlike the version wielded by the Ice Emperor and the Ice Blue Scorpion clan, Qian Gu Yue's ice explosion is somewhat less powerful but demands less soul power to execute. In essence, each has its own unique characteristics. Upon observing some of the ice attribute soul techniques demonstrated by Qian Gu Yue, the Snow Empress felt a stir of interest within her. She noted that Qian Gu Yue's soul rings and martial soul did not manifest, indicating that these techniques were all self-created. This implies that the Snow Empress herself could also learn them. Not to mention, there is the soul technique known as Frost Dance. This indeed directly enhances both attack and speed, and it even augments ice element damage. The Snow Empress holds a particular fondness for this. However, it is utterly inconceivable for her to personally acquiesce to Qian Gu Yue's request. After all, it is Qian Gu Yue himself who must make the overture. Only then will this Empress consider your sincerity before reluctantly agreeing. How about this? Qian Gu Yue inquired, demonstrating before the Snow Empress some of the formidable soul techniques he had mastered. As long as you consent to be my partner, I can offer you all of this. Ultimately, these are merely trifles of no use to him. Exchanging them for an exceptional partner would be a bargain well struck for Qian Gu Yue. The Snow Empress remained silent, absorbing Qian Gu Yue's words. It was impossible for her to dismiss the proposal entirely. Having lived for so long, she understood this fundamental truth. What Qian Gu Yue had just showcased was a comprehensive set of skills, encompassing attack, defense, and amplification. Moreover, the most crucial factor is Qian Gu Yue himself. He is a descendant of the angel god, and his lineage likely possesses the means to achieve divinity. Additionally, Qian Gu Yue is still young, with ample time ahead of him. In contrast, the Snow Empress's own time is limited. In about 10,000 years, her next heavenly tribulation will arrive. Furthermore, choosing him would not be without its advantages for the Snow Empress. Should Qian Gu Yue ascend to godhood in the future, it is possible that she too might glimpse that realm. As for whether Qian Gu Yue will take other women in the future, the Snow Empress is indifferent. After all, within their Soul Beast clan, some powerful male soul beasts can dominate several female soul beasts. Moreover, the Snow Empress does not believe there exists a human female stronger than herself. If such a being did exist, Qian Gu Yue likely would not have traveled all the way to the far north specifically to seek her out. This indicates that one's standing in Qian Gu Yue's heart remains quite elevated. After some contemplation, the Snow Empress resolved to acquiesce to Qian Gu Yue's request. Moreover, if she were to refuse, would Qian Gu Yue depart? Certainly not. Qian Gu Yue would simply carry the Snow Empress back. Very well, I concede to your courtship. The Snow Empress stated with her characteristic pride. This is unavoidable. After all, the Snow Empress has always maintained an air of superiority. It is not easy for her to alter her tone. Moreover, Qian Gu Yue would not encourage the Snow Empress to alter her demeanor, especially since she is destined to assume the role of the leader of the foremost sect in the world. It is entirely natural for one of her stature to carry such an exalted demeanor. As a formidable being, one must possess the pride befitting their strength. From now on, I shall call you Aishue, Qian Gu Yue said, approaching and gently wrapping her arms around the slender waist of the Snow Empress. So delicate, so soft. Upon feeling Qian Gu Yue's hand resting on her waist, the Snow Empress frowned slightly, still somewhat unaccustomed to such displays of affection. Nonetheless, since Qian Gu Yue was now her partner, she felt it inappropriate to remove her hand. Why? The Snow Empress furrowed her brow. Why not call me Snow Empress? Was this some form of human social convention she needed to learn? It is nothing, Qian Gu Yue replied, shaking her head. I merely feel that such a title is more endearing. Is that so? The Snow Empress nodded, contemplating whether she needed to learn this. How should I address you then? Should I simply call you partner? She inquired, lacking experience in such matters. No, just call me Gu Yue, Qian Gu Yue responded, shaking her head again. You may refer to me as partner, but only when it is just the two of us in private. Very well, Gu Yue. The Snow Empress did not dwell on it further, preferring not to waste time on such trivialities. Let us go. I shall take you back for a while, and we can discuss our future plans. All right. The Snow Empress did not decline Qian Gu Yue's request, as she was aware that there were typically no spirit beasts in her vicinity. Even if she were to leave this place, she believed that nothing would occur in a millennium, allowing her to depart with Qian Gu Yue without worry. As the two of them left, they did not disturb the spirit beasts of the extreme north. Although the earlier battle had caused some commotion, the creatures residing in the core region of the extreme north sensed it and assumed that the Snow Empress was merely practicing her ultimate technique, deeming it nothing extraordinary. They continued with their activities as usual, and even the Ice Emperor did not come to investigate. Perhaps it was for the best, as it spared the two from a conflict over the Snow Empress's claim to her territory. In this predicament, the Snow Empress finds herself at a loss as to whom to assist. After all, one is her dear friend, while the other is a newly recognized partner. If faced with the dilemma of choosing one over the other, the Snow Empress would undoubtedly be in a state of distress. To avoid unnecessary complications, Qian Gu Yue promptly activated the angelic domain, escorting the Snow Empress away. The only individual capable of traversing through such a domain, aside from Qian Gu Yue, is no one else. Chapter 83. Qian Gu Yue. Aishue, you are the most suitable. According to your vision, you desire me to establish a formidable faction. During their journey, Qian Gu Yue shared his previous thoughts with the Snow Empress, an entity that could rival the spirit hall to which you belong. As a spirit beast, the Snow Empress found herself perplexed by this notion. If their spirit beast clan were to face annihilation, it would bear little consequence. The intricacies of human nature are indeed fascinating. They even seek to find an adversarial faction for their own. Indeed, Qian Gu Yue nodded in agreement. Since the demise of the Haian sect, the Spirit Hall has monopolized power across the continent. While this monopoly allows for the accumulation of resources, it poses long-term challenges for the Spirit Hall. Although other factions remain reticent, Qian Gu Yue is aware of their discontent regarding the oppressive nature of the Spirit Hall. However, the harsh reality remains. Those with might possess greater resources. They can only hope for an unparalleled powerhouse to lead them against the Spirit Hall. Qian Gu Yue understands that their true adversaries are not the various factions across the continent, but rather the divine realm above. Were he to possess the strength to contend with the divine, he would not engage in such time-consuming endeavors. In that case, the entire continent would bend to his will. If I had divine prowess now, I would take matters into my own hands. Why have you sought me? The Snow Empress questioned in confusion, wondering why Qian Gu Yue had approached her. In terms of sheer strength, whether it be the Emperor of the Star-Doe Forest or the deep-sea demon whale king of the ocean, their power is formidable. Moreover, it is undeniable that the spirit beasts of the Star-Doe Forest and the ocean far outnumber those of the extreme north. Should he align with them, Qian Gu Yue would undoubtedly gain access to a greater number of powerful spirit beasts. How should I articulate this? Qian Gu Yue found herself momentarily at a loss for words in response to the Snow Emperor's remarks. Could I confess that I am tempted by your physique? Certainly not. Even if Qian Gu Yue were genuinely drawn to the Snow Emperor's form, it would be prudent to conceal such sentiments in his presence. Primarily, Qian Gu Yue harbored concerns that seeking out those two individuals might incite unforeseen complications. The deep-sea magic whale king stands as the most formidable soul beast among the soul beast clan, second only to the silver dragon king, who remains in a dormant state, excluding the ice silkworm, of course. Yet what was its fate? Ultimately, it was absorbed by Tang Hao-san. Despite the divine assistance from the sea god, without such aid, not only would the absorption of soul rings be impossible, but slaying the deep-sea magic whale king would also be an unattainable endeavor. One must recognize that the ocean is the deep-sea magic whale king's domain. Provoking him there would be akin to igniting a fire in a cesspool, an invitation to death. It is also plausible that the deep-sea magic whale king harbors intentions of seizing control at that moment, a notion reflected in the original work. Although Qian Gu Yue may not be able to defeat the deep-sea magic whale king, she could certainly escape. Moreover, the deep-sea magic whale king is a soul ring left behind by the sea god for his successor, a fact unbeknownst to anyone on Sea God Island. Not even Poseidon. Should the deep-sea magic whale king exhibit any unusual behavior, it could very well attract the sea god's attention prematurely. This is not what Qian Gu Yue wishes to see. As for the Emperor of the Starry Forest, Tian, there is no need to elaborate. Qian Gu Yue is unaware of his whereabouts. Feng Xiaoying merely mentioned that he resides in an extra-dimensional space at the bottom of the Lake of Life in the core region. However, this realm deviates from the narrative. It is a tangible world, and the expanse of the Lake of Life is vast. Currently, the forest overlords, the Titan Great Ape and his brother, occupy only a minor branch. How could Qian Gu Yue possibly locate them? And even if she succeeds, how would she gain entry? Once inside, will the soul beast heed her commands? Feng Xiaoying had previously stated that the weakest among them is the 200,000-year-old Purple Queen. Yet, she is a pure-blood true dragon, possessing formidable combat prowess. Not to mention, there exists a super soul beast like Tian in that domain. It is inconceivable that Qian Gu Yue alone, or even if she summoned the elder Qian Douluo, could encounter the Silver Dragon King. Therefore, after deliberation, Qian Gu Yue decided to head to the extreme north instead. After all, they had met once before, although the Snow Empress had not recognized her at that time. Nonetheless, the outcome now seems favorable, does it not? Because you are currently the most suitable candidate. You have resided in the core region of the extreme north for years, and the records of the human world regarding the extreme north are merely scant notes. No one truly knows you. Furthermore, Ashue, your strength is formidable. Additionally, if you were to bring a few soul beasts from the extreme north, your collective power would publicly rival that of the Spirit Hall. The Snow Empress, being a limit Douluo, can unleash strength comparable to that of a demigod, akin to the Elder wielding angelic powers, coupled with an Ice Emperor, nearing level 98, approaching 99. Her strength is on par with Qian Gu Yue's. With the inclusion of several 100,000-year soul beasts, this sect's strength would publicly align with that of the Spirit Hall. Furthermore, with the addition of Dugu Bo and Yi Xining, it could undoubtedly be regarded as a formidable power, rivaling the Spirit Hall. What grand designs occupy your thoughts? This is what piqued the curiosity of the Snow Empress. She wondered what grand ambitions Qian Gu Yue harbored. If the sole purpose was merely to find a rival for her own faction, it seemed entirely unnecessary. The Snow Empress sensed that Qian Gu Yue's intentions were far from trivial. Yet she pondered what he was truly up to. After contemplating the Snow Empress's words, Qian Gu Yue resolved to divulge the truth to her. After all, she was his beloved wife, and sooner or later, once the Snow Empress interacted with Feng Xiaoying, the latter would eventually reveal it. Whether known early or late, the truth would come to light, and it was better to be prepared in advance, was it not? Your confidence is indeed remarkable. The Snow Empress remarked with a wry smile, shaking her head after hearing Qian Gu Yue's explanation. Having lived for an extensive period, she was well aware that the secrets of the continent were not any less than those of the Spirit Hall. She felt as though she had boarded a treacherous vessel. The decision to challenge the divine realm was undeniably perilous. One misstep could result in losing everything. Regrettably, the Spirit Hall had already drawn their attention, Qian Gu Yue explained helplessly. If it weren't for Nanji informing him of the spirit hall's impending demise, he might not have reached his current level of cultivation. They were all compelled by circumstances. The spirit hall had held dominion over the continent's faith for many years, inciting envy in certain individuals who would seek to undermine it. This is what Feng Xiaoying conveyed to Qian Gu Yue. The so-called divine war is, in essence, a conflict of faith. Victory brings universal joy, while defeat leaves one with nothing. Therefore, the spirit hall must prevail in this battle. Failure would mean the end for Qian Gu Yue. Chapter 84. Snow Empress. Am I too late to have regrets? Faith. The Snow Empress gazed at Qian Gu Yue in confusion. It was the first time she had heard of a war not fought for material gain, but rather for belief. Indeed. Faith. Qian Gu Yue nodded. Whether it is the angelic deity of my lineage or the god of the sea, both are embodiments of faith. My ancestral angelic god once unified the beliefs across the entire continent, ultimately attaining divinity, while the sea god emerged as a deity through the faith of a select few human soul masters and the majority of sea spirit beasts. The wars that erupt across the continent are driven by greed, whereas conflicts among deities arise from matters of faith. The more followers a deity possesses, the more potent their power becomes. Conversely, a decline in followers can lead to a regression in strength, with the potential of losing their divine status or even their very existence. To swiftly augment one's followers, the simplest approach is to vanquish another deity, thereby consolidating the adherence of both into one, significantly enhancing one's faith and power. So, you mean to say that other deities have set their sights on your faith, and have even begun plotting to eradicate your spirit hall? Precisely. Am I still able to refuse? The Snow Empress chuckled. Not at all, Qian Gu Yue replied with a smile, grasping the Snow Empress's hand. You belong to me. Even if you were to flee now, once I ascend to divinity, I shall retrieve you as my companion. There is no escape for you. Qian Gu Yue understood this to be a jest from the Snow Empress, who, as a spirit beast, held promises in high regard. Once spoken, they would surely be fulfilled. This was especially true for a dominant spirit beast like the Snow Empress, who valued her reputation greatly. This aspect diverges from humanity. As for the sake of their own interests, they are capable of resorting to any means necessary. Specifics will be discussed in due time when representatives from the Spirit Hall engage in conversation with you. Furthermore, you shall become partners in this endeavor. Along the journey, Qian Gu Yue conveyed some of his thoughts to the Snow Empress, sharing with her the method of soul core condensation, as well as techniques akin to the level 8 collapse. He also imparted a significant number of his self-created soul skills. Ultimately, the only technique exposed was the ice judgment, while the rest remained unseen, even by Qian Douluo. Thus, in entrusting these to the Snow Empress, Qian Gu Yue harbored no fear of recognition. Even if someone were to identify them, Qian Gu Yue could easily justify their similarities as merely a result of their shared ice attribute as soul masters. I am back, Qian Gu Yue exclaimed joyfully as he pushed open the door of his home. His exuberance was genuine. Not only had he found an ally in Feng Xiaoying, but he had also discovered his own partner. The Snow Empress would serve as a shield against the relentless pursuits of his grandfather, Qian Douluo. Ever since Qian Gu Yue ascended to the position of Pope, Qian Douluo had incessantly urged him, "You are not a child any longer. It is time for you to take a wife and expand the Qian family lineage." This incessant nagging had begun to wear on Qian Gu Yue's patience. Yet, he understood that Qian Douluo meant well, making it difficult for him to counter such sentiments. Qian Gu Yue was the first to enter, with the Snow Empress following closely behind. Within the room, Yan Ying, Feng Xiaoying, and Qian Renxue gazed at the Snow Empress with expressions of astonishment. Who is this individual? Why has Brother Gloomy Moon brought this person home? Yan Ying and Qian Renxue exchanged puzzled glances at the Snow Emperor. They were unfamiliar with the Snow Emperor, yet they were profoundly struck by his aura, such an essence they had never encountered before. Qian Renxue felt utterly overshadowed in comparison to the Snow Emperor, realizing the insurmountable difference in their strengths. It was no wonder that grandfather had previously sought a match for brother. It appears brother indeed has someone he cherishes. Furthermore, brother's demeanor radiated joy. From Yan Ying's perspective, the Snow Emperor was not only extraordinarily beautiful, but also exuded an air of danger. She confidently asserted that the Snow Emperor's prowess was undoubtedly superior to that of a super Douluo and quite possibly that of a level 99 ultimate Douluo. As for how Yan Ying arrived at this conclusion, she had been with Qian Gloomy Moon since his childhood and had frequent interactions with the esteemed Qian Douluo. She possessed a modicum of understanding regarding ultimate Douluos. It seemed evident that the woman brought back by Gloomy Moon was of significant strength. However, where did she originate? A hidden aristocratic family? That seemed implausible. If she truly belonged to a concealed lineage, they would not remain hidden while possessing an ultimate Douluo among them, especially since records of such formidable soul masters had long been maintained by the Spirit Hall. In the current realm of soul masters, aside from the generation of the esteemed Qian Douluo, the strongest were Qian Gloomy Moon and the second elder, Golden Crocodile. Thus, this person must have been brought back by Gloomy Moon. Moreover, it was apparent that Gloomy Moon regarded the woman with an unusual gaze, reminiscent of one gazing upon a beloved spouse. Yanning understood that Qian Gloomy Moon's standards were exceedingly high. Not just anyone could capture his attention. Even the former saintess Bibi Dong was no exception. What more could be said of a partner? Initially, one's strength must be on par with Qian Gloomy Moon's. Otherwise, he would scarcely acknowledge one's existence. In contrast to the astonishment of Yan Ying and Qian Renxue, Feng Xiuying's eyes widened in disbelief. The white hair, sky-blue eyes, and an aura that emanated an icy chill, coupled with an exalted demeanor and a disdainful gaze that seemed to look down upon all. Could this person possibly be the sovereign of the far north, the Ice Empress, the Snow Emperor? After all, in the original narrative, no one surpasses the mastery of ice attributes held by the sovereign of the extreme north. Moreover, it is unlikely that the senior would casually bring a woman back. Hence, this could very well be the Snow Emperor herself. I wonder how the senior summoned her back. Allow me to introduce my partner, the soul beast sovereign of the far north, the Ice Empress, the Snow Emperor, and the ultimate Douluo. Qian Gu Yue addressed the three individuals in the room. Regardless, these three would not disclose this information. Even if they did, it is likely that Qian Renxue would inform Qian Douluo. However, knowing that the Snow Emperor possesses the strength of an ultimate Douluo, it is doubtful he would voice any objections. Although the fact that Qian Gu Yue has chosen a soul beast as a partner could create an awkward situation for the Spirit Hall if it were to spread, Qian Douluo would certainly refrain from discussing it to maintain the honor of the Spirit Hall and the Qian family. Furthermore, this partnership represents a formidable force. At the very least, it enhances the Spirit Hall's power. Once Qian Gu Yue attains her ultimate form, the Spirit Hall would boast 3 such powers. In the future, when his granddaughter Qian Renxue ascends to divinity, the unification war across the continent could commence. Even in his absence, the Spirit Hall would still have Qian Gu Yue as an ultimate force. With her method of soul core condensation, it is conceivable that the Golden Crocodile could also reach ultimate status. As long as divine beings do not interfere, the Spirit Hall would remain invincible. Chapter 85. Feng Xiuying, the female copper boss greetings. Upon learning of the Snow Emperor's identity, Yanning immediately rose and bowed respectfully. Setting aside her identity as a soul beast, her ultimate power alone warranted his respect. I am Yanning, a 94th level title Douluo, and in a sense, a guardian of Gu Yue. He succinctly introduced himself. From now on, we are all family. Hello, the Snow Emperor replied with simplicity. 94 is somewhat lacking. Yet, as Gu Yue's guardian, he deserves a measure of respect. By the way, what exactly is a guardian? I am Qian Renxue, the younger sister of my elder brother. Qian Renxue introduced herself. After all, having called him elder brother since childhood, it is not incorrect for her to refer to herself as Qian Gu Yue's sister, especially since neither her grandfather nor her brother objected. Sister-in-law. Sister-in-law? What an unfamiliar term. Are there so many customs in the human world? Sister. Since she refers to Gu Yue as elder brother, it seems appropriate for him to address her as sister. This is somewhat perplexing. Perhaps it would be best to inquire with Gu Yue later. Wow, Snow Emperor's sister. I am Feng Xiuying, a good child from the Senior S household. Feng Xiuying paid no heed to the identity of the Snow Empress's spirit beast. After all, since her arrival at her senior's home, she had been living in tranquility, never causing any trouble for her elder. Thus, claiming to be a good child was entirely justified. She was now overwhelmed with joy, affirming that her decision to come to her senior's residence had indeed been a wise choice. In this moment, not only is there a little angel present, but even the formidable Snow Empress, the striking white-haired femme fatale, has arrived. I am utterly elated. Sister, from the very first glance, I felt a profound compatibility between us. Upon hearing Feng Xiuying's words, the onlookers were momentarily taken aback. Qian Gu Yue initially believed that Feng Xiuying merely admired the character Qian Renxue from the original story. However, it has become apparent that her admiration extends beyond mere fandom. She embodies the essence of a love-struck maiden. Observing Feng Xiuying rush to the Snow Empress, clinging to her long legs and nuzzling against her, her face flushed with excitement. Qian Gu Yue could not help but recall the famous love-struck maiden of her past life, the Pink Fairy. It seems that Feng Xiuying is indeed such a person. Yet, why does she not display this behavior towards Qian Renxue? Qian Gu Yue speculated that it was merely because Qian Renxue had not yet matured. Otherwise, Feng Xiuying would surely exhibit her current demeanor. Perhaps she is merely experiencing the joy of nurturing affection. Enough of this, Qian Gu Yue said, her expression darkening as she lifted Feng Xiuying. I have yet to embrace the Snow Empress's long legs myself. What do you intend to do? Rebel against me? Do you believe I would cast you out? Senior, please put me down. Feng Xiuying flailed her short limbs in midair, still yearning for more of the embrace. How can you be like this, truly? The sensation was wonderfully slippery, icy, and delightfully soft. She was already envisioning a future filled with happiness. With a little angel by her side and the aloof Snow Empress as well, she felt overwhelmingly fortunate. Do restrain that expression of yours, Qian Gu Yue admonished, her frustration palpable at Feng Xiuying's lovesick gaze. Yet, Feng Xiuying could not retaliate, for that would prompt Yan Ying to intervene. What are you doing? Indeed. Yan Ying took Feng Xiuying from Qian Gu Yue's grasp. Little Ying has taken a liking to the partner chosen by our senior. Why do you treat her so? Exactly. With Yan Ying and Feng Xiuying united, Qian Gu Yue found herself at a loss for words. After all, only she understood Feng Xiuying's true nature. Others would simply perceive it as a youthful crush on the Snow Empress. Given that the Snow Empress is a formidable female figure, there is a natural respect for strong women among their kind. Yet, Qian Gu Yue could not articulate her thoughts. Even if she did, Yan Ying and the others would not believe her. All right, Gu Yue, the Snow Empress called to her companion. I will not take offense. You may not mind, but I do. I have yet to embrace your long legs. Very well, Ashue, your word is law. Qian Gu Yue spoke helplessly. Now, he somewhat regretted asking the Snow Emperor to assist Feng Xiuying. He was afraid. What if, when he met the Snow Emperor in the future, the latter directly said to him, Gu Yue, please do not seek me out again. I fear that Xiuying may misunderstand. Wouldn't he be on the brink of a breakdown, crying and shouting? Ashue, I believe we need to revise our previous plan, Qian Gu Yue stated with utmost seriousness. To ensure that his beloved Ashue would not be swayed by Feng Xiuying, Qian Gu Yue felt it necessary to alter their strategy. Perhaps they could leave the Ice Emperor alone with Feng Xiuying. If Qian Gu Yue remembered correctly, that Ice Emperor, with her scorpion-like demeanor, seemed to harbor some unsavory thoughts about his dear Ashue. He believed that if these two fierce women were to encounter one another, a chemical reaction would undoubtedly ensue. Why? I think it sounds rather splendid, the Snow Emperor inquired, perplexed. In this manner, one cannot help but feel at ease to cultivate and strive towards that realm. Perhaps even witness the eruption of the divine battle. It was agreed upon prior, so why does Qian Gu Yue seem to be having second thoughts now? Indeed, senior, why reconsider? Isn't this quite splendid? Feng Xiuying chimed in from the side, fully aware of what Qian Gu Yue was alluding to. It turns out that the ally the senior had sought for oneself is none other than the Snow Empress herself. What a delightful surprise this is. Not to mention that the Snow Empress is a formidable limit Douluo, her striking figure, her gaze that scorns all, and the fierce demeanor of a white-haired dominatrix leave Feng Xiuying utterly enamored. This does not imply that she has lost affection for the little angel. Rather, it is evident that the current little angel cannot be compared to the Snow Empress in any regard. Moreover, the Snow Empress's ultimate battle prowess is indeed beneficial for our forthcoming plans. Senior, you must comprehend our objective, Feng Xiuying stated earnestly to Qian Gu Yue. For the sake of our future, I implore you to make a minor sacrifice. Rest assured, I shall take good care of Sister Snow Empress. You need not worry. Everything will be fine. Upon hearing this, Qian Gu Yue managed to suppress her inner thoughts. Yes, for the future of the Spirit Hall, she must endure. Furthermore, given the Snow Empress's disposition, such a situation is unlikely to arise. Otherwise, the Ice Emperor would have already succeeded. After all, the Ice Emperor harbors feelings for the Snow Empress, yet she consistently rebuffs his advances, believing it inappropriate. By agreeing to become Qian Gu Yue's companion, the Snow Empress harbors a desire for the Ice Emperor to relinquish his affections. She is convinced that a union between herself and the Ice Emperor would not culminate in a favorable outcome, as procreation between them is impossible. Chapter 86, Qian Douluo, You have brought disgrace upon the Qian family." That evening, the Snow Empress dined with several individuals, serving as an opportunity for everyone to become acquainted. Throughout the meal, Qian Gu Yue kept Feng Xiuying firmly seated beside her, which prompted Yan Ying to cast curious glances at the pair. After dining at Qian Gu Yue's residence, Qian Renxue returned to the sanctuary hall, initially intending to spend the night at her elder brother's home. However, upon witnessing her brother return with his partner, who is none other than a remarkably beautiful woman, far surpassing that other woman, Qian Renxue felt it necessary to inform their grandfather. After all, she was well aware that her grandfather had been preoccupied for quite some time regarding her brother's matrimonial affairs. Should the Snow Empress learn of this in the future, might it incite discord between her and my elder brother? Qian Renxue believed it prudent to inform her grandfather. The matter of her brother's marriage has been resolved. So, dear grandfather, you need not worry any longer. Truly, I have been overly concerned for the sake of my brother's household. With a haughty stance, Qian Renxue placed her hands on her hips. Shuer has returned. Hearing the voice of his beloved granddaughter, Qian Douluo, who had been facing away from the door, swiftly turned around with a beaming smile. It was quite late. Did his granddaughter have something to discuss with him? Grandfather, my elder brother has returned. Oh, has Kongwei come back? Qian Douluo was momentarily taken aback. He was aware of Qian Gu Yue's departure earlier, believing him to be occupied with certain matters. Thus, he had not paid much attention to Kong Yue's absence, accustomed as he was to his grandson's occasional excursions over the years. What happened? Did something occur with Kongwei? Qian Douluo inquired with curiosity. He could hardly believe that Qian Kongwei would encounter any misfortune. In the current realm, few could rival Kongwei, who possessed the power of an angel. My brother has brought back a remarkably beautiful sister-in-law, even more stunning than that wretched woman, Bibi Dong, Qian Renxue remarked. She genuinely believed that the Snow Empress surpassed the detestable Bibi Dong in beauty. Ah, this is indeed good news, Qian Douluo mused, initially concerned about Kong Yue's marital prospects. He had suggested numerous exceptional female soul masters, yet Kong Yue had consistently declined, leading Qian Douluo to question his grandson's sexual orientation. Little did he expect that Kong Yue would return with a woman of his own accord. As for her abilities, that was a matter Qian Douluo did not inquire about. He understood Kong Yue's character. If she were merely a decorative figure, he would not have brought her home. Surely, she must possess the title of a Douluo. What is your sister-in-law's name? Where does she reside? Qian Douluo led Qian Renxue to the adjacent room. My brother mentioned that his wife is called the Snow Empress. The Snow Empress? Is there such a figure on the continent? Or is it merely a title? After all, a title with Empress implied formidable strength. The name also bore the word snow, suggesting that Qian Kongyue had chosen a soul master of the same elemental affinity. As for her background, Qian Renxue scratched her head, realizing she was still quite young. With so many delicacies laid out on the table, she had not paid heed to the conversation between her brother and grandfather. After all, this was the Snow Empress's first visit, and Kongyue had personally prepared the meal. Typically, Qian Renxue seldom had the opportunity to partake in such culinary delights. In a moment of elation, the words spoken by Qian Gu Yue slipped from memory. It seemed, perhaps, that she was associated with a regional overlord. Qian Renxue scratched her head in confusion, murmuring, "Shall we return and inquire with elder brother?" "No need. It's of no consequence." Qian Douluo waved his hand, observing his granddaughter's furrowed brow. After all, given Qian Gu Yue's discerning eye, the origins of this woman must be significant. It is highly probable that there is no direct conflict of interests with the spirit hall. Oh, it has come to me. Qian Renxue's mind lit up as if a bulb had flickered to life. Sister-in-law is the Snow Empress, the sovereign spirit beast of the extreme north. Elder brother mentioned that if you were in the extreme north, grandfather, you would surely not be her match. What did you say? Qian Douluo was momentarily taken aback. If you seek a partner, so be it. I would indeed be delighted to see our Qian family blessed with another six-winged angel spirit. After all, the potential of the six-winged angel spirit is exceedingly high. Even my unfortunate child possesses a soul power of 95. Furthermore, the descendants of Qian Gu Yue surely cannot be lacking in talent, given the formidable abilities of their forebears. They would not be as feeble as a certain master. Originally, Qian Douluo had contemplated hosting Qian Gu Yue's wedding in due course, as the current pope's unmarried status held some significance. Yet now, with Qian Gu Yue's actions, could he still dare? Would he have the audacity to reveal the Snow Empress's identity at the wedding? It is worth noting that the incident involving Haian Sect originated from a transformed spirit beast. If Qian Gu Yue were to proceed similarly, would that not be the spirit hall striking itself in the face? How can the spirit hall maintain its foothold on the continent after this? It is essential to recognize that spirit masters hunt spirit beasts. Just as spirit beasts hunt spirit masters, the bloodshed between the two sides has become immeasurable. If the wife of the Pope of the Spirit Hall were to be a spirit beast, it would undoubtedly not only affect other factions, but also the Spirit Hall itself, which would likely face dire consequences. Moreover, it could embolden others to challenge the dignity of the Qian family. Upon hearing that she is a spirit beast, Qian Douluo felt an immediate urge to confront Qian Gu Yue with force. How outrageous! You have utterly tarnished the reputation of the Qian family. Why must you imitate the disgraceful practices of the Haian sect? Is it that human women are insufficient for you? However, upon learning of the Snow Emperor's status as a limit Douluo, Qian Douluo regained his composure. A limit Douluo is no trivial matter. Setting aside the Snow Emperor for now, even Qian Gu Yue would pose a significant challenge for Qian Douluo without considerable effort, especially with the addition of a limit Douluo spirit beast. Should he engage, he might find himself at the mercy of the couple. Do not underestimate this. Qian Gu Yue is certainly capable of such feats, being the one who once kicked Qian Renxue into a 100-year-old spirit beast horde. This is not merely a matter of capability. Primarily, Qian Douluo believes that young individuals should prioritize their careers. After all, you, Qian Gu Yue, are still in the bloom of youth. There is no need for haste. The extreme Douluo. Qian Douluo chuckled awkwardly. This is indeed splendid. Not to mention, at the very least, the Spirit Hall now boasts an additional extreme Douluo. Furthermore, this Snow Empress is the sovereign spirit beast of the far north. Perhaps she could even rally more high-ranking spirit beasts. Leaving aside other considerations, the offspring of these two individuals will undoubtedly possess remarkable talents. It is possible that Qian Gu Yue's martial soul, the six-winged ice angel, could be passed down through generations. Who knows, it might eventually evolve into a branch martial soul of the six-winged angel. This is an action to strengthen the might of the Qian family. How could Qian Douluo oppose when he is already supporting? Chapter 87. The Meeting, Part 1. Since the Snow Empress arrived at the Spirit Hall, she had been taken by Qian Gu Yue to meet Qian Douluo. The impression the Snow Empress had of Qian Douluo was that although he was formidable, he was merely that, formidable. Eventually, her partner would surpass him. When facing the Snow Empress, Qian Douluo felt as though he was being scrutinized by a peerless beast. Time flows on. After the Snow Empress's arrival at the Spirit Hall, she remained in the small courtyard belonging to Qian Gu Yue, known only to a few. The other members of the Spirit Hall were unaware of her presence, including the other offerings in the offering hall. After all, it was preferable for as few people as possible to know about the plans devised by Qian Gu Yue and Feng Xiuying. Everyone had arrived. Qian Gu Yue led the Snow Empress into a conference room. It appeared we were late. Elder, you do realize you're late. Feng Xiuying remarked with a smirk directed at Qian Gu Yue. Do take care of your health. What was happening? Feng Xiuying seemed increasingly disdainful. Was it the case that those who had traversed a certain realm gradually transformed in such a manner? Your Eminence, the Pope. Both Douluo and Yi Xining rose and bowed to Qian Gu Yue. They were acutely aware of their own standing and could not afford to jest with Qian Gu Yue as Feng Xiuying did. Brother, do you have something to discuss? Qian Renxue, seated beside Qian Douluo, inquired with curiosity. Let us all take a seat and discuss matters slowly. Qian Gu Yue invited as he settled down with the Snow Empress. Brother, it seems this little girl holds a significant position in the Qian family, he mused. The matters they conspired were undeniably crucial. Feng Xiuying's participation was understandable, as she would soon detach from the Spirit Hall to become a rival heir. However, the significance of Qian Renxue's presence was perplexing. Nevertheless, Douluo and his companion, observing Qian Douluo beside Qian Renxue and noting her address to Qian Gu Yue, were not so foolish as to miss the implications. Qian Renxue would undoubtedly ascend to a high-ranking position within the Spirit Hall. Let us get straight to the point, Qian Gu Yue stated, wishing to avoid unnecessary discourse. Upon hearing this, Douluo and his companion immediately straightened in their seats, having already formed ideas in their minds upon receiving the summons to the Spirit Hall. After all, to contend with the Spirit Hall, one must have a title Douluo. This title, without question, belonged to Douluo, despite his relatively modest strength. However, the deterrent power of that individual is formidable. Not to mention others, even the Spirit Hall was once fearful of Douluo. Furthermore, during the ascension of Qian Gu Yue, Qian Douluo made an appearance. It is widely known that the former pope of the Spirit Hall, Qian Douluo, is still alive and possesses the remarkable strength of a 99th level limit Douluo, coupled with the current pope, Qian Gu Yue, who is a 98th level super Douluo. Along with those titled Douluos who emerged during the battle at Haian Sect, the populace is now utterly terrified of the Spirit Hall. Moreover, following Qian Gu Yue's assumption of the papacy, there have been reforms, new policies, and directives introduced, all of which require substantial funding. In order to address this financial predicament, Qian Gu Yue enacted a new soul-hunting decree aimed at alleviating the Spirit Hall's fiscal challenges. Despite the Spirit Hall's considerable wealth, its expenditures are equally immense. When all is accounted for, even the landlord's household finds itself without surplus. Additionally, there is the matter of Feng Xiuying's sect, for which Qian Gu Yue must allocate a portion of funds, as this is to be the future residence of his wife. It cannot be inferior to the seven-treasure glazed tile sect, lest it tarnish the reputation of the world's foremost sect. Allow me to introduce my wife. The titled Snow Empress, a limit Douluo. Qian Gu Yue first introduced the Snow Empress to Douluo and the others, omitting the fact that she is a spirit beast, as it was unnecessary. Upon hearing of her limit strength, both Douluo and the other were momentarily taken aback. They had initially thought her to be merely a 98th level super Douluo, comparable to Pope Qian Gu Yue. However, they were astonished to learn that Qian Gu Yue had brought forth a limit Douluo, and most significantly, that they were married. It seems Qian Gu Yue truly values this endeavor, directly involving his wife in the plan. Yet, not long ago, there were rumors that Qian Gu Yue did not have a wife at all. In such a brief span of time, a wife has emerged. As for whether the two will harbor doubts, such musings are far from amusing. Qian Gu Yue, a super Douluo of the 98th rank, would not jest about such matters. Moreover, Qian Douluo, seated nearby with eyes closed in contemplation, refrained from contradicting him, indicating that both were indeed aware of the situation. I intend to appoint Shui as the leader of the sect, with Feng Xiuying as the heir. While matters concerning the positions of Douluo and Yi Xining can be discussed with Feng Xiuying. As for the initial financial requirements for the sect's operation, I shall cover those costs. Listening to Qian Gu Yue's words, Qian Douluo opened his eyes and glanced at him. The financial demands of establishing a sect are considerable, and it would be quite challenging for the Spirit Hall to allocate such resources. Qian Gu Yue showed no signs of hesitation, suggesting he possesses more wealth than initially presumed. However, subsequent financial matters will need to be resolved by you. The 100 million gold soul coins drawn previously can sustain operations for a while, but thereafter, it will be Feng Xiuying's responsibility to procure funds. Qian Gu Yue cannot provide financial support indefinitely. Surely, as a modern individual, Feng Xiuying possesses some understanding of commerce? If all else fails, they may need to seek loans from the noble families. Senior, are we to establish the sect immediately? Feng Xiuying inquired with curiosity. A question that also piqued the interest of Douluo and Yi Xining. While time may be tight, they felt capable of proceeding. No, Qian Gu Yue replied, shaking his head. It has only been a short while since he enacted the new soul-hunting decree, and the emotions among the various families on the continent are not yet fervent enough. It would be prudent to wait until tensions reach a boiling point. Furthermore, with the demise of the Haian sect, a vacancy has emerged among the top 3 sects, which Qian Gu Yue intends to fill. The sect represented by Feng Xiuying will serve as the successor to the Haian sect. The Spirit Hall will merely host the venue without participation. When the time is ripe, it will be the opportune moment for the sect to emerge, especially as the principal representatives of the continent's major factions will gather in Seoul City. The emergence of a limit Douluo will undoubtedly cause a stir. Additionally, Douluo serves another purpose. All factions on the continent are aware of the enmity between him and the Spirit Hall's Douluo. Their inevitable confrontation will serve to distance the new sect from the Spirit Hall. After all, Douluo is the most compelling evidence of this separation, is he not? When the time comes, a performance by Douluo will further minimize any suspicions. Chapter 88. Meeting, Part 2, in due time. I shall publicly announce the resumption of the sect competition. At that moment, it would be the most opportune time for emergence. There is no need to deliberately seek out excuses. Those who consider themselves astute will fabricate their own. It will be interesting to observe how many of those who usually hold the Spirit Hall in utmost reverence will remain. Qian Gu Yue desires the title of the foremost sect in the world and, in the process, wishes to ascertain how many traitorous sects exist. When the time comes for cleansing, it will be considerably easier. As for the other titles within the sect, I shall leave that to you, Shui. Qian Gu Yue glanced at the Snow Empress. Given her authority in the far north, there are certainly a number of obedient spirit beasts. A courteous visit from them would suffice. As for the lower-tier spirit masters within the sect, well, that will depend on Feng Xiuying's thoughts on the matter. Recruitment is permissible, yet not obligatory. As long as the strength of the higher-ups is formidable, even if the sect comprises only a handful of individuals, no one will dare to utter a word of dissent. Ideally, it would be best to recruit someone who harbors a grudge against Qian Gu Yue. The conflict between Douluo and Yuguan is merely a minor friction between the two, of a personal nature, and it will not escalate to a confrontation between their respective powers. Otherwise, Douluo would have long since vanished. It would be most advantageous if someone could openly provoke Qian Gu Yue in front of others. Furthermore, it would be ideal for Feng Xiuying to present herself as a divine examiner, thereby allowing more individuals from the Snow Empress's faction to participate. After all, the deterrent power of a deity is formidable. A god requires followers, yet on the continent, all the followers are claimed by the Spirit Hall. Thus, for Feng Xiuying to ascend to divinity, the Spirit Hall stands as a formidable obstacle. Only one of the two can survive. Of course, this rationale cannot be disclosed at present. It would be more prudent to reveal it later. To convince people of Feng Xiuying's identity as a divine examiner, it is sufficient for her to exhibit a touch of the prodigious and to astonish with her spirit rings. Excellent, the Snow Empress nodded. This task is quite manageable for her. The far north is vast, although she cannot guarantee that all spirit beasts will come to the human realm for this plan. She can certainly summon a few. The Ice Emperor is assuredly one of them. It merely requires a slight sacrifice on the part of the Snow Empress. Additionally, the Ice Bear King, Xiaobai, is her godson, and summoning him is but a matter of a single command. The two soul beasts are as follows. The Ice Emperor is approximately a level 98 Super Douluo, while Xiaobai possesses the capability to contend with a level 96 Super Douluo. In this manner, the formidable powers of the higher echelons have essentially taken shape. Coupled with the formidable title of Douluo that belongs to Douluo, it can be asserted that the strength of this sect is now on par with that of the once mighty Haian sect. Should this be insufficient, the Snow Empress can still recruit individuals from the frigid northern realms. Seated nearby, Feng Xiuying listened attentively to the conversation among the others, her presence merely serving as a talisman. Should the Snow Empress seek allies, it is needless to say that the Ice Emperor's nefarious scorpion would be incensed upon learning that his cherished Snow had found a companion, particularly a human. This could potentially provoke a direct assault on the Spirit Hall, where a fierce duel with Qian Gu Yue would ensue. Additionally, the Snow Empress's foster son, the Ice Bear King, Xiaobai, is also an asset, with Douluo's imposing presence as a deterrent. Even those harboring dissent towards the inclusion of the Jiuxin Haitang clan would think twice before voicing their discontent. As for Qian Renxue, she was now drifting into slumber, initially curious about the commotion, only to realize that her sister-in-law and Xiaoying were preparing to depart. Xiao Shui. Qian Gu Yue called out to the nearly slumbering Qian Renxue. Upon hearing her brother's call, Qian Renxue immediately straightened up. Elder brother, is there something you need? For now, enjoy your time with Xiaoying. Opportunities for us to meet will be scarce in the future. Understood. Relieved at the prospect of enjoying herself, Qian Renxue glanced at her grandfather, Qian Douluo, and noted his lack of objection, which filled her with joy. Following her awakening of the martial soul, her time had largely been spent either studying various subjects with Qian Douluo or undergoing training with Qian Gu Yue. She often wondered why her grandfather and elder brother were so stringent with her. Now, Qian Renxue had ascended to the rank of a level 41 soul master. With her spirit ring configuration, under Qian Gu Yue's meticulous guidance, achieving a distinguished arrangement of 3 purples followed by a black. This configuration of soul rings surpasses even that of Qian Gu Yue. Hee, you may revel in your delight now. Once Feng Xiuying departs, I hope to still witness a smile gracing your visage. Qian Gu Yue's lips curled into a gentle smile as he regarded Qian Renxue with kindness. Beside them, Feng Xiuying cast a gaze of pity upon the blissful Qian Renxue, lamenting for the poor child, who remains oblivious to the trials that lie ahead. I can only hope that when the time comes, little Shui will not succumb to despair and wail in anguish. Ever since Qian Gu Yue learned from Feng Xiuying that Qian Renxue is destined to become the future angel god, he has been devising ways to enhance her combat prowess. After all, once one ascends to divinity, the efficacy of previous soul rings diminishes significantly. as long as one does not enter the divine realm. Divine skills can still be utilized, albeit with limited power. At this moment, the benefits of combat quality and skills became evident. After listening to Feng Xiuying's tale, Qian Gu Yue identified a significant issue. The members of the protagonist group possessed relatively little soul power derived from their own cultivation. In fact, in the early stages, they relied on the effects of celestial herbs to enhance their innate talents. The efficacy of a single celestial herb enabled them to achieve what other prodigious soul masters might attain in over a year or even 2 years of diligent training. Otherwise, during the soul master competition, only Dai Mubai, Xiao Wu, and the protagonist Tang San would likely surpass the 40th level of soul power. It would be inconceivable for anyone else to do so. As for those with divine potential, apart from Oscar, the innate full soul power food soul master, and Tang San, who garnered the attention of the divine, no one else in the original narrative possessed such capability. Although Ning Rongrong benefited from the formidable support of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, her shortcomings were glaringly apparent. If unresolved, her journey would culminate at the 79th level. As for Ma Hongjun, his martial soul issues meant that if not addressed directly, his continued cultivation would only lead to a dead end. After departing from Xingluo, Dai Mubai began to embrace his true self. Had he not encountered the protagonist Tang San, he might have long been outmatched by his own brother. Zhu Zhiqing, the least gifted among the seven, would only evolve into a mere soul fighter at best, and perhaps even fail to reach that pinnacle before his demise. Xiao Wu, as everyone knows, could never ascend to divinity in the realm of gods. Even if she attained the rank of title Douluo, no deities would take notice of her. In contrast, Oscar's path was straightforward. Upon reaching the title Douluo rank, the god of food from the divine realm would surely seek him out. Chapter 89. The location of the sect. When the group emerged from the secret chamber, night had already fallen. Dugu Bo and his companion also left the spirit hall under the cover of darkness. Numerous spies from various factions within the spirit city were present, and being discovered would spell trouble. Although the likelihood of being detected was minimal, exercising caution was prudent. Elder, where is the location of the sect? At this moment, Feng Xiuying inquired. Her knowledge was limited, so it was best to consult Qian Gu Yue. After all, Yining had shared many stories about Qian Gu Yue's childhood, and Feng Xiuying was aware that Qian Gu Yue had visited numerous places. In the eastern region of the Xingluo Empire, there existed a multitude of mountains rising above 3,000 meters. Nearby, there was only a small town with a population of around 10,000, the most powerful being merely a sole emperor bishop from the spirit hall. The crux of the matter was that the Xingluo Empire's control over that area was rather weak. Complete domination would not be overly challenging, requiring only a bit of time. The reason lies in the fact that it is the Star Luo Empire rather than the Heaven Do Empire. In truth, Qian Gu Yue believes that after the outbreak of war, the Spirit Hall will primarily contend with the formidable iron-blooded army of the Star Luo Empire, rather than merely facing armies composed of ordinary citizens. When it comes to armies formed by common folk, the military of the Star Luo Empire stands unrivaled. Furthermore, unlike the feeble Heaven Do royal family, the Star Luo royal family boasts emperors who, if not possessing the strength of a title Douluo, at the very least hold the rank of a Soul Douluo. Additionally, the Star Luo royal family wields the powerful martial soul fusion technique known as the Netherworld White Tiger. However, there exists a significant difference compared to the Heaven Do Empire. One of the 3 upper sects, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, has aligned itself with the Heaven Do Empire. Conversely, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan remains indifferent to such mundane affairs, showing no allegiance to either empire. On the other hand, the Haian clan subtly lends its support to the Star Luo Empire. Regrettably, the Haian clan has now diminished in strength. Although the lower-tier military of the Star Luo Empire could easily overpower that of the Heaven Do Empire, the situation among the higher-ranking soul masters is more complex. While the Heaven Do royal family may not be particularly impressive, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, allied with them, boasts 2 titled Douluos. Moreover, the majority of sects across the continent are situated within the territory of the Heaven Do Empire, with very few on the side of Star Luo. This may stem from the perception that the royal family of Heaven Do is more amenable to dialogue than that of Star Luo, where negotiations could swiftly escalate into conflict. Even the previously formidable Haiyan clan was located within the boundaries of the Heaven Do Empire, albeit not far from the border that delineates the 2 great empires. At this juncture, should a formidable sect be established in Xingluo, featuring prominent figures like Douluo and Yi Xining. The royal family of Xinghua would surely be displeased. Although our own sect comprises merely one entity, the strength of its upper echelons is formidable. If we could forge an alliance with this superlative sect, Xinghua would pose no threat to the Tiando Empire. The ensuing headache would be for the Tiando Empire and the sects within its domain. Then what about the Sunset Forest? Feng Xiuying inquired with curiosity. If everyone were to head to Xinghua, what fate would befall the ice and fire double lotus pod in the Sunset Forest? Would we simply abandon it? Given the elder's disposition, it is inconceivable that he would relinquish such a treasure. Should we assign someone to guard it? But who could we send? That remains a conundrum. I intend to dispatch our second elder, Jin Ao, and third elder, Su Long, for this task. The ice and fire double lotus pod is of paramount importance. We cannot send someone of weak prowess. Only those of formidable strength are suitable for this responsibility. Qian Daolu cannot be sent as he must continue serving the angel god and oversee the spirit hall. Within the sanctuary, apart from Qian Daolu, the strongest are indeed Jin Ao and Su Long, one at level 98 and the other at level 97. Once they condense their respective soul cores, their strength will ascend even further, thereby enhancing the might of the spirit hall. Upon hearing this, Feng Xiuying nodded. With these two elders present, no force on the continent would dare provoke them. Even if their names have faded from memory, their tangible superlative Douluo strength carries significant deterrence. Then, gloomy moon. I shall return to the extreme north, spoke the Snow Empress, seated nearby. She felt uncertain about how to broach this matter with the Ice Empress. If she were to reveal that she had found a partner, the Ice Empress would undoubtedly erupt in distress. If she discovered that the partner was a human, there was a considerable chance she would rush to confront Qian Gloomy Moon. In such a scenario, the one who would find herself in a bind would be the Snow Empress. She needed to devise a strategy, not necessarily to eradicate the Ice Empress's animosity towards Qian Gloomy Moon, but ideally to prevent any confrontation when they met. Beyond that, the Snow Empress did not harbor any extravagant hopes. Furthermore, as Qian Gloomy Moon had previously suggested, it would be best to find someone with whom he had enmity. After all, Qian Gloomy Moon had engaged in many unsavory dealings in his earlier years on the continent, and should there be any unresolved matters, it could lead to unforeseen complications. Didn't this just come to fruition directly? It certainly spared him a great deal of trouble. Very well, once you locate the individual, proceed to the Starlight City in the Star Luo Empire. I shall be staying there for the time being. Qian Guming nodded. He was quite invested in the establishment of this sect. After all, his future wife would reside there for quite an extended period. If the foundation were poorly laid, he would not wish for the Snow Empress to live there. Guming, I do not oppose your journey there, Qian Daolu spoke, opening his eyes at that moment. But what will happen once you depart? Who will manage the administrative affairs? Qian Daolu had some understanding of the Douluo-style cabinet system that Qian Guming had devised. This system greatly liberated the Pope's time. Previously, the Pope had numerous matters to attend to daily. However, with Qian Guming's arrangement, the Pope would only need to handle significant events and maintain a general direction. The rest could be delegated to a select few subordinates. Of course, there was a prerequisite. The Pope must be formidable and adept, ensuring the advantages of this system could be fully realized. Bibi Dong. Upon hearing this name, Qian Renxue's delicate face darkened instantly. If there was anyone she detested the most, it was undoubtedly Bibi Dong. Ever since she was mistreated by Bibi Dong during her childhood, Qian Renxue had grown to loathe even the sight of her. For Qian Renxue, having her grandfather, her unfortunate father, and her older brother Qian Guming was sufficient. As for Bibi Dong, her absence was of no consequence. After all, a little charm towards her brother generally yielded his acquiescence. Moreover, her brother's culinary skills were truly exceptional. The mere thought of food brought tears of joy to the corners of Qian Renxue's mouth. Chapter 90. Qian Guming's Divine Examination. Bibi Dong? Qian Guming was taken aback. He had not anticipated Qian Daolu would raise Bibi Dong. Although she was his daughter-in-law, their relationship was far from cordial. It could be described as quite poor. Bibi Dong harbored resentment towards the Qian family, while Qian Daolu still mourned his unfortunate son's demise at her hands. Yet, it must be acknowledged that Bibi Dong was indeed adept at managing state affairs. Qian Guming had observed her handling administrative matters. Despite some minor flaws, he remained largely satisfied. Indeed, within the current spirit hall, Qian Guming could confidently assert that Bibi Dong possessed remarkable proficiency in governance. Even the seasoned Jew ghost could not rival her. Zhu Ghost's methods were already fixed in their ways, yet Bibi Dong was still young, not yet 30. Qian Gumming believed that fostering her abilities in this regard would be truly beneficial. Are you not concerned she might take the opportunity to rally a faction? Qian Douluo genuinely could not fathom the audacity of Qian Gu Yue. It is crucial to understand that for the Qian family, Bibi Dong was someone they wished to annihilate entirely. Perhaps in the end, only her granddaughter would remain. However, at that point, the Qian family would be akin to a clan on the brink of extinction. Fear? Why should I fear? Would Qian Gu Yue fear Bibi Dong? Certainly not. Even if Qian Gu Yue was aware that in the impending divine battle, Bibi Dong would ascend to godhood. The deities she inherited were miserly beyond measure. Just compare the soul rings of Tang San and Qian Renxue to her own. They are simply incomparable. Moreover, there remains no less than 20 years until that divine conflict. Qian Gu Yue had faith that with the assistance of Nanji, she would surely attain divinity in that span. Rest assured, she currently possesses nothing, and no one in the spirit hall would dare to approach her. Ever since Qian Gu Yue eradicated the Haian sect, Qian Douluo attended the papal inauguration ceremony, and the entire continent is aware of the formidable strength of the Qian family within the spirit hall. Without a doubt, Qian Douluo is a seasoned limit-level powerhouse, and Qian Gu Yue's primary advantage lies in her youth. In a few years, once Qian Gu Yue reaches her limits, the Qian family and the spirit hall will openly boast two limit-level powerhouses. Furthermore, during a recent spirit hall meeting, Qian Gu Yue demonstrated her prowess by swiftly defeating the spirit turtle in front of everyone. With such strength, who would dare to act recklessly? Besides, as titled Douluos who have lived for so long, they know how to navigate certain matters. Aligning with Qian Gu Yue may not guarantee extravagant treatment, but it is undoubtedly far superior to following Bibi Dong. Within the current spirit hall, perhaps only Zhu Gue and the others occasionally visit Bibi Dong, as they can be considered her elders, having witnessed her growth. Regarding this matter, Qian Gu Yue pays them no mind, as long as they refrain from engaging in foolish antics. She will not interfere excessively with Bibi Dong. However, certain top-secret information, such as soul cores, will remain inaccessible to Bibi Dong. Very well, as long as you are aware of this in your heart. Observing Qian Gu Yue's demeanor, Qian Douluo had little more to say. He only wished to offer a gentle reminder. Nevertheless, upon reflecting on Qian Gu Yue's strength, he felt a sense of reassurance. By the way, take some time to undertake your divine examination. In her earlier years, Qian Gu Yue had participated in the divine assessment, achieving a top-tier 7th examination. And had the angel goddess position not required a female heir, perhaps Qian Renxue would not even exist. It is worth noting that Qian Gu Yue is approximately 20 years older than Qian Renxue. Alright, let us wait until this busy period is over. Qian Gu Yue was taken aback, realizing that he still had a divine examination to undertake, something he had completely forgotten. Participating in this divine assessment would undoubtedly expedite his progress. At present, Qian Gu Yue felt confident that passing the divine examination would pose little challenge for him. Perhaps by the conclusion of the assessment, he could not only reach level 99 but might even ascend to the status of a quasi-demigod. Then it is settled. I shall take my leave, Qian Douluo declared, rising to depart. As for Qian Renxue, Qian Douluo chose not to bring her along. Just as Qian Gu Yue had previously suggested, she should enjoy herself during this time. It was evident to the elder that Qian Renxue remained oblivious to the impending changes. Once Feng departed, Qian Renxue's fortunate days would come to an end. After all, aside from Qian Gu Yue, she was one of the only two individuals in the Qian family possessing innate soul power at level 20. Both Qian Gu Yue and Qian Douluo harbored hopes that Qian Renxue would inherit the divine position of the angel god. Not to mention, Qian Douluo surely wished for his granddaughter to become increasingly formidable. The relationship between Qian Gu Yue and Qian Renxue could also be described as that of mentor and pupil. As a teacher, Qian Gu Yue genuinely hoped that Qian Renxue would one day surpass him. Doesn't this merely serve to prove his capabilities? Furthermore, after hearing about the original work from Feng Xiaoying, Qian Gu Yue's expectations of Qian Renxue escalated. She should not resemble the character from the original who merely flailed about with the divine angel sword. At that time, Qian Renxue squandered an inordinate amount of time. Qian Gu Yue could not comprehend which fool devised the plan to usurp the nation. A being with the potential for divinity should not waste time on such frivolous endeavors. Are you truly foolish? Ultimately, the plot to seize power failed, leaving Qian Renxue in the original work with little more than the advantage of a divine martial soul. Lacking combat experience and the strength to dominate, She had expended most of her energy on trivial pursuits. In Qian Gu Yue's perspective, if one diligently cultivates toward divinity, then all matters within the continent will naturally fall under one's dominion, provided the divine realm remains uninvolved. The six-winged angel symbolizes justice and light, however. Qian Gu Yue holds no affection for this notion. As long as there are adversaries, she will leave none alive. Mercy is reserved for her own kind. Qian Gu Yue has never been concerned with others' opinions of her. Whether regarded as virtuous or as a villain, she remains indifferent. What she understands is that to survive in this world, one must be resolute and not be shackled by so-called morality. Such behavior will merely lead others to perceive you as a weak individual. One need only observe Qian Douluo in the original text to understand this. While honoring one's commitments is commendable, it does not imply that one must endure in silence without taking any action. As the foremost powerhouse of the spirit hall, a servant of the angel god, a limit Douluo with access to divine power, is this all there is? Failing to defeat Tang Hao is one matter, especially since Qian Douluo did not exert his full strength. Even though the great samurai hammer can unleash combat prowess comparable to that of a deity, it remains merely comparable, not truly divine. If he could indeed unleash a strike of divine magnitude, then Qian Gu Yue would dare to obliterate Sea God Island without hesitation. After all, the entity in the original text is genuinely repulsive. Chapter 91. Starlight City. Starlight City, situated in the eastern Star Mountain range of the Star Luo Empire, is the only city in this region. Due to the perpetual mist that envelopes the Star Mountain range, both the economy and agricultural development here lag significantly behind. This has led the high-ranking officials of the Starry Empire to pay little heed to this region. After all, a place that scarcely generates tax revenue year after year, and at times even requires assistance from other areas, would likely be disregarded were it not a territory of the Starry Empire. It is simply too impoverished. However, this locale possesses its own charm. One can observe the ethereal mist enveloping the mountains, a natural defense. For those unfamiliar with the terrain, a misstep here could result in a perilous fall from the cliff. This place is far superior to the iron chains of the Haian Sect. It requires little effort, merely a patient wait for the enemy's arrival. As Qian Gu Yue strolled through the air, she delved deeper into the surroundings. According to records, humanity's exploration of this area remains remarkably scant. Most regions within still retain their primordial essence. Listening to the distant roars of beasts echoing through the mountains, Qian Gu Yue realized that this place is indeed a gathering ground for spirit beasts. Moreover, these spirit beasts are formidable, after all. Few spirit masters venture here to obtain spirit rings. Firstly, the unknown nature of this place is many, as one misstep could lead to an inability to escape. Secondly, there exists a palpable fear of unforeseen circumstances. Should a powerful spirit beast suddenly emerge while one is absorbing a spirit ring, the outcome could be disastrous. Thus, individuals typically acquire their spirit rings in locations like the Stardow Forest. Although that area is fraught with danger, it at least offers visibility of the surrounding environment. In contrast, the deeper one ventures here, the less one can perceive with the naked eye. Ah, this place is quite remarkable, Qian Gu Yue mused, gazing at the scenery before her. A peak rising above 3,000 meters, surrounded by several smaller mountains, each approximately 2,000 meters in elevation. The main peak can indeed serve as the primary stronghold for the sect. The surrounding mountains, with some modifications, could be utilized for cultivating medicinal herbs and constructing defensive fortifications. Furthermore, and most importantly, Qian Gu Yue has discovered an open lake at the summit. Additionally, the mountaintop is adorned with gently falling snowflakes. The location designated for Ashu's residence is quite commendable, and I believe she will find it appealing. After a preliminary layout of the general architectural positions, Qian Gu Yue commenced the task of sculpting the mountain. As for the subsequent constructions, there is no rush. After all, there remains a considerable amount of time before the sect competition. While Qian Gu Yue was preoccupied with his task, Feng Xiaoying was also seizing the opportunity to bond with Qian Renxue, knowing that they would not see the little angel for an extended period. Furthermore, when they eventually meet again, their relationship will not mirror the current state. Conflicts may very well arise. Qian Renxue, in her innocence, does not comprehend the necessity of certain actions. She is still quite young, especially with Qian Gu Yue as her elder brother in this lifetime. As for Bibi Dong, Qian Renxue does not contemplate strategies to garner her attention. Naturally, she remains a naive little girl at this stage. Qian Douluo and Qian Gu Yue have no intention of exposing her to undesirable matters too early. However, whatever decisions her grandfather and elder brother make, She does not oppose, for they would never endanger her. After Qian Gu Yue's departure, Qian Renxue and Feng Xiaoying reveled in their freedom within the spirit hall. For Qian Douluo and Qian Gu Yue were no longer monitoring their activities, allowing them to play as they pleased. Of course, their range of activity was confined to Qian Gu Yue's courtyard, as venturing outside was best avoided. Given Feng Xiaoying's unique status as the future heir of the world's foremost sect, being discovered in the spirit city could significantly impact Qian Gu Yue's plans, potentially jeopardizing everything. Qian Renxue, resembling the earlier Qian Gu Yue, carries the legacy of her father, the former Pope Qian Sunji, which is manageable. However, her mother's lineage remains uncertain. Nevertheless, Qian Gu Yue could craft a fictitious background to mislead the public. When the sect competition arrives, it will be Qian Renxue's moment to shine. Qian Gu Yue has no intention of keeping her hidden indefinitely. The little angel deserves to bask in the sunlight. As the possessor of the six-winged angel spirit, the future angel god, Qian Renxue is entitled to the adoration of the world. Regarding the absurd plot of usurpation found in the original narrative, Qian Gu Yue is curious to discern who proposed such a foolish scheme. Rather than waste time on such nonsense, it is far more prudent to focus on diligent cultivation, for this is a continent that reveres strength. As long as one possesses formidable might, all obstacles can be overcome. Moreover, with Qian Douluo, a seasoned expert, still present in the spirit hall, should anything happen to Qian Renxue under his watch, Qian Gu Yue would rather choose to end his life. There would be no meaning left to continue. Oh. This place can also be utilized for storing some soul-guided artillery shells. Sitting in the air, Qian Gu Yue gazed thoughtfully at the mountain peak that had already been worn down. Stroking his chin in contemplation, he still needed to leave a space for Douluo and his companion to cultivate some medicinal herbs. After all, one was adept in poison while the other was a healer. Medicinal herbs held significant importance for them. Once Feng Xiaoying awakened her martial soul, and even with the few companions she had found, the training would undoubtedly require a substantial amount of herbs. In Qian Gu Yue's perspective, the assistance of medicinal herbs in the cultivation process was indispensable for growth. During his own training, he had immersed himself in numerous herbal baths. If one were to truly follow the training methods from the original narrative of Shrek, they indeed improved willpower, yet they inflicted considerable harm on the body. Although the master had once prepared herbal baths for the group of 7, it must be said that while he knew which herbs could alleviate fatigue, each individual's constitution varied, and so did the dosages. Otherwise, it could lead to potential damage to the body. This is akin to the principle of absorbing soul rings. A blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul, after undergoing appropriate training, can effortlessly assimilate a 400-year soul ring. However, if one were to attempt such a feat with a mouse martial soul, it could lead to disastrous consequences. This is reminiscent of Tang San, who came perilously close to being overwhelmed by the energy of the first soul ring, the mandala snake. Was it not for the protective aura of the protagonist that he emerged unscathed? Imagine substituting him with a blue silver grass soul master. The outcome may indeed be catastrophic. Chapter 92. The Blacksmith Association. After a few days of diligent work, Yining took a well-deserved respite and proceeded to Gongxin City in the Star Luo Empire. Armed with the schematics for the soul-guided artillery shells provided by Qian Gu Yue, the Blacksmith Association is located within this very city. In this realm, the most esteemed profession is undoubtedly that of the soul master, while others languish on the periphery. The status of blacksmiths, however, is rather precarious. The items they forge are useful to lower-tier soul masters, yet their costs can be exorbitant. Unless one hails from a wealthy lineage, indifferent to such expenses, families of that stature often disdain these creations. Common soul masters, having limited golden soul coins, must allocate their meager funds towards acquiring the most basic cultivation resources. While academies do provide some support, with so many students, it is impossible for all resources to be concentrated on a single individual. Naturally, the more formidable one's strength, the greater the resources one can obtain. Nonetheless, for the armies of the two great empires, the Blacksmith Association remains invaluable. Not to mention, a significant portion of their military equipment is sourced from here. Luo Gao, the current president of the Blacksmith Association, has long presided over the metal capital of Gongxin City, wielding control over a vast array of rare metal resources. He is one of the 3 master craftsmen of the continent, held in the same regard as Tang Hao and Titan. Subsequently, he was invited to join the Tang Sect by Tang San and Titan. Following the transformation of the Tiando Palace, he was sent to the Haian Sect by Tang San, where, With the assistance of the sect leader Tang Hao, he developed the 3 unparalleled hidden weapons of the Tang sect: the peacock feather, the Buddha's fury Tang lotus, and the storm pear blossom needle. Ultimately, he sacrificed himself in the forge to forge the storm pear blossom needle, using his own blood essence to awaken the sharpness of the deep-sea silver mother. Luo Gao's martial soul is the diamond chisel, which is exceptionally suited for the crafting and forging of metals. Currently, Lu Gao has attained the rank of Soul Emperor. After all, when Tang Sen first encountered Lu Gao, he was merely a soul sage. Furthermore, Lu Gao dedicates a considerable amount of his time to forging, showing little diligence in his cultivation. Yan Ying's current objective is Lu Gao, along with his position within the Blacksmith Association. Although 2 master blacksmiths still remain. One of them is Titan, who is currently residing within the association as instructed by Qian Gu Yue prior to Yan Ying's arrival. If they remain compliant and inactive, there is no need to concern oneself with them. However, should they act otherwise, a few must be eliminated to instill fear, but not completely, especially Titan, the clan leader, who must not perish just yet. If Titan were to be lost, it would deprive the future of Sanjiji of a loyal servant. Qian Gu Yue believes that having acquired so much, it is only fair to leave something for Sanjiji. Thus, the golden triangle of blacksmiths remains intact. Otherwise, while Bibi Dong may hold back, Qian Gu Yue certainly will not. Tang Hao's elder brother, Tang Hao, is still alive, and his younger sister remains in Heaven Do City, where she has established a noble shop named Moon Pavilion. Moreover, Qian Gu Yue is aware that there are still members of the Haian school operating in the outside world, those who were relocated by Tang Hao. However, among them, the strongest is merely a soul sage, insufficient to sway the grand scheme of things. Presently, they are situated within a great mountain, and even the single attribute 4 clans have not been integrated into the Spirit Hall. Their original titles have been preserved. As for the future paths of these individuals, that is not a concern for Qian Gu Yue. Should they inadvertently find themselves opposing the Spirit Hall, they cannot blame Qian Gu Yue for her lack of mercy. We are all adults here. One must learn to bear the consequences of their actions. Under the reign of Yan Ying, the newly appointed overseer of Gengxin City encountered Yan Ying in his office. As for the despicable character from the original story, prior to the reformation of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong had already dealt with him. Such a person is not worth sparing for the sake of a festive season. Following Qian Gu Yue's implementation of reforms within the Spirit Hall, numerous overseers and officials were eliminated. Of course, some astute individuals chose to sever ties with the Spirit Hall, aligning themselves with the 2 great empires or other sections. Qian Gu Yue paid no heed to these individuals. While they may escape the Spirit Hall now, they will eventually detach from their current factions. This situation has been met with enthusiasm by other forces on the continent, as the power of the Spirit Hall is diminished, thereby augmenting their own strength. Recently, Qian Gu Yue has primarily focused on addressing the issues regarding officials across various regions, for the vacancy is indeed vast. Completing the task will undoubtedly require some time. However, there are astute individuals who have discerned the self-inflicted wounds of the Spirit Hall. Although Ning Fengji is merely an auxiliary soul master, his perspective is quite profound. Despite the significant losses suffered by the Spirit Hall, Ning Fengji understands that the combat prowess of its upper echelons remains intact. After this incident, once the Spirit Hall regains its footing, its strength is bound to be even more formidable. As for the Soul Masters seeking refuge in the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile School, Ning Fengji has not taken any of them in. He is acutely aware of their unreliability. Retaining them would merely leave a ticking time bomb at his doorstep. It is possible that among them are spies from the Spirit Hall. After entering the city, Yan Ying could clearly sense the local populace's unwavering support for the Spirit Hall, indicating that the current administration is competent. It is worth noting that the previous leader was utterly inept, and restoring the community's ethos in a short span is no trivial endeavor. This is a remarkable talent. Cultivate diligently, and when you reach the Soul Saint realm, report to the Star Luo Holy Palace. Thank you, Your Highness. Upon hearing that he could go to the Star Luo Holy Palace, the official was filled with excitement. It is important to note that this is the highest-ranking branch in the 2 great empires. Once admitted, one might even have the opportunity to reach Martial Soul City. Now, go attend to your own matters. Yan Ying dismissed the official. I wonder if those blacksmiths can truly forge soul-guided shells? Yan Ying pondered the words spoken by Qian Gu Yue during her arrival, feeling a surge of curiosity. Although the method for creating first-grade soul-guided shells is straightforward, and she herself could produce them, she lacked the time to delve into such studies. Yin had reviewed the records of the Blacksmith Association, and the most formidable figure within was the president, Lu Gao, whose craftsmanship is indeed impressive. Perhaps it would be best to pay him a visit. Furthermore, I hope those troublesome rodents do not emerge to disturb my peace of mind. The mere thought of Titans and others being present in the Blacksmith Association ignited within Yin a desire to obliterate the place. Lu Gao, even if you remain indifferent to the conflicts on the continent, your disciples must inform you of significant events. Knowing full well that this is an adversary of my martial soul palace, do you still dare to offer refuge? Do you look down upon us? Or do you believe that you wish to accompany the Haian sect to the grave? Chapter 93. Si Long. This is Yin, your highness of the martial soul palace. Clang, clang, clang. The rhythmic sound of hammering resonated throughout the entire street. This place is abundant with blacksmiths, with a forge present every few dozen meters. The hissing sound of hot metal meeting cold water permeates the street, accompanied by a mist that lingers in the air. On the continent, the status of blacksmiths is rather low, gaining recognition only during the era of the Sun and Moon Empire's dominance over the original Douluo continent, slowly evolving until it truly flourished in the Third Era. However, in this city, the higher your blacksmithing rank, the more resources you can acquire. Even though the two great empires and the Spirit Hall do not place much value on blacksmiths, no trade can exist without them. Weapons, armor, farming tools, and vehicles. If soul masters are regarded as the noblest profession in the Douluo continent, then blacksmiths are undoubtedly the most indispensable. In Gongxin City, being a soul master is not particularly noteworthy, but being a skilled blacksmith commands respect, just as there are ranks among soul masters. Blacksmiths are also classified into 7 distinct levels: elementary blacksmith, intermediate blacksmith, advanced blacksmith, forge master, master forge master, grandmaster forge master, and the highest rank, divine blacksmith. Currently, there are only 3 divine blacksmiths on the continent: Lu Gao, Titan, and Tang Hao. Who are you? Someone inquired as Yin approached the Blacksmith Association. This place is generally devoid of visitors. If one wishes to purchase ironware or similar items, it suffices to simply visit the shops outside. There is no necessity to come here. Furthermore, the attire of Yin suggests that he is no ordinary individual. It is highly probable that he is a soul master, and one of considerable rank. Spirit Hall, Yin, I seek your president, he stated, casting a cursory glance at the obstructive figure. A mere insignificant being. Members of the Spirit Hall, yet here you are seeking the president. Could it be that you have come specifically for those Titans? After all, the Titans departed accompanied by hundreds of individuals. After the annihilation of these individuals at the Haian Sect, Titan pondered and ultimately decided that the Blacksmith Association would be a more suitable refuge. The current 4 single attribute sects no longer had a place for him and his companions. Moreover, the abundance of people here posed a challenge regarding sustenance. As for the other 2 sects, Titan had contemplated them as well, but concluded that they would be unlikely to provide asylum for him and his group, especially considering the formidable stance of the Spirit Hall. They would not risk antagonizing the Spirit Hall for the sake of a few individuals. Crucially, Titan always believed that he had but one master, Tang Hao of the Haian Sect. Even in his longing for vengeance, he could not bring himself to seek refuge in another sect. He was a slave to Tang Hao in life and would remain a slave spirit in death, making it impossible for him to turn to any other sect. However, observing the soul masters who had accompanied him, he recognized that they were the foundation for his master Tang Hao's future revenge. It was imperative that they did not all perish from starvation. Thus, Titan resolved to journey to the Metal City. After all, he had a favorable relationship with the current president of the Blacksmith Association. He believed that if he could elucidate the malevolence of the Spirit Hall to President Lu Gao, he would be welcomed. The Spirit Hall was, after all, the most nefarious organization on the continent. Ultimately, Titan arrived with his companions, and the sheer number of people present did not go unnoticed. The previous commotion caused by the Spirit Hall was well known, even to those in the Metal City who typically remained aloof from worldly affairs. When Titan first arrived with his group, there was considerable reluctance among the locals to allow these individuals to stay, fearing that the Spirit Hall might come searching for them. After all, the Haian Sect, once the most powerful sect in the world, had vanished without a trace. How could the Metal City hope to withstand an assault from the Spirit Hall? However, due to Titan's formidable strength as a Soul Douluo, no one dared to openly confront him, merely hoping that their president would refuse to let these individuals remain. To everyone's surprise, after an entire night of conversation between Lu Gao and Titan, The former agreed to allow Titan and his entourage to stay. The townsfolk observed that Lu Gao's room remained lit throughout the night, and through the window, they could catch glimpses of two figures seated across from each other. What transpired in their discussion remained a mystery to all. Initially, many believed that the spirit hall would inevitably seek retribution for Titan and his companion's presence. Some even feared that the Blacksmith Association would suffer repercussions as well. However, after Titan's arrival, the spirit hall remained eerily silent, leading many to speculate that perhaps they would not come after all. Yet today, the sudden visit from Yanning shattered these illusions. Those who had dared to dream that the spirit hall would not retaliate were abruptly awakened to reality. The harsh truth struck like a slap. Wake up, children. It is time to face the truth. What are you standing there for? Yanning gazed at the person blocking his path, who stood there in astonishment, frozen in place. It was evident that this individual was gripped by fear. From the demeanor of one man, Yanning discerned that the majority within the Blacksmith Association harbored a palpable dread of the spirit hall. No. Silong immediately shook his head in response. He had been rather reluctant when his master took in the Titan group. However, he found himself unable to argue against his master, for in the Blacksmith Association, one's rank as a blacksmith held paramount importance. Moreover, Lu Gao was a divine craftsman, although discontent with the situation was widespread. The truth remained that Lu Gao possessed the highest rank and also served as the president, leaving everyone with little recourse. As for leaving, that was a jest. Departing to another location, who could say if they would receive the same treatment? It would be a blessing not to be bullied. The only hope everyone had was that the spirit hall would refrain from encroaching upon them. Your Highness, please follow me, Silong remarked, bowing slightly with a smile as he inclined his body to the side. This attitude is imbued with a respect that surpasses even his reverence for the lofty structure before him, embodying an extreme humility. Such humility is imperative should they find favor. Perhaps the Blacksmith Association might avoid calamity. Conversely, if displeasure arises, even if the Blacksmith Association were to vanish, the other powers on the continent would scarcely concern themselves with the spirit hall. After all, to those formidable factions, the association is deemed expendable. It would be unnecessary, indeed, to offend the spirit hall for the sake of these individuals. This is not the era of the third battle. It was then that blacksmiths reached their zenith. What is this situation with Silong? As Silong, accompanied by Flame Eagle, ventures deeper into the Blacksmith Association, some within have begun to take notice of the unfolding events. Who is that woman? She is unfamiliar, not one of our own. As they observe Silong leading the way, curiosity stirs among them, naturally. Some feel inclined to approach and inquire. After all, they're a gathering of robust men. And Flame Eagle's appearance is akin to a parched wanderer in a desert beholding a verdant oasis. Excitement courses through them. This is His Excellency Flame Eagle from the Spirit Hall, Silong interjects, noticing his colleagues begin to stir with anticipation. If Yanning were to become displeased, he would not hesitate to eliminate anyone without a second thought. Chapter 94, You have half an hour. Upon hearing Silong's words, those who initially intended to approach for a means of communication were rendered utterly frozen. What did Silong just say? Those individuals?